And in this, at the beginning of it all, we are in some ruins in the middle of a forest and several people are preparing for a battle. But someone arrives, calling the humans, asking for a second of their attention. It's a kitten with clothes walking onto legs. He asks if they want to look at some good merchandise. Everyone is surprised that it's a merchant cat and likes it, saying it's cute, asking what the cat is selling. Then they notice that it's a cherry tomato. That blonde guy doesn't like it at all, because he was expecting something like legendary weapons or mysterious potions. They question whether it's just any fruit, saying they can eat things like that anywhere. But the cat says those humans are too foolish because he knew they would react like that. This fruit is different from a common cherry tomato. He tells them to look at the description. The girl asks if it's different. The mage asks if it's an item. Then she sees that the cherry tomato is magical and increases mana regeneration by 0.1 for 10 minutes. She says it increases a little, but is surprised. Another girl says she can lose 10 grams of fat just by eating that. And that buff guy asks if that works, and the cat says yes, asking if it's not amazing, saying it'll be half a coin each. So they ask the cat for 200, wanting to buy in absurd quantities, and the cat almost doesn't believe it. So one of them says he wants the whole stock, but at that the buff guy asks where he got that, and who the hell made those items. So the cat thinks for a bit, but just says it's a secret. And already in another corner of that same place, in a plantation of those cherry tomatoes, our protagonist is welcoming him, and he says he thinks there are enough tomatoes for today. And he's next to a rabbit with Luffy's hat. The rabbit is wearing Luffy's hat, and so he calls all the other rabbits to rest and prepares to make some juice from that tomato. And he asks the bee that is rubbing against him if she could give him more honey, and it vomits honey into his glass, and he shakes it, making a shake of it, and drinks it, along with the other rabbits that are drinking juice of carrots. And they all drink the cups of the greatest happiness in the world, and that is the drink of life, cherry tomato juice with honey. And he says that this is the good life, along with all the other rabbits. But then, the system sends him a mission, an additional mission. He must distribute the honey liquid with the tower administrators, and the compensation will be none, and if he rejects, they will be disappointed. And he is surprised by this, but says it's okay, saying he will make some for them later, and then they remain disappointed. But then, the cat returns to the protagonist, calling his master Sejin, and says that he has finally returned, and he says that he did a good job, and it was very fast. And then he notices that he sold everything and brought a lot of coins, saying that he thinks he will let him be CEO for an hour. And Sejin starts to get excited, thinking that it is a matter of time until his name becomes famous. But the cat reacts with a little astonishment to the protagonist's words and says that it is not time to be silly, saying that he needs to eat quickly and leave because he wants more money. And then Sejin asks if Hess already leaving, saying that he can rest a little. But the cat talks to the black rabbit, asking him to replenish the supplies. And with that, the rabbit starts making sashimi from the fish that are in front of him. And he notices that he has become addicted to the taste of the money. So the protagonist thinks he almost forgot completing another day in that place, marking it on a stone. And he says that 150 days have passed, and he introduces himself a little, because his name is Sejin Park, and his class is farmer. So he asks the rabbit if he has finished cutting those fish, and the caped cat that was there says that he will also help a little. So the protagonist explains that it has been 150 days since he somehow entered the tower and got lost, and so far he has a huge plantation there, thinking that in this case he will start his cultivation. And he says that this is the story about how he survived getting lost in the tower, and then 10 years ago in Seoul, and one day during the chaos, a 99-story black tower appeared in the middle of Gangnam. It wasn't just in Gangnam. A total of 100 towers appeared at the same time in cities across different countries, including Korea. Each country investigated the tower that appeared in their country. The only thing they discovered was that the tower was 990 meters tall and made of incredibly strong material, and not even nuclear bombs could pierce those towers. One day, people started exiting the tower through the wall. Everyone was surprised to see those clothes in the real world. They wondered how they got into the tower. He said that out of nowhere, a black hole appeared, and when he woke up, he was on the first floor of the tower. This became news around the world. All 100 towers are connected to one. When you enter the tower, you will be awakened on the first floor. Then, for him to choose a role, wizard or warrior, monsters start appearing on the second floor. Every time they clear a floor, they get different rewards. The man giving the interview says that if the person is lucky, they can get that ticket. Then one of the journalists asks what that ticket is, and he says it's an item. And people like them who have awakened can freely enter and exit the tower. But ordinary people need that ticket to enter the tower, and climbing the tower is only possible for the awakened. She asked if he thinks people would consider going to such a scary tower with a bunch of monsters, asking if he knows anything about the origin of the tower. He says that no one has discovered it yet, but signs for the assistant who was next to him. She opens a small chest, taking out a lot of gold and precious jewels, and everyone is surprised by the amount of stuff that came out of that tiny chest. He says he's sure of one thing: climbing the tower will make him rich. And so it is said that the Awakened Association announced that the price of tickets for the Black Tower will be increased from 150 million won to 200 million starting next week. And they also announced that hundreds of thousands of people are waiting to buy the ticket before the prices go up. Meanwhile, a boy is trying to pass his purchases at the grocery store. And you are not paying attention to what you should. And she says that the world is going crazy. And people are risking their lives just to make money, but they want 100 billion for it, asking if they don't think they're exaggerating. Then, 26-year-old Paxi agrees with that lady, and after that, he's going back home, and says that after deducting the tuition fee, interest, and rent, he managed to save about 12 billion. And if the price of tickets goes up again, he wonders when he'll be able to buy one. But the question he asks himself is if he'll really be able to buy the ticket, and he gets tired of his life, but thinks he shouldn't give up because he has to keep his spirits up, saying that there has to be a way to save more money. He says that he bought those vegetables at a good price and wonders if he should try to grow some because it seems like they're also going to get more expensive. He remembers a girl talking about that automatic vegetable grower for home use, and he says he saw his favorite idol, Sira, talk about it in a vegetable commercial and says he needs to save as much as possible to buy the ticket, and maybe he can get into a good guild when they see his talent, and if he completes the tower, he will be able to marry his idol. And he gets all silly about it and thinks he should hold on tight, but behind him a black hole starts to open and he doesn't even notice, and the hole gets so big that it starts to pull him, and he is surprised by that and realizes that it is the phenomenon that sucked the first generation of Awaken, wondering if it will pull him, and says he is ready to risk his life to climb the tower, asking the black hole to take him, but both the black hole and he get in a terrible mood seeing that ridiculous thing he just said. Then he asks why the black hole started to shrink, because apparently our protagonist was so cringe, but so cringe that he made an extra spatial phenomenon not want to take him. He thinks he can't miss that opportunity because it won't pull him, it will go himself, and the crazy guy throws himself in the middle of that black hole to be able to take his chance to climb the tower. Then, after a while, he falls face down in a completely different place, and in that he wonders if he managed to get into the tower, and notices that inside there are sophisticated chandeliers and marble, besides the square on the first floor, thinking that it is full of equipment and potions. But as he looks around, there is nothing but a hole in the middle of a cave and a rock alone there, and he is completely isolated, wondering what this is and what the hell is this, because he is in the middle of a deserted forest wondering where he is, and he is apparently very far from the place where he needed to be. And in that at the top of the tower someone is looking at a crystal ball, and it appears to be a dragon, and he says that the crystal ball detected a change in the tower, and he says that he needs to find the cause, as this is the duty of the tower administrator. Meanwhile, the protagonist is scared to death of what is happening, and in this they ask an adventurer what kind of place the Black Tower is. And she says it's something like a palace, very bright and spacious, and says that there are many items you can buy in the tower, and usually it buys potions. But another adventurer says that the most important thing on the first floor is the training ground, and if you want to survive in the tower, you need to be strong enough to fight monsters. And that's what they said. But the protagonist, there in the place where he is buried, has none of that, and he is living only on breeze, already without any hope. And he says that there is no way out there because he wandered the cave all day, but found no way out, and no training ground, no shop, nothing at all. And he lost his voice screaming for help, but still there is no one around. And he wonders if he is lost. And after so much time in despair and alone, he starts to play the Joker until his cell phone vibrates and he gets a fright. And when he picks up his cell phone, he notices that the alarm is ringing. So it has been a day since he arrived there, but there is no signal. And it would not make sense for the alarm to be wrong, and he starts to feel hungry. But looking to the side, he sees that he still has all the groceries he was taking home, and there are tomatoes, some chives, a loaf of bread, and some potatoes, plus a bottle of water. And the total of tomatoes and cherries is 27 and 10 chives. Plus, there are 7 sweet potatoes with pumpkin and an apple. And he says that he will eat the apple first, and as he takes a bite, he asks if there is anything better than eating an apple in the morning, saying that it is very sweet, and in the end, only the core remains, and he is still hungry. And with that, he falls into the sweet potato, really enjoying what he is eating, saying that it is delicious, and that chewy texture makes biting into them very good, and it was tastier than he thought, and he says that they always cook them, but he thinks it is good to eat them raw from time to time. However, he starts to choke and almost dies like that, and in that, he turns the bottle of water over his mouth to save his life, and falls lying on that rock he's using as a bed, and says it was a good meal. And as he looks at the sky, he wonders how long he'll be stuck there, because he needs to find a way to get out before the food runs out, wondering how long he can handle that food, and thinks that if he doesn't wear himself out, he'll end up turning into a mummy, and then it's all over. But then he gets up thinking he doesn't want to die like this, saying that this is a tower, and his dream was to get there. He can't just die like this. But when he looks to the side, he sees the rest of the apple still with the seeds, and opens a hole in the ground, placing the apple there. planning it. In the hope of giving something, he also takes the chives, saying he has 10 of them, and he'll use the leaves as food and plant the roots, and he'll also plant 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes, and he'll leave the rest to eat, and says he will do everything to survive and wait until they grow their fruits, and says that they will be his future. But after a while, he takes one alone, wondering what that was, asking if it is a monster, thinking scared that it was certainly the sound of a monster, but they said that monsters do not exist on the first floor. But he becomes more and more scared because he has a blue moon in the sky, darkening all the surroundings, and that noise gets louder and louder. He becomes very uncomfortable and begins to feel his body trembling until he sees a shadow passing over him that catches his attention, and that shadow hovers near the moon, the shadow of a dragon, and he notices that it is a black dragon, thinking it is beautiful, but falls unconscious there on the ground. Meanwhile, his vegetables begin to grow. Without further ado, then the next day at 6 in the morning, his alarm also goes off, and he grabs his cell phone to turn it off. Then he thinks that his head hurts, wondering how long he was unconscious, until he realizes that it was 2 whole days. And when he moves, he begins to feel his back hurt because of the position he was in, noticing that he is very tired and his whole body aches and he has no energy. And he wonders what tree is behind him, and when he looks, it is a chive of the one he had planted, but in a gigantic version, and he wonders when they grew so much, even wondering if the chives could grow so much in such a short time. But he thinks they didn't, because maybe it happened because he was in the tower. And he says he saw a documentary that the shape of the plant changes depending on how it grew, and some power must have affected the chive. And he says that maybe the others grew too, and he notices that they really appeared, and there are several of them, 52, and he says that they won't get enough light because of the shade. And he says it's better for him to harvest the chives, and he thinks they are too thick, and it's harder than he thought. And when he finishes harvesting, he wonders how it tastes, and when he eats it, it's too hot, and he spits fire because of it, going to the water because it's too spicy, thinking that it's much spicier than the original taste. And he thinks it's weird because it doesn't hurt his stomach, and he thinks he'll eat it when he wants something spicy because he should be able to get used to it. And he says he will put away the other chives, also picking up his cherry tomatoes. When he starts to eat one of them, he feels that it's a little different, but he also notices that the sun doesn't set in the tower, but occasionally the sun is hidden by the moon on each floor. He calls this phenomenon a blue moon, but he notices that the blue moon only occurs on the 10th floor. He thought he was somewhere on the 1st floor, but he notices that there's a dragon there. That wasn't a hallucination. 10 years ago, when the tower appeared, one of the biggest guilds, the Phoenix Guild, managed to complete the 37th floor. Information from the 30th floor onwards is a guild secret, but a lot of information about the floors below 30 can be found on YouTube. From the 2nd to the 10th floor, skeleton soldiers appear, and from the 11th to the 20th, golems appear, and from the 21st to the 30th, orcs begin to appear. And according to some rumors, from the 31st floor onwards, monster spiders start to appear, and they never mention anything about dragons. He has already circulated the internet a lot, but they never said anything similar to a dragon like lizards or something like that, and he wonders what floor that is, questioning himself. If you got lost on a floor like the best hunters, he arrived, while he is calmly looking at the sky. Something falls on his face, and he wonders if that is rain, saying that he heard that the weather in the tower was almost always clear. But it was not rain, and it was something different that disappears as soon as he looks. And he wonders what that was, wondering if it is a monster. But it turns out to be a little bunny that is dying of hunger up there, and he is surprised by this, wondering if he is a monster too. And the bunny simply jumps from up there to down, and he asks it to be careful, wanting to catch the rabbit so as not to let it get all screwed. But the rabbit simply lands on the protagonist's head, jumping calmly to the ground and going towards his chives, and he starts to think that this is not an ordinary rabbit, and the fluffy rabbit points to his chives, and the protagonist asks if he wants them, and the rabbit somehow confirms this. So he takes that chive, picking it, and offering it to the rabbit, and he starts eating it all fluffy next to him, and the protagonist asks if he liked it, saying that he can take more because he has a lot, and the rabbit really accepts. Then the protagonist begins to notice that they have already grown all this overnight, and says that apparently he will have to harvest twice a day, and the rabbit is happy about this, talking to him, and the protagonist does not quite understand. But the rabbit shouts upstairs as if he were talking to one of them, and another rabbit jumps down. A rabbit wearing an apron, and that rabbit brings a hat and also a watering can for the rabbit that came down first. And he notices that they are already there, and wonders if they are married. And the bunnies confirm that they are. And the protagonist thinks that a few days after getting lost in the tower, a couple of rabbits join him at the cave. Man, I found this Luffy rabbit really cute, for the love of God. The straw hat for the rabbit is just a joke. If someone works making stuffed animals and wants to make a rabbit like this, with Luffy's hat dad from me, I'll be really happy. And that's it. The protagonist's life in the tower hole goes from strength to strength, with the rabbit planting, harvesting, watering, and living a wonderful life alongside those little bunnies who are working for him, harvesting and eating alongside the protagonist. He notices that they make a beautiful couple, asking how this happened, because a while ago he was quite surprised when the rabbit said they wanted to live in the cave with him, and they both made faces like begging cattle to be allowed to stay there. And with those cute faces, he was caught by this cuteness, saying that it was okay, but says that nothing is for free, and he will consider if they help him with the farm, and says that all they need to do is cut the chives, but he even thinks about saying other things, but the two jump on him, and he tells them not to be so cute, because if they keep touching him with that cute fur, he will end up taking them in. And after a lot of cuteness, he actually lets them live there. And he says that he feels like he is being manipulated, but he will let them. And by the way, he talks to the two, asking if those things they are carrying are items coming from the tower, because the watering can the husband is carrying has unlimited water. He doesn't know if the rabbit wife has a magic pocket, but she keeps taking tools out of there too, and he says he's very jealous of that, because he wanted to have some of that equipment. And the rabbit talks to him, and he's surprised that they're already finished, and then gets up to tell what they caught. And he tells them to save the chives that were cut, because it seems there hasn't been any change in the sweet potatoes yet, besides that the tomato and cherry sprouts have already grown. And he says they're growing really fast. He thinks the ignorance is because of the rabbits, but when he looks to the side, the two bunnies are a little apprehensive, and they wait for an answer from the protagonist, and he ends up convincing himself, saying that they're both hired, and they really like that, and starts talking in front of the boy who doesn't understand anything. And with that, they both run off out of nowhere, and he questions what was that while they both walk away. And with that, the little bunny takes out a shovel and hands it to her husband, who starts digging there, opening a huge hole. And while he is digging that hole, she makes a wreath of flowers, placing it on the door like their den, making a house for herself. While she is all happy, her husband is very tired from digging so much, and he thinks this is incredible, noticing that they built a house very quickly, and says that the rabbit husband did very well. And he agrees with the protagonist, thanking him for the compliment. However, like a good husband, apparently he has a duty to fulfill, and this duty comes to tap him on the shoulder to pull him to the answer. And she is already all silly, calling him inside to be able to start her family, and he is so tired that he is afraid of what she will do to him, and so he is dragged inside by the bunny, and they lock themselves in there. And the noise that comes from there, my friends, is a little, the protagonist gets a little nervous, a little embarrassed, and he tells his husband the rabbit to have good luck in there, and thinks he's jealous. He was going to say it was boring being alone in the cave, but thanks to the rabbits, he got help with the farm and saw cute things, so he lies down on some old chives to sleep. But out of nowhere, he smells smoke and sees that it's on fire, and he notices that his things are hot, and that chive caught fire because of the light reflected on the bottle, and he wonders what the hell is this, and realizes it was the plastic bottle finally. And then he has an idea. He thinks the environment in the Black Tower was harsh, but he didn't lose hope, and he says he had chives in a plastic bottle, and says he was able to use that transparent bottle with an improvised lens to create fire. And he says it's exactly like in the first episode of Surviving in the Jungle, a series on YouTube, and he prepares to make his little fire, but it doesn't work, and he says that smoke starts to come out, but it doesn't catch fire, wondering why, and he loses hope, because he was sure that was how to make a fire, wondering what went wrong. But out of nowhere, that little ember starts to grow, and finally he will get the fire he dreamed of. Meanwhile, the husband rabbit comes out of the hole, completely sucked in with the female rabbit. All happy, he notices the protagonist blowing there next to him, trying to make fire, and he stands. They're asking the god of fire to please help him, and the two rabbits arrive there quite surprised. And he talks to the couple, saying it's great, asking if they can get wind in the leaves, and the female rabbit starts blowing to help him, and he asks her to please work, wanting to make fire in every way until he finally gets the first flame. Happy to finally get fire, he looks back, looking at the chives, throwing some of them to cook. He wonders if that is enough, and thinks it's hot, and starts peeling the burnt part to get what was inside and throw it in. And when he eats it, he realizes that it's finally sweet, and it's a sweetness similar to sugar. He's running madly in his head, and it's as if he has a green horse running in a big green field in his mouth, and he says that it's delicious, saying it's very well, doing even more. And the rabbits are surprised by what he's doing, so they grab a chive, repeating what the protagonist did, and they are both very happy with what they just ate. And he says that after getting lost, he finally managed to be satisfied with a warm meal and went to sleep like an angel. And after a good dose of sleep, the protagonist wakes up looking at the lake to the side and going there to wash his face, and after that he looks to the plantation, and a lot of things are already growing there. He says that the onion harvest is already over, so he also watered the cherry tomatoes, and has already watered the sweet potatoes, and thinks that this is wonderful. And he says that a lot of things have happened recently, and after he learned how to make a fire, he used the onions to place toast around the cave, and so he can wander around more easily there. And he tells the rabbit couple that near the well it is very dark, and a torch there would help. But then he notices something there, and a piranha, or it was supposed to look like that, flies out towards the boy. He asks what that is, and the fish tries to bite him, and the boy says that it is the first time he has seen one there, wondering if he was attracted by the lights. And he says that was how he discovered a new food source, and he put that fish to roast next to the fire, wondering if it is good. And when he took a bite, he thought it was tasty, and all the bunnies also wanted to eat it. And he asks if they also eat meat, but by the way they are looking, apparently they do. And he says that he thinks these things don't matter much, saying that they are still monsters. And a few days later, the blue moon happened again, and because of that, he discovered that this phenomenon occurs every 30 days. He was using the notebook and the external battery to charge the cell phone and track the days, but this also reached its limit. He started counting the days in another way after the cell phone was fully charged, and he notices that 61 days have already passed. Unfortunately, the rabbits go to sleep exactly at 7 p.m. and wake up at 5 in the morning, and if he is guided by Feather Body Clock, he won't have any problems with the fact that the sun doesn't set on this floor. And he says that some days something incredible happened. He sees the husband rabbit coming out of the burrow to say good morning to him, but it turns out that several little bunnies come out together, and he is surprised by this, with so many bunnies going after him. And he says that the rabbit couple had several little bunnies, and he asks those babies if they missed him, and he says he was happy to become an uncle, but says that it seems like they didn't get any sleep, saying that it must be a lot of work raising those little beasts, saying that he can take care of the children, telling them to enjoy breakfast. And they are both really exhausted, and the protagonist talks to them, calling them to take a look at the cherry tomatoes. And arriving there, most of them have already sprouted, and the little bunnies are playing in the middle of the plantation. And he notices that the flowers have started to bloom. It is increasingly like a flower garden, and to bear fruit it needs pollination, and that's why they do classes in this artificial way one by one. But he thinks that doing this all day is ruining his back, saying that it would be great if a bee came there, but he wonders if it would be too greedy to wait for it. And while he is doing the work, he sees one of the bunnies entering the flower and getting pollen all over his nose, so he exhales in front of the protagonist, making the boy laugh a lot. And he says that it's better not to breathe in the pollen until he notices something, noticing that there is a fruit there, and says that after all this hard work they finally got a fruit. And he is all happy with that little bunny, and he says that it happened the day before the blue moon, so he prepares once again to go to sleep, putting out the fire and putting it away. Then he thinks that I think it's enough to camouflage himself and keep warm. And the bunny is also surprised by what he is doing, while the female rabbit puts the babies home. And the protagonist says that it should start in a few minutes, saying he'll see them later if they survive. And he thinks the blue moon is a piece of cake. But at night, everything gets dark, and he starts to get scared, unable to sleep looking at that hole. And he notices that this is very tiring, thinking about how much is left until the end, saying that just to be on the safe side he hid all things that smell good, and he was going to play until the blue moon ended. But since he doesn't know how many hours have passed, each minute seems like an hour, and he says that those screams seem to come from far away. But still his body doesn't stop shaking, and says that he hopes that this night also ends without problems. But then he hears an even more terrifying noise, wondering what that was. And outside, a gigantic paw is walking around there with a huge monster much bigger than the trees there. And that gigantic red bear comes close to the protagonist hole, getting close enough to be seen from inside, next to the moon. And so that shadow of the bear goes close to the boy, and he is scared shitless because of that threat, thinking that he really is unlucky. And the bear keeps looking inside, and the boy notices that it still hasn't noticed him, thinking to himself that it's better to hide before it notices him. And he thinks about being silent and leaving there little by little. But when he picks up his backpack, it is open, and everything that was inside falls, making a hell of a noise. And so he dies of fear and turns his gaze upwards, and the bear actually hears that, sticking his face inside that hole, already in front of the protagonist, who starts screaming when he sees that monster. And the bear goes crazy wanting to eat him. But after that scare, in the morning, all the rabbits go after the protagonist and try to wake him up. But he asks for a little more sleep, until the rabbit in Luffy's hat hits the protagonist, giving him a slap, waking him up with the greatest vitality possible. And he gets up asking what is happening, wondering what happened and what about the blue moon. But looking at the sky, he notices that it is over, with the little bunny saying that is exactly it. He finally realizes that he fainted, and his whole body is sore, but he wonders what happened, because that monster was at the entrance of the cave. Then he starts screaming and doesn't remember anything else, and he still feels scared now, remembering that, because he was almost killed by a monster monster. He looks at all the bunnies, finally realizing how terrifying his situation is. He starts to feel incredibly cold, and so the mother bunny shouts to him, showing him the fire that was there. He lights the fire, growing it, and finally manages to warm himself with the bunnies. She brings him some fish while he thanks her. After eating, he returns to his natural mood, thinking that the monster noticed this place. He doesn't know if he felt the presence of another monster or just gave up because the hole was too small for him to pass through. But he has no guarantee that next time nothing will happen. He says he was lucky this time, but he might actually end up dying and thinks that he worked hard to get there. For now, all he can do is eat enough to survive, and he puts it into practice thinking about doing something later. Then Luffy's bunny called protagonist, and he gets curious about what the bunny wants to show. And the bunny takes him to a completely different blue cherry tomato the size of a golf ball, and he thinks that it is very beautiful, but he wonders why it turned blue and notices that it is already ripe, and when he takes it out, a system window appears in front of the boy's face, which says that he successfully completed the mission of harvesting a fruit that contains the energy of the blue moon, and he is very surprised by this because it is a message from the system, and the system says that his incredible achievement caught the attention of the tower administrator, and the tower administrator starts keeping an eye on the boy, and he is not happy with him, but the protagonist wonders why this reaction, while Luffy's bunny doesn't understand anything about what is going on, and the system says that the ADM discovered that he is not someone who was properly invited, so he wants to hide this mistake, and the protagonist questions about this, asking how so, also asking if it was a mistake for him to end up there, saying that it has been 61 days that he has been in that place, and only now they are telling him that it was a mistake, asking him to help him because he wants to go home. But the system says that the ADM is considering killing him to pay for the evidence, and the protagonist does not like this at all because he even unlocked an achievement, and instead of rewarding him, he is planning to kill him, asking what the hell is this, and the ADM doesn't even have anything to say, and the protagonist starts to think he went too far. And so the system says that the ADM is awakening him, and the boy really goes through a re-evolution and then finally awakens, and wonders if he is now officially an awaken of the tower, and asks about his class, asking if he will be a swordsman, but he thinks and calls himself smart, saying that he thinks he will be a mudge, but the system says that the ADM assigned a class to him. He asks what it is, and is surprised to read what his class is, and he becomes the tower's farmer, rank F, and then all his excitement goes down the drain, and he doesn't believe what he is reading, and the system says that because of his work, he will not get sick, and because of his work, he will also be in sync with nature, and besides that he will gain experience points by harvesting crops. But at that he asks it to wait, asking how he will be a farmer, ordering the status window to open, and all his attributes are visible, besides he has no skills, and he is surprised that that is his status window, that when he reads that he has a mediocre talent, all the boy's hopes disappear, because he already imagined himself in the wee hours, giving an interview with the presenter, saying that he has a special guest who finished the dungeon despite having a mediocre talent. Then they ask him what his class is, and when he says he is a farmer, he starts to go into denial, not wanting to believe it, because he doesn't need it. But when he prepares to attack that blue tomato, he looks at the little bunnies who are scared with the reaction of being Juo, not recognizing the boy, and he is embarrassed to see that. And finally he composes himself a little, looking at everything he built together with that family, and he starts to accept things because they worked hard to grow it. And then he says that he thinks he will continue growing it along with all of them, making the bunnies happy with the decision, and he looks at that fruit. And so its status window opens. Is a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon, and that cherry tomato fruit grown in the tower is nutritious and tasty. However, now with the energy of the blue moon, its flavor has improved even more. When consumed, it permanently increases your mana points by 0.05. It has a shelf life of 30 days and a starting point of 8. The boy is surprised that it is an item, thinking it is tiny, but it increases his attributes, and says that this is incredible, thinking that he can't do it because of that, wondering if he can grow something so good. Meanwhile, the dragon continues to look at the boy's harvest and is shocked by it. The protagonist tells the rabbits that it was thanks to him that he managed to get this far, celebrating with his family. But then he receives another notification, and a mission is given to him, telling him to offer the fruit containing the energy of the blue moon to the ADM. The reward is a skill related to his class, and failure is death. When he sees that he will be punished with death if he doesn't give the fruit, he wonders if this is some kind of joke, because it has to be. I'm starting to think so. That this ADM is a bit abusive, because man, you're abusing it, huh? You're abusing it a little. And the protagonist realizes that the ADM may even be calling this transmission, but it's blackmail, and says that he should just ask for Roma and not act like he's giving him a choice, and questions himself about death, wondering how worthless a life is too. This ADM, and he notices that, and says that the monster can keep giving its fruit out of free and spontaneous pressure, and tells him to spare his life, and the fruit disappears from his hand, and he completes the mission. And the reward appears in front of him for him to open, and he is surprised, because the mission had actually mentioned the class-related skill, and he says that he was so shocked by the death penalty that he forgot about the reward, and says that the ADM is very generous, and when he opens it, the skill is SMA, which slightly increases the chance of germination occurring when a seed is planted, and the boy doesn't like the skill at all, because he had forgotten that his class is the farmer tower, and he becomes very disappointed again. So after a while, he starts attracting more fish to be able to kill it, and when the fish jumps out of the water wanting to catch the fire, the protagonist hits it with a club, and it falls dead there, and now he can identify that it is a piranha, and since he kills the piranha, which is a monster, he gets 2 experience points, and he says that with that, there are 5, which are 10 experience points, and he explains that after awakening, he started getting experience points, and after blinking several piranhas for days, he somehow reached level 2, and he says he would catch more piranhas, but it is not a good idea to kill living beings for no reason, and they are a good source of protein, and he can't kill them all, and so he calls the bunnies with the fish ready, calling them to eat, and everyone gathers with them. He asks them to eat calmly, because they started eating a lot, then they grew a little, and they need to leave some for their parents, and the protagonist says that he also got information about the rabbits, and he serves the fish to both of them, and those are white farmer rabbits, and he is surprised that this is their identity, because it is a type of monster in which he had never heard of them, and based on their name, he believes that their species has specialized in farming instead of fighting, and he thinks that's why no one knows them, and he says he doesn't know what happened, but he assumes that they must have lost their farm and migrated somehow to be able to end up there, wondering if they had somewhere to return, and he thinks it would be great if they could get along, because all they do is chirp, and Luffy's bunny is surprised that the protagonist complains about this, but he says that anyway. They're going to start work, saying that it's an important day, and Luffy's bunny is very determined to help the protagonist and go into the garden. They get more cherry tomatoes, and everyone is surprised by this, because it's finally time to harvest, and the fruits that took so much work to grow are finally giving some reward, since the ones they got before the blue moon don't count, so he says he'll harvest them with quite heavy in his heart, and when he is about to pull out those tomatoes, he trembles, and all the bunnies are also apprehensive, and when he pulls them out, he celebrates his first cherry tomato, and says that he didn't even have to exert himself to do it. Then he is surprised by the experience points, and the system says that he obtained that magical cherry tomato, and his class experience points increase slightly, and he obtains 10 experience points, and he is surprised that that is a magical cherry tomato, noting that it is like the blue one above, and that tomato is a cherry tomato grown in the tower, which is nutritious and delicious, and when consumed, it decomposes 10 grams of fat and increases his mana points by 1 for 10 minutes, and a maximum of 10 effects can be accumulated at the same time for an hour. And when consumed, in addition to decomposing 10 grams of fat, it also gives him energy, and he is of high rank, and the protagonist notices that its effects only last 10 minutes. But when eating 10 at a time at the same time, the mana increase reaches 1 point, wondering if the other tomatoes do the same, and he keeps picking the tomatoes until he picks the wrong one. Then the system tells him that his class experience points don't increase, and he only gets 7 experience points, and notices that he gained less this time, and didn't get anything from the class. And he says that that one there isn't an item, and is just a common cherry tomato, and he starts to understand, realizing that he needs to pick it at the right time for it to become an item, and thinks that this is more difficult than he had imagined. And then he starts picking and gets 1 extra attribute point because of the harvest, being surprised that he has already reached level 4, and supposes that is enough for now. So he throws one in his mouth wanting to see how it is. But the bunnies next to him are quite angry with the boy's selfishness, wanting him to owe the harvest by charging the protagonist, and he apologizes, saying that they did this together, and should eat together, telling them not to be upset, and they actually go after his tomatoes. And he says that it's time to celebrate the successful harvest of cherry tomatoes with each of them, calling them to fill their pockets. And everyone throws the tomato in their mouth, and when they bite into it, they are surprised, because it's as if they were lying in a green field, looking at the sky. And fireworks burst, lighting up the night, and it focuses on the fresh fragrance of the grass, and the sweet and sour taste that merges with that aroma. It's like fireworks in the middle of summer, and he remembers the summer, getting moved eating the tomatoes. But the bunnies don't quite understand what he's talking about. So his wife asks the bay rabbit what he's talking about, and he says he has no idea. So everyone has fun continuing to harvest, and also tidying up their stock, and they hide it so it won't be taken. And the protagonist observes this, talks about the children, saying that they've grown enough to help their parents with their chores, and he thinks that they are really children of farmer rabbits, but notices that he's fallen asleep, and he thinks he's going to fall asleep, saying that tomorrow will be a great day. And Sejin tells himself that he did very well, and while he sleeps, the system sends him another mission, telling him to offer 100 magic tomatoes to the ADM. And the reward is a class-related skill, and failure once again is the death. But the protagonist is asleep and doesn't even see it. So the system gets angry and makes a huge fuss, waking the boy up. He gets pissed, saying he'll give him some and complete the mission. He thinks it's forcing him to do these things, asking him to please give him something useful this time. When he opens the reward, it's Harvest Level 1, which is a skill that allows you to harvest fruits a little before or after the ideal time, but they are treated as if they had been harvested exactly at the right time. He gets pissed about these skills, wondering why he would need a harvesting skill. However, a while later, when he was about to harvest, he says he had thought it was useless, but it's much more useful than he thought. An effect is active every time he harvests, before or after the time, and so he gets experience points for the entire harvest, even if it's at the wrong time. It becomes a magic tomato. He says that's funny. He gets the class points even when he harvests the tomatoes out of time. Now he doesn't have to wait until the perfect day, and this has made things much easier and faster. So he calls the rabbits to pick even more tomatoes, but another mission is given to the boy, and now he must offer 100 syringe tomatoes, but the reward is none, and failure has a punishment, which is death, and the sprout says he already knew and was taking too long, asking if there won't be a reward, calling the ADM a shitty thief, and thinking that this last mission helped him, and tells him to get it quickly, but the rabbit gets mad about this. But Seiya realizes that this was just the beginning, and the ADM continues asking for more and more tomatoes, asking for 250 this time, without any reward, and the boy realizes that he has become increasingly greedy, increasing his order several times, wondering why the number keeps growing, and then that a mission is given to offer 500 syringe tomatoes with no reward, and the sprout simply gets angry and refuses that mission, and then the ADM is surprised, and the system makes a point of showing this, and it is said that on that day, he rebelled against the ADM of the tower for the first time. Come on guys, the oppression of the state is even reaching my ear. Go, 100, 150, 200, 300, 500, the beast put its foot down. This tax is getting too much, and this makes me think that each tomato he picks gives 10 experience points, and he has already offered a lot, besides what he must keep for himself. Imagine the level this beast is at. And seeing that ADM is getting more and more greedy, he asks what he wants, since he already caught 100 more that day alone, and says that they also need to eat some to stay alive, asking, what the hell is this? But the ADM sends him a message saying that this is the tower farmer's problem, not his, telling him to stop crying and bring the cherry tomatoes, and the protagonist starts to play the Joker, questioning if it is his problem, saying that he worked in the gold and suffered for days to be able to grow them, but the ADM says that he only planted the seeds, telling him to stop making a mountain out of a teacup because it is nothing big, and the protagonist questions about this mountain out of a teacup, unable to stand the ADM's joke anymore, saying that he doesn't want it and won't give him any shit. And then, the ADM feels frustrated talking to the protagonist, and starts to get nervous while the boy completely ignores him. So the system continues saying that the ADM is wondering if he will really refuse the mission, and then the protagonist continues living peacefully with the rabbits, and the ADM keeps sending him messages, telling the boy that he will end up dying this way, but his threats no longer have any effect, and the protagonist says that he will not give the fruits of his labor to someone who says that all he did was plant. So the ADM asks if this is not the work of the tower farmer, saying that the protagonist must listen to his orders, but the boy says that is why he will not give him anything anymore, saying that he forced him to do this, and even so, he does not value all his work, and keeps compensating him with crumbs for all this, questioning if he is not the ADM of the tower, saying that in that case he is a shitty boss, and the dragon almost does not believe what he is saying, being very shocked, and gets angry about this, and then almost apologizes, saying that he is sorry, but he sees the protagonist simply enjoying the tomatoes showing off to him, and the dragon does not like this at all, and says that he is very angry because he ate all the cherry tomatoes, and says he will kill him now if he doesn't buy the mission, but the protagonist then gives him 5, saying he will give the rest later, and says he also needs to feed the children, who are fighting over some tomatoes, and then the 5 disappear from the protagonist's hand, and the ADM says he will let it go just this once, and then the boy just thanks him, and the ADM remains silent, and he wonders if the ADM was going to apologize, because apparently he noticed when the ADM erased what he was writing, and he thinks that the tower administrator is simpler than he had thought, and so, now it has been 91 days that he has been in the tower, and the 4th blue moon appears, and he once again hides to get through that ordeal while eating some tomatoes, not being able to sleep because of nervousness, and he says that people with a lot of mana can withstand the roar of monsters with a certain level, and that's why he's eating the cherry tomatoes, but he says it would be better if that didn't happen again, and he rolls here and hopes that this time pass faster, and then the blue moon shines overhead off a bunch of tomatoes that were there. And he is surprised, and the tomatoes are gaining power, and he notices that this is very good, and the tomatoes start to turn blue right in front of him. And so he says he needs to pick it right now, but as he prepares to go to the tomato, he gets scared, but ends up noticing that even the leaves of the sweet potato are being illuminated by the blue moon, and he thinks that this can't be happening because he needs to check and go in there. He runs to that clearing and opens a hole to be able to see the sweet potatoes, and when he notices, he sees that it is really a sweet potato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. It is a sweet potato grown in the tower, nutritious and delicious. However, it becomes even tastier with the energy of the blue moon, and when consumed, it increases its strength, and the increase is 0.5 mana points permanently, and the protagonist is very happy with this achievement. And as the system identifies that he harvested a sweet potato imbued with the energy of the blue moon, he gets many class points, and his level 1 harvesting proficiency increases significantly, finally reaching the maximum level, and the level increases, and he gains 50 experience points. And when he looks at the tomato, he also harvests it, obtaining the fruits with the energy of the blue moon, and says that it is as if he has the world in his hands. But then, an additional mission appears for him, and he says he knew this would happen. And the additional mission is to offer the blue moon potato to the ADM, and failure is death, and he makes this very clear, and the mission begins. And he also wants the blue moon tomato, and neither of them will give any reward, but if he fails, he will receive death. And he is surprised that 2 missions came at the same time, and he came nevertheless, saying that maybe he will actually kill him if he refuses. And he says that in that case he will finish the last mission, telling him to get the rest of the magic cherry tomatoes. But with the mission completed, the administrator is happy with the basket of magic cherry tomatoes, but begins to murmur asking what it is, and that the protagonist says he takes back what he said about being simple, so he says he'll give it to him later, asking him to let it go for today. But the ADM continues to say that he needs to give him the sweet potato without fail, and the protagonist even agrees, and questions what he does with it, but he asks what else it would be, saying he'll eat it by throwing it in. And as soon as he eats it, he starts to shake all over, and talks about that sweetness and freshness, saying he can feel a festival in his mouth, and how he consumes that tomato with energy from the blue moon. His mana increases permanently, and he thinks he can't hold back, throwing that sweet potato into the fire to get it to the point of eating. And he says it's a shame he doesn't have aluminum foil there, but that's what onions are for, and says that as expected, waiting for the food to be ready is very good. And so, while he waits, the blue moon goes away, and the rabbits prepare to leave with their family, and arriving outside, the father rabbit asks what the protagonist is doing, and he says that they arrived at the right time, presenting them with the sweet potato with energy from the blue moon, fully cooked and ready to eat, and he says that it is not much, but they will all eat together, and in this, everyone is on top of it. But the father rabbit asks them to wait, and the protagonist asks what was wrong. Then the father rabbit points to the protagonist saying something with his family. And the boy asks if the rabbit wants him to eat alone, simply because there is little, and he agrees with that. And the protagonist gets emotional with the father rabbit, saying that he is the only one who cares about the rabbit, saying that he is emotional. And while petting the father rabbit, he gets all silly, and he says that little does he know that he has already eaten the cherry tomato from the blue moon, and he says that he will eat it by throwing it inside, but they are both still hungry, and when he bites into it, it is very hot, and he regrets it immediately, burning his tongue, and he says that it ruined his taste. With the sweet potato falling around there, the 2 rabbits are tempted, and the father notices that there is a chance he will get something, but all the little ones take a piece for themselves and throw it inside, and they also end up suffering from how hot it was, and throw it outside once again, and no one can eat it, and the father is shocked by what happened, while the protagonist sees that his sweet potato almost goes down the drain. And it is said that that day he ate something very hot, and if he completely regretted it. And some time later, he talks to all the rabbits, saying that from that moment on, they will start planting sweet potato sprouts. The rabbits are surprised and look at him, and all the baby rabbits don't quite understand. The protagonist says that's right, the thing they just ate. That's why they are forbidden from eating the sprouts. All the little rabbits don't like this news at all. Then the protagonist says that sweet potato sprouts are the baby rabbit's favorite food, but he tells everyone that there's no point in them complaining, wanting him not to plant them. He says that if things continued like this, there would be nothing left, since they eat all day long. He says that they will have super delicious sweet potatoes for dinner, but if they help him with the sprouts, he will give them all special snacks, asking what the little rabbits think. He says that he has decided to expand the sweet potato plantation area. He talks to the little rabbits trying to buy them with special snacks, and they really fall for this Vagarian story, and he calls everyone to work, while they find them very cute. And the bunnies really go to plant those sprouts, and he talks to his wife, asking if she can leave an onion standing, saying that he can get some seeds flowering the onion, and he says that the more he plants, the greater the chance of them becoming items. And so, really, they go digging holes, and planting little by little, placing and fertilizing calmly, and they work well, while the father comes watering right behind, and one of the cubs gets hungry to eat that sprout, and really sends it inside. But Luffy's rabbit goes there to beat his son, scolding him for having done that, and the protagonist continues harvesting his tomatoes along with them. While he goes harvesting those tomatoes, his level to harvesting proficiency increases slightly, and he gains class experience points. Plus he gains 10 experience points and levels up, gaining the bonus attribute, and it is said that his class points have reached the maximum, and he has gone up from level F Tower Farmer to level E Tower Farmer, and his class level has increased, and his skills have been strengthened, and the protagonist realizes that he has reached level 8, and his class has improved, and he says that at this rate, he can just keep planning, and says that he will make some snacks for now, sticking some tomatoes on a stick. And in this, the ADM continues to spy on what he will make that day, and the protagonist is surprised by that notification, and as soon as he looks at it, the notification disappears, and he notices that the ADM is spying on him, and he doesn't like it at all. But then, he calls the bunnies because it's time to eat, and they all gather around him, and he says that they will love this, and they are special skewers of tomatoes and cherries roasted with bones, and it is said that those tomatoes and cherries were roasted on piranha bones, which had already been well washed, and this makes the tomato sweeter, softer, and each of them receives a skewer to eat, and the protagonist says that it is easy to carry around while eating, and tells them to remember to blow on it before eating, because they are hot, and he says that they have already planted a lot of sweet potato sprouts, asking how about they dig more sweet potatoes, and so he wants to see how they are doing, and when he pulls, each one of those sprouts gives several sweet potatoes, so it is a sweet potato cultivated inside the tower, and when consumed, it will consume 10 grams of fat from your body and increase your strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes, and 10 effects can be highlighted within the period of 1 hour. And when consumed by an unawakened person, it will consume the 10 grams of fat and activate your digestion. Then he notices that he got 15 of them, coming 5 of them for each root, and he thinks that was very good for their first harvest. But he notices that there is a sweet potato sprout there next to it, and thinks it would be a waste not to plant it by placing it in the ground. So the system sends him a notification because he planted the sweet potato sprout, and the effects of Semi-R level 1 increase the possibility of the growth of sweet potato sprouts, and the proficiency of Semi-R level 1 increases slightly, and he is surprised that this counts as Semi-R, and finally realizes that he needs to plant them all to increase his level. So he asks all the bunnies to stop planting, telling them to let he does this. Meanwhile, the ADM is all happy, eating his tomato skewers, which he is also making, imitating the protagonist. He notices that they are bitter because he made it wrong, wondering what happened because the humans seem to have liked it. He says that the inside is sweet, so that's how it tasted, until he manages to make it, saying that it is delicious, and he says he will see what he is doing, looking at the protagonist. But while he looks, everyone is eating sweet potatoes, along with the protagonist. So he thinks that this is impossible because those bastards dared to roast sweet potatoes. Without him, the great black dragon, Eileen Furtani. Meanwhile, the protagonist is super cool with his family and parents, and an additional mission is initiated for him, and the mission is to offer strong roasted sweet potatoes to the tower administrator. The reward, once again, is none, but failure is supposed death, and the protagonist doesn't like this at all, and tells the ADM to come back another time, and he'll give him one. But then the system says that the ADM insists on a strong baked sweet potato, and he's saying that he won't leave him alone if he doesn't give him one. But the protagonist says that there's only one left, asking if he has anything as a reward. And Thean thinks for a moment and says he reviewed the quest, and the reward is a class-related skill. He notices that it's another skill, saying he can get sweet potatoes by completing the quest. The reward, when he opens it, is the seed shop. When the skill is activated, a product can be purchased from the seed shop once every 30 days. He's surprised by this, noticing that he can buy things inside the tower. He says that's amazing, asking how it can only give him this skill now. So he activates the seed shop, but when the system analyzes his purchase history, it notices that he doesn't have one. He says that of course he doesn't have something like that. Then he asks how to buy one, since he doesn't have any money. He asks if they can make an exchange. The system says they're happy to offer Sejim access to their services. They congratulate him on becoming the seed shop's first new customer. They'll then promote him with a coin, and a coin is deposited into his account, so he can buy, and he is surprised that the seed store is so generous, saying they are the best, and he notices that since he won a coin, this must be the currency used inside the tower, and if he is not mistaken, a coin cost about 1 million yuan, so he wonders what he can buy in the store, and the system says that since he is a novice level customer, 3 types of seeds chosen randomly will appear, so it generates the 3 random seeds of the day, and at his current level, can only buy one of them, and he can only buy in quantities of 1,000, which are 1,000 cabbage seeds, 1,000 red bell pepper seeds, and 1,000 carrot seeds. And he realizes that, as the name already indicated, it only sells in seeds, and his cost is 0. 1 tower currency, so it is 100,000 yuan for 1,000 seeds, and that is quite expensive. And he realizes that the red bell pepper and cabbage are very uncertain, since he can't make hot there. So only carrots are left. And when they hear about carrots, the bunnies really like them. And the protagonist asks what's wrong, and to go talk to him. And he asks if bunnies like carrots, and they're both really happy to hear that name. And the protagonist repeats it just to see them get excited, and everyone wants him to buy carrots. And the protagonist keeps messing with them, wanting them to stay excited, but his father gets in his face and kicks him, telling him to buy them quickly. And he actually buys the carrot seed, and 10 cents of his currency were deducted from his account. And he got 1 mileage point in the seed bubble, and mileage points can be used to increase Park Sejong's level, and he needs 100 points to level up. So the seeds are given to the boy, and he says that it seems like the bag is more expensive than the seeds themselves. Then it is said that now he can only buy again within 30 days. And he questions why the system was happy with that. And the ADM says he is satisfied with his purchase, and so another day passes. And he says that they will start planting the carrots now, being happy that he got the carrot seed in the first exchange with the store. But while they are preparing to be able to plant, a bee appears there, curious with everything that the protagonist is doing there. And after planting the carrots, the couple of bunnies are all happy watching the carrots grow up close. And they can hardly wait, and they all stay full of love because of this. And the protagonist says that it's been a few days since he planted the carrots, and although the seeds haven't sprouted yet, they've been acting this way since the day they planted them, asking if they really like carrots that much. And he says he's going to take a nap, because he's going to pollinate the flowers and cut the onions in the afternoon. And he sleeps with a little bunny in his hand, but he sees something passing by, and it makes noise in his ear like a mosquito. And he starts shaking his hand trying to get that thing away, until he gets up very angry, asking if insects have started appearing there. But when he stops and looks at what's in front of him, it's a very cute little bee next to the protagonist, and that bee looks at him all cute, and he thinks she's very cute, wondering if she's some monster in insect form, wanting to attract her to him, already saying her name. But that one is a poisonous bee, and the system alerts him, doing that the protagonist is scared to death of this. And he tells everyone that it's dangerous, but the bunnies are already far away from that bee, running away, leaving the protagonist behind. And he says that those bunnies are too shameless, leaving him for dead, and asks how they can abandon him like that. Then the system warns that the ADM is saying that poisonous bees are carnivorous beings that hunt monsters with their poisonous stings, and then eat their flesh, and their stingers are very dangerous, and avoiding them is the best course of action. And the protagonist is very shocked that those bees eat meat, asking if they call something like that a bee, and asked it not to come near him, wanting to scare the insect away, and says that it's not tasty, and it's just bone, asking it to spare him. And the bee in his mind is full of hatred going towards him, until he picks up something on the ground, putting it in front of the bee, asking it to eat it. And it turns out to be a bunch of flowers that stop in front of it. The bee is curious about that, so it gets close to the flowers, and the protagonist ends up noticing that it didn't happen quite as he was imagining. And the bee starts eating the pollen from that flower, becoming very happy, completely different from what he was imagining the wild beast that it is. So he asked if the system didn't say it was carnivorous. And the protagonist ends up thinking of something, thinking about the humidity, and talks to the little bee, saying that if it's hungry, it can eat the other flowers, showing it several flowers around there, and telling it to jump in and devour them. And the bee is completely happy and going there in search of the pollen. And the protagonist thinks that at this rate he won't need to continue pollinating the cherry tomatoes. So he talks to the rabbits, saying that after they ignored him, they still have the courage to come back, saying they don't care. And he will continue to be upset, telling them to stop touching him. And everyone is wanting to ask forgiveness from the protagonist. And then the bee comes back there, and he asks if she's finished, and asks if she's not full, asking the bee not to get too close to him. But it turns out that the bee is all loving, stretching and lying on the boy's belly, and he wonders if she's going to sleep, finding her very cute. But he wonders if she's not going to sin against him and what seems his family. And the tower has just grown, and some time later, he continues planning and counting the days they is stuck there, and he notices that 120 days have passed since he got lost. And he continues planning and living peacefully with his family. And he tells everyone that he is busy there, asking the bunnies to go play somewhere else. And the bunnies are fighting in the middle of the plantation, and he notices that they are having a lot of fun, and he thinks that of course they need to enjoy their youth. And the bee has also become part of the family, and he asks if she has already sucked all the nectar for that day. And several weeks have passed since the arrival of that little bee, and he tells her that it is almost lunchtime, and she is already very affectionate with him. And he says that she works in the morning, sucks the nectar, and returns to the forest outside the cave in the afternoon, and he tells all the bunnies that it is lunchtime, and he thinks that maybe she is not returning to her group, and a few days ago, she started releasing honey like that, spitting on one of those little onions that became an item. Onion with honey, and the sweet flavor of the fresh, grilled green onion is intensified by the sticky honey of the poisonous bee, and the protagonist, upon eating it, noticed that it is very light and delicious, and he and the bunnies really liked it. The protagonist remembers that at first he had panicked, thinking that she was the poisonous one, but thanks to her, he was able to quickly expand the field to get the honey, and he is happy with this achievement, and thinks that in a few months he will get so much honey that the bears will be jealous of him. But then, the ADM says that he is happy for him, out of the blue, and the protagonist thinks he is strange. And when he turns around, the message disappears, and then he changes the subject, because stopping to think, he notices that it is not long before the blue moon, and says that this is the problem, because he hopes that nothing will happen this time either. So he starts putting things away to prepare for that moment, and thinks that it must be enough food that he has there, and says that the little bee has stopped, seeing, and she must also be getting ready for the blue moon. And all the bunnies are getting ready to go inside, and he notices that the bunnies seem to be more nervous than usual, so he notices that it's almost time, asking everyone to come inside quickly, but the bunnies aren't coming in this time, and they seem to be praying and hugging each other, and he finds this very strange, until both the father and mother run out, leaving the bunnies there, and he wonders what's going on, and the two stop at the door of his house, greeting everyone he was left outside, and simply closing the door. And the protagonist shouts to the two, asking about the babies, asking how they can leave them behind, because the blue moon is going to start. And before he can say everything, the blue moon takes over the sky, darkening the whole place, and he is scared to death. And at that exact moment, he hears the scream, and the cute little bunnies that were there change and become wild rabbits. And the protagonist wonders, what the hell is going on there? And the protagonist, seeing that the bunnies made a mistaken dose of trembolone, he starts to get scared, and they all go crazy, freaked out, wanting to fight everyone, totally aggressive. So, they digivolve near the protagonist, and they start to glow, and he almost goes blind with it. And the bunnies change a lot, reaching adult form and changing color, with one of them turning black, and the rest turning all white, and the protagonist can't believe what he's seen, noticing that they've become adult bunnies, and even their color has changed, and they all look different now. And he says that this is the 5th blue moon since they were born, and wonders if it's like a rite of passage for them, and they confirm it. And the protagonist says that he thought there was something wrong with them, and starts to cry, and the bunnies are shocked by this. And the black bunny goes to him, comforting the protagonist, and he says that they are so cute, calling all of them to receive kisses as punishment, and they even try to run away, but the boy manages to catch them and drag them there. And in the morning, when the moon goes down, the parents, they come out of the house, and the protagonist calls him along with all the bunnies around the fire, and the mother and father go to hug their babies who are there, and he says he's going to prepare a feast to celebrate. And one of the bunnies is all happy and summons a toy shovel, and the protagonist wonders what these things are, and one of them gets the white rabbit's scythe, the other the white rabbit's cart, and the third gets the white rabbit's watering can, along with the white rabbit's shovel. So he is surprised that they can summon items, and notices that when he becomes an adult farmer rabbit, they get their own item, and he can't borrow it, but he asks where the black rabbit's item is. And the black rabbit pulls out a sledgehammer, and he is surprised by this, because it doesn't look like a farm tool, and the black rabbit gets all cocky, and he notices that his name is the Black Warrior Rabbit, and he is all smug, man, so cute. I think I'm going to adopt a rabbit. I really do. I'm seriously thinking about adopting a rabbit, and after a while, each of them is doing their own thing, and unlike their father. The little rabbit has a watering can that looks like a toy, and the rabbit with the scythe is helping his mother as best he can, cutting everything very well. And the little rabbit with the cart is helping by carrying the tomatoes, and the little rabbit with the shovel is in charge of digging holes. So the protagonist thanks one of them, asking them to put the tomato there, and her brings and stores everyone there. And he says that they started helping his parents on the farm, and he notices that those little babies that used to run around there are growing up, and he even thinks he's going to cry. But when he looks back, he thinks he doesn't know what to do with the warrior rabbit that's lying there, eating peacefully, and he wonders if he has nothing to do. And he thinks that if the rabbit is a warrior, his job is to fight. And since they're in the cave, no monsters will appear that harm the farm, so there's nothing to fight, and the warrior bunny really has nothing to do. And the protagonist realizes that the hammer can't be used on the farm, wondering what they should do, until the little bunny has an idea and goes near the river where they catch piranhas, showing it to the protagonist, and he says that it's true and he can hunt in the lake, because hunting is also a type of fighting. So he says that the rabbit can help, and he says that he will attract them with the torch, and he catches the piranhas, telling him to show the power of a warrior. And the little bunny is really determined, and the protagonist stays there, attracting the piranhas that jump, so they can take his fire. And he calls the rabbit to come up, and he really hits that piranha with a sledgehammer, throwing it against the wall. But the blow is so strong that the piranha turns into ground meat and runs down the wall, leaving them in no condition to eat, and the protagonist is scared. While the little bunny is completely proud of what he did, but the protagonist is scared because the fish died at the same time. And it turns out that they have nothing to eat because it turned into sushi, and the atmosphere becomes horrible among all of them because that thing there is not edible. And he tells the warrior rabbit that he will have to improve and keep practicing doing this, but tells him not to be upset and to just eat what he has for now. And little by little, the rabbits get used to their roles, and then the rabbit the warrior is now able to kill the fish more easily. And on day 125, the seed shop reopened, and when he opens the shop, he notices that he will get 3 more seeds, and asking what he can buy. This time, there are 10 watermelon seeds, 50 pumpkin seeds, and 200 corn seeds, but this time, each of them has a very different price, with the watermelon costing 5 coins, the pumpkin costing 1, and the 200 corn seeds costing only 50 cents, and he is surprised, because the prices this time are completely different from the last seeds. And he notices that he only has 9 coins, and he will only be able to buy the corn seeds, wondering what to do, because if they keep getting more expensive, he won't be able to buy them next time. And he thinks that the biggest problem is that he doesn't know how to get more coins. And so it is said that there is a reward for finishing a floor, and although it is a good amount, you can only get 1 reward per floor, and because of that, the hunter's profit margin is not that high. And the second method is hunting monsters, selling the monster parts to merchants or at the store on the first floor. And this is the best way for hunters to profit, since they can continue to profit. And the third method is completing missions to get rewards. And he notices that the mission reward changes a lot, and it is difficult to get coins. And among those 3 options, finishing a floor is impossible for him, and he can't even escape from that cave. And the only option left for him is the missions that the administrator from the tower gives him, and he asks if the ADM can give him liston, asking if he can be rewarded with tower coins for completing his missions. But the DNA responds by saying that he doesn't understand, but that maybe he will understand when he grows up. Then he realizes that he doesn't know the tower coins themselves, becoming curious about what he said about understanding when he grows up, asking how old the DNA is. So he simply says that it's a secret, and the protagonist questions how many years he has left until he grows up, and he says that he will need to wait at least 300 years. But the boy asks if he is joking with him, because then he will need to postpone the reward of coins that he should receive and pass from generation to generation until eventually his 7th generation of grandchildren receives it. Besides, he remembers that there is no situation in which he can raise descendants, and thinks that the situation is so bad that it is he who loses if he gets angry, and thinks that he will prioritize what he can do for his survival. And the only item he can buy is corn seeds, and it's not like corn is a bad choice. Then he remembers that it is delicious steamed or grilled. He can also grind it into flour and make something like bread, and he just doesn't know if it would work, and says he's going to choose the seeds, buying 200 corn, so 50 cents were deducted from his account, and he gets 5 points at the seed store, which he can use again in 30 days. And when the seeds arrive, he asks the father rabbit what he thinks, because they look good. So he gets ready to start, but before that he's starving. He calls everyone to eat something, making a little fish for everyone, and after eating he gets so full that he can't eat anything else. And he says he thinks he'll dry the rest so he can save it. Then he notices the little bee coming back there and talks to it, saying that it has been staying in the cave a lot these days, asking if it will be okay if it doesn't come home. So it starts rubbing against him, and he says that it's okay if it doesn't want to come back, because he will be happy to have it there, until the little bee hears a noise and picks it up in its antennas. And she soon goes into battle mode, going to see what that noise is, and the warrior rabbit also stays alert looking up there. And the protagonist wonders if it is a monster, and the warrior rabbit starts screaming that thing. Then that invader asks them not to misunderstand, saying that it is not a shameless cat that came to steal their food. And the protagonist is surprised that it is a cat, questioning why it came, and the cat jumps from up there, down there, landing on its feet in front of him, introducing itself, asking if by any chance he is the customer Pax Sejam. Then he says his name is Tell, and he is a merchant, and that day, he met a merchant cat for the first time, and the protagonist is surprised to meet Tell, noticing that he is a merchant, and he says he heard that sometimes while climbing the tower, it was possible to find one, but he didn't imagine there would be merchant cats. And he notices those bright eyes and those chubby, soft cheeks. Man, he looks so much like my cat. And he also notices that soft little paw, wanting him to need the bread, and he says that now they've gone too far, and it can only be fraud, because Sejam really likes cats. So the cat continues calling the protagonist, and he says he's right, introducing himself to the kitten, asking what he wants. And he says heard that a new rookie was shopping at the seed store, and says he came there to greet him and do business. And the protagonist questions him about it, and the cat says he has an item he will love, and starts to take something out of his bag, but his meat bag starts to rumble, and he apologizes, saying he hasn't eaten anything today, and ended up showing something embarrassing in front of a customer. And seeing the kitten all embarrassed, the protagonist saw an opportunity, asking Tell if he would like to eat a grilled fish. And the cat really likes it, so the protagonist says he knows what he wants, while he is flirting with the fish. But Tell for some reason controls himself, saying he doesn't need to, and he can't touch the customer's food. But then the protagonist questions if he really doesn't want to, because the smell of the sweet, tender meat, grilled on the fire, must be calling him, and he says that the fish has a divine taste, and no cat could miss this opportunity, questioning if he is sure, telling the cat that he can keep telling him to eat a little. And the cat ends up giving into temptation and eats it all, and says it was very tasty, and now his stomach is full. Then the protagonist says that he ate 5 fish and must have been very hungry, and the cat gets up to thank him for receiving him with such hospitality, saying that he does not know how he could thank him. But the protagonist says that he is grateful because he came there just to find him, and with that the cat goes to business. But the protagonist charges 50 cents in coins from the tower, and the cat questions how it is. And the protagonist says that he needs to pay for the roasted fish. And Tell asks if it was not free, but the protagonist says that nothing is free in this world, and he questions if the cat did not say that he came there to do business, and asks if he will not eat the customer's fish, and simply runs away. Then all the rabbits start to surround the cat, and the cat really gives the coins of the protagonist, which he kind of extorted, and he thanks him, saying that he got more coins and is all happy. And the cat says that he came there to take the client's money, but instead he lost the money, and the business that already started in the red is not very good, and he thinks that he cannot be defeated like this, and he has to sell his things. So the cat says that now it's his turn, asking him to look at what he has to offer, and asked what he thinks, saying that they are the successes of the other floors. It is a thermos bottle that cost 5 coins, a mini fan that cost 5 coins, and also a hand warmer, which cost 5 coins. But he asks if these are not items from outside the tower, and the cat is all convinced that he noticed, and says that this bottle has magical preservation, and if you put hot or cold things in it, the temperature does not drop, and it is an excellent item. And that mini fan has a magical enchantment, and if you press the button, it starts to release wind. But the protagonist stops the cat, saying that he's sorry to cut him in half, but all those items he brought are trash, and he questions how they are trash, asking what the protagonist is talking about, since they are items from outside the tower, asking how he can't recognize their value. But the protagonist says that it is also from outside the tower, and the cat is very surprised by this, and he says that there is nothing magical there, and it is a thermos, and it preserves the temperature by blocking the outside contact, and if it turns on the mini fan and the hand warmer for a few hours, it will stop working because the battery will run out. But the cat says that this is not true, and Scarin assured him that they were magical items. But then the protagonist questions if he is seen, because the fan's battery is already dead. But he says that this is impossible, asking why it stopped, asking the fan to move. And the protagonist says that he thinks he was deceived by that Scarin guy who sold him those things, and he can't believe it, because that Scarin was very kind to him, and starts to cry. And the protagonist questions what happened because he changed the way he speaks, and the cat continues crying, saying that Scarin is a terrible goblin, wondering why he is always being tricked. Then the protagonist talks to Theo, asking if he could explain what happened. Then Theo says that he is from the 65th floor, and it is one of the neutral zones of the tower. Then he says that for a long time he admired Meryl, the most beautiful girl in the Grana village, and then he goes to her, saying that he likes her. He sees a girl, asking if she could go out with him, confessing with a bouquet of fish in her hand. But then she becomes disgusted with him, getting pissed off by the smell of cheap fish, throwing his fish on the floor, and he questions what she is doing, saying that he worked hard to get those fish. But just then, another cat arrives, laughing at Theo, saying that he should know his place, asking how dare he try to win over Meryl. Then he notices that it is Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village, with a huge fish in his hand, and he asks how he could give a 5th grade fish to this young lady, saying that he should at least bring a high-quality salmon as a gift. She is very touched, and Theo says that Meryl doesn't like fatty food because she is afraid of getting fat, but she apparently really likes the big fish, and he is shocked by this. So the rich cat calls Meryl to his house so he can eat the salmon there. So Theo asks her to wait, taking her hand, her asking Meryl to come back, and he asks her to remember all the things they lived together, their memories, and asks if none of it was sincere, and questions if it was all just a lie, asking her to look into his eyes, and swears she doesn't feel the same. Then he talks about those unforgettable days he spent with her, but she simply pulls his hand away with a huge repulsion from Theo, questioning what he's talking about, telling that street cat to get a grip, saying she only smiled at him a few times, and he became completely delirious and continued following her even when she said she didn't like him. And she says that every time he meets her it's a pain, saying she's already told him not to follow her, and says she hates poor cats that smell like like cheap sardines, and he falls into complete despair. That this people, damn, is complicated, right? It's that thing. Oh, or not you. Already have it. He went after the humiliation, right? He has to make a name for himself. And he says that after Mary was taken by Warren, the son of the richest cat in the village, he left there crying, and says that he decided to run away and become a merchant, with the determination to get rich and get his revenge. And they are all very tense with that story. And he says that he even bought the merchant's license and the necessary equipment to become a merchant using his savings of 50 coins. He was going to buy something from the street vendor to resell with the 5 coins that were left. And then the goblin came to him asking if he's a new merchant, introducing himself as Scarum, saying that if he has any questions he can talk to him. Then he says he met Scarum in that place, and he talked about the items outside the tower, and Scarum told him that they are very valuable items, and says that if he takes these items to the upper floors, he will be able to make a lot of profit. And the creatures there collect these things as some kind of hobby, but he questions why he is selling such good items for such a bargain, and the goblin says it's because he liked him, and they can say that it's the goodwill of a veteran who wants to train a new merchant. It's not possible. The little creature is very stupid, man. He fell for that talk. No, people. If a seller wants to sell you something with that kind of talk, there's a 200% chance that you're buying shit at a gold price. And the goblin says that if he doesn't want it, it's fine with him. He can talk to another merchant using another cheap tactic, and the cat says no, saying he'll buy it. And the goblin says that since he's in a good mood, he'll give him a bonus. And this is the map with the location of a new customer at the seed shop. And since he's a new member, he'll be able to make a lot of profit if he's lucky. And since he's giving him other information, the beer that day is on him, asking if everything is okay. Then the cat says of course, and so he says that he gave all his money to this guy to pay for the items, hoping to be able to sell those items there. He almost died of hunger and barely got there, but all those things are trash. Besides, the customer took the little bit he still had, finally admitting that he's completely useless, and the protagonist thinks to himself that that cat is very stupid, but he thinks he's got an idea, noticing that there is indeed a way for him to get coins in that tower. And he asks Telsa to calm down, asking why he doesn't cheer up by eating a baked fish. But the cat is a little smarter this time, questioning if he is offering food just for him to charge later, saying he's not stupid. But Sejum says no, saying he can stay. He might even consider returning the coins, and the cat asks if he's serious. But he says that in exchange, he asks if he thinks he can work with them, and he says that that day he found a guy, actually a partner. And the protagonist asks him what the cat thinks. Yeah, look, the dream of the oppressed is to be the oppressor. He was there being robbed by the DM, and he was pissed. Now that he saw a cat a little more weakened in intelligence, he wants to sign a CLT with him, and the cat is surprised that the protagonist wants them both to work together, and the boy says that's right. And it turns out he needs a merchant to sell his items, so the cat asks him if he thinks he's good enough for that, questioning if he didn't hear his story, and says that he is nothing more than a novice and useless merchant. But the protagonist says that he definitely has a future, despite having made some mistakes, and says that he managed to convince him to be his business partner with the stories he told him, so he is surprised by this. And the protagonist says that he wants to be a business partner, calling all the rabbits, and they have already prepared to chairs for the two to talk a little, and they sit down to negotiate, and the little rabbits stay there creating atmosphere. And the protagonist talks about those things that he bought, questioning if he couldn't sell them because he was cheated, and now he doesn't have the money to start a new project. And the cat agrees with him, and the protagonist says that's exactly why he's making him a business proposal which can be advantageous for both of them, and says it's simple. He takes his items and sells them to other people, and he'll offer a percentage of the profits as an incentive. And the cat questions about this incentive, and the protagonist says that if he needs to sell the items above the price, and says that of course he can sell them for a much higher price, and he was born for this, so he'll keep 3 to 5% of the value of the items he sells. And meanwhile the bunnies are roasting fish to be able to serve, so the cat is surprised and will only earn 3 to 5%, and notes that the conditions are terrible for him. And he questions if Sejun thinks he's stupid enough to be tricked like that, but the protagonist says he forgot to tell him the most important part, and he asks the rabbits to bring the main incentive, and says that his deal doesn't end there, and he will pay him with 10 grilled fish, or the equivalent in coins per week. So the cat is very surprised, and the protagonist says that these are the terms and conditions of the proposal he is offering him, and the cat asks if he will get grilled fish too. And the protagonist asks what he thought, wondering if the cat wants to sign the contract with him, but the cat in his mind starts to deny, wondering if he forgot what happened in the past, remembering all 3 that ended his life, and he thinks he must be smart, because he can't be fooled again, but still he is dying to eat that fish. fish. And he says that only if he gives him 20 fish, he will reconsider. And the protagonist sees that he fell into his role, saying that it's okay. And since he is in a good mood, he won't give him just 20 fish, he will give 5 more. And the cat is even more surprised, because it will be 25 grilled fish. And the protagonist says that in addition to the weekly payment, he will be able to eat as much grilled fish as he wants. While he is there, and the cat becomes even more surprised by the conditions. And he says that he can eat as much as he wants. And the cat ends up falling for the chat, and the protagonist asks if he has the paper there. And the cat says yes, he does. So he starts to write the contract, and they both sign it and make the deal. Then the cat says that he didn't even realize it was the contract because he was too excited, but the signature is already there. And the paper disappears from in front of him while he asks the paper to wait, but the tower system makes a lifetime distribution contract. The objective and content of the contract, and that its purpose, is for Party A and Party B to cooperate mutually in the promotion and sale of Party A's harvest to obtain benefits for each party, and the remuneration will be 25 grilled fish, or equivalent money per week. And the special conditions are that Party B will receive Party A's harvest as an initial deal, and the contract will be terminated if the total amount of sales falls below 5 tower coins per month, and Party B must sell the harvest for a value equal to or greater than the said value. And without Party A's permission, Party B cannot create any additional accounts. Other than that, Party B must use the NHNA accent to sell the items. And in that, the cat, upon reading that, is shocked. And the protagonist says that he heard that inside the tower, the contract is one of the most important documents. So much so that it cannot be destroyed, and so the cat is shocked, wondering how he signed his first contract like that. And the protagonist says he was wondering why they made it so difficult to erase or change, but now he understands because that way he is more effective and respected, and that is very smart. But the cat questions that fourth clause, the special conditions, asking how come with an HNA accent, wondering if he needs to use the dialect of a cat, saying that this is a bit embarrassing, but the protagonist just laughs, saying that he will understand when the time comes, and they will get along. But Tell says that there is no way to know if he will do well or not, because there is still the first clause of the special conditions, and it means that if he does not sell well, he can terminate the contract. But the protagonist asks him to relax because he will sell well, and he believes in Tell, the true ingenious, and he starts to pet the kitten, and Tell falls for the Seiju talk when called ingenious, saying that he loved it, and that the protagonist realizes that the kitten is too simple. But he asks the boy what kind of thing he's going to sell, and the protagonist simply says that they are cherry tomatoes, and the cat doesn't quite understand. When the boy picks it up, he's surprised that it's that thing, as it's a magical item that increases his mana by 0.1 for 10 minutes. So he asks how much he intends to sell it for, saying that if he's lucky, he'll get 0.01 tower coins each. And for awakened people who have recently entered the tower, that's too much. But the protagonist says that it's not even 0.05 for each one, and he questions what idiot would buy that. But Tell ends up thinking that maybe it's better this way, as the contract will end if this month's sales are less than 5 coins. Besides, he'll be able to eat the grilled fish in the meantime. But then he gets straight to the point with Sejum, and since it's the first sale of the contract, he asks how many he should take, and the protagonist says that he should take 1,000 with him, and he has already prepared the 25 grilled fish for that week, but asks how he will carry it, and he says he will put it in his item, the big package. This big package has preservation magic, space expansion magic, and magic that will make it light. He can store many things in it, and still they will remain in their original state for a long time. So he throws that cloth over the things and collects everything on top of the bag, and the protagonist thinks this is too convenient, and the cat puts the backpack on his back, saying he is going to leave. While he leaves, the whole family stays behind greeting him. And so, a few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, a group of people are fighting a gigantic spider with a beating, and one of them shouts that there is only one missing, trying to attack that spider, which goes for the tank with everything, and the wizards stay behind throwing fireballs at that thing, until that tank manages to finish off the monster by ripping off its head with a single attack, and they say it was the desperation of the Phoenix Guild leader, Kingdom Sheik, and they claim they knew he would finish it off with that skill. But he asks everyone to stop praising him, saying they are going to get ready to leave, especially Jessica, saying he won't let it go if she steals like last time, and she talks to the leader, saying that he loves her. Then he notices that the girl is being a cheat, but in that, a bush behind him starts to move, and they already start to prepare for the fight, asking who it is. Then Theo appears talking to the humans, asking if they would like to see some quality products. They are surprised that it is a cat, and notice that it is a merchant cat. Then he says it is a pleasure to meet them, talking to Nia. And all the girls get emotional when he tells Nia, saying it is cute, and he starts to ask if it is cute for her, still imitating the kitten. And they talk about that little paw. Then he remembers Sejun, telling him not to forget to say that when talking to humans, saying that it will help to get attention, and he realizes that it was really for that. And seeing that he got everyone's attention, he asks everyone to see what he brought, putting the cherry tomatoes in front, and everyone wonders what it is. But they are disappointed to see that he came there to sell food, and the leader says that if he is going to sell food, it should be something like bread or meat, and cherry tomatoes are kind of so-so. So the cat frames them everyone, saying they knew they would say that, saying that they are cherry tomatoes different from what they know, and the wizard is interested, and he asks them to analyze it. Then they wonder if it is an item, and when the wizard analyzes it, he is surprised that it increases 0.1 mana for 10 minutes and says that this is very low, asking how much it cost. And the cat says that it is 0.5 coins per unit, and the wizard questions if he has gone crazy because he prefers to buy equipment than spend his hard-earned coins on this. So he says it was a waste of time. But one of the girls continues analyzing the text and notices that if she eats that, she will lose 10 grams of fat. So both the muscular leader, the other girls are interested in this and question what she said, realizing that they will lose weight just by eating that. And they are surprised that you can eat 10 per hour. So the leader already asked to buy 200, but says he will buy everything he has. And the other says she wants 100 too, and the cat is surprised. And everyone starts fighting over it, but the cat asks them to form a line, and everyone wonders if they should buy it. Meanwhile, the prota is harvesting and leveling up, even getting bonus attributes. Then he wonders if Theo is doing well, that he thinks he must have met with the hunters by now. And at first glance, the magic cherry tomatoes may seem like an item to buff your magic, but they automatically dissolve 10 grams of fat and revitalize the body, and are the best product for weight loss, and not to mention that they have no side effects, and besides, they are super tasty. And the leader says he has no doubt that it will sell a lot because he trusts the diet of the land, and in turn, Theo, after talking to those adventurers, is surprised that he sold everything. Everything he took. Wow, it's not for nothing, but to dilute 10 grams of fat, 100 grams of fat per hour just eating tomatoes, my friend. My friend, what I would buy of that is bullshit. If I could plant something like that, I would form an empire, it would form an empire that would go head to head with growth, sell that at the gym's door, or in the United States, where people are a little rich and eat very badly. Wow, I would become one of the first trillionaires in the world. So, in the meantime, the protagonist is analyzing the carrot sprouts. He assumes they're around 70%. And of the 1,000 carrot seeds he bought and decided to plant, only 700 actually germinated. While of the 1,200 magic cherry tomato seeds he decided to plant after harvesting, only 732 managed to sprout and grow. He says the germination rate of the corn and sweet potato seeds he bought at the seed store and planted himself is around 60% to 70%. And the germination rate of carrots and tomatoes is quite similar. He says it would be great if they germinated more, but perhaps better when they're at half the level, or perhaps the soil inside the cave isn't very fertile. He says he'll keep trying for now, as he should be able to find a better way to grow them later. And since they now have a hotel to help them with the tower's coins, they need to harvest as much as possible. Then, he notices something happening, and behind him is the warrior bunny throwing a torch into the air, attracting the attention of several piranhas. When they emerge from the water, he manages to kill them all in a flurry of attacks and farm alone. He notices that the black rabbit seems to have gotten really good at hunting, and he's all smug, until it starts glowing like a Pokemon. He wonders if the rabbit has leveled up. He congratulates the bunny, saying he's seen the others level up several times while farming, but this is the first time he's seen this happen to him, saying he's gradually becoming a true hunter, and he gets all goofy with his brothers. He asks how about they take a break, calling everyone to have some coffee, and indeed, there was coffee inside the cup. And he wonders about the goblin who tricked Tell, who was Scarum, and says that it seems they didn't even open the magic cup, because if Tell sold that coffee, maybe he would have spent all his money buying it, and thanks to their stupidity, he got that beauty for free, and says that even though they don't have magic fabrics to boil water, much less ice cubes to make an iced Americano, and that right there is a luxury, and he thanks the bee for always being able to give him honey, and it's ready, a Melicano, a combination of instant coffee, dissolved in the fresh water of the cave, mixed with the dense honey from venomous bees, creating a perfect harmony between the bitter and sweet taste that with just a small sip, that combination can relieve fatigue and hunger, and the protagonist, drinking it, thinks that the Melicano is too good, asking if they want to try some, and that the black rabbit takes it and doesn't like it at all, spitting it out along with his little brother, and the protagonist begins to assume that rabbits' tongues are more sensitive to bitterness than humans. Meanwhile, the bee begins to fly over him, going to the hive she herself planted, and he calls the poisonous little bee, and she looks at him all happy, showing off her new home. The protagonist questions if that's a hive, asking if she decided to live with them, and she agrees with that. Then the protagonist says it was sad that she had to come home every time for dinner, and says that he can finally feel like they're a family, and says that now they're going to have a party. But the ADM gives him a new mission, asking him to give her 10 cherry tomatoes, with failure being a disappointment. And the protagonist says that by staying ahead after the mission, he thinks he started to realize something after seeing his deal with Tell, and the threats like, "Give it to him or I'll kill you," disappeared, and now he asks him with that sad expression, and maybe he started to like him as much as he despises him, and says he'll give some, and offers it to him. The ADM thanks the protagonist for his kindness, and he's surprised that now he's thanking Tell, saying that that's good to hear, but he notices something, noticing that he just acted like a free-ass kisser. Meanwhile, there with the goblin, there are 2 others, and he's annoyed that that cat hasn't returned yet, and he wonders if he's talking about that ass-kissing cat who bought his items last time, and he says he's very cunning, saying that he sold his junk to that sucker, and says he has to learn some tricks from him, asking if by any chance he's looking for that cat, and he says that he spent all his money buying his items, and despite having passed for a long time, he didn't return to the merchant guild to say that he couldn't sell them. And then the other goblin asks if Scrum is worried, asking what he'll do if he really comes back. Scrum says that since he's a nice guy, he won't be able to pretend he didn't see him and was thinking of buying a vase of milk, telling him about an opportunity and then lending him his money. And the other goblin asks what he's talking about, and so he says that this way, his poor kitty would have to work hard to pay back the money he lent, but he won't be able to pay back that debt, much less the incessant interest, and in the end, he'll become your slave until death, a slave for life. My friend, this goblin there, I think he's quite inspired by the joke, that thing where you take money and you can't pay it back. And so, the others think that Scrum is a genius, and the other asks if it wouldn't be better to find him soon, because it's not easy to get one. This ass-kisser is one of them these days. But Scram says they still have plenty of time, saying they shouldn't go after the target recklessly. And the other goblins with him continue to kiss Scram's ass, and he says he's starting to get thirsty, saying he'll take a look at the merchant sales rankings today. So they say it's true, saying they usually update around this time. And so, Scram says he finally entered the top 1,000, and his ass-kissers are happy that he reached position 999, and they say they're not even in the rankings, and Scram says it's worth stealing coins from the ass-kissers, and says he'll take a look at the people he'll pass. But he notices something strange, wondering what the point of this is, since Tell is in position 982 with 50 coins, and they question if this isn't the cat, realizing that his ranking is higher than Scram's, and he gets very pissed about it because he is sure that the cat was unable to sell it, wondering what Tell is up to. Meanwhile, he returns to the protagonist all happy, and Seiya asks where he was, and he says he apologizes and says that next time, even if he sells everything, he will not have fun on the other floor and will go straight back. And the protagonist questions how so, wondering if he was having fun and for how many days. Then he says it was for days. So, says he told him it would take at least 10 days to get to the 31st floor. But is surprised he had time to have fun for 4 days, even after selling everything. So Tell says he's sorry, and the protagonist says he thought it would take a few days to sell everything, but since he came back in 4 days, it means he sold everything as soon as he got there, and he talks to Tell, saying that if he doesn't want to see the scary side of Part A, he questions why he doesn't tell him the details, already in a very scary way. And Kat is scared to death, agreeing with the protagonist, and after sitting down, he tells Seiyon everything. Then he asks if Kat is saying he just talked to them a little, and the hunters bought everything, and he says that's what happened, and says that there are the 50 coins, and the protagonist really tells him, saying that Tell did a good job, saying that there are his 2 incentive coins, but Tell asks if it wasn't Kat. The salesman Tell ingenious, but the protagonist says he was demoted, asking what kind of cat vendor will play for days instead of returning right away, saying that if he works hard next time, he can consider returning his position and will also increase the incentive rate by 5%. Tell agrees with him, saying that he will strive to become a worthy cat vendor. Then the protagonist questions why he is still talking like that using Nia, and he says that he decided to live like this because it seems that humans like it more. And the protagonist just lets the cat do whatever he wants and is happy because soon everyone will know his name. But Tell questions how so, and he says that the name of his farm is written in the description of the cherry tomatoes, and that is why people will soon find out who grew the tomatoes. But then Tell is quite surprised because he screwed him over completely. He explains that there is a system for beginning merchants that hides the strength and origin of their goods, and the policy is designed to prevent rich street vendors from selling their products, steal the suppliers of the beginner merchants. And since Tell is still a novice merchant, Sejin's name as the cultivator of the goods has been covered, and if he finds out about this, he will be very angry, and instead of being an employee, he may end up being demoted to a simple part-time employee. And the protagonist asks Tell if something happened, and he is full of fear, saying it is nothing, asking him to pass the cherry tomatoes that he will leave right now. And the protagonist questions him about wanting to go already, telling him to rest for a few days, as he also needs to receive his weekly payment. but he says it is better to work. And since he is busy, he wants to take everything and leave, and he says he needs to hurry to remove the name restriction, as the only way to do this is to quickly get 1,000 coins and become an intermediate level traveling merchant. And the protagonist notices that he has become committed along with the warrior rabbit, who is also finding this strange. And already in the real world, a group of people are talking, and so that guild leader receives a message from his daughter telling him that the effects of that tomato are great, and all his friends are jealous, asking if he will buy more for her. And he is all happy with the girl, and they ask the leader Dom Cheek what happened, and he says that his daughter was always irritated because of the diet, and she said she loved the tomatoes, and he says he only bought 20 units and left the rest for the other team members. And he says he didn't know she would like it so much, saying he should have bought more. But then he asks if he's talking about the serious tomatoes that guy was selling, saying he doesn't understand why all the girls are so obsessed with it. And so, one of them says he gave the tomatoes to his girlfriend, and they're now dating. And the other asks if it's serious, and another says he also bought some, but hasn't used them yet. And that other guy who's in a dry spell asks him to sell them, and the third says to sell them to him, saying he'll give him 100,000 won for each one. But at that, the leader asks them to calm down, saying they can't do things like that, and tells them to call the others, and they go to the 38th floor now. But one of them tells the team leader, saying it hasn't been long since they went to the tower, saying they won't be able to get everyone together, and they'll complain. But at that, a girl arrives there. Actually, the 3 girls arrive saying they're ready, and Jessica and the others arrive out of nowhere, already with the chip up to date. And one of them says that they have already prepared the tower coins so they can buy the tomatoes. That is, go on the expedition to the tower, and she says they are ready for the tomatoes, but they try to correct it so as not to make it so obvious, saying they are ready to defeat the spiders, and the boss calls everyone to the pot, and he says he will get more of that magical cherry tomato, and he will become a great father, and he says he wants to achieve this, no matter what it takes. And already in the tower, the cat is all downcast, wondering when he will be able to sell a total of 1,000 coins, and says that the maximum cherry tomatoes he can carry is 1,500, and if he keeps selling like this, he will need to go back and forth about 10 times. But he just thinks that he should focus on making as much money as possible for now, and wonders if that wasn't where those humans were gathered last time, until the humans themselves find the kitten, and then they shout that they found the cat, calling everyone. And Theo asks if they were looking for him, and the boy confirms that yes, saying that they didn't know when he would return, and they had been waiting there for 3 days, asking if they had magic cherry tomatoes. And the cat is surprised that they had been there for 3 days just to buy those tomatoes. And then the boy asks if the tomatoes still cost 0.05 coins, but the cat apparently is smarter, asking them to stop, saying that in fact the price has already gone up. And the boy is surprised that this happened, and the boss asks what these are like, asking if something happened, and the cat says that's it. And the boy says that what it looks like, the price of cherry tomatoes has already gone up, and he asks how much they cost now, and the cat says that they are 0.7 coins each, so he wonders if it has gone up a lot, but the leader doesn't care about it, saying that everything is fine, saying he'll want 100, and the cat is surprised, while the human gang thinks it would be strange if such a good item was very cheap, and thinks that if they can't buy it this time, who knows when they'll get it. And they ask the cat for a large quantity, and he notices that he's already sold everything, and thinks that even raising the price, he still managed to sell all 1,500 tomatoes. And so the leader asks the cat when he'll be back, and he asks if they'll wait for him again, saying he'll be back in about 10 days, and so he says that's a good time interval between their missions, saying that's okay. They'll come back and buy more cherry tomatoes in 10 days, and tells them to hurry up in finishing the spider missions and leaving off the tower. So he's all happy that he's got regular customers, and thinks that at this rate, he'll be able to collect 1,000 coins quickly. And he thinks he needs to become a mid-rank market soon, so he can reveal the name of his supplier, and thus go back to being a selling cat. But then another girl talks to the kitten, and he finds it strange, and the girls wonder if it looked like them, asking what she thinks, and they say it was very similar. And he says his name isn't Cat, and his name is Tell, and introduces his breed to the kitten, and he asks what it looked like, and she says it looks a lot like a cat she knows. And he says she must be mistaken, because he's the only pretty cat in this world, saying he's busy and needs to go. But then they ask him to wait, offering him some cat food, asking if he doesn't want to cry. And the cat wonders what that is, but he doesn't eat anything but fried fish. But then, when he sticks his tongue out, he gets crazy, wondering what flavor this is. Because even though it smells like fish, it tastes like nuts and melts in your mouth. And notices that he ate it all, asking if she has more, and she pulls out several other flavors, and he says he wants more, asking her to give him. And she says of course, saying that she will give him if he takes a picture with her. And Theo, once again, falls for the human's talk, but says that she has to give him all of them, and with that, he agrees to take a picture with the girls, and they leave him and leave, only with the pictures. Then they say that it is the first time they have seen someone bring cat treats to the tower, but they say that he is more forced than they said, and they say that it is good to see him smiling, asking if she will come back to see him next time, and the girl confirms this, saying that of course she will come back to take more pictures with the kitten. Okay, I guess I'm a little paranoid here in my Arnoia, because I thought this girl would be evil, but apparently she's just a cat lady, and I'd probably take a picture with my cat like that if he posed. And then, over at the protagonist hole, the black rabbit is swimming, and he says that right now he's giving the black rabbit special swimming training, but he raises the question of whether anyone is asking if he's dangerous because of the piranhas. But he's just asking the bunny to relax his body and stretch his onion forward, saying that he's doing very well swimming, and he says that of course for safety reasons. He saw the hole where the piranhas pass through, and he says that he's checked a few times, but he still gets a little nervous in there. And he says that now the rabbit can try to swim without holding on, saying that he's doing much better than the last time, when he almost drowned by jumping into the water in celebration for his partner, saying that he was in shock because he thought the piranhas were going to eat him because he saw the rabbit practicing the spawn body swim, and he got a big scare. And he thinks that just remembering it makes his heart race. And the rabbit gets all silly apologizing for what he did. Meanwhile, the chubby brother and the shovel brother enjoy the water, and he says he wants to eat some sweets after teaching in the water, and he wonders where the honey is, but realizes that it is empty apparently. He has already eaten all the honey he collected last time, and he wonders about the little bee because it hasn't come out much since it moved a few days ago, wondering if something happened, but then he notices that there is something different, realizing that there are several other little bees that are in your home after birth, and notices that it's been so long since he checked that it seems like the number of babies has increased a lot, wondering if they are all children of the little bee because he didn't even notice, and says that it's been a long time since he saw her, and says that he wanted to congratulate her, but he can't visit without a gift. So he calls the little bee with several flowers there, asking if she can come for a second, and says that he has a gift for his hive, but several bees come towards him, ready to be able to duplicate him, and he asks what they want and tells them not to do that because they are not enemies. And inside, the mother bee realizes what is going on, and he asks the black rabbit not to fight them because they are almost attacking him. And so when they come up, the protagonist is scared, but realizes that they have stopped, and when he looks up, he wonders if by chance, is that the one that is happening? What's up guys? They put it there, formed a node, gave to mattresses to the bee. Oh my god, what I'm seeing is impossible, man. There's no one with a cute little animal that doesn't turn into a girl. What's happening with the Asians? Man, it's not possible. Everything has to turn into a waifu. And he's quite surprised by the little bee that's looking at him, all cute, and she's turned into a poisonous queen bee. Approaching her, she's the size, oh my god, the size of a bee. Oh my god, what am I recording? And the protagonist is quite surprised, as is the warrior rabbit. He wonders if this really is the little bee he knows. And in this, he's explained about poisonous bees, which are carnivorous insect-type tower monsters that hunt their prey using their venom. That's basically all he knows about them. But the dragon is reading a bit about, saying that there's no adequate explanation for a situation like this in the tower management guide, but he thinks that since it is not dangerous, he will just keep an eye on them for now. And later he asks his grandfather about it, and besides, even if it is not something simple, there is a solution. So the bee gets close to the protagonist, who asks if it is really her, that tiny and cute poisonous bee, and she gets all happy, and he talks about her appearance as scared as the warrior rabbit, and he notices that she has changed. Man, she is sensualizing him. My Jesus in heaven, I will not be able to continue, man, my god, what am I recording? What am I doing with my life anyway? And the protagonist says that after the day she ate the nectar from the Sejong cave for the first time, every time she ate, her body gave off the strong smell, and her weight increased a little, which made the queen bee notice her. However, she quickly realized the reason for the change in the queen's attitude, because it turns out that she became able to lay eggs. And at that moment, the little bee decided to become independent, leaving that hive, and she made a hive inside the Sejong cave, the safest place she could imagine, and so she suffered a lot of pain inside the new hive, and after several transformations she grew, becoming what she is now, and her appearance began to change, and that's how she became the poisonous queen bee they saw. And he congratulates her for becoming the queen, because despite the moment being a little strange, he gives her some flowers, offering it as a gift, and she blushes. I'll just ignore it. I'll act natural. I'll accept it. It's natural. I'm already used to it. It doesn't even hurt anymore. And she runs up to him, hugging the protagonist, and he asks about it, and she keeps clinging. And all the other bees see that he is good and stick to her, doing like their mother. And everyone is happy along with the other rabbits, and he says he likes her too. And so a few days later, he is woken up by the rabbits, wondering what happened. So he says he thought he would be able to sleep during that blue moon, but something happened. because the carrot sprouted, and the carrot with power and the blue moon appeared there. And the father rabbit calls him, and he notices that there is a carrot like that there, because he thought it wouldn't change since it is small. But he thinks it will be great if he can pick it, and he is happy with the rabbits because they woke up just for that. So when he pulls, he gets his first carrot, and says it's the size of a thermos cup, and notes that it's an agility carrot. The system says that carrot was already nutritious and delicious, but it got even better with the energy of the blue moon. When consumed, it permanently increases your agility by 0.05 points, and so your experience grows, and the rabbit's proficiency increases considerably. The rabbit gets 70 experience points. He notices that it's a ranking crop, which means that when he harvests better crops like this, he'll earn even more points, being 70 instead of 50. He notices that this isn't his, saying that the rabbits can take it, thanking them for the gold work, asking them to continue helping him in the future. All the bunnies are happy with that carrot, so the scythed rabbit asks his father to throw it up because he's going to make a good one. So he chops it into several pieces so that each of his family members can have theirs, and each one has their slice. He says it was a good job because he managed to cut it to size perfect, saying it was a great performance. And then they prepare to eat and are happy with the taste of it, and the protagonist in turn pulls out the blue moon tomato, noticing that there were 5 this time, 5 special ones, and he asks the ADM to get them because he had asked earlier, and says that if he is grateful he should give him another ability, but the ADM said he will think about it and maybe give one later. But he asks how he will think, but then he hears a scream, and it is Tell himself who is there, and he is surprised that the cat has already returned, and the protagonist questions about it, but the cat tells Sejim to ask the poisonous bees not to attack him, and he realizes that Tell was not really there when they were born, realizing that the bees think that Tell is their enemy and asks them to look, saying that Tell is not an enemy, and he is part of the family, and he starts to grab the cat to show that he is good, but his fur gets stuck to the protagonist, and he starts to sneeze, and he asks what happened, because the cat is calling him brother out of nowhere, saying that he is just an employee, questioning how he dare address him, as if they were on the same level, bullying the cat just to disturb, and Tell says that he just called him family, saying that it hurts apologizing, but that the protagonist makes a point of calling him employee Tell, wanting to calculate the sales first, telling him to get the money from the tomato and Churindia sales, and he gives it to the boy, and he realizes that it is 75 coins, saying that Tell worked hard, and besides that he also shows something, saying that the humans were waiting to be able to buy the tomatoes, so he charged 0 to coins more per unit, and he says that the boy must be very surprised because he did well, saying that now he can become the sales cat, and so the protagonist offers his encouragement for him because he tried hard, still calling Tell an employee, but he asks if he can't give him another title because he did well, asking why he didn't become the sales cat. But the protagonist says that there is still a long way to go for that, calling him employee Tell, saying that he needs to try harder. And he says that he didn't know it would be so difficult to become a sales cat, but the protagonist says that in fact he already knew that, saying that the tower's ADM is very useful because he warned that the cat increased the price of the unit, and he says he'll give him another harvest of the blue moon from the information. Then he ends up noticing something strange because Tell is eating churu right next to him, and he sees the cat all happy, asks what it is, and he says it's churu, and the protagonist asks where he got it, and he says he got it from a human after taking a picture with her, and this one tastes like chicken, but the salmon one is tastier, and the protagonist is surprised that a human gave it to him because there are only 2 ways for things from the outside to enter the tower. The first is by being sucked in, and that's how he entered the tower. At the same time he disappeared, and the things that were with him also came to the tower, and originally the sucked people appear on the first floor, and there they exchange the items to be able to climb the tower. And the second way is when an awakened hunter brings something to the tower, and they say they can only bring about 1 kilo of items, but when they leave the tower they can take anything, and normally the items that hunters bring are simple things: the hunter's cell phone, which is called the hunter phone, and also the hunter's food and general supplies, where the tower's exclusive cigarettes for smokers and are instant foods that can be consumed while climbing the tower. He notices that a hunter brings unnecessary things just to find a cat. It's too much, but he ends up having an idea when he thinks about it, thinking he's a genius, and will say that a new business idea just crossed his mind, and he starts looking at Theo with a very greedy look, and the cat feels this, wondering if he by any chance wants to try crying. Maybe the protagonist is a bit of a scoundrel. I'm starting to realize this as the chapters go by. And with Sejin looking at Theo, he even offers that churm, but the boy takes it from him, simply confiscating it, and Theo then freaks out, asking him to give it back. But Prota tells him to stop doing that, because he's going to tear his clothes. However, Theo says he got it and then takes a picture with the human, but Sejin says he's right and made a deal and took the picture, but remembers special condition 3, because without permission from Party A, Party B cannot have additional customers, and says that this is a serious breach of contract, and the cat didn't know this and gets scared. And Prota then tells Theo to sell, not to be disappointed, but asks why they don't talk about their customers, and at that Theo asks if he's back to being the salesman, and the boy says he'll leave him in that position for an hour, and if he makes good deals in the future, he can become a salesman for many hours. And Theo starts to understand, getting all silly, and at that, Prota gets to the point asking him to sit there, picking Theo up, putting him on his lap, and asking if the fire's temperature is good, and this while the bunnies help him by fanning the cat. Then he says that Theo can lie down comfortably and eat that sure, and with that, Theo becomes increasingly happy with the perks he's having. He complains about being a vendor, he has these privileges, and thinks it's the best feeling in the world. So Sejin asks if he likes chur, and Theo says so too. He wants to eat grilled fish. Prota goes to prepare his fish immediately, saying he'll serve it, but still questions how he'll get to the 38th floor without fighting the other monsters. So Theo says it's because of his traveling merchant license, and Prota is curious about that. Theo says it's this brooch that's proof he's a traveling merchant. He says he has to pay an annual membership fee, quite expensive to the Merchant Association, to maintain this license. The higher the level, the more money he has to pay per year, but he also gets a lot of benefits. He says that if you have the merchant license, you can use the various facilities protected by the association and not be attacked by monsters. It's one of the advantages of being a merchant, traveling merchant, so he asks if he can bring hunters to this floor. But Theo says he can't do that, because although the monsters don't attack the traveling merchants, they will continue to attack the hunters. Furthermore, there is a shortcut called the Merchant's Passage, which is only available to traveling merchants. If he wants to go to other floors using the shortcut, he must have a traveling merchant's license first. Otherwise, without the Merchant's Passage, it's impossible to go from there to the 38th floor in just 5 days. At this, Prota asks if he's serious, wondering what floor they are on. Theo reveals that they are on the 99th floor, and Prota almost doesn't believe it. Starting to find out then Theo confirms that they are on the 99th floor, asking if Sejong didn't know about it. And Prota really freaks out with this information completely and falls to the ground desolate. And in that, Theo asks what happened to him, and Prota says that since Theo can't use the waypoints as a hunter, but because the trip only lasts 10 days. He thought this place was just a few places on the 38th floor, but he thinks he should forget about it because it doesn't change anything. And now he knows what floor he is on now. But then Theo keeps calling him desperately, getting Sejong's attention, bringing him back, asking him to wake up. And with that, Theo finally manages to bring him back and says that his week's pay will be reduced to ashes because he is letting the fish burn. And Prota goes there to take the fish out of the fire, putting others to get it right this time. And he thinks that it has only been a few weeks since the hunters started climbing the 40th floor. And since he is on the 99th floor, he wonders if he should just give up on leaving the tower. But then Theo starts giving him orders, telling him to do it properly grilled, telling him not to let it burn like the last one, saying that this is an order from the seller. But then Sejong gets pissed at the audacity of that guy, saying that Theo is already finished in an hour, and he is surprised by this, saying he's embarrassed. But Prota thinks of something seeing that pendant on his chest, and in that he imagines the hunters looking for his goods. But he goes there, answering if they need help, asking if they want to look at some good items, arriving there with Theo, and then they are happy that he is the legendary traveling merchant, farmer of the Sejong Park Tower. And his mask at the orange cat Theo, he says he thinks this story has already spread everywhere. And everyone starts to be happy that it's true that he appears in front of the hopeless hunters, wanting to give him the money, and he keeps dreaming about that. He asks Theo if it's possible for him to become a traveling merchant, but Theo asks if he isn't someone from outside the tower, and he says that only creatures born inside the tower can become a traveling merchant, questioning if Prota didn't know that. And he becomes desperate once again. Then Theo says that no matter how cool it seems, he will have to give up, and Prota simply freaks out, throwing a tantrum, screaming, scaring everyone around, cursing that damn tower. And all the rabbits get scared. The bees can't understand what's going on, and the ADM himself also hears something from his house. So everyone is scared to death, and Theo says he was scared for a moment, asking why he's screaming, nothing. And he's all ruffled up already on top of the black rabbit, and Prota thinks it won't be much different, and says he should have prepared himself for suffering the moment he decided to enter the tower, and he'll just waste time stressing about it, wondering what he can do. Because if he can't leave the tower, he'll live every moment to the fullest right there. And outside the tower, some people talk about Prota's tomatoes, and the executive Aloro asks if the mysterious item that recently became popular among players is that, and that woman says that's right, and she says it came from her brother, one of the members of the Phoenix Guild. And he says he met one by chance street vendor and ended up buying it. So the guy asks if that's it, but the girl says she can't see it, but he can. The item's in the status window, and that's Jenny, CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals. So he's surprised by that cherry tomato, and that's Michael McLaren, Vice President from the Gaggle Food Company, and Michael asks what is she going to do with this junk item. Jenny tells him that he's the only one who controls 39% of the global food market. She asks if he's lost his business talent. Michael says that even though she's the CEO of the Easter Food Company, she must be wondering what happens if she opens her mouth carelessly. But she's just showing him some analysis. He's surprised by what he sees. She says that, as expected, they failed to extract the compound from the item they took from the tower, but the results of the data they obtained in a short period of time researching were beyond his imagination. Michael then asks her why she showed him this. Jenny asks if this isn't a business she wants to monopolize on her own. She tells Michael that she just needs her agricultural tower project to be properly licensed. He's surprised by this, questioning how she knew about it. She starts laughing, asking if he doesn't think he should regain the trust of her father, the current president of the company, Gaggle, and says that she heard that the board director will elect the next president on behalf of the current president who is sick, and she offers him those tomatoes, asking what he thinks, questioning if that cherry tomato over there doesn't look quite appetizing. And he takes one and throws it inside and thinks it's sweet, liking it and laughing a lot with her, but he laughs so much and likes it so much that he asks if she has another one. But she reminds him that he even ate hers, telling him to go to the tower and buy his own. And in this, protagonist begins to use his head to get to know the surroundings and also deal with daily needs. And since they're going to settle there, they have to correct the inconveniences they've experienced so far. They also have to increase the items they need for their daily activities and have to know the surroundings for their own safety. He asks Theo if there are any monsters near the cave, and he says there aren't any nearby, but there are some a little further away. The protagonist asks what kind of monsters they are. He then says it's a giant crimson bear, reminding the protagonist of the monster from that time. He's surprised, and the cat tells him it's a terrible monster, and every time he passes by, it always stares at him. And the protagonist realizes that, as expected, it's still dangerous to leave the cave, and thousands of cherry tomatoes will soon bloom. And if he has a lot of flowers, the number of poisonous bees will also increase. In this case, he can use the poisonous bees to patrol near the cave, ensuring no monsters get close. He can also ask the poisonous bees to tie the rope he made using onion leaves to nearby trees. And so, he finally makes it out of the cave. He tells Theo he has a mission for him, and Theo asks what it is. He says it's an extremely important mission that only a salesman can complete. He asks the salesman Theo if he can do it, and Theo happily confirms it to the protagonist. And so, a few days later, on the 38th floor, Theo approaches the human camp and says that, compared to the last time, there are many more people there, and it's as if they're securing their place there. He thinks it doesn't matter, because this time, the more customers, the better. And he jumps down there, scaring everyone. And he says he's there, and everyone runs. And they notice it's the traveling merchant cap. And a chubby guy comes up asking if they have the miraculous tomatoes and mermaids, saying he's going to buy them all. But then one of them asks how he can skip the line, saying it's his first time there, and everyone who arrived first has already made preparations to buy. And the chubby one asks, what the hell is this? Questioning if the Phoenix Guild thinks they can monopolize the 38th floor, questioning how dare he act so pretentious. But then, the kitten asks the humans to wait a minute, asking them to listen to him, and says that, in fact, from that moment on, he's going to change his sales method. Then, they are surprised and question what the cat means. He says that, from now on, he will sell 500 cherry tomatoes to the highest bidder. And they question what he said. He says that's why. Those who are broke can leave now. The corrupt capitalist cat is excluding the poor. So he says there are 500 cherry tomatoes, starting with 35 coins from the tower. And the protagonist, in turn, realized that the popularity of Tomato Sand, the cherry outside the tower, is bigger than he thought. And judging by the fact that they gave Telecry to win his favor, he bets there's some psychological competition to secure the items. And since the supply is limited and the number of people needing it will certainly increase, the best way to make more money is through an auction. He asks the Black Rabbit if he doesn't think so, and he says that, besides that, he also gave Tel some important missions. He'll use this opportunity to validate Tel's negotiation skills. He calls everyone back to work, asking the Black Rabbit if he can start making dinner preparation. He of course agrees, but the protagonist receives an additional mission, ordering the tower manager to drink a cup of magical cherry tomatoes mixed with honey. The reward is a job-related skill. Failure is a major disappointment. He says that experimenting with tomatoes and cherries will take a long time. He has to work now, saying he'll do it for him later. But the ADM demands that he complete the mission now. He says he'll complete the mission faster because he's prepared an incredible job skill for him. He emphasized realizes that the skill given as a reward for the mission is quite impressive. Then, the protagonist realizes he wants to show off the mission's reward, or he just wants to drink the tomato juice, asking if he can just give it to him. But the manager tells him he must complete the mission to receive the reward, and he's yelling at the protagonist to trust him. Just trust your father. That's what he's saying, literally. And the protagonist looks a little skeptical and asks the manager to wait a bit. And he thinks that because he suddenly had a craving for tomato juice, he squeezed 50 cherry tomatoes he picked, mixed them with some honey, and shared them with the rabbits. And since the taste was so delicious, they whined for a while, and he thinks that the amount he collects should be enough. So, he says it's time for the pulp to squeeze him dry. He turns to the queen bee and says he needs her help. She goes over, squeezes some honey out, forming a bubble, and takes it to the boy's cup. And so, the cherry tomato juice is ready. It's a juice made by squeezing cherry tomatoes, extracting their thick pulp. And the honey from the venomous bee makes the flavor sweeter and richer. And the occasionally chewed pieces of tomato and cherry provide a thrilling sensation. And the protagonist tells DNA to get it. He's genuinely curious about the taste and is flapping his wings. And the protagonist reads about wings, wondering what kind of animal that is. Meanwhile, the little dragon is drinking it and thinks it's very sweet and sour. He's all happy. So, he compliments him because the juice was so delicious. And the protagonist is happy that DNA liked it. And he gets straight to the point, wanting to see the reward skill. And the reward is a special job skill he acquired, which is beekeeping. He must register the venomous beehive as his own to use the skill. And the special skill allows the user to apply beekeeping skills to their hive. And the bees in the user's hive show no activity among themselves. And the user can give specific instructions for the bees in your hive, and the reach-off collection of bees from your hive will be slightly increased. In addition, the queen bee spawning speed will be slightly increased. The bee's honey collection speed will also be increased, and the pollination rate will also be increased. And his hives are currently one of a kind, and that's the poisonous beehive. He says he was worried that the poisonous bees might follow him when he left the cave, but by giving him this ability, things will get really good. And he asks if DNA heard his concerns, and DNA doesn't know what he was doing. While the protagonist thanks him, the little dragon gets all silly and says that if he's grateful, he could give her another glass of magic tomato juice with honey. But in this, the protagonist speaks directly to him, saying that there's something he's curious about. He wonders if, by any chance, he's a winged pig, and with this deduction from the protagonist, the dragon's mood goes downhill, and he changes completely, cursing the protagonist, telling him to go to hell, calling him cruel, stupid, and foolish. He wonders why DNA is so angry. Meanwhile, with Tell, everyone is surprised he wants to hold an auction. Meanwhile, the guild leader is desperate. If he doesn't buy the cherry tomatoes that day, his image as a caring father will be ruined. He offers him 41 coins from the tower, and everyone is surprised that he's doing this. And he says that, for now, the most important thing is to secure the cherry tomatoes. And then, they can raise money from people who need the tomatoes. And with that, Gordon Ho offers 45, while they increase until they reach 52. And with that, the leader asks if she has any money, and she says she didn't bring much because she was just going to buy some as a gift. But just then, another guy in a suit comes by offering 100 tower coins, and he says he'll buy all 500 units for 100 coins. So, Gordon Ho simply closes the sale for him and says it was sold for 100 coins. Then, everyone is surprised because that person is Michael, vice president of Gaggle. He's called the young master of the hunters, wondering why that guy is there. And behind him is someone the leader knows. And he goes to Chris, asking what he's doing there, because he's out of this expedition mission. And the boy is surprised talking to Don Schick, and he says that, in fact, his sister asked him to calm her. Michael to where the street vendor was, and he apologizes. And Don Schick remembers that Chris's sister is the CEO of the pharmaceutical company, and he thinks they now have to compete with big companies. And he didn't know the rumor would spread so quickly, and there are only 2 more rounds in the auction, and he should win this time. And so, the kitten starts the next round. And with that, Theo starts again with 35 coins from the tower. While the leader thinks he needs to win by offering 60, that conglomerate, once again, offers 100 tower coins. So, the leader continues to borrow from everyone. But while he's desperate, Theo once again sells the tomatoes to the same conglomerate. So he starts again. But the blonde man tells the merchant to stop, because he will take all 1,500 for 300 coins. And so, the guild leader falls to the ground completely desolate, because the highest status has been lost. So, he tells the team leader to stop, because he can wait for the next opportunity. And then, Theo collects the money as the vice president's subordinate. He says everything has been loaded, asking what they should do. He says the product is fantastic, and it's a good thing he came there right away. He says they're going to the first floor of the tower. And then, that girl who took the picture with Theo comes back to talk to him again. He notices that she is human, that she made him cry, trying to remember her name. And the girl is happy that he remembers what happened. And he doesn't remember the girl's name at all. And he ends up saying the girl's name wrong. And she just accepts it, asking if they can take a picture together again, saying it's going to make him cry. He's all happy, but he tries to play hard to get, saying that there's no need to cry, and she's surprised by that. And she says that in return, he must give her that thing called coffee, and it sounds like crying, and she asks if he's talking about that coffee blend, and he says yes. He asks if she has anything like salt and pepper, and they get more and more surprised. And it turns out that the girl gives him all the items he's asking for. And Theo remembers when protagonist spoke to him, saying that if people ask him to take a picture with him, ask for things like coffee, salt, or pepper. And depending on his performance, he'll let you be a salesperson for many hours. And he's all happy, saying he knows he'll be able to spend a good amount of time in Sejong Park's lab. And the girl is all happy to take a picture with the kitten, several photos, doing various poses. And she says she has some really good photos, thanking him. He says he's also grateful for the deal. And then she mentions the cat's paw, taking his paw, thinking that it's so soft, and that feeling is so good. And he asks what she's doing, and she says she couldn't help it, because it looks so good. And she says it's going to make her cry, and he asks her why. And she simply thanks him for letting him touch her paws, saying that it was quite relaxing thanks to him. And he's surprised. He asks if humans feel good just by touching his paw, and she says yes, because humans don't have such soft, pretty paws. And truth be told, they're lucky just to touch her, and she thinks to herself, that's because cats don't originally like holding human hands. And he asks her if that's why, and she says yes. And Theo begins to notice that his little paws are lucky paws, and her friend is also in the game, wondering if she could take a picture, saying she'll give her pepper first. And he tells her that of course. He takes a picture with the girl too, and as he does so, she looks at his paw, and he throws them forward, telling her to touch them, and he tells her to give him her rewards. So the girl thinks he's so cute, tells him he should bring the crying next time too, and he gets all silly about everything he got from the girls. And he says that by just letting them touch his paws, he can become a salesman for 24 hours. Then, he also remembers that he has another mission. Meanwhile, the girl continues posting photos with the cute kitten, and then he comes up behind her, watching what she's doing, wondering about this. And she gets a fright, questioning where he came from. And he talks to the girl, who was Suha, but he's calling her Boha. He asks if she's from a place called the Republic of South Korea, and she asks how he knew. And he says he found out because he smelled a familiar scent coming from her. And she asks about that scent, and he asks if she can help him. And the girl finds this very strange. Meanwhile, the protagonist is there, peacefully in his plantation, with his bees and his rabbits. And they're producing crazy honey for the protagonist. And he keeps making cherry tomato juice with honey. And his beekeeping increases meticulously, and he acquires more and more of this juice. And with his level 1 beekeeping, it is completed by leveling up, and the protagonist thinks this is going very well. And as the bee population continues to grow, his beekeeping skill has also leveled up. And he looks at the beehive, noticing that she's laying eggs, and he says it's hard to see her these days. And the option has changed from increasing minutely to increasing a little, and he wonders what the difference is, because that's a lot, Naval. And it's said that the number of hives he could have has increased from 1 to 1, from 1 to 2. And if he can divide the hives later, he'll be able to have 2 hives. And he says he'll need another container to collect the honey later. It would be nice to have a bottle, but he can think about that calmly later. But for now, he's harvesting carrots, calling the rabbits, inviting them to come and eat. And as he harvests those carrots, his work experience continues to increase. By raising his harvesting proficiency to level 2, he gains 10 XP. He also mentions that yesterday, a few days after harvesting the moonlight carrot, he was able to harvest regular carrots as well. And all the rabbits are very happy about this. So he tells each of them to get one for themselves. And he says that the type of food that can be enjoyed in the cave increases. And he sees the rabbits bowing and wonders if this is something to make them bow. And they all gather around the fire to enjoy this. And he thinks about the nimble carrot. When consumed, it causes a person to lose 10 grams of body fat. It also increases agility by 0.1 grams per 10 minutes. The effects accumulate to 10 grams per hour. And when consumed, you lose 10 grams of body fat and improve your vision. He's amazed at the effects, and he thinks that once harvested, the number will increase. And if they can be sold, they'll become really famous. Besides, he thinks it's delicious, and he says he'll eat it quickly and then harvest the carrots and store them in storage. And so, several of them are placed with the tomatoes and taken to your stock, and they go back to planting some while harvesting others. And he asks if the black rabbit is tired yet, and tells him not to be smart, to try to steal and eat the carrot. And the father sees what his son is doing, and he notices that the storage is almost full, and he wonders if they should stop and fix things there. But as he does so, he starts receiving more XP notifications, and he wonders when he managed to reach level 10. And then another mission appears. He asks the ADM if this is his doing, but he says he didn't do it. It's a job quest that appears at level 10. You have to complete it to get new class attributes and advance to the next level. and the protagonist says he's heard about the job quest, and he says that normal hunters receive combat-related quests would be to defeat 100 giant orcs, or defeat 500 slimes, because normally the missions are about subduing monsters. And since he's a farmer, the mission type is different. He must expand 50 square meters, and he thinks that's very easy there, and he completes the mission. And as a reward for completing the mission, he goes up to level 11 and receives a bonus stat. And as a reward for completing the mission, he also acquires 10 coins from the tower. And as a reward again, he gets a job, and he finally finishes the expansion, almost dead from exhaustion, along with the other rabbits. And he notices that the work attribute he's earned as a reward is really good, because he can gain XP every time he creates a square meter of crop field. This is a job attribute, and he says it's good that he completed the mission quickly. Well, after eating and planting carrots, the field grew more than he had imagined, and he ends up exhausted, thinking he can't do this anymore. And he calls everyone so he can sleep and finish tomorrow, saying they all did a good job. And the bunnies try to get into the house, along with their parents, but the two of them block them, leaving them outside, and they lock themselves in there alone. Then the bunnies keep knocking on the door, wanting to come in with their parents, and the protagonist wonders what's going on, asking if they were kicked out of their house. Noting that they're back, they'll become adult white and black rabbits, and he says it's time for them to become dependent. It's too late for them to tour today. He asks if they should sleep together, so they all go to bed with the protagonist, sleeping on his body, and he says that this is good sometimes. Well, it's very warm. Meanwhile, the guild leader thinks his daughter is going to torment him, and then that crying girl comes over there, talking to Dronzer, calling him. Then he asks why the street vendor is there, and she says that Theo has something to say, and he asks if he happens to be the leader of the people who came from Korea, and he says yes, questioning the cat. Why is he asking this? And Theo, out of the blue, he proposes a contract with the guild leader Dronzer. The guild leader finds it strange that the cat is talking. Theo shows him the contact information, and he talks about giving 50 million to Park Sejong's family, who lives in the Sosa district. And Theo also says he has to tell them that Sejong is doing well, and they'll pay him 50 tower coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. So he's surprised by this, because with this, he can be the best father to his daughter. But then the leader asks who Park Sejong is, and since the announcement is for the family, he must be a hunter who can't leave the tower right now. So Theo talks about it, but he remembers how much Sejong asked him for this, saying that the secret to the others is that he's on the 99th floor. And Theo thinks of something, and he says that Sejong saved his life on the 40th floor, and he's just running errands for them. So he's surprised that the cat mentioned the 40th floor, saying that means it is a hunter who has already completed this floor, and he was the one who found that magical cherry tomato. And Theo says he can't tell him that. He says Sejong is a good man, so he has a lot of secrets, and the leader thinks about this a lot. Even if his guild assembled a team made up of the best members, it would be difficult to get past the 39th floor, and he'd never heard of any official records for a player who made it that far. And say you're a solo hunter and haven't joined any guilds. This is a great opportunity. Well, with that excuse, if he keeps in touch with the boy, they might even recruit him for their guild, and they can monopolize the distribution of those hard-to-find cherry tomatoes. So he says he's going to make a contract, and Theo tells him to just sign this paper. And when he does, he does. He says it's done, and the system confirms it. And the leader says that since Theo already knows, the agreement is valid even outside the tower, but he'll see you in 10 days to update you and ensure the information is delivered. And he orders Sejong to be transformed for him, and he says that he is Kingdom Sheik of the Phoenix Guild. He'll be responsible for delivering the news to his parents. Meanwhile, the protagonist says the rabbits are busy. They're building their houses now, and they're really committed. And he asks if they're finished building yet, and several of them are already finished. And when he looks, they all have their own little houses, quite proud. And he notices they have a roof made of onion leaves and mud walls. And the father's rabbit and the scythe rabbit, they had a lot of work. And in that, he says that the other, he made a room to rest in 3 hours of work, saying he wanted to have something like that too. And he says that they all did very well. And he says that it was a few days ago, since the rabbits moved out from the rabbit couple's house. So he calls everyone over to throw a housewarming party. And the protagonist explains that the baby rabbits, they started building their houses. And the rabbit couple, they're still clinging to each other, same as before. And so he toasts to the rabbits, who work together with everyone, and talk to the black rabbit, take a punch, thanking him for offering excellent quality fish. He's all happy, and the protagonist says they're very smart, and it was a great idea, making a cup digging a hole in the carrot. They really liked it because they just took it and ate it too, like an ice cream cone. And he says that even though it's too small for him, it's still fun since he can eat the glass after drinking. But in that, he notices both the rabbit Dolores and his wife all loving, and she's pinching him, and the protagonist notices it and notice that this looks suspicious, very suspicious, wondering why did they make their children leave. And he's starting to think that they'll have more little brothers soon, and the black rabbit is unsure about this. And the protagonist receives a modification saying that the seed shop is open, and he remembers that was the deadline. He completely forgot about it. He wants to see what he can buy. And when you open it, it has 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. And he notices that he finally has lettuce, because he really wanted some blood and upsole. But since he doesn't have any meat to wrap inside the lettuce, he thinks he'll have to pass it by. And then he notices what's left. It was the potato and the strawberry. He has a lot of money, but he can only choose one of them. And it's really hard to choose, but he thinks carbohydrates are the best, choosing potato seeds. And he buys it, and 5 tower coins are discounted, and he earns 50 loyalty points. And now he has a total of 56 points. And he can go up to level 1 in the store in 30 days. And he thanks him for using that store. Then a bag is thrown into the protagonist's lap, a very large bag. He almost gets crushed, and he says it scared him a lot, with several potatoes falling around. And the Laurel Rabbit is very upset about this. His wife was almost hit, and he apologizes to him. And the protagonist opens it, noticing that it looks delicious, saying he wants to plant it right now. And he says he'll cook, boil, and even make potato pancakes. And he's already excited to cook, asking if the rabbits don't feel the same way, and saying that's right, saying that they're taking a day off today, and tomorrow they're going to plant the potatoes. And everyone agrees with that. But while he's excited, and if he remembers anything, wondering if Tell is doing okay, because he must have just finished his chores. And now in the Central Merchant District, several different species are there, and there are furries of all kinds. And Tell goes looking for blankets, packed pillows, ladle, bowls, and spoons. And he says this should be good enough for a frying pan. Then he asks the wolf, how much is all that? And it says it's 1.6 tower coins. But Tell is walking around with protagonist, who even asks for a discount. And at that, the wolf laughs at him, saying he's too direct, saying he's never seen you around here before, and he'll be generous enough to sell you for just 1.5 tower coins. So he asks for even more discount. But the wolf then says he won't have any left, and he can't give him any more discount. And the cat asks if it's serious, and says he'll buy it somewhere else, leaving everything behind. But at this, the wolf despairs and asks him to wait, saying that he can't just leave like that. But then Tell says that he said he won't give him a discount. So he leaves, and the wolf gives up, saying he lost, saying he'll do it for 1.3 coins from the tower. Then the cat says he'll only pay 1.2, or just leave, and he says it's okay, saying it's going to be like this and nothing more. And so the cat gives him the coin, and he leaves all happy. And at that, the wolf tells himself that he thought he was a newbie, but in fact, he met a master. But when he looks at the coins the cat left up there, he sees some strange sweat marks there. Meanwhile, Tell is sweating profusely, all nervous, thinking he finally did it, and he bought something without looking like an idiot, shouting around. And he remembers the protagonist teaching him something, telling Tell it's time for Sejim class, about how not to be a stupid buyer. And he says that first, when they suggest a price, he should ask for a discount. It doesn't matter what it is. And second, if they say no, he should just leave. And third, if they stop for him, he must ask for a discount 3 times, and ask the cat if he understood, telling him to just remember those 3 and not get robbed. And he realizes that what the protagonist said was true. And it really worked, just like he told you, and says that now he is a traveling merchant who knows how to get a discount. But then he hears someone talking about an item outside the tower, realizing it was Scarum, scamming someone else. And he says he'll tell him a secret, because he just wants to help the newbie merchant to become a high-level merchant. And so, Tell gets very angry. What a nasty move, be passing someone else over. Farmer 7 seeing that scene, thinks he can't forgive him for deceiving other novice merchants, so he shouts strangely, saying that he finally found him. And the goblin is surprised to see Tell, and talks to him as if they were friends, asking where he's been all this time, asking if he knows how long he waited, asking if the items he gave were good. But at that, Tell tells him to get lost, asking how he dares act around it, and tells that other person not to believe that bastard because he's a fraud. Then he questions what Tell is talking about, asking how he can be saying such things, saying that he gave good items at an affordable price, all because he sympathized with his situation. But he is holding a knife to the neck of the one who saved him from drowning. But Tell tells him not to joke with him, talking about that cup, saying that he must have sold it with magical preservation, and tells him not to believe him because that cup cuts off contact with the outside and blocks the circulation of heat, causing the temperature to drop slowly. But that's not magic, all those items, the things he gave, are garbage. And this guy is surprised that he knows this and asks where he heard this information, and he says that this is just a misunderstanding and says that Tell is right. He must have made a mistake about the item and calls him to talk a little, but Tell calls the guards, saying that he is there. And there is a wicked goblin who is trying to trick the beginner merchant, and in that the goblin asks Tell to just wait because he will not let him get away with this. So he runs off, and in that Tell gets angry with him and tells him not to believe what he says recklessly, and that newbie thanks Tell, saying that he survived thanks to him, and if he can ask his name, what would it be? Then he introduces himself all cute, and she is surprised that he is the Tell she heard about and thanks him for helping her. But he says that everything is fine, saying that he is going, telling her not to be robbed anymore. But apparently, that little fox knew something, and she says that the mission is complete and tells everyone to get away reveal. And with that, the ninjas come out from above, and 3 dogs gather near her, and she questions what is happening there, asking if she didn't tell them to get rid of all possible elements that could hinder the mission. And then they apologize to her, saying that it is the agents who are dominating the 100 meters round as planned. However, they do not know how that merchant cat appeared, and says that there is no excuse, apologizing to Agent Zeref. And she is the agent of the Boreal Secret Inspection of the Traveling Merchants Association, and she asks if he is calling that an excuse, saying that the operation to arrest this guy, which they have been preparing for the last few months, is about to go wrong, and they will return to the Boreal Inspection headquarters for now. But first she talks about 100 letters of apology. And that dog asks what she's talking about, and says that it is to reflect on her mistake today, telling him to bring 100 letters of apology, and everyone trembles as she leaves. And she thinks that lately they have been receiving a number of reports about the fraudulent merchant from the Traveling Merchants Association, and after a long time, they were able to track Scarin's movements, and he knows where and how to get items that can only be found outside the tower, and they were not able to find out if he gets the items through an illegal route. And it was impossible to catch Scarin in a hurry, and yet she somehow managed to make contact with Scarin while disguised as a traveling merchant. But faced with an immediate arrest, they were interrupted, and she thinks that they have to revise the plan and remembers that his name was Tell, and he seemed like he was not on good terms with Scarin, and she says that she will have to investigate that guy. And at that, Tell starts to feel good as he goes home. Meanwhile, the protagonist is talking to the Scythe Rabbit, saying that this is how he should cut an X, and he really learns easily, doing a great job. And he'll say that after that, just moisten the soil a little and put the cut piece in the ground, and he asks if Big Rabbit isn't surprised, because with his trick, he'll be able to plant for 100 potatoes with only 100 seeds. Then he says that he saw this in the past on YouTube, and to think that he saw something without even paying attention while eating, and this is helping him now. He earned 1 XP for 1 AP and says that it's not much, but it seems like extra income. And he says that now that he's finished with the potatoes, he wonders if he should dig up some sweet potatoes. And everyone gets excited, and he says that he hasn't been able to eat since his days as baby rabbits, so it's been a while. But he asks the bunnies if they know what to do, and he says he's talking about the sweet potato sprouts, and since he has to remove the sweet potato vines before digging them up, they can just throw away the sweet potato sprouts, which will give sweet potatoes after they planted them, and that is something they cannot do. And by saying this, all the little rabbits get very sad, but the black rabbit makes them calm down and reminds them of everything that happened that time, and they apparently have a somewhat evil plan. And he asks if they think that planting the sweet potato sprouts is part of their work anyway, so he says no, saying that he decided not to monopolize the fun of planting the sweet potato sprouts, and says that farming is all about time, and he cannot ruin the crop just because of his proficiency and skill. And they all get sad because they will have work. And then both the mother and the sickle go cutting the sprouts, and the fat one goes carrying them with his cart. And the warrior goes after dying for taking little trying to keep up, and so they sow everything. And after the work is completed, the protagonist stands up proudly, creating 500 square meters of sweet potato land. And he is surprised that even without cultivating alone, he was able to obtain despair by creating the land. He earns a lot from this, getting 150 and a bonus status. And so Onluffy's father rabbit, along with the rabbit and the mother, start the dance, and they all start dancing while singing. And the protagonist doesn't understand anything about what's going on and wonders what they're doing. The system says that the white rabbits are waiting for the full harvest of sweet potatoes, and says that it's a lively dance of the dedicated abundance of the tower farmers. The tower manager is also shouting, roasted sweet potatoes, along with the white rabbits, and he wonders if he should catch them with the help of their support. When he pulls the first one, something starts to shine coming from the ground, and when he puts his eye in, the brightness increases so much that it's almost blinding, and he ends up noticing that it's a sun pumpkin sweet potato, a mutant pumpkin sweet potato that absorbed the sunlight at the highest point of the tower, and has the energy of the sun, and when consumed, it burns 100 grams of fat and grants resistance to cold for 24 hours. It is said that he received an achievement for reproducing a new species in the tower, and the protagonist is very surprised by what he achieved, especially with the news of having managed to reproduce a new species. But meanwhile, in the real world, on a certain residential street, the leader of the Phoenix team stops there and realizes that this is the place where he should go, Sejin's house. And upon seeing that new variety, both the protagonist and the rabbits are amazed, and the system says that he harvested that, and the CSP increased a lot, with him receiving many rewards for it. And the tower grants him exclusive rights to cultivate new varieties, and no one can cultivate the sweet potato from the sun pumpkin without his permission, and he thinks this is incredible, because it is like saying that he is the only one who can have that sweet potato, and even if he harvests it and sells it to someone else, no one can plant it, because he has the cultivation rights, and that is the best. He puts it back down, saying he's curious about the taste, but since it's a new variety, he has to make sure he plants it and lets it grow well. He then says they should dig up some sweet potatoes again and go after others. He manages to get several and starts gathering them along with the rabbits. As time goes by, he puts the fish to roast for everyone to eat along with the sweet potatoes. When he takes it off the heat and cuts one open, they're amazed and says there's something he'd die for, and the rabbits fall in with him. But he asks everyone to eat slowly because the father rabbit is almost getting stuck. The system reminds him that the ADM is waiting his turn while wiping his saliva. The protagonist thanks him for letting the rabbits eat first, asking him to get 10 sweet potatoes. He says he's grateful and will enjoy it. Then it's his turn, and he asks to the rabbit with the scythe if he has finished eating, then if he can give him a hand. Meanwhile, the little dragon is all happy eating the sweet potato too and throwing it inside, and he says that it is a shame that he ate them all and wonders if he should ask for more sweet potatoes. But in that, he sees the protagonist doing something different, making several little fillets with the help of the rabbit with the scythe, and he says that after drying them like that, they have to turn into sand 1 or 2 more times. And he asks the scythe rabbit for 1 more potato, and he throws it up, chopping it beautifully for the protagonist, and he says that's cool, because it cuts them very evenly, and asks him to keep doing it that way, and the bunny gets all excited, and in that, the ADM is wondering if he's throwing away the delicious potatoes, but he says that he's not throwing them away, but rather drying them, and he's doing a very good thing, asking if he's ever heard of dehydrated sweet potatoes. But while the protagonist is taking the cooking up to the tower, Gilcheek goes to his family's house, and someone inside asks who it is, and someone there asks if this is the house in Sejin Park. And then the people inside quickly open it, asking about him, but question who that man is. And in that, they welcome him into the house, because they knew, and says that they haven't had him invited these days. So, he doesn't know if this will suit his taste, but he says that it's okay, saying that he would be grateful if he just served him water. But they ask what led him to look for a Sejim, because he has no knowledge if he already knows. But Sejim is missing now, and with that, he apologizes for the late introduction, saying he is Kim Dong-sik, the leader of the 5th team of the Phoenix Guild. So they are surprised that he is from the Phoenix, and the little brother soon recognizes that he is from that famous Phoenix Guild. And with that, the father asks what is wrong with Settle, and he wonders if this is real, and if he is the leader of the 5th team, and says that it is one of the top guilds that represent his country, and on top of that, it is the 5th team, and he is a wonderful high-level hunter. But Dang-sik continues to act very measured, saying that this is not so amazing, and then the protagonist father questions why such an important person would come to his house, and asks his wife if she knows where the expensive melons are, asking to bring them. But he says that it is fine, telling them to sit comfortably, and the wife says that if he is a hunter, that probably means that her son is in the tower, and they ask when he entered, and out Sejong, why is he there? And then Dang-sik says he's there to deliver something at Park Sejong's request, and he simply puts a letter on the table, and everyone is horrified by that, and they say he's a damn ungrateful, asking what's the point of needing them to do something if he left his parents there, that he still has a lot to do, and he starts to cry for the boy. But Dang-sik says that this is not a will, and the father doesn't understand anything if it's not a will, and as soon as he opens it, he sees that there are many euros there, and it's 50 million won, and so Dang-sik says that Park Sejong is sorry for having to rush to the tower and wanted to tell him that he's okay, and says that he asked him to deliver this to his family, and the father starts to laugh, saying that his son is smart like him and knew he would be successful wherever he went. But the mother asks if Sejong is really okay, asking why he didn't come and give them this in person, and Dong-sik says that he said he can't go out because of the mission. It's something that often happens with hunters, asking the lady not to worry, and he also confirms Sejong's name and tells him to call him comfortably, and he says that of course, saying that he heard from his parents earlier and Sejong is missing, questioning if he had no idea that he had entered the tower, and they say yes, because they suddenly lost contact with him about 5 months ago and haven't heard from him for months. Just in case, they asked the South Korean Awakened Association if there was anyone named Park Sejong, but they said no. He wonders if they use pseudonyms there. He says there are some people who do that sometimes, but there might have been a simple mistake. He'll investigate this with the association through the guild later. He notices that according to this family, he entered the tower 5 months ago and wasn't registered with the association. He's surprised that Sejong climbed to the 40th floor and as a solo player. In the 10 years since the tower appeared, there hasn't been a hunter who climbed to the 40th floor in such a short time. He begins to wonder if this is the birth of a genius hunter, unprecedented in history. At this, Sejong calls the team leader, asking if by any chance he does some kind of talent development in the guild. So, his father he argues with the boy, saying that his brother is working twice as hard inside the tower, and the more he helps outside the tower, the better. The boy says he could also be talented. However, the team leader says that becoming a hunter is an extremely dangerous job where you can lose your life, and even the association does not recommend registering more than 1 hunter per family because, just in case, one misfortune is enough. He says he will say goodbye, but then the father says that they were of no use and he leaves, saying that he should at least have a meal there, but he doesn't deny it, saying that he went there right after leaving the tower, so he has to find his family. Then they notice that they held up a busy person, asking him to be careful on the way. When he returns to the car, the system sends him a notification that the contract mission has been completed, so he asks if he should go until he receives a call from his daughter, and he asks her if she missed her father and asks her to guess what he brought, and says that she brought that his daughter likes. But meanwhile, Theo in the tower is saying that the 99th floor is too far and is finally reaching the protagonist hole. While this gathers at home, doing something with the carrots, putting them in water, and after they grow roots, he plants them and says that the planting of the carrot tops has been completed and the system continues to give him rewards. And he talks about the process, that one must soak the leftover carrot tops from the rabbit's daily food in water for days. And when the leaves grow a certain size, he must cover with soil up to the root part, and sow the soil because the roots that were eaten do not grow back. And when the flowers grow on the top, the seeds are collected. And it turns out that it really works. And he says that this is what he likes about farming, and the bunny is happy with him. And he says that working hard gives him the feeling of being rewarded with unexpected gains, which accumulate over time. But then it is said that the tower manager is wondering if the dehydrated sweet potatoes are ready, and he ends up complying with the DM's anxiety, saying that he was going to check anyway. And when he goes along with the bunnies, they get excited and notices that they dried very well, so he takes them on so he can try it with them. And when he puts it in his mouth, he is happy with that delicious taste, saying that the crust is perfectly cooked and it retains the moisture and sweetness underneath. And all three of them really like what they are eating, and he says that no one can resist that softness, and it is like jojoba, and it has that addictive texture, and that is the dehydrated sweet potato. It is a cooked sweet potato that has been dried in the sun for 24 hours to maintain the sweetness and moisture, and it has a gummy texture, and it is sweet with an addictive salty flavor. And he says he is very excited, and he has to dry some more and eat them when he is bored. And at that, the ADM asks if he forgot something, and he apologizes, and the system says that the ADM wants to eat quickly, saying that they want him to complete the mission quickly and send some to them. But the protagonist wonders if the ADM can wait a little, and he questions what the protagonist is making it, and he says it doesn't seem appropriate, sending just food and a bowl of onion leaves every time, saying he has a better idea. And the ADM says he doesn't need that and just wants him to send it quickly, but he says it will only take a little while and it's ready, and he sends it in a bag, and he says it's a gift package of dehydrated sweet potatoes, and says it's pretty, and says he used to do some packing work as a side job, and he remembers that the ADM said it's his first time eating dehydrated sweet potatoes, and while he's making it, it'll be good to eat properly, and even if it's not for that reason, it will be preserved for a long time because the moisture will be sealed inside the package. And the ADM doesn't even have anything to say, and the protagonist asks if he's not going to take it, and he just says he thanks the boy, and he asks what happened because he thought his reaction would be better, but it was pretty lame, and he wonders if he's one of those who thinks he's playing with the food. But meanwhile, the little dragon is finding it very cute, wondering how he can eat something so cute, and the reaction was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks to himself that he dried 40 baked potatoes, but he wonders why they disappeared in a single day, and everyone is eating with him, and this explains how they disappeared until the queen bee comes to him. He asks what's wrong, and she hands him something. He finds it strange, and it is a packet of compressed corn pollen, and this makes his beekeeping level increase minutely. And the compressed corn pollen is something he had never seen, and the corn is actually growing, and he thinks he hasn't paid much attention, but it has already grown a lot. Even the flowers have bloomed. He wonders if there is corn honey, and says that this must be the reason the worker bees collect pollen instead of honey. He thinks about that compressed pollen, wondering if he should try it, since people eat pollen as a health supplement. It will be okay, and when he puts it in his mouth, he thinks it's slightly bitter, sweeter, and feels like he's eating candy, and says that it's extremely good, thanking the queen bee. And she gives the go-ahead for the others for them to start working, and they bring several to the protagonist, while she gets all smug, and she says that there are too many of them, and he can't eat those, and they are very precious. But at that, Theo goes back to being John, all happy, and he's surprised by this. But when Theo looks down, he gets scared seeing the queen bee, and starts saying that he's scared of her, and the protagonist tells him not to worry, because they all know he's on the same side as them. And in that, the queen bee throws some pollen at the cat, and when he smells it, her goodwill comes out through her collar, and he starts sneezing, saying he hates pollen. And the protagonist asks him not to do that on his clothes, saying that it is his only shirt. But then he talks to the salesman Theo, asking if he did what he asked, and he says of course, saying that he completed all the missions, and even sold everything. But then he asks if he brought the news of his family, and he says that must be the case, because there is even a contract there. And the protagonist notes that the contract is complete, and that means that his compliments and 50 million won must have been delivered. And Theo says that everything must have gone well, because the tower contracts are very strict, and he will go there one of these days to check. And in that, he says that the cat is very trustworthy, thinking about his father, his mother, and his little brother Seedle, saying that they were in trouble when he entered the tower, and were bothered by not being able to contact him them, and they should be worried about him. And he starts to think that they shouldn't even imagine that he entered the tower and became a farmer with rabbits, not even in their dreams. And he wonders what face they would make if he told them that his job is farming in the tower, and he says that Seedle, that brat, would certainly make fun of the boy, because despite everything, his specialty would be annoying. And he says that his father has a hobby of growing flowers, so he would certainly ask about their nutrients and give him some tips. And now that he thinks about it, he definitely inherited his father's talent, and he thinks about his mother, because she always served a pot full of queen tay stew, and he remembers the days he spent with all of them, saying that he misses his family. But then they all gather around the protagonist to show that he has a family there too, and he says that he is right, and they are his family now. And Theo asks if he is part of it too, and he says of course, because it's like his family and his only and most competent employee. So he tells him to take a look at the tower coins and the items he got, and says he used 50 tower coins for the contract fee and 14 point to tower coins for the errand boy, still having 208 tower coins left. And the protagonist is surprised by this, saying that this is incredible. Then Theo says that as expected, doing the business as he said, people increase their prices on their own, and there are also other things which he bought in the market for protagonist. And Sejin wonders how long it's been since he last saw that item of civilization, and they all get curious about the things the cat brought, and he says that as expected, it was made in the tower, so it has its own item sign. But he thinks this is strange, wondering why the manufacturer isn't revealed. Then he looks at a dagger there, and it's a sharp dagger, and he says that it's the first weapon since he entered the tower that actually looks like a weapon, and usage restrictions are level 10 or above, and strength has to be 5 or above, and the manufacturer is also not revealed. And he wonders why those question marks in the description, and talks to Dell, questioning where he got that. And he says he heard that the blacksmith's lottery corner sells things at a cheap price, so he just picked what looked good, and he's surprised by that. But since it meets the conditions of use, he wonders if he should use it. But then it is said about an item not evaluated by the system, and it is said that the ADM says that if he uses an unrated item recklessly, he can get into big trouble. And he questions what can happen if he just uses that, and ADM says that they will evaluate it for him. So he sends a new mission, which is to send the unappraised short dagger to the tower's ADM, and the reward is none, but the failure is being unable to appraise. And there is also a new mission to send a baked sweet potato as a gift to the ADM, and the reward is the appraised short dagger, and the failure is being unable to retrieve the short dagger. And he asks if he really has to do it this way, and ADM says that he strongly refuses, saying that the reason for this is not because they want to eat baked, dehydrated sweet potatoes, but note that he is saying yes, but with a strong refusal nonetheless. And he says he knew, because the tower manager is wiping his saliva, and the protagonist is mocked by the ADM's naughtiness, because he got a lot of potatoes earlier. And he says that he is right, because since it seems strange to use an item with unknown information, he accepts the deal, sending the ADM to get it. Then he uses the appraisal skill, and says that fortunately, it is not an item that it will cause damage, even the mission is not completed, and the dagger returns with him giving potatoes. And in this, it is a short dagger for training canes. It is the short dagger that the Canes hunter of the Red Mountain used to train during his childhood, and the blade is made of black iron to give it weight, making it quite heavy for a dagger. And it was mixed with some methyl during production, so one sharpened. The dagger's sharpness is maintained for a long time, and the use limit is above level 10 at strength 5. and the manufacturer is Raven Blacksmith, the black hammer of the ARF. And it also has a skill called Increased Proficiency, which makes all skill proficiencies that use this short dagger increase 5% faster. And he is surprised that it has the weapon's name, noting that this makes it a named equipment, and says that if it goes abroad, named equipment starts with a base price of 100 million won, and that is so rare and precious, which is called named equipment, wondering if that cat got it at a lottery corner and becoming increasingly surprised by Tell, as he thought he was just a naive little guy. But Seiya begins to wonder if the cat really has talent, but the truth is that he just stared at the little pads on the kitten's paws. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, a red bear is eating peacefully. But that's not just any red bear, it's a red bear cub. My friend, this is trouble. This is trouble, don't touch that thing. Have you seen the size of the mother? Whenever there's a cute cub of a very large animal, the mother, who is a very large animal, goes after it. And Dell, in the cave, keeps talking about this delicious churro, and Prota prepares to use his dagger, cutting several green onions with ease. Then, he asks the rabbits what they think of his dagger skills, asking if it's really good. And everyone likes it. But then, Tell asks Seiyan if he likes that little sword, and he says yes, he does, and says he's impressed that Tell brought it. But Tell reminds him of the promise he made to him, telling him to call him Salesman Tell, since he promised him that an hour ago. And Prota says he's right, calling him Salesman Tell, saying that the guy is amazing. But then, he says he'll let this video pass, telling Seiyan to be careful. He wonders what this is, because to him, Tell was just a naive wimp. But he really has gold in his hands, well, gold in his paws. He really likes the cat's little pads and says he suddenly looks very handsome. But he asks what Seiyan is doing, and he says his paws look very adorable. Talking to Salesman Tell, asking if he should give him another bag of churros, he places William on his lap. And Tell thinks that, as expected, Pax and Seiyan are still human after all, and all humans bow before their paws. And now that he's aware of this, he's going to put it to good use. And so, he says that his front paws are the golden paws of luck. And he asks if that's not obvious, telling the boy to give him a lesson, saying he has no time to waste. However, Prota notes that this seems a little suspicious. He picks up the Tell and puts it on the floor, saying that he finished an hour ago. Then he asks if it was that quick, because he wanted to stay with the salesman a little longer, asking him to stay longer. But the Prota says it's over, leaving him there. And with that, Tell thinks this won't work. He'll have to use his special move, and he'll have to be a salesman for as long as he likes. So he tells Seiyan that he has something he wants to show him, showing him that pepper, tomato, and several other things. So Prota is surprised by those spices, and Tell asks what he thinks, since he's gotten a bunch of rewards for taking photos. And so Prota really likes the salt, finally tasting it, getting it. And he talks about the spicy taste of that pepper and the richness of that seasoning. And when the rabbits taste it, they don't like it at all. And Prota says that this is the taste of the spices he hasn't tasted in days. And Tell questions what he thinks, asking Seiyan if he doesn't deserve to be the salesman, asking if he can't become one for 2 hours with this. But Seiyan asks what he means by 2 hours, and he'll let him be for 24. So Tell is all happy to have become a salesman for 24 hours. And Prota now makes a more elaborate fish, adding pepper, spices, and salt. And when he puts it on the skewer, a wonderful aroma wafts throughout the place. It even reaches the rabbits, who leave, starving. And Prota asks if they slept well. He says good morning to everyone, saying they're already hungry, so they should hurry and find a seat, because he had to show off some of his skills that day. A barbecue packed with people, they were amazed. So Prota says that just as a precaution he grilled the fish with salt and pepper separately. Then they had to choose the one that suited their taste. And he noticed that most of the white rabbits picked up the spicy seasoning, and the chubby one already ate it all, but the one with the floppy ears didn't like it at all, and the rabbit with the scythe didn't seem to like it very much either, while the black rabbit really liked it. And then he looks at Thel, saying that he's sleeping in. Then he goes to Thel and asks him to wake up, telling him that he should eat breakfast. And he starts ordering grilled fish, and Prota says it has salt and pepper. He asks which one he likes. He questions what he's doing with it. He asks if he's making a joke about the divine fish, and Prota just accepts that he doesn't really like salt grilled fish, giving Thel the regular fish, which I said as expected. Plain grilled fish is best when prepared this way. And after that, they'll harvest the tomatoes along with the rest of the rabbits, and Prota now harvests them with his dagger, and the system rewards him handsomely. He earns an additional 70 XP for those tomatoes. He mentions that he now has the option to train Kane's sharp dagger, which isn't just used for battle. He says that all proficiencies and abilities that use the dagger cut 5% faster. He says that as expected, the item named Rank B is different. He says he had to grind gold to increase its proficiency. He thinks it's really worth the work, asking Thel to pick it up. But he doesn't really like what he's doing. He's already making a fool of himself. He says he's a big seller. And why is he doing this? And Prota questions him, because he's the president, but he's working. So Thel is surprised that he was the president this whole time. And Prota says yes. Speaking to the salesman, Thel acts quickly. He says he's right, but he asks if the president is a higher position than a salesman. And Prota says that's right. Then Thel says he learned something good, and he says he's going to work with this information. And he starts laughing, saying that once he becomes president, he'll monopolize every pair's hands and legs. He thinks his purse is full, and now he's going to say goodbye and leave. And Prota asks if he's leaving already, and he remembers to tell Thel that when he stops at the shopping area, he must buy the things they need, and he must also make sure to stop by the forge and pick out anything he likes from the lottery corner, saying he can't let Thel's brilliant talent rot. And he says of course, saying he'll be back soon, leaving, saying goodbye to Prota, while he stays behind. He thinks he should finish the cherry tomatoes on that side and rest, and he keeps harvesting, gaining a ton of XP from it. But he's surprised, because that's not the amount of XP he can get by harvesting 6 cherry tomatoes. And when he sees all the characteristics of that fruit, he realizes he's now a rank D plantation, and breaking down fat, increasing money until expiration. Almost all of them have doubled. And what's more, it's much tastier. And he's surprised by this, because they're all rank D crops. And he's surprised that every plant he touches, they grow as rank D, because now, and Thel thinks that somehow, he feels disappointed as he leaves. And in that, as he makes his way, the dragon walks into a room. He sees the ice statue of the black dragon, made by Kaiser Furtani. And when he looks at that thing up close, he just breaks it and put it back in place. The gift of sweet potatoes, given by Prota. And he says that this trap, it is cast with a magical spell of permanent preservation, and will keep it, instead of eating, because you're human. Sejun gave it to her. I'm talking about her, but I don't know, because the little dragon is cute to cute. I'm talking like her, but I don't know, a dragon. It doesn't even have her in it. And the dragon wonders, you should check what Sejun is doing with that crystal ball, and notice that he's relaxing, taking a nap, unaware of the dangers that surround him. And he wonders, should he explore the area for now? But he notices something strange, and he gets scared. What could happen to Prota? So sends several notifications to wake him up quickly, and he questions, what's wrong with DM? He asked what's wrong. The DM tells him that this isn't the time to sleep, and tell him to look up, because up there's something, a monster. And Prota is surprised. So the dragon tells that bear to go away, sending him a notification. But when the notification arrives, the bear is a little shaken by what appears in front of him, and then he ends up stepping wrong, falling down there. And Prota asks him to wait, running to the teddy bear, picking him up, not letting him get splattered down there. So he questions himself what he just fell into, questioning himself, but he ends up noticing that it's the giant baby bear. Crimson. All cute, looking at him. My friend. Stop it. Stop it. You're so cute, very cute, but it's going to be a mess. And when he realizes it, that's the Crimson Bear's baby. He notices that's that same monster that he saw during the blue moon that one time, and with such a frightening look, the baby. It's extremely small and cute. And Prota, seeing that, receives a message from DM. Asking, why did he pick up the giant crimson baby bear and fall? He questions, how could he let it fall? Because this is dangerous. But the DM says to send the giant baby out of the cave quickly, because his mother is certainly looking for him. He's very close. But Prota speaks, what if they send him away? He's very small, and he asks if it's okay. Send him away. That would be a better idea. Let the mother go get him. But the DM says that the giant crimson bear, he's a gluttonous monster, and he'll eat all the food in the cave. But he questions it. What do you mean? Because he's very small. Asking. DM, you're not exaggerating. And so that bear, he goes near the black rabbit, while the rabbit pets him to get along very well. And the queen bee. In turn flies along with the bees. To leave. And the bear tries to go after her, but the bees, they don't like that at all, and they get really angry on top of the teddy bear. And Prota try to defend him. While he's scared to death, he tells the bees that everything is okay, and he is not the enemy. And he says that they acted like that because he approached. Suddenly. Them, sending the teddy bear, don't cry, and question if it's because he smelled the good smell coming from that young woman. And he thinks, which is very cute. So he asks to the queen bee if you can ask her a favor, and she doesn't like it very much. What is he talking about? But still, he accepts and hands him some honey. Then Prota give the honey to that little bear, asking him, try it, and speak. To Prota, that I knew that he would like it. Yeah, he must have been there already because of the smell. Talking, what bears? They really like honey, and that's it. The ADM, there's nothing to talk to him about. And the teddy bear likes Prota, and he is surprised that the bear has already finished the honey. Asking if it was good, asking too if he wants a little more, but the ADM, he's shaking with fear of the idiocy, what he was doing, and he gets really pissed and send a message right to Prota's face. And that message, it's a mission, it's a rejection, commanding he sends the baby out of the cave. Now, and reward, a work skill, and rejection, it's going to be starving to death. And the system, says the tower manager, he's angry with the baby, giant bear, Crimson, and the baby, he's scared to death, along with all of them, and Prota, questioning, what is the ADM doing? Well, he's just a baby, and how much he eats to make him act like this. And the ADM says that he is just a sword, driving away monsters, which could be threats to the tower farmer. But the Prota, he says he's really awesome, and he says he wouldn't have fallen inside the tower if he hadn't. He's surprised, but the ADM say that it was an innocent mistake speaking, that he is sending. He listens to him immediately, and the Prota think about that mistake, because they told you to enter the tower. It was also a mistake, and so he is moved with your story and also with history of that little bear and everyone. And PROTA. So the ADM says for him to do whatever he wants. Simply let it go. And in that, if John asks, how much does that little baby eat for this thing to be making you so jealous, saying it's right, and he'll send him out when the time is right. But he tells the little baby bear, asking him to get up because the scary thing is gone. So he ends up noticing when he picks up the teddy bear that he fell asleep on your lap, and you think he's so cute, saying you'll let him sleep in the cave that day, lying next to that stuff thing, and he says he'll send it back to him tomorrow. But while he sleeps, something happens, and the little bear ends up waking up early, moving around the cave, going to another corner, and the black rabbit gets up before everyone else, seeing what's happening, and starts screaming as he looks, what's going on? And Prota shouts to be able to wake him up. Then John gets up, asking what all the noise is. So he asks where the baby went, and sees the biggest mess, along with all the rabbits, asking what the problem is, and they're all really pissed. And he finally realizes it, that all your crops, except for the vegetables that were there, they were eaten only by that little thing that destroyed everything, with that most innocent look on his face, finishing all the food. And he realizes that the warehouse, it all went down the drain in a single night, and it looks like a bomb because the ADM warned him. And the rabbits, they start fighting with the teddy bear, fighting with him for what he did. And Prota go look to see if there's anything left, but he notices that a third of the sweet potatoes and the carrot is gone, and he didn't touch it. And cherry tomatoes somehow, and rabbits, they are very angry with that thing, and the teddy bear in turn run towards Prota. Well, you know that he will come for you and cover up for what he did. And he arrives crying in Sejin's arm. What a question, what happened? Because he grew so much in just one day, and he was almost the same size as the rabbits last day. And he notices that he ended up forgetting that inside the tower, it's a place where to eat. It can cause faster growth, and it's not strange at all. And he remembers that the ADM warned him for the crimson bear. He is a gluttonous monster, and he will eat all the food in the cave. And now he realizes the problem, which he fixed because he should have listened to the ADM. And the ADM, he sent a message to him saying that the puppies of the crimson bear, they are the biggest eaters, and they can easily eat 100 kilos in a single day if they have enough food. And Prota see that ADM is back, and ADM accept the apology because he did the right thing. While Prota, look, little pig, he says he thought that he was simply aware of him feeding the bear cub, and he didn't think so deeply. And the ADM says it again to Prota, what's important, send that baby out. And he even agrees, but he wonders, how is he going to do that? So he ties a vine made with the chives on the bear to be able to trap it and form it as if it were a safety device. And he notices that the Prota, that is well tied, putting on the backpack in that thing, and asks the rabbits if they're ready already, with the black rabbit outside ready to pull that thing. So he asks both of them, pull him. Everyone pulls hard to get him out. They finally manage to lift the teddy bear, and they keep pulling little by little with everyone's help. He speaks that they are doing well, and they manage to lift him from the ground. But while he's under the bear, he starts to struggle, and Prota, seeing that he's getting scared, bring him honey to put his mind at ease, telling him he should go to his mother. Now. So going up with the honey, he gets calmer, and he stays quiet, and Prota says goodbye to him, and the teddy bear. To say goodbye to the boy. And so, as a reward, he acquires skill, work, collecting seeds, and making it grow slightly, the chance to get better seeds during harvest. And after everyone returns, after the mission to send the bear out, he wonders if he'll get home safely and say they did a good job. But then they are hungry, and they see that everything is gone there because the bear has eaten most of what he had. And when he looks back, Both the wife and the husband, they realize that they are actually in a somewhat awkward situation, and he wonders if they should eat cherry tomatoes for now, and so on. A few days later, a shadow takes over the cave, and when they look up, the prota is horrified, and at the entrance of the cave, there's the little bear again, and this time with his mother, a bear size XL, and he starts to think that really screwed. And after that little teddy bear comes back, he brings his mother, and coming face to face with that monster that already terrorized him, the protagonist thinks he's screwed, questioning what's happening there and why the mother of the giant crimson bear is in her hole. And the black rabbit is already starting to think he's going to have to fight, and it's going to be difficult, sweating in the cold. And the protagonist begins to suppose that she's there to eat him, and thinks that in her mind, she thought he kidnapped her son for a whole day and can't forgive him, ready to grab him and devour him in one go. And he thinks he's going to his death now, thinking about his mother, his father, Sito, his little brother, and he tells her that it's not tasty, and that's because he doesn't eat anything but tomatoes, begging for his life. But the little bear thinks he's strange. However, the system sends a message from the tower manager saying that they are not planning to threaten him, and he asks if he understands the giant crimson bear, and the manager says that yes, saying that the bear is saying that he would like to feed his son with the honey, and he questions about it, remembering the honey he gave him. And so the bear also confirms what he is saying, and the manager passes on the bear's message, saying that he will protect the surrounding area in exchange for more honey, and the bear confirms this, taking his paw down there and going close to the protagonist, and he looks back, looking at the rabbits, who are all happy with this decision, and he says that he will give the honey that the bear wants so much. And the manager tells the protagonist to climb on the crimson bear's paw, and when he climbs, the bear begins to take him out, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to look down at his plantation and thinks that they have grown well inside the cave for all this time, and says that that place is finally leaving for the real world of that tower outside the cave. But when he finally looks back at the sun and everything that is there, he is amazed at the size of the land that he has at his disposal, and everything he can see from there is the bear's hand, so he thinks it's too wide, wondering if they're really inside the tower. And he sees that beam down there, and the manager says that place is a waypoint, and the protagonist questions about this waypoint. And here it is the only way that allows hunters outside the tower to move between floors, and he thinks that if he can use the waypoint, he'll be able to go to the first floor and leave the tower, but he wonders how he gets there. And the little bear speaks to him from down there, and so the mother bear places the protagonist on the ground with the greatest delicacy, while he wonders if he has to go through the desert, but he realizes that it's impossible for him to walk all that distance. However, with the crimson mother bear, this might end up working, and he asks if she, by any chance, could take him to that beam, and then she denies it. And the manager translates for him, saying that she refuses, and he asks why. And the manager explains that she said that place is not her territory, so he will have to defeat about 3,000 monsters to reach the waypoint, and he is surprised by this, noticing that there are actually monsters on the way there, and she points back, saying that her territory goes from inside the forest to the outskirts of that place, and most monsters do not go to that place that leads to the desert, and says that it may be difficult to protect him if he leaves that territory. And the protagonist begins to understand. And in this, both the bead queen and the rabbits leave. They're also carrying a suitcase. And the protagonist realizes that the black rabbit brought his backpack thanking him, and so the little bear grabs the black rabbit thanking him, and the two also create a friendship. And so the mother bear goes to the protagonist reminding him of the honey, and when he takes the bottle of honey from his back, the little bear starts drooling over the black rabbit. Poor thing was all drooling with the hungry little animal, and the bear goes there taking the honey that the protagonist throws in his hand. And the mother bear is curious about what is happening, and the protagonist asks if she wants some too, but she refuses the honey he is offering, saying that it is fine, and wants him to give it to her cub, saying that there is nothing to eat in that place, and that is why the cub has not been growing well. But the cub grew a lot in just one day thanks to the protagonist, and he remembers about the cub having grown so much, because in fact he ate a lot of it from the protagonist's production, and he smiled awkwardly, thinking that he ate so much that they ran out of stock. And the queen bee doesn't like this development either. And the mother bear says that the honey with an especially sweet smell will help. And the protagonist talks to the queen bee because she said that her honey is helping, but notices that she is really too shy, hiding behind the protagonist. And then they start talking to the mother bear because there is nothing to eat in that place. And he asks if she was hungry that day, and says that from what he heard from the tower manager the other day, the giant crimson bears eat a lot. And then she says that she was hungry for 3 days looking for this cave. And the protagonist is surprised by this because although her baby is very important, mothers shouldn't act like that, and says that this won't happen, asking to wait a little, telling the black rabbit that it is a challenge, and he agrees with the protagonist. And he says that he will show him the boss's skills. Siege him, and the black rabbit goes after several fish, and the scythe rabbit starts cutting carrots around there, while the protagonist uses these two ingredients to make a tough hango. And after finishing the food, he tastes it and notices that it is ready, placing it and serving it for everyone to eat. It is a fish stew with carrots and tomatoes, and the mother bear gets excited seeing it with her cub, who also has shining eyes and drools. And he says that the fish stew with tomatoes is full of nutrition, and they are a little short of ingredients, but he can guarantee the taste. And the mother should eat well so that her cub grows well, asking if she doesn't think so. And the cub is already falling inside, while the mother is drooling and looking at the protagonist. And so she picks him up along with the rabbits and gives everyone a hug, thanking the protagonist. And the tower manager makes a point of sending this message to him, while he is happy that everything went well. And the protagonist, who is being crushed, says that he cannot recover. So the tower manager thinks that he has been taking care of them since the giant baby bear left the cave a few days ago, all because he was worried that the baby would call its mother and attack the human. And she doesn't know why, but the giant crimson bear seemed like he wanted to establish friendly relations with the human. So she reinforced and said that she would pass on her message, explaining to the bear a little before entering the cave. But she says she didn't expect the picture to end like this. And the manager soon thinks that he will be able to eat more if he comes out of the tower and his field increases. And if that giant crimson bear becomes his bodyguard, he will have less work to think about. And it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And as expected, he is the black dragon genie, Eileen Furtani, and he is very happy. And now at the headquarters of the street vendor inspection department, several vendors are there. And that fox has a telephone document thinking that the information is missing. And the same happened with the situation with Scarlin, and judging by his personality, it doesn't seem like he's as skilled as the merchant. How does he get that sales number? And then another cashier arrives there calling Zeratia, and says that after a robbery incident at the warehouse of a large chain of owners on the 55th floor, I recently heard reports of stolen goods entering the black market in small quantities, and he is there to report on the list of stolen items that the director requested. And Zeratia questions about this network of owners, saying that he is a cruel owner who eats at the expense of peasants, asking why his inspection department headquarters has to intervene to look for thieves like that, and says that the director should tone it down a bit too. But then another dog appears calling Zeratia, saying he is there to report something, and says that they received a report from the department agent inspection that was monitoring the passage of that merchant cat that they assumed was a hotel, and he just arrived at the 75th floor through the street vendor's passage. And Zeratia is a little surprised preparing to go through there, and says that they will review the list when they return. And the little dog wishes Zeratia good luck, and she prepares to leave, because she will find out about him for sure, while placing her honor as Zeratia of the street vendor inspection department. Meanwhile, Theo is calmly picking up the little bears at the market ready to eat. And another day, the 2 little bears go to the protagonist's cave, and he soon asks her to put him up there again. And he says that 3 days have passed since he made the deal with the giant mother crimson bear. And when he is put out there, he also gives her some food, asking her to eat it while patrolling. And she immediately becomes happy. And he says that the mother bear leaves her cub there in the morning, immediately goes to patrol, and says that after leaving from the cave, the rabbits and he start moving things little by little, and they start cleaning the area around the cave. But the situation is completely different from the fertile underground. And he says that there are a lot of little stones and the ground is very dry. So it seems that it will be difficult to make the crops grow, and the rabbit soon becomes sad about this. But he notices something around, seeing that the little bear is helping him by plowing the land while running from one side to the other. And the protagonist thinks that he did a good job, because now it will be easy to remove the stones. As the little bear is helping a lot, he gives a sweet potato as a reward, and the rabbits, both with the shovel and the cart, are in charge of removing the stones. And the protagonist thinks that in just a few days, his height has grown the same as his. He is almost the size of the protagonist, and he speaks that if he had stayed in the cave, he gets goosebumps just thinking about it. So he starts planting the sweet potato, and says that the soil seems very sterile, so he will plant the roots for now. And so, with the level 3 seeding effect, the probability of the sweet potato rooting increases, and his workload increases a little too, and several notifications keep appearing. And he says that they will have to opt for cherry tomatoes later. But in that, he looks back and sees the little bear digging some holes, and in fact, he is picking up the sweet potatoes that the protagonist leaves there, and he says no, saying that they are not looking for treasure, and the little bear is surprised. And he says that he ate everything he worked so hard to plant so far, and he will have to reorganize the entire field this time, and says that if he continues to stay there, they will have to teach the little bear the concept of planting, and he is crying, totally regretting what he just did. And the white rabbit teaches him what he should or shouldn't do it there. And so, on the 38th floor, Theo returns to the humans, and says that for now he will auction lots of 300 cherry tomatoes with a total of 1,800 that he has. So they start with 25 coins from the tower, and everyone continues doing that auction, giving him more and more coins. And he thinks it's less gold than last time, because it would be cool if a fool came. And has happened in the last auction, and in that, that leader goes to talk to Theo, asking if he checked that contract from last time, which has already been fulfilled. So he welcomes Dom Cheek, and he asks Theo to send a message to Park Se-yeon, saying that Dom Cheek of the Phoenix Guild spoke to his family, so they shouldn't worry, and he notes that he got it, but asks why he didn't participate in the cherry tomato auction this time. And he says he needed something else besides cherry tomatoes now, and Theo asks what it is, and he asks if they can take a picture together because his daughter likes cats. So he asks for a reward, and Dom Cheek quickly holds it out, saying it's there, saying it's red pepper powder, and that South Koreans don't eat without it. Theo thinks it's something good, pouring it into his mouth. Dom Cheek tells him that if he eats it like that, it'll go bad. Theo starts sneezing after eating it, throwing himself up in the air, dropping the pepper, saying that his tongue hurts. So, a while later, he goes to the merchant village and upgrades his bag. He leaves there thinking that his tongue is still tingling from that pepper. However, for now, his bag's capacity has increased, and now holds hundreds more cherry tomatoes. He says that it was worth investing all the incentives he received from Sejum to upgrade his bag. At this rate, he will collect 1,000 tower coins and also become an intermediate level merchant. And not only that, he will be able to become the president, make Sejum kneel before him. But then he thinks he will stop in the alley of the store and finish the task he kissed. But in that, he smells. And it is the smell of skewer, and he thinks he will ease the pain of his tongue with that. And he asks the fox to give him one of those, and they say it will be a coin from the tower, but he asks for a discount. And the fox ends up realizing that he is not dealing with just anyone, and he actually gets it, and he says he got one that day too. But in that, someone will talk to him. And it's Zeref, but he recognizes her as the fool who was almost tricked by Scarum. And she notices that she remembered him, even if she doesn't in the best way. And she is upset that he called her a fool when he was the one who ruined the operation, and introduces herself to him as Zeref, but he asks what's wrong, and she says she didn't repay him for saving her last time, so she would like to give him something. But he says he will refuse, because he is busy, and Zeref is surprised, coming back to him, telling him not to be like that, asking if they can't just have some tea. But he says he doesn't want to, and he can't drink hot things. And she says there is a place that serves desserts nearby, where they have to wait a few years to make a reservation, and a close friend works there, and they can have a very high quality dessert called special pudding. But Theo says he hates sweet things too, and says she is really insistent, so she wonders why that idiot is being so firm. So she starts to appeal, throwing herself on the floor and crying to him, asking him to listen. And Theo takes a dirty one, asking because she's suddenly throwing a tantrum. And she says it hasn't been long since she became a traveling merchant to make a living, but she really lacks merchant skills, and says she was very impressed by him, that she saw through that cruel Scarum's trickery immediately, and saved this complete stranger by his warm consideration, saying that out of respect for Theo he would like to learn from his merchant skills, calling him the amazing, cool, wonderful, traveling merchant Mr. Theo, and he gets all giddy with all this praise, and says that if she puts it that way, he can teach her a little, and Zeref asks if she's really going to do that, and thinks it worked, saying he's a careless beginner by this technique, it's never failed anyone, and he says it's embarrassing, so she should just stand up, and she stands up, asking where he was going, and he says he has some things he needs to buy. So he was on his way to the blacksmith's alley, and she's surprised by him, asking if he's trying to buy things that can be sold, and he says that she will understand when she sees it, and they actually go to the blacksmith's alley, where there are several people buying some things, and arriving there, Zeref sees something, saying that it is very beautiful, and talks to Theo, because he heard that there are many high-class items in that blacksmith's shop. But he says that he does not buy such insignificant items, and she questions how good the item he is trying to buy is, and he says that this place must be good, arriving at a place with 50% discount on everything inside, and he asks if he is the owner. They're entering a very dark place with Zeref, and she thinks that that place is a place with non-valuable or indivisible items, and in short, it is a store to choose items treated as trash, asking what kind of merchant skill he will teach there. And Theo says that the sign on the door says that all items there cost 20 tower coins, asking if it is true. And the owner says that he is right, and many of the items there are not appraised, so they cannot know their price. And if he pays for items that are rotten because of his age, they will fake it for him, telling him to choose something, but then he simply yells at the attendant, asking him to give him a discount. And Zeref is wondering what the hell Theo is talking about, asking if that's his merchant skill. The guy is taking the pro's order for him to ask for a discount literally, and she is shocked that he wants a discount in a place that is already giving a discount, wondering if he is so confident at that. And then the attendant even says that he can get it for 18 coins. And Zeref is surprised by Theo, but he asks for an even bigger discount. And he says that he is a very bold cat, offering it for 15 tower coins, but he tells him to sell it for only 13, saying that he will come there often, and says that it is true, asking for an even bigger discount. And the seller says that it has been a long time since he left, saying that he will sell it for 13 coins. And and Theo is all happy, asking if she saw, and Zirafe says that it's incredible, but it's just him being stubborn, complaining that he's really thinking about buying there. And he looks around, coming to a hat out of nowhere, and she asks if he's going to buy it, questioning if he's serious. And he says he is, asking what's the problem, and she questions, how so? Because it's not even a weapon, but a straw hat, and it's 100% shitty item. But then the salesman asks what she's talking about, and if she has any dissatisfaction with the store, but she starts to say no, scared. Then Theo says he's a nuisance, and she starts to apologize, but wonders why she has to apologize. And he just says he liked it and says it's one, and tells her to buy what she likes, and so he leaves there with the sheriff, who doesn't understand anything, and he tells her he's already looked around there and leaves, and she's surprised. And he asks if she did well with these merchant techniques, saying he hopes she becomes a good merchant also, simply leaving the sheriff behind, and she doesn't even react, thinking there's no way, and it'll be weird to keep following him besides, and she'll have to back off for now. But she thinks of something looking at Theo, and when she sees him leaving with that hat, she notes that she's already seen it on a list, and thinks it's impossible he would have chosen that, knowing what he was doing. Meanwhile, the protagonist is inventing something else, and says that the fashions grew in the carrot flowers earlier than expected, and he says that he'll have to plant half of them in the cave, and the other half on the surface. And he says that they'll reduce the amount of stored carrots by half, because of the baby bone, because the rabbits started to tremble again, and the rabbits are now taking some fish with the chubby one and also the black rabbit, and he questions if it's time to eat, thinking about the menu and going for the fish soup, asking if they could clean the fish together with the forest rabbit, and he gets all excited to do it. And the protagonist says that it seems like the mother rabbit has no appetite these days, and he's going to get some fresh cherry tomatoes for now. And he says that he harvested 10 magical ripe cherry tomatoes simultaneously, and then his harvesting skill level starts to grow, and finally reaches harvest level 4, and he wonders if new effects have been added. And the new effect of harvest level 4 is to make slightly unripe or overripe fruits perfect for harvesting, and with a very low probability. The level of crops can be raised by 1 level, an event that the probability is very low. Harvesting the highest level is better, and he thinks that he feels happy just thinking about being able to eat tastier cherry tomatoes. Then he thinks that there are additional skill effects if the skill goes up to level 4, but he realizes that he can only find out by increasing the other skill levels, and so the rabbits begin to call him, and he realizes that it is not time to be distracted, going there and cutting some leaves, and notices that his soup is ready, and it is the fish soup for the pregnant woman that is ready, and the mother rabbit approaches to eat, and that fish soup is a fish soup full of love and devotion for the mother rabbit. It has fish, carrots, and spring onions that have been added and boiled for a long time, and the soup has a refreshing taste, and he thinks that even if she has no appetite, she should eat well, because health is very important for pregnant women. And the father rabbit is there all silly, and the protagonist says that they are doing well on the farm, so they should not be worried, telling the father rabbit to focus only on his wife, and she, who will have children soon, must eat. And he tells the black rabbit that soon their little brothers will come, and in this way, the bear appears. They're calling the protagonist, and he thinks he arrived at the right time, and calls the others to come up and eat with him, because the rabbit with the cart and the rabbit with the scythe will stay in the cave in charge of the vegetables that were left there. So he ties the things that will go up, tying himself together and saying that he is ready for the little bear to pull him, and the little bear and the protagonist up there. And he says that he will see the others very soon. And he says that a few days ago, with the help of the giant mother bear, using a rock as a pulley, they managed to build a manual elevator, and they are starting the day with the bear cub coming to work in the morning and bringing it to the surface for breakfast. And he thinks that no matter how much he looks, it is incredible. He just asked for a rock to tie a rope, but she brought an ultra gigantic rock to that ledge, and he notices that the scale there is quite different, wondering if it's because it's the 90th floor. But thanks to that, he managed to climb comfortably, and tells them that they did a good job, and maybe it's because he's very robust. But the little bear got strong too. He's all silly along with the protagonist. And you'll say that seeing how he pulled faster, he must be wanting to see me more than yesterday, and asks if it's because he wanted to eat and not because he wanted to come. And the little bear agrees with what he's saying, and the protagonist tells him to eat, saying that they are roasted sweet potatoes, and he always ate them raw, so he must not have tried them like that, saying that he left some for him to eat last night. And although the tower manager got sulky because of that, still, he thought the bear would like it, and he really liked it. He ends up falling into everything, and the protagonist tells him to eat more slowly, but it turns out that there is only one left, while he eats quickly, and in that he thinks of something, grabbing that sweet potato, running away, and simply goes to the ground, starts digging, and the protagonist asks him what he is doing, and he starts to bury that sweet potato. Then he thinks that he is planting that sweet potato in the ground, asking if he wants to eat it after it grows, and he gets all cocky doing that. But everyone there starts laughing, finding him cute, and the protagonist says that it will not grow just because he planted it in the ground. And this doesn't work with food cooked on fire, and the bear is shocked, and the protagonist asks if it was that delicious, saying that he's going to do that again for him, saying that it's been a while since he laughed so much. But then he hears a noise and sees the head of a fish buried there, several of them along that spot. And he says that they're going to need extra lessons because the bear won't do that again. And his belly is rumbling while he's at it. And inside the queen bee's castle, he's getting bigger and bigger, and she's inside, sitting holding something, and something that looks like an egg. And outside, the teddy bear and the black rabbit are face to face, ready for a fight. The black rabbit gets ready, and the teddy bear gives the signal, charging at the black rabbit, who gets out of the way, fleeing from his attack, and ends up attacking him from behind completely. But the teddy bear still puts his hand to the black rabbit and manages to grab him, playing and washing the rabbit, the two having fun in that sparring. And the protagonist watches that and wonders if they're training or just playing. But the chubby rabbit continues to take his cart there and here, with some tomato juice along with the carrots there. And the protagonist says that he was just thanking him. He continues taking them to everyone, and in that he looks at the hole and sees some bees coming out of there. He notices that what look like poisonous bees are patrolling. Then one of the bees goes over to him, and he ends up seeing the queen bee coming out too, and finds that strange. The queen bee goes near him with a somewhat apprehensive look, and he asks why she left, and if she wasn't laying eggs, and she goes to him, handing over something wrapped in chive leaves. And the protagonist asks what that is, and after he hands it over, she moves away, lowering her head, along with all the other bees, and just leaves. He questions what she gave him before leaving, and when he opens it, he sees the cocoon of the poisonous queen bee, and the caterpillar of the poisonous bee is preparing to transform into a poisonous queen bee after accidentally ingesting royal jelly. And they are missing 10 days until birth, and consider the first egg he sees as his owner. And the protagonist is surprised by what she gave him, and says he understood, saying that not long ago, the queen bee became the queen, so their power as the hive is not so strong. And having a new queen born in a hive that is not ready to be divided means that the already small power will be weakened even more. So he thinks that she gave him the cocoon, and he thinks that he must be a precious son to her. So he soon thinks of doing something, saying that he will work for the gold, so that she can transform into a wonderful poisonous queen bee, telling the cocoon of the poisonous queen bee to cheer up, because he is looking forward to the day they see each other. And some time later, Theo is still returning to the protagonist's house, saying that he is finally in the cave and thinks that Park Sejong will kneel, and he will enjoy the authority of the boss. But then he notices something strange, wondering what that is, and who he is, what he is doing in front of the cave. And it is the teddy bear himself, but when he looks into the teddy bear's mouth, he sees the protagonist's backpack, and stays surprised, asking if this isn't the bag offshoring, which is because he's outside the cave. And Theo starts to overthink, getting scared, asking Sejong, and then he falls into denial, asking why, because his dark thoughts are never wrong. And he says that it's no wonder he felt something dark since he entered the 38th Avendar, and thought he had to escape as quickly as possible, but he didn't use all his remaining time with Theo the cat seller, and he starts to get sad only for his benefits. And he says he's going to go to the teddy bear to get revenge because of his lap wanting to attack the teddy bear, but the protagonist arrives there just in time, questioning if he arrived while he was going after the bear. And so he automatically stops his attack, going after Sejong and grabbing his head. Then he asks if he's okay, and if she bit him somewhere, but the protagonist questions why and what happened. Then Theo asks about his knees, asking how he left the cave, clinging to the protagonist everywhere, worried about him. But then Sejong says he's going to fall, asking him to stop, then asking what the hell that giant red bear is. But the protagonist tells him to calm down first, telling him to say one thing at a time. And so he sits down to explain, saying that since Sejong can see that it's the cub of a giant red bear, and says that he ended up falling there in the cave and they became close. And in exchange for the mother protecting the surroundings, he agreed to give him honey and food. And Theo says he thought he had been eaten by that thing. But Sejong says that it's understandable if he sees the size of that brat. But he also thinks it's strange to keep calling him a giant red bear, saying that he wishes he had a name, and talks to Theo, asking if he could ask the bear cub what his name is. And Theo says that the bear cub is just a bear cub, saying that he says he doesn't know his name, and so he asks if he should give him a temporary name, something that comes to mind. And apparently the teddy bear agrees, asking what name he would give him. And the protagonist says he has a really amazing name, and says it's Kyung, because he keeps saying Kyung all the time, and says it's the perfect name for him. But everyone around is looking at the protagonist with a huge look of disappointment in their eyes, both the rabbits and Theo, thinking that Sejong really has no sense when it comes to naming people, and asks him why, and says it's a good name, asking if it isn't, questioning what the teddy bear thinks of it. And then, while he starts tickling him, the teddy bear actually likes it, and tells him that as he imagined, he knew he would like it. But Theo tells him to stop now, telling the protagonist to take a look at it, full of jealousy of what he's doing, and says that he completed all the missions this time too, and sold everything. And with that, he asks how much time he will give to Theo, the salesman cat, and he says that it is great great, because added to the time that was left in that last hour, it would be about 38 hours. And Theo is all happy, saying that he will use them all now, telling him to give him some tears, and so the protagonist picks him up, serving him, calling Theo sir, asking him to eat some tears, and Theo is all happy and is treated well. But while he is eating tears, the little bear ends up coming by and eating part of his tears, and he asks what the bear is doing, and asks how dare he put his tongue in her, angry, crying, ready to scratch the bear. And the protagonist has to hold him so Theo doesn't fall to the ground with the bear, asking how he dares to get into the president's lap, saying he can't forgive him. And the protagonist holds him while the bear gets all sad, but even so Theo manages to scratch the bear's face, and he starts crying, screaming for his mother. And the protagonist notices the forest shaking, and just as he cries, the mother and the bear jump out of there, going after to defend their cub. And both the protagonist and Theo are scared to death of that gigantic angry bear coming to defend her son, and she is very scary, watching them with a murderous look while the bear stays below her. And Kwang keeps crying, explaining what happened, and the protagonist thinks that it really went to shit, and Theo stands in a pose of total surrender before that gigantic monster, while Sejin thinks that they are really screwed. My friend, you can't, man. When you see the cub crying something, don't hit it, because if the cub is already that big, imagine the mother. If this animal cries, she comes. And that's what happened. So Theo, all scared, says hi to the bear, saying it's a wandering merchant cat, saying that there's his merchant sign, and thinks he had a little misunderstanding with her cub, but she's so pissed off that she yells at him, not wanting any idea, totally ignorant. And she comes closer, talking a little, but calmly, very close, almost deafening everyone there. He starts to apologize, saying that they won't fight anymore. And so the protagonist says that it was just a little argument, and nothing happened, and that's serious. And she's still pissed off, but goes down there and walks away, leaving Theo behind. And then the protagonist says that he thought they were in trouble, and Theo continues their crying, and so he asks if Theo is okay, asking him to calm down. And Theo thanks the protagonist for saving him, and so he apologizes, saying he should have told him this before, putting him on his lap, while Theo is all sad. And even the black rabbit goes there to try to cheer up the cat, as well as everyone else. He starts saying that it tickles, and everyone goes there getting that mood. But the little bear stays far away, all sad, head down, and approaches slowly, and Theo even licks him to make peace. And he says he's also sorry to the rabbit, and says that from now on, they will be friends, but says that even so, he asks him not to eat his treats. And the protagonist ends up agreeing with all of them being friends, but everyone is sleepy, getting ready to sleep. And it ends, and they make a little pile, all sleeping together, and the father and mother rabbit go out to see how the situation is. And when they come from outside, they don't see anything there, but they find Theo's back, and coming out of it, the father rabbit sees the hat that Theo brought. The mother ends up calling him, because she found everyone gathered, sleeping around the clang, and they see everyone getting along well, and they prepare to be able to get close. And the father rabbit puts that hat on the protagonist's face, while they also line up to sleep. And I need to tell you, the animal is living a dream, tranquility, living off the land. The animals are really cool, everything is calm, going well, making money. I'm simply there for this. In another corner of the same tower, in the place of outer space, some dragons are watching the wizard move with some very flashy magic, and he's using his magic on a crystal. Then, while he does this, it turns out that the crystal reacts in a way he wasn't expecting. And you question why it's a tower. He's not getting mad about it, but then, Anton Freitani arrives asking his master to stop, and he asks if he can calm down in the situation, because he can't see Island, and that is Kaiser Freitani. And he says that it's been 10 years and several days since the last seizure, and he finally got the medicine, and now the portal isn't working for some reason, and he says that the tower's emergency system isn't working either, so there's no other way for them to get through. They are trapped there, not knowing what's happening inside. And Anton talks to Kaiser, saying that the fact that the Black Tower's emergency system didn't work proves that Island didn't have a seizure, and they still have time. And he says that they all understand how he feels, because they are all Freitani after all, and they all gathered there because of Island. And of course, they are also anxious, and the tower manager's cabin is at the center of all the mana that sustains the tower, and the dragons take turns managing the tower and using this place to become stronger. And all the dragons gave up their place like this for Island, who is sick, and to search for the medicine for Island. They had to risk many dangers and losses, and these dragons gathered to heal Island's unstable body, which was broken by her dragon heart, and all the dragons there feel the same for Island. But Kaiser then says that they can't do anything, even if he says that. And Anton says he understands what he means, talking to his father, saying that's why he's calm, saying that Island is his daughter, and he believes in that child more than anyone else, and he's sure she's fighting the seizure well. And Kaiser thinks that if he says so, everything's fine, and they ask the Fertani dragons to wait until the tower opens. And all the dragons fly out, obeying Kaiser's order, and Anton says that It's past the date of the seizure they were expecting, and he asks if they think maybe there's been a good change with Island's dragon heart. And so, Kaiser says he hopes so, but thinks about his granddaughter and hopes she's eating well. And meanwhile, Island herself is eating like crazy, peacefully up there in the tower, and she wonders if it's because the cherry tomato level has gone up to D class, because the flavor has gotten stronger, and says that before she could only taste it when she filled her mouth with it, but now only a few are enough. But then, as she eats, she ends up feeling something in her heart, so she finds it strange, looking at her own chest, wondering if it was her dragon heart, as it has never beaten once in the last 200 years, wondering if it moved on its own and absorbed mana for a while, and so she tries to observe it inside her body, and says that thinking back, she should have had one convulsion until now, and maybe, because of the cherry tomato, something happened, and she thinks so, because those human crops increase mana little by little, and she says that she forgot about this characteristic, because she thought it only had a good taste, but it even has the ability to heal a dragon heart. And she starts laughing happily, because she, the great black dragon, Eileen Fertani, at 200 years old, finally found someone she wants to protect, and since she had the opportunity to make her dragon heart beat again, even if it was only for a moment, she will protect the farmer from the Sejong Park Tower, and says that he should feel honored, all silly, because it is a huge blessing for her to like someone, and she wonders what, because he got the unrated item. While she wasn't looking, thinking that for sure he is unstoppable, all silly, and the protagonist, unaware of anything that is happening, is just sleeping with his little straw hat on, calm, and with that, Sejong starts receiving several system pop-ups right in his face, several of them right before he wakes up, and realizes that everyone is very close, yelling at the manager, because the status window is so close that he can't even see it, and when he sits up, he reads that the tower manager is asking if he hasn't already warned about the dangers of using unappraised items carelessly, and the protagonist says that he scared him while he was sleeping, asking what he means by unappraised items until he realizes he's wearing a straw hat, questioning why it's on his head. And so, the father rabbit points to Theo, and the protagonist asks if it was in Theo's bag and if Theo brought it, asking him to wake up. But Theo puts the top part of his face, not wanting to get up, asking him not to wake up, because he'll sleep more, and the protagonist notices that Theo really loves to sleep, placing him on top of the teddy bear. So he looks at that hat, and its name is just Farmer's Straw Hat, without much information, and its ability is Earth Mother's Protection Level 1, which grants weak earth protection to all owned farmland, and slightly faster intelligence recovery, and the protagonist is surprised by that, wondering if there is no limit to the size of the farmland, thinking that it is a really good item. But the use restriction is a bit high, as it needs strength above 20, and resistance above 20, and so the manager talks to him, saying that he says he evaluated that straw hat first, so he asks if he would give him a mission, and the manager actually gives him a mission, asking him to send the hat to the tower, and the reward will be none, but the refusal will be unable to evaluate, and he actually sends it, and so Island takes the little hat, wondering if he should show off his skills, using the appraisal skill on the item, and ends up seeing everything it has to show, and is surprised that the item is really good, becoming happy looking at the item, and praise the item that was revealed with excellence, and the protagonist asks if she is congratulating him, and so he receives a new mission. But the tower manager wants you to promise that you will present your blue moon energy-filled crops during the next blue moon, and the reward is the straw hat evaluated, and by refusing, he can't get his straw hat back, so he's surprised that thinking about it, it's already time for the blue moon once again, and his field has grown more, so he can offer her the part, so he promises he will do it. And Island wants him to hold her pinky and make a promise. Besides that, she says that the tower manager told him her name, and wants him to know how honored he should feel, and he thinks about her name, Island Fertani, saying that he didn't need to say her name, but she gets all upset and irritated, asking if he wants his straw hat back or not, saying that she is excited, while stamping her feet on the ground, saying that it is a great honor to know her name, and the protagonist bars her egg, saying that he is truly honored, and says that he promises to give his crops to Island Fertani, and as soon as he harvests the things with the energy of the blue moon during the next blue moon, he will deal, and that the manager says that this is his first promise to her, and the protagonist thinks about it, while she is all excited about the pinky promise, saying that this is the first promise between them both, and so he completes the mission, getting the straw hat of St. Patrick of the Earth, and the protagonist notices that he got an artifact, and the artifact says that the straw hat, always worn by the farmer Patrick, called the Saint of the Earth, because he saved many starving people through agriculture, is one of the 10 artifacts that exist only in the Black Tower, and depending on the job level of the user of the artifact, the restrictions will be removed. The use restriction is to have a job related to agriculture. The manufacturer is Patrick. The class is evaluated. The skills are protection of Mother Earth level 1. Then he notices that this is one of the 10 artifacts of the tower, noting that this is the first time he has heard of a named equipment being classified as an artifact, and level and attribute restrictions that were originally written as use restrictions disappeared in exchange for a restriction of those with jobs related to agriculture. And he asked if the class was evaluated, because considering that the skills will grow depending on the user's job level, it seems that they will be determined when used and when he puts it on. The Tower Farmer rank D is confirmed, and the artifact also becomes rank D. So all restrictions of Class E were removed, and the protection of Mother Earth rises to level 2, and also has its restrictions removed, in addition to revealing the farmer's body skill. And restrictions of Class D are also removed, and the protection of Mother Earth goes to level 3, and the farmer's body to level 2, also revealing the skill wishing for a good harvest. And with that he becomes stronger and stronger, and wishing for a good harvest, he does so with a very low probability. Some own farmland will have a good harvest for a week, and the maximum is 100 p along. And during the good harvest, the yield will increase by 50%, and the protagonist is surprised that the item options are very wonderful, wondering if this is what one of the 10 artifacts in the tower is like. Then he says that this item is wonderful, and their essential skills to cultivate that isolated land outside from the cave, thinking it will be really useful. And I said that as expected. Theo is golden hands, and his intuition was correct. He will have Theo grab him all silly, hugging the sales cat, picking him up sweetly. But Theo stops him while he is kissing the little shoe, asking what the protagonist thinks he is doing, all scared. Then the protagonist notes that he was awake, saying that Theo will be the sales cat for a week, and he is surprised by this, questioning if he is letting him be the sales cat Theo for a week instead of 38 hours. And he says that is right, calling it a cute little party. Then Theo wakes up all excited, saying he doesn't know why, but he is very excited, being very happy that he is the sales cat. And a while later, the protagonist goes back to the hole, then all the bunnies are sitting near him. The black bunny is very nervous, knocking paw, and the protagonist is also very distressed along with Theo, who is on his lap, and Theo is shaking because the protagonist won't stop. And so he asks if they can't stop moving their feet because he's going crazy. But the protagonist says he can't help it because he's very anxious, and a lot of time has passed, but there's no news. The bunnies are also at the door of their mother's house, very apprehensive, and Theo says it's hard to wait for so long, asking this John if he can handle it. He cried, and the black rabbit is upset about the situation, and the protagonist says of course, and it seems like it will take a little longer, so he's going to take a break. But then the scythe rabbit comes out from inside, so the protagonist asks if they came out and how many there are, and if they're all healthy. But then the bunny's outside, just watch along, and the scythe rabbit comes out with 3 little ones, and they are very surprised. But the father rabbit comes out of there too, with 3 more in his arm, and there are 6 in all, 6 cute little babies. And the protagonist notes that he needs to make some soup to help the mother rabbit recover after that morning's hard work, and says that this is a very happy occasion, thinking that they are very cute. And he talks to Theo, asking what he is doing, telling him to come closer. So Theo wonders if he can come closer, and he says of course, asking if the babies aren't cute, and Theo says that they are too small. And so the protagonist says that Theo has become an uncle, and he gets all silly, and the protagonist says yes, telling him to take good care of the bunnies, calling him cool Uncle Theo. And Theo gets all silly, taking the churro out of his cape and offering it to them, saying that this cool uncle will give him the churro that he likes the most, asking the babies to eat it that. But the protagonist says that babies are too young and can't eat churros, and he gets all silly. But Seiya asked if he was secretly hiding more churros, and Theo just says it was for emergency, all nervous, so he asks him to let it go just this once. And Seiya says that it is a good day, so he will forget about it for now. And so on day 179, trapped in the tower, new family members were born, and while that's it, far away, near that teleportation portal, some horned beings are there, and one of them speaks to his proud warriors, telling them to listen, and says that the blue moon is coming. They must not give in to hunger, telling them to find, in that desolate land, everything they can eat. And that is the boss monster of floor 99, the king of the bulls. And meanwhile, the protagonist is very calm with all his family down there in the hole. And after a while of apologies, wishing a good harvest level 1 is activated, and the magic field of 30 tomato tops will have a good harvest, and the amount of the harvest will increase by 50% next week. And all the bees continue to work hard there along with all those flowers, and the protagonist says that there are many more flowers than usual, so that's how the harvest increases by 50%. And he thinks that the 7th blue moon they will face since entering the tower is coming, and he wonders if Kwang and Kwang's mother is getting ready for the blue moon, because they didn't come that day, and he needs to go to work and get ready soon too. But in that, he hears the rabbits talking behind him, and when he looks back, he sees Theo going after all the babies that are running around. And while they try to play with the rest of the fish that was there, Theo picks it up, telling them that it's dirty, and they also try to get close to the fire. But Theo continues acting like a babysitter, telling them that it's very dangerous, and says that everything is very dangerous, telling them to stay by his uncle's side, catching all the bunnies and really babysitting them. And Seiya says that he had no idea that Theo had this protective father instinct, and asks how he's doing in the role of cool uncle to Theo, and he says that it's very tiring, but it's fun because he's an uncle, and so he gets all silly. And meanwhile, both the father and the mother rabbit are really enjoying everything this tension because they finally have some free time, and the protagonist understands very well what is happening, and so he tells Theo to come back before dinner while he goes to play with all the rabbits, and he says that now the babies must hold on tight because they are going to embark on an adventure this time. Meanwhile, on the side of the cave, in the hive, all the bees are working hard to make honey, and the rabbits finally lock themselves in the house to be able to pass the blue moon, and the protagonist also thinks he is fully prepared for this moment. But when he looks to the side, Theo comes entering his bag that he carries the supplies, and he asks what the cat is doing, and he says he is getting into it to avoid the blue moon, and the package has a feature that can block the energy of the blue moon, and there it is as big as a simple tent. But other wandering traders use tents as big as houses, and Seiya realizes that this bag has more resources than he thought, asking if he can take something with him too, and Theo asks what it is, and the protagonist simply gives him the queen bee's egg, and Theo asks what that is, and he says it's the bee's cocoon, and he's surprised when he finds out, but says he'll keep it safe in its fluffy fur, placing it on his tummy, and the protagonist says he'll leave it in his care. But then he notices the noise outside and realizes that the moon blue began, and the whole sky began to darken, and seeing that, the protagonist wonders if both Kyung and Kyung's mother are okay. But with that scary noise outside, he just hides and complains about what's going on, because it's the first time he's heard a noise so loud like that, wondering if another monster is entering Kyung's territory, and also his mother's, and thinks that just to be safe, he'll use the cherry tomato and earplugs, but the noise gets more and more deafening and even more ferocious, and this scares him even more. But he notices that it has finally stopped, wondering what that sound is, because it sounded like a cow crying, wondering if there are cows on the 99th floor. But when he looks at his fruits, he sees several cherry tomatoes taking the energy of the blue moon, and he notices that it is even more intense this time, also asking what that is. But when he looks closely, he realizes that that side is the cornfield, and notices that the corn is absorbing the energy of the blue moon too, thinking that this is very good. But he also wonders if it is because the field is receiving the effect of the good harvest skill, since the crops of the blue moon are also having a good harvest and being influenced by the skill. But the next day, the sky clears up again, and Theo goes out to see how things are, and notices that there is no one, and the protagonist approaches outside, and thinks that this is good for him. But Theo asks if it wouldn't be a good idea for him to leave after Kwang and his mother return, since the outside can still be dangerous. However, the protagonist says that when the blue moon disappeared earlier, there was a monster wandering around the cave. He should check if the field is safe, telling Theo not to worry, because he will just look and return to the cave, and he has to harvest the crops that are soaked in the energy of the blue moon. And Theo's seeing that he will have nothing to do, and the protagonist goes anyway to say that he will go with him, even though he being tired, and the protagonist thanks Theo for his kindness. But outside everything is disturbed where the plantation should be, and he thinks as expected. They ripped up the field planted with sweet potatoes, but he wonders what kind of footprints are there, wondering if they are hooves, as they are extremely large, thinking that they must be really strong, judging by how deep and high the pile of dirt is. But then he notices something climbing up that pile of dirt quickly along with Theo. But then the cat asks how long they will stay there, saying that they should go back now. But the protagonist asks him to wait, as there is something he needs to check, and says that as he imagined, the texture is different from the usual stereo soil, and says that it is not crumbly, it is soft, and retains moisture, has the right viscosity, and is a soil full of nutrients. And to think that this type of soil was under the stereo soil, and notices that the possibility of rebuilding that desert has opened up, and they can create a very fertile field all over the place. So he says that if they can just turn all the land upside down and mix it all together, it would be great. But he doesn't have any agricultural equipment like forklifts or tractors, and digging the earth so deep is too much for the shovel rabbit. But then the tower manager talks to the protagonist, asking what he's doing there, and he says that it's okay, saying that he was about to go back now. But the representative says the blue moon can have disappeared, but the moon's territory is scattered. So she warns him that it is still dangerous, and wants him to return to the cave soon. But then the protagonist remembers to ask Aylin if she was okay last night. So she says she is fine and doesn't want him to worry, and she orders him to think more about his safety as a tower farmer. And the protagonist says that she is worrying too much about him that day, but talks about the blue moon crops, saying that many possibilities opened up that day, asking Aylin to be prepared. Then the protagonist returns with Theopur inside, saying that he worked hard, but he just says he will sleep more. And when he goes to look at the blue moon corn, he is surprised, and when harvesting it, he picks the first time of that corn, increasing the harvest proficiency to level 4, and with that, he acquires 100 XP, and the protagonist thinks that this is very cool. Picking up the purple corn, noticing that is the corn of stamina, and it causes the stamina to permanently increase by 0.1, and the succeeding lifespan says, and he says that it might be because it's a D-class crop, but the stat increase is double that of an E-class crop, so he wonders if this is important, saying that now it's more important to feel the crunchy texture and flavor of the corn. But the manager asks if he forgot that promise, and he says yes, and he couldn't help it. So he goes on picking other tomatoes, and says it was a good harvest to choose from the blue moon, telling her to pick 5 of them. But the tower manager just thanks him, and says she'll be sure to repay him later, and he says he'll be waiting for it, and says that although 300 years is too much, and so she says that tomatoes and cherries containing the energy of the blue moon are 5 of them, and she gets all happy, and thinks that if normal tomatoes and cherries can make her dragon heart beat, then the tomatoes and cherries from the blue moon certainly will. And she throws the 5 inside and thinks they are too tasty, getting all excited, but tries to come back to reality because the flavor is not important now, and she must focus on the flow of mana a little deeper inside herself. She starts to concentrate and notices her dragon heart beating well, but until she takes a big hit and ends up falling over there, feeling good and bad, suffering with what is happening in her heart, screaming in pain. Meanwhile, the protagonist is all happy with his harvesting corn and putting it to cook in the pot, ready to eat. He says it's time to use the pot, which Tell got the other day, and the corn husk will form a layer of air between the pot and the corn, thus cooking it. He should dry the corn husk well and make corn tea, so he'll have another food option. So he calls all the rabbits, who quickly come to him, but then he asks the father where the babies are, and the father points to the house. He says they must be sleeping with the mother rabbit, and tells him to look, showing him the harvest of the blue moon crops, and everyone gets excited. He says they got some new blue moon corn too, and now he's cooking it, and everyone will share it. And the father rabbit asks the protagonist if he can have it, and the protagonist asks if the cherry tomatoes will be enough, asking if he wants him to eat the moon corn alone. Then he says that, as expected of father rabbit, he's always grateful to him, but the others feel a little bad about not being able to eat it. But he says that, even so, he can't eat it alone, because they're going to have breakfast, harvest some corn, and have dinner together, and all the other bunnies who are dying to eat it are happy. Meanwhile, the queen bee and her subjects continue on through the plantation, tending to the flowers, and the protagonist finally finishes cooking the corn, noting that it looks very delicious. But look, protagonist, I have to disagree. Maybe something purple like this, like glowing purple corn, doesn't look very good, right? Usually, when things have colors they shouldn't have, it goes wrong. And when he picks up the corn, he realizes it's very hot, so he thinks that, since it's a ranked product with blue moon energy, it must taste delicious. So he thinks about trying it, along with all the other bunnies who are throwing those tomatoes in while they eat. Father Rabbit worries about taking one to Mother Rabbit. He asks if he'll go into the cave to share it with her, telling them to enjoy it. And he enjoys it too, digging into the corn, noticing how sweet it is, each kernel delicious. He says the salty sweetness increases the more he chews, making him eat naturally, as if he were playing the harmonica. And since he consumed the stamina corn, his stamina permanently increased by 0.1. And he notices that he ended up eating the entire cob and throwing it into the fire. So he calls the rest of the rabbits to eat some more corn, and he notices that the one near him is very ripe, harvesting them and also earning points for this harvest. 20 XP for each, and that stamina corn has an effect that can be stacked up to 10 times in an hour. And when consumed by non-awakened people, 20 grams of fat are broken down, and skin elasticity improves. Simply put, the bug will be the cosmetics industry's worst enemy. If he asks a certain pink brand to promote this, he will get money. So, Her thinks his mother will like this, as it improves elasticity. Next time, he'll send some news to his family, wondering if he should send some crops too. Just then, Kwang's mother appears with the cub, and the protagonist saves them, asking if they were hurt the night before. He then gives Kwang some honey, saying it must have been hard for him, since he couldn't eat anything that day. He's all happy. The mother also shows up asking for some, and the protagonist says he'll bring her some grilled fish later. But just then, Theo wakes up, saying he's going to the protagonist, and he questions why he doesn't sleep anymore. Theo says he can't waste his time like a sales cat sleeping, so he's going to work. Since he's the professional among all professional wandering merchants, the protagonist thinks he really has the mentality of a true sales cat. So Theo asks him to take him to the wandering merchant's corridor, while clinging to the protagonist. But then, Kwang grabs Theo by the cape, saying he'll take him instead, and the protagonist just wishes him good luck, while Theo struggles to stay on the protagonist's knee. But then, for the protagonist there's not much left, so he thinks that until Kwang returns, he'll organize the destroyed field, and so he starts little by little. But then, in the meantime, there, with the Banators, they begin to present to the king, and Bull 1 brings simply mud, while Bull 2 brings dry soil, so they ask what this is since everything is mud, questioning what the hell they were doing, and how he said to bring food to eat, but they are only bringing mud. However, one of them speaks to his captain, saying that it's been a long time since they saw grass in their territory, and even if they tear everything down, there's nothing but mud, and they are all sad about the situation, and the king sits very upset, wondering why this is happening, because at that time, this place was a real meadow full of high-quality grass. When he arrived there, he was the feared strongest monster in the Black Tower, guarding the passage area of the 99th floor, the Black Minotaur. If he didn't replenish the energy depleted due to the blue moon, he would lose muscle. So, the dean ordered his subordinates to spread out across the territory and eat grass during the blue moon. However, the Minotaur race is made up of large monsters with very strong appetites from the beginning. So, the rate at which the grass was eaten was much greater than the rate at which it grew. In the end, that place became a barren land where not a single piece of grass grows. So, he begins to think that the muscles of the newly born young Minotaurs are not looking very good, and to maintain enormous strength like great and proud Minotaur warriors, they must consume high-quality grass. And with that, he begins to call the Bull 3. Then, they don't see the Bull 3 anywhere, and the king asks if he did not enter another territory and was unable to return. Then Bull 3 arrives apologizing for being late, and says that when the blue moon ended, he opened his eyes and was very far away. Then the king says that everything is fine, since he returned safely. But he is surprised, because he saw something going through the others. He questions what that is, and he asks Bull 3 what that is on his head. What delicious and fragrant root is that on his horn? And Bull 3 didn't even know it was there. And it's one of the protagonist's beads that is stuck there, and the king goes crazy with the smell of it. Meanwhile, Eileen keeps falling in her office, and now she wakes up with a headache, wondering if she lost consciousness, telling herself that she thought she would be fine, but as she moves, she starts hitting the chandelier and questions why the light is so low. But she also notices that her own desk is much lower down, realizing that it wasn't the light that came down, and she got much higher. And seeing all that size in that place, she sees that it is cramped and wonders if she grew out of nowhere and what happened. And she says that the tomatoes and cherries of the blue moon for sure have more than 10 times the magical power of the simple magical tomatoes and cherries, and she ate 5 at once, wondering if this caused a chain reaction in her dragon heart and brought about a change in her stunted growth. But she says it was only temporary, as her dragon heart is no longer reacting now, and she wonders if a permanent treatment isn't possible, but thinks that she's still confirmed that her dragon heart can heal, even if it's just a little, and starts to get messed up with her father, who is her farmer from the tower, talking about that cute little thing. But then she is surprised, noticing that he is eating all the yummy things and leaving her out, wondering what he is eating, as he is so small that she can't see, and thinks that he should have the big crystal ball that her grandfather used to have, and also thinks that the door has gotten smaller, and now she can't get out, and says that she will also eat the yummy food, starting to kick, asking him to give her this food, talking to Fax and Jun. Meanwhile, he is in the hole, along with the teddy bear, the bee, and all the rabbits, harvesting all their crops calmly. So while they take and roast, the little captain and the new bunny are organizing everything together with the rabbit in the cart. And so he talks to the rabbit in the cart that by chance he ended up steaming the last ear of corn, so he calls everyone to finish, asking the one in the cart to let the others know to join in dinner, and he says he will take the cooked corn out of the steam, along with the little puppy who is very hungry. So he thinks it smells delicious and is ready, and so the tower manager says she would like to try the corn too, asking if she can have some, and the new mission appears, ordering to share the corn with the hungry manager, and the reward is extreme gratitude, and refusal, extreme disappointment, and the protagonist talks to Lyle, saying that he gives it anyway, asking if she could wait a little, because the grilled corn is also being prepared, and will give her everything together. So she agrees and says she can wait, and in that, all the bunnies arrive there with the roasted corn, and place it near the protagonist, and he notices that it is incredible with everything they have to eat, and says that the seasonings that Lyle brought are one to season the grilled corn. And he says it's a shame he can't make corn original grilled corn with butter, but he's satisfied with that too. So he thinks he should sugar the corn and grill it until golden brown, then sprinkle some Parmesan cheese over the cooked corn, and using that cheese, he wonders who thought of bringing cheese to the tower. But to finish, he takes the red pepper powder he found in Theo's bag, and he says he found it while looking through that bag after he returned with the straw hat, because to think he didn't tell him about that precious ingredient is almost a crime. He should be disqualified as a salesman cat, but he'll let it go this time. And when he sprinkles the pepper on the corn, to top it off, he makes a complete grilled corn which has a taste so addictive it's impossible to resist. He thinks that sweet, salty, and spicy flavor is the taste of his home world that he can feel in the tower. And it was worth watching cooking videos on YouTube every day. And he sends it to Eileen to enjoy too, and she in turn is extremely grateful. The protagonist asks about the rabbits, asking if it's delicious, and everyone is falling in. And as for the two parents, they are feeding the babies first, without trying it. So he thinks that with a spoon it will be easier, taking them all out, helping the babies eat, without the parents having to stop. And he says that with this, he doesn't need to feed them the grains one by one, and the babies will be able to eat on their own. And he asks the two to enjoy their food, and he will take care of the babies if cheese can't be tasted now. But when he is about to send them in, the babies jump on him too, and he wonders what is this? Because they have corn all over their bodies, and he thinks they will drive him crazy because putting corn in your body like that is too much. And he says he will take them all out, asking them to come closer. And he says that working while taking care of the babies is not easy, and he soon remembers Telson, the salesman cat, saying that he misses him. So he starts writing in his diary of being lost in tower, and they harvested corn and enjoyed it with everyone, both the mother and the baby bone also outside. But meanwhile, the rest of the gang is pretty pissed off, wondering why the wandering merchant hasn't arrived yet. And they are at the Phoenix Guild's temporary camp on the 38th floor, and that guy says he's taking longer than usual, wondering if something happened, but asks if they're going to buy all the cherry tomatoes again, asking if he didn't ask his girlfriend to buy them last time. But then the guy asks if he hasn't heard the rumors, because now the rich people outside the tower are buying those magical cherry tomatoes at a huge price, and the only tomato cost more than 500,000 won, and he wonders if they shouldn't act before. More rumors spread, and more people head towards them, and with that Laura asks the leader what they should do, asking if they should prepare to enter the tower because of the scheduled attack. Because if this continues any longer, she thinks they will run out of supplies, and they will have to report to the guild as well, and he says they have no other choice. They will leave the minimum number of people to participate in the auction, and the rest will go to the tower to prepare, and he meets the wandering merchant, saying he will stay there just as a precaution. And some people actually leave, while the three stay behind. And he says he thought Jessica would stay, and didn't expect Sora to be there in her place. And Sora says that Jessica's sister said she no longer needs the cherry tomatoes, so she ends up getting rid of all the weight she needed. And the girl in turn is very happy that she gave her share to him. Then the leader asks if she will participate in the auction. He asked if she was interested in the cherry tomatoes too, but she says no, saying that she is very interested in giving Edel the cry, and she brought several this time. And he says he understands, because Edel is a pretty fatal guy. Meanwhile, he is being all silly. Man, even I want to pick up this little animal to pet. My god, it reminds me so much of my cat. And he says that the babies are breeding for the cool team. There together he finally arrives at the passage of wandering traders on the 60th floor, and he thinks he has always felt this, but he thinks that there the passage is much higher, as if it reached the sky. As he walks around, a little dog with bulging eyes and a sticking out tongue asks Tell to tell him his agency and rank. He says he's a novice wandering trader and would like to use the common trader's passage, which connects to the 38th floor. Everyone watches from afar, wondering if that's Tell. They think so, because he's a cat just like in the picture, but nothing else matches, besides the fact that he's a cat. The wolf is shocked by the gift of the leaf, because his drawing is very bad, but he doesn't think he's holding the straw hat at all. The other wolf, though, tells Elko that he must have put it in his bag, asking why he would wear it around. He says he's Chief Elka and asks why Mr. Grilled is looking for a straw hat, and a common one at that. Elka says it doesn't matter, because they from the Silver Wolf tribe are the best free mercenaries in the tower, so they must act according to how the commissioner ordered, and for now they will continue following him. And Elka asks if they all brought their mercenary association IDs. But meanwhile, Saraf is watching how they are acting, and is surprised that the Silver Wolf tribe is there, wondering if they are behind the hotel and wondering why. Then she begins to assume that it is because some very problematic people are following the cat, and she thinks about Grilled, wondering how important this hat is for him to form a mercenary group, so she thinks she should follow them, because she does not know what can happen with him being threatened in this way. And Telver, in turn, is walking calmly right in front of a mortal danger. Meanwhile, protagonist is together with all the bunnies, working together to restore all the soils that were damaged during the blue moon. Even with the bears, he says it's amazing, because the piles of dirt that were accumulated like hills disappeared in an instant with the help of the mother bear, so he thinks he's going to plant that in the ground for today. And so he asks what it is, and they are peanut seeds. He says he harvested all the remaining corn that morning, so he went up 6 levels. He says it was worth increasing his agility to speed up the work. He says he managed to plant all the peanut seeds in just a few hours later. There was a small change in the seed shop. He noticed that among the options were peanuts, along with radishes and cucumbers. He thinks that peanuts are an excellent crop, capable of restoring soil fertility, and they grow well even in difficult environments. So, he buys the peanuts. Since he bought the corn, 5 tower coins were reduced from his bank account, and 50 seed shop points were acquired. He accumulates 106 points in total, and 100 points are reduced in the seed shop. To move up to the next level, he is surprised by this. His level goes up from novice to commoner. At the commoner level, for types of seeds will be randomly displayed. He can buy as many seeds as he wants within the limit of 5 tower coins. Thus, the shop levels up, and he can buy again in 30 days. He thinks he has become a commoner, coming from a novice, and the number of types of seeds he can buy increased from 3 to 4. He is eager to use the next seed store, while wondering how many varieties of seeds he can buy, as he needs new and more varied seeds. Because corn, after being cooked once, does not produce fruit again, so they take everything that is left from the plantation and place it near him. The Yang helps the protagonist a lot by bringing those bales. He thinks that they cut all of them and place them on the ground to cover the area around the field where the peanuts were planted, and this was to prevent the moisture from evaporating. Because the sun shines all day there, it would not work to plant anything. He thinks that since he can postpone the watering period a little, he can free up time to use the labor elsewhere, and in this he begins to loosen the corn kernels. He says that he has finished harvesting the corn seeds, which will be planted next time. He says he will soak them in water for a day and plant them tomorrow, but then the bunnies appear there, and he says that those are not to be eaten. While they try to get it anyway, he says that they must be bored, but tells them again that they're busy expanding the field outside the cave, so there would be no adult rabbits to play. But he has a good idea, asking the babies to go there, saying that he will give them a fun job, and says that they are very cute, while giving them some little bags, saying that they all look like kindergarten students, so he tells them to put those pockets on while they walk around, and give a slice of carrot to each adult who is working for the gold. But he tells them not to take it off now, and to take it off only when he is going to give them a piece of carrot. They must go there and fill the bags again, because he will fill them again, and sends the supply unit and go to the older ones. They really give carrots to everyone, and he says that when the hotel arrives, he wonders if he should talk to him about buying some cute clothes for the bunnies to wear. And he thinks of all the little outfits he can put on them, and says that they will be adorable, because it's a shame that he won't be able to take a picture of it. And far away the Minotaurs continue hunting. Right was that they found that route, and that 3 keeps following it everywhere, because his memory was cut because of the Zoom moon. But it must be around there, wondering why the captain ordered him to do this. And he actually spoke to the Bull 3, telling him where he got that grass and that root from, and he says that it seems like it's somewhere near the border of the area. And the bull asks if he left his territory, but he says no, because he lost his memories because of the Zoom moon, so he has no idea. And so the bull asks if it's serious, because he's certainly never seen that they're in his territory, and since it smells good, he throws it in. While eating, he starts to move screaming and euphoric, and says that the more he chews, the sweeter and tastier it gets. Then he says that he feels energized and his muscles are being pumped, and he tells the Bull 3, telling him to find the place where that grass was, because the future of the Minotaur race is at risk, and with the honor of a warrior. This is an order he gives to Bull 3, which he, at that very moment, thinks that if he doesn't find the captain, he'll beat him with those giant muscles of his, and he thinks that this is the border point, where the forest meets the wild area, and so, he wonders what makes him find the red bone, saying he doesn't have the confidence to fight. But then he smells that smell, and when he looks to the side, he sees that it's grass, and thinks that besides, the ground is full of grass, which looks extremely delicious. And so he starts to eat, thanking the food, and he gets all happy eating it, wondering what kind of grass it is, saying he doesn't know, but it doesn't matter, as long as it tastes good, and says he'll take everything, and the captain goes to handcuff him, taking all the plants that the protagonist left there, so the peanut doesn't dry out because of the sun. But from afar the mother bone feels someone in her territory, releasing her cub, and looking at where that person is, and she already starts to get angry, quite angry indeed. Meanwhile, Eileen is calm, drinking her tomato juice, and says that this is very good, because as her body has gotten bigger, now she can comfortably use the sword and salt, and says that at that time, it was difficult because she was very small. But then she receives a notification, wondering how the giant bear dares to disturb the time of Eileen, Britannia, and the Black Dragon, questioning what happened, and the giant bear calls for her. And when she sees the notification, she asks what the bear said. And already with the protagonist while he sleeps, he begins to be called by Eileen, and it is said that the giant bear detected traces of other monsters in the vicinity of the cave, and the protagonist is surprised with the mother bone up there calling him, and when he comes out of there, he sees that all his peanuts are no longer with leaves on top of him, and he questions what happened there, because the corn leaves he placed on the field simply disappeared. Meanwhile, far away, Tell finally reaches the humans on the 38th floor, saying he is back, all excited to start his auction. And in this, they become worried about the protagonist wondering if the crops were stolen, but he didn't hear anything in the passing knot. And Kwang's mother says it was probably those damned horned creatures, and the protagonist questions this, but soon remembers the monster that dug the holes during the blue moon, thinking this is problematic, as it's lucky they only took the leaves that were on top and didn't destroy the field. But the black rabbit remains sad. However, the protagonist says he thinks they can bring back the blue tomato leaves from the cave and cover them again. And Kwang's mother says she will expand her territory and patrol from now on, and the protagonist says he would be grateful if she did, but still she shouldn't overexert herself, as the most important thing is to be safe and healthy, and they will just be satisfied that no one was hurt. But they still have to prepare, and as he imagined, he needs the power to protect himself. And a while later, he goes down to the cave. Meanwhile, the rabbits are taking great care of that queen bee's cocoon, and he thanks them for helping, wishing them even more. And the protagonist says that this is the day the venomous queen bee's cocoon will hatch. He has left farming to the rabbits, and according to the system's explanation, he will have to watch her hatch. The description of the venomous queen bee's cocoon stated that the first person seen would be considered the master. Currently, the number of bees in the cave is rapidly increasing to about 200, and if the second queen bee that is hatching now emerges and develops a force outside the cave, it will certainly be a sufficient threat to protect that area. So he wonders if she'll hatch now, because getting a shot and a break for the first time in a while is making him sleepy. He says he'll give her flowers, so they'll get along when they first meet, wondering if she likes flowers or tomatoes, or sweet potato flowers. So he just thanks her for being born, but ends up falling asleep. Meanwhile, the egg begins to move, and she emerges, hatching like a Pokemon. And when she hatches, she's all fluffy, almost a carbon copy of the current queen bee. And here she is, the second generation of the venomous queen bee, and she looks back, noticing she has wings, flapping them and managing to fly. And so, she goes to the protagonist, looking at his face and being frightened by what she sees. But the system tells her that the newly hatched venomous queen bee now considers the farmer of Sejin Park Tower her master. So, she gets all excited about him and sees the flowers around and is happy about it. And the original queen bee comes out from inside and goes to find her daughter and tells her everything she needs to know about the protagonist. And the two quickly get together and start getting along well, flying around, and they introduce themselves. And so, she returns to the protagonist again, petting him while he sleeps. And with that, he finally wakes up, and as she runs away, the protagonist questions what happened, with a bunch of messages in his face, wondering where the poisonous queen bee is, even thinking she's gone. But meanwhile, the rector receives the leaves that the thief stole from the protagonist, and he tells the captain that he found them on the abandoned land bordering his territory, and he notices that it's a different type of grass than they've seen before. And this time, it's a grass he's never seen before, and it's too small to share with the others. So, number 3 apologizes because, in fact, he must have eaten everything along the way. And so, the king says that they can't help it, and it's their instinct as a monot horse species to have a big appetite. He thinks it smells sweet, and when he eats it, he notices it's incredibly good, saying it's very tasty. He's brimming with energy, talking to the bull he's found. The bull doesn't understand, and the king says that if they had plenty of grass, yes, maybe they could even bring prosperity to his stereo land. Then, he wonders what's happening in the forest, because the thought of that kind of grass appearing in that abandoned place makes him wonder what changes are coming to the 99th floor. And if it were up to him, he'd love to go there himself to secure as many of those plants as possible. But he can't leave the landmark without knowing how much grass there is. He says it's because the time he can stay away from the landmark is limited. And so he speaks to Bull 3 again, telling him to go find the source of that grass. And if it appeared like that, there's definitely more in that place. And if someone intentionally cultivated it, they should discover his identity as well. But at that moment, Bull 3 mentions something, asking if he can take a short nap beforehand, saying he's eaten a lot after a long time, so he's getting a bit hungover. But the king tells him to hurry up, ready to hit him, and he simply runs away. Meanwhile, the phone talks to the humans, and everyone is happy he's there. Questioning why he's so late, he apologizes, saying something happened, but in exchange, the magic tomatoes he'll now sell are special. They question him about it, saying that the magic tomatoes were already special from the start. But he says no, saying that it's even more special this time, and that they're ranked D magic tomatoes. They're all surprised by what the faggot is saying, noticing that it actually reduces 20 grams of fat now, and the mana boost has also increased to 0, 2, and their lifespan is now 60 days. The leader thinks he's never seen ranked E tomatoes before and thinks this is amazing because he can eat and save more than last time. The Tell says that he's going to put 4,000 for 100 units up for sale now, with 2,000 units in each batch. And so he starts offering 70 tower coins for 400 and 90 for the same price. The Tell sells them little by little, making a large amount of money. He says that with this business, his profits exceed those of 1,000 tower coins, and finally, he can become a wandering merchant. So, he says that when he becomes a veteran wandering merchant, the restrictions on marking cultivators will be lifted, and then he will no longer need to hide it from himself. And so, the girl arrives once again asking to take a picture with the phone, and he gets all silly, noting that he must proceed to the next business as a veteran wandering merchant, and he tells them to line up, touching their paws. And the reward would be something he was going to ask for. But when he looks ahead, only that girl is there, and he asks why she is alone, saying that there is no one else. And she talks about that, saying that he hasn't been in a long time. So, the people who were waiting for him came down from the tower, and he says that it is true, because it seemed there were fewer people than before, and she tells him not to be disappointed, saying that he will deal with it a little, and he cried. But still, the phone gets very sad, saying that this is a problem for his pride, and says that he wanted to get a lot of cat sales authority this time, but he starts asking if this front paw is no longer the lucky paw. And so, some more people show up, and they end up going there to see the cat and ask if he, by chance, is the wandering merchant cat that they can take a picture with. And the phone asks how she knew, and she says that they saw it on his Instagram, and says that they want to take pictures with him too. And so, the phone asks about this Instagram and sees an opportunity because somehow he smells money, and says that if they want to take pictures, they should give him a reward. Well, the phone is silly, but not that much. So, the girl shows him an Instagram she made for the phone with several pictures of him, 23,000 followers. He questions if these humans saw the photos that he posted it, and they came wanting to take pictures with him, and she says yes, apologizing for not telling him before. And he watches the girl closely, finds it strange, wondering if he, by chance, is mad because she posted it without telling him, and he says that of course she should apologize, questioning why she didn't tell him something like this existed before. And she finds it strange, so Tell asks what she's doing, telling her to take another picture of herself so she can post it, making several cute poses for the girl to photograph, like a cat really does spontaneously. But he's pretending to be cute, and the girl starts taking picture after picture, telling him to do some more poses and teaching him other poses so he can do them. And she starts telling Tell that he's very cute, and he questions if she succeeded, and says that if anyone wants to meet the cute and cool wandering merchant cat, Tell should tell them to go to the 38th floor, and many rewards will make Tell dance. And he makes his own slogan, and it was the moment when the best cat star in history was born there. So, a while later, he moves away from the humans thinking that this was too hard, because the photos should turn out well next time too. And he will return after getting ready, starting to lick himself to give himself a bath. And he says he can hear the sounds of the reward increasing, thinking he can even aspire to the position of master, and he starts to get all silly and greedy. But then a wind hovers over his ears, and he questions what is this, because he worked hard to fix his fur, but now it is all ruined. But when he looks back, they are huge, hooded wolves that were behind him, surrounding the poor thing, and Tell gets all defensive, full of fear of those wolves. And so, their leader comes from behind, completely surrounding Tell. He gets scared, then one of them puts its paw at the cat, and its paw alone is about 3 times the size of Tell. And he asks if he is the wandering merchant who bought the straw hat at a smithy in the merchant district. He questions what he said, completely scared, and the wolf yells at him, asking if he bought that straw hat at the smithy, and says that if he doesn't answer him right, he will tear him apart. And the Tell is scared to death without being able to say anything, while the wolf continues to put pressure, ordering him to answer him. But in that, a pine cone falls, scaring them both, drawing their attention. Tell is still curled up while the wolf goes to look at it, wondering what it is. The pine cone releases smoke, and that smoke takes over the entire area and begins to affect the wolves who breathe it in. They notice that a scent bomb in their nose is starting to go numb, and Tell is affected, but not much. Then the fox comes from behind, with Zyrape grabbing him and taking Tell away. But she tells him to shut up while she runs away with the kitten, asking him to follow her quickly. They are surprised that he is running away. The wolves ask what they are doing, but the 2 wolves are on the ground asking the elk to save her. She says that her nose is going to fall off, and she begins to think that they failed in the mission, very disappointed by this. Now that Zyrape and Tell are far away, they finally manage to lose them. Zyrape says tells Tell that they won't pursue them for now, and he thanks her, because he thought they were in trouble. And Zyrape says that that she saved him at that moment, and it's only fair that she return the favor, but he says that even so, he thanks her again, saying that he will make sure to reward her, asking if she likes grilled fish, and she thinks that this is her chance, asking if he wouldn't mind if she accompanied him on his way, saying that she would like to receive his teachings. Like at that time, Intel gets excited, asking her to go with him, and says that they are going to the merchant district, and she takes him by the fastest way, and he says that before that, he needs to go to the merchant guild, and requests the promotion to mid-level merchant, and she is surprised by this, because it hasn't even been a few months since he started as a wandering merchant, so he is surprised, questioning how Sheriff knew about this, and she begins to think that she is in trouble, because she can't be caught as an agent of the secret merchant inspection department, wandering merchants, and he starts to think this is suspicious, not wanting to believe that she talked so much to that idiot guy, while she was scared. It turns out that he is a bit dense, and sees everything wrong, thinking that that scoundrel has a loose mouth, and she thinks it is a relief that Tell is a bit slow, but she asks how he gathered 1,000 coins from the tower in such a short time, because it is an amount that a simple wandering merchant like her cannot even afford, and asking if she can ask about what special items she was selling, and thinks it is true, because without special support it is impossible to gather such a large amount in such a short time. They will never know what he has, or what kind of dangerous items he is selling, and if so, she will arrest him to save the honor of the inspection department. He simply says that he sells tomatoes and cherries, and she almost does not believe what he is saying, asking if those are those round red fruits, that tomato and cherry, and he simply says yes, saying he sold everything, so he doesn't have any with him now, and he'll show her next time, but says they don't have time now, calling her to accompany him, and she asks if he won 1,000 coins from the tower, only with tomato and cherry, asking how so, and that to her is suspicious. Very suspicious, and she follows him very suspicious. Meanwhile in the United States, that vice president manages to get his hands on the new magical rank D tomato, and he is surprised that he now reduces 20 grams of fat, and the performance doubled since Ranky, and the flavor is also stronger than Ranky. This is shocking, so he asks Jenny if there were any results. They will plant the magic tomatoes in the ground there, and she says that as he can see, it grew into the typical tomato and cherry that they know, and he realizes that it is because it is an item of the tower after all. So he asks if the results of planting them in the tower, and she questions what he thinks she is, and says it is Easter Jenny. They planted 100 magic tomatoes Ranky on the first floor of the tower, and 10 of them germinated successfully, and are ready to be harvested soon. And he questions if it is really, telling Jenny that she worked hard, but she says it is all thanks to him, saying that it was an expected result with his technology and Gaggle's methods. Then she says that soon they will be able to increase the germination rate to 50%. He sees that things are going well, but then she says that the budget for the farm project in the tower has already been used up. The council has approved the project, and they're hiring the smart ones to create a farm and ward off the surrounding monsters. He notices that the tower project is finally moving forward, and his long-awaited business, which had been stalled, is back in operation thanks to the magical cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, the protagonist is living very peacefully with the new queen bee, the black rabbit, and his entire plantation. At the Merchants Association, Theo actually gets his title, being promoted to mid-level merchant, and he's very happy. The sheriff congratulates him and says that with this boost, they'll go into the trading business to buy the necessary items. The sheriff is already thinking about it, because the trading market is a market in the mid-level merchant area, where wandering merchants can show off their skills as much as they want, starting with the auction house, where you can get good items from farmers or craft workshops on each floor at the best prices. And depending on how you trade, you can buy a large number of items and obtain maximum profit with minimum loss. His skill as a merchant is evaluated there, and Sheriff thinks that that place is like a fierce battlefield, which does not tolerate any moment of hesitation, and these places are on a different level from the nobody store, which would come from the other day. So she wonders what technique he will use, and he simply says that he will buy from that somewhat strange place, and she thinks about it, because it is a sundry goods store, and when they enter there, they start looking at everything there, and he says he will take to kitchen utensils and a set of thread and needle, asking how much it will be for that hyena, and Sheriff asks if he wasn't there to sell on another floor, and he says that he said he sells tomatoes and cherries, and she gets a headache again just thinking about this madness, because she was wondering if finally you could see your skill, and the hyena says that that will be worth 2 for tower coins, and Sheriff is very surprised that pans are cheap, and even covering up those items total must be less than a tower coins, thinking that the store owner is trying to trick Theo, and he says that he is charging more, asking for the kitten's money, and she sees this from that hyena, but Theo counters, asking for a discount right away, and so Sheriff notices that he accepted very easy, and it is the same reckless trick as before. but he says he is already offering a wholesale price. And Sheriff thinks it was only possible because the other items were of poor quality at that time, and that place is different. He says he'll sell it for 2 point to tower coins, and he's giving her a discount because he made a good impression. So she thinks it's an old technique, giving a high price at first and then lowering it. It's a technique that uses the mindset that customers will buy something cheaper, lowering the price with condescension. She begins to see the mental struggle happening with the hyena, questioning whether he won't accept it, and she gets worried because the store owner isn't easy. So Theo asks for an even bigger discount, throwing a tantrum in front of the hyena. Then the hyena says she already told him she's giving him the wholesale price, and he can't buy them for that price anywhere else. So Theo says it's okay to reset, calling her to go, leaving everything there, and she, questioning what happened, asking if he won't. To argue further, he says that he said he won't give her any more discount, so he'll simply leave. But then the hyena asks, why is he so impatient, saying that he lost, and says that he'll give them for 2 coins from the tower, thinking that he seemed easy and thought that it would be. But Theo says that he'll give the coin from the tower or he'll leave, and so the hyena says that it's okay, asking for him to take for this price, not liking at all the negotiation, and Theo simply thanks. Then Zirafe notices that it's a discount technique that doesn't leave any opening, so if you want or not, and the perfect defeat of the merchant after trying to deceive him, and she thin KS that this wasn't even a fair fight from the beginning, it was a predetermined victory, and she thinks that as she received a special education from her family, she thought she knew everything, but she couldn't have led the fight so quickly because she would have finished the tower for 2 coins. This means he really earned 1,000 coins just by selling tomatoes and cherries. So Theo takes everything and calls her to leave. She wonders if she's witnessing a historic moment of a brilliant merchant being born. Then Theo thinks he's excited because, as Seiya said, he insistently asked for a discount and received a discount 3 times. When he leaves, Seraph goes after him, but halfway there, he says he's going to leave for now. He asks if she's going, calling her to eat before leaving, saying he'll pay. But she says she can't bother him anymore. She already asked, thanks to the cat, thanking him for the chance to look behind his arrogance. He asks what happened. What did she do? Then she thinks that he is even humble, asking her to be careful, that she might encounter a wolf next time, too, and simply leaves him behind, and he stays, thinking that she is a fox. Strange, but he thinks who has to go back because he wants to take a nap on the lap of the big one, and already in another corner, she finishes her report, and so that little dog goes to talk to her again, saying that the director wants to schedule a meeting about the stolen goods, and Mr. Creed, who asked if he should tell him that she is busy with work, but she says no, and was recently watched, and orders to send the document responsible for the corridor of the merchants and ask that he be excluded from the surveillance. The little dog noticed that it is the merchant from that occasion and asks about him being a bargaining genius according to that assessment. And Sheriff says that for the first time in ages, she has found a real merchant. My God, it is very misunderstood. Tell her real merchant is a business, a little impressive, and goes back to making his way on top of those peanuts and thinks that the rabbit's mother is on patrol. So there shouldn't be any thieves for now. He thinks that they planted corn and cherry tomatoes there that day. And finally, it seems that they put their field out of the cave now while they continue watering, along with the rabbit from the watering can. He notices that the water is not coming out, and the rabbit also finds it strange. After all, that water in the watering can should be infinite. Then the black rabbit runs up to the 2 of them and starts calling him, along with the chubby rabbit, and so he questions what is happening until he goes down into the cave and goes to look at the lake. When he gets there, he sees something that impresses everyone. When they look inside, there are a lot of lobsters. He notices that there are a lot of them and asks if they ended up in the hole, wondering what kind of ecosystem this hole is. He thinks about the lobsters and what he can do with them. He really likes it. He says that they were so praised on YouTube that they are really delicious. He asks the black rabbit to catch them soon, but he doesn't like the idea very much. He says that they may look like that, but they are extremely tasty. He takes out his dagger and says that he will definitely like them more than anything else. This is enough to make the black rabbit start to get excited. The protagonist says that they can't miss the opportunity to obtain a new protein, and so the 2 prepare to catch those lobsters and begin hunting them, with some even jumping on top of the protagonist. He actually enters the water to catch those lobsters, and they start looking at him, coming out of the water, wanting to go after the boy. But then he manages to make a triple kill, and almost a block, going after all of them, defeating the lobster, acquiring 30 XP. He talks to the black rabbit so he can catch and throw them all to land. And so, the rabbits are put in the cart to take them to the rabbit with the scythe, who starts trying to chop them up, but realizes that his scythe is not penetrating their hard shells. But the protagonist arrives there, saying that since their shells are hard, it will be difficult to cut them unless they are cooked. They will wrap them in green onions and grill them, and so the rabbit with the scythe is even sad, but accepts, and the protagonist makes a cocoon, placing them near the fire and thinks that it smells very good, and the salty aroma of the crustacean is spreading through the cave. And everyone, he stands there with his mouth watering, waiting. Then he opens one to see if it's ready, and notices that it's red and well cooked, with them almost ready, along with corn inside that leaf. Then he grills it, around which the green onion and the salty flavor of the sea penetrates the tender meat, adding richness. He says that now, yes, they should eat, taking out the first one, showing everyone how to eat it. And when he breaks it, the meat reveals itself right there in the middle, and he tells them to hold it, turn the head and the body so it can be opened easily, and tells them to look at the meat inside. And everyone wants to eat and talks about that salty smell that is making everyone salivate, and asks each one to take one while he takes out the head so they can eat. And all the rabbits really like that meat, and he thinks that it is very delicious. And it is strangely salty, and the seasoning is perfect, even without sauce, asking everyone. It is delicious, and the mother rabbit takes the opportunity to take a head and look at it. A little wary, but the protagonist says to her that they won't throw it away, and she finds it strange. And he asks if she saw the organs inside the head, because they must dip the meat in them. And it simply becomes an incredible delicacy. It doesn't seem like it. Protagonist, sorry, I have to disagree. It's a bit weird. But he says that the flavor is delicious, and it makes him crave soybeans, and the black rabbit also seems to want it. So the protagonist takes the head to him, asking if he wants to try it, and he puts it in his paw, giving that thing a sniff, finding it strange. But when he puts it in his mouth, his little ear starts to wiggle, all excited, and he asks what he thought, asking if it's delicious. And the rabbit falls into it, eating more and more, and he says he's going to give one to each of them, telling them to eat plenty, and the black rabbit is falling in. Soon, we'll have to. Chubby rabbit. The rabbit that chubby one is the one who is wrong, because the black rabbit eats as much as him. But then, Kwang gets up there, looking, enjoying himself, down there, and the protagonist asks him to wait a moment, because he will bring some for them too, saying that he will fall like that, and up there, he takes, wow, but there's lobster, and the animal is going to the forest, the Amazon of the sea, I don't know, the Atlantic Council, I don't know what sea that could be, and simply takes lobster a lot for the bears, so he tells him to twist the head, and do the whole procedure, but the bear, as if he were eating shrimp, throwing everything inside, and the protagonist simply asks if it is tasty, and apparently he likes it a lot, and he says that is right, because I heard that the shell is also very nutritious. And so, in the vicinity, on the second floor of the tower, in the village of skeletons, some men are killing all the skeletons along the way, cleaning up the place, and the skeletons that live there are fleeing from the hunters, like the devil flees from the cross, begging for his life, or whatever it may be, but the guys keep killing him, without mercy, crushing his skulls on the ground. And that is the vice president of the company that is trying to plant the protagonist's tomatoes. And so, one of the adventurers welcomes him, and he says that it seems things are going well to secure the land for a large farm. So, they say, that as you can see, currently, they have mobilized all the mercenaries. They have taken possession of more than half of the skeleton villages on the second floor, so he is surprised that they said it is only half. And so, the adventurer apologizes to the vice president. He then asks, what is the estimated time needed? And they say that considering how vast is the area and the level of the new mercenaries, it seems will take a few more months. So the vice president tweaks his menu a bit and sends it to the hunter, and he asks, what is this? Then the vice president says that they assume the debts of those who took out private loans, and awaken them with a note, making them sign a lifelong contract with them. They don't need to leave the tower, so that should be enough, he said, giving him a week, telling him to focus on securing the land for agriculture. Then, for his part, he says that the growth of cherry tomatoes has just peaked, asking if he would like to try it. Then he gets excited that he finally managed to harvest that one, but thinks as expected, it's not an item, and so he also thinks about checking the flavor, and when he eats it, he notices that it is horrible, spitting that thing out of his mouth, and everyone asks, what happened? He questions, what is happening there? But the researcher asks, what's the problem? He says that it has no taste at all, and she asks, what is he talking about? Saying that there's no way, but when he eats it, it really tastes horrible, and says that they added all the nutritional supplements of the highest quality, but it has no taste at all. They think that all the components of those fruits are below the standard level. They are at the lowest commercial level, and he gets pissed off with everything they've achieved so far, throwing those tomatoes on the ground and stepping on them. But then, when he does that, he also realizes that there are no seeds. Meanwhile, he's living his life happily up there at the top of the tower, sleeping on the ground, very peaceful with the bunnies. But while he's sleeping, once again, that bull number 3 comes by to steal his leaves, all happy to eat the fresh grass. So, vulture of the peak, if you don't escape me, you'll keep stealing. Protagonist, until when? Hopefully, tomorrow, I'll throw you up. And sometime later, in a mansion, the vice president is looking at that tomato, noticing that it has no seeds, and says that without seeds, let alone genetic improvement, cultivation itself becomes impossible. He wonders if it's because of what happened 10 years ago. Because around the time he entered the tower, shortly after it appeared, he was lucky enough to enter through disappearance, picking up a sword and beginning his journey. He says that his younger self had his dream come true, seeing the rich and spacious land inside the tower, and a sky where the sun never sets 24 hours a day, good quality soil. And if he could grow crops in the tower, dominating the global food market would no longer be just a dream. And before that happened, he had advanced to a certain point and left the tower, went straight to the company to convince his father, and everything was going well. And that was the beginning of the agriculture project in the tower. So he really started taking it seriously, but problems arose unexpectedly, wondering why none of them are producing seeds, and think that even when he invested unimaginable amounts of money in hundreds of different fashions throughout the year to create the best environment in the tower, he still keeps wondering why none of them are producing seeds. And so the results of the research show that the awakened lose their reproductive abilities the moment they enter the tower. What's up? Man, wow, that's complicated. And since the temporary side effect of adapting their bodies suddenly subsides, and most reproductive abilities are restored when the awakened's level exceeds 10, okay, not bad, not bad. You can play that game from 1 to 9. You've passed 10, then it's time to start a family. So he thinks there's no way this news won't be shocking, and everyone was horrified by it. And the loss of fertility also applies to plants, and there's no way to evolve seeds from outside, and he had to find another way. And that's when he thought of using the crops that were born and grew inside the tower, because they're sold as edible crops and food, just like on Earth. And then the merchant talked to him about seeds, and he says he can't sell them because they are all monopolized by a greedy guy named Griggs from the 55th floor. And at that time he had only gone up to the 10th floor of the tower, and he spent a lot of money and was treated like an incompetent son by his father, the board of directors, and his youthful spirit was the only excuse he could come up with. In front of the tower's high wall, his dream of developing agriculture there fell apart, crumbling in vain just like that. But even so, he thinks it can't exist, ordering them to bring all the hunters from the 38th floor immediately, and everyone there is surprised. He takes a huge amount of money, saying he doesn't care how much they spend, ordering them to buy all the D-grade magic tomatoes from the wandering merchant anyway. And if the grade doesn't work, he'll try to grow D-grade magic tomatoes, and they might get a different result if the grade is higher. He thinks about those tomatoes, saying he'll make sure to have them in his hands. Meanwhile, Thel himself is calmly returning home, and he ends up seeing a bunch of leaves scattered around and finds it strange, noticing that these are the chives that Sejin was growing, and thinks that they are all scattered around and starts picking them up one by one until he hits something and comes face to face with the Minotaur, and he is surprised to see the wandering merchant. Then Thel asks where he got the thing he is eating, and bull number 3 says he got it from what was left there on the ground, and so he says there is no way, saying that this is the Sejin Park grass, which he values, saying that there is no way it was left on the ground and they can use this grass as bowls and even create ropes, and says that it is also a precious grass that can be used to clean themselves, asking if he dares to steal that precious grass. For those who wondered in the last video, heard his comment, asked how he wipes his ass. Apparently it's with leaves, but the bull seeing all this gets mad at him, asking if he is sign or not that a warrior like him is stealing, going after Thel and almost hitting him. Then he says that he is one of those who live and die by honor. He, a Minotaur warrior, could never be stealing, and he can't contain himself even though he is the wandering merchant, slandering that warrior. And Thel finds himself once again in a life or death situation, but he says that he didn't lie, and so says that they should ask Park Sejong then, saying that they will see who is right. And the bull calms down a little more, saying that everything is fine, asking him to take him to Sejong, and so Thel asks him to follow him, and the bull, while following Thel, thinks that that guy, Park Sejong, must have thrown the grass there otherwise. Why would such delicious grass be left on the ground? And he thinks that the commander certainly told him to find out the location where the grass appears. And he thinks that he will be praised again by the commander, but the protagonist, while sleeping, ends up being woken up once again. And this Thel jumps on him straight on his belly, falling down with everything, waking the kid in the worst possible way, and he says that now is not the time to lie down and roll around, asking the protagonist to leave, while he feels an absurd pain in his stomach, asking Thel what is happening, and he says simply that he caught a thief. And Sejong does not understand this very well, but when he leaves the cave, he bumps head on with a gigantic Minotaur and starts asking Thel if this is the thief he said he caught, and Thel says yes, getting all cocky, telling him to come quickly and reprimand him. But the protagonist continues holding the rope very calmly, and then he tells him to look at that, saying that this black Minotaur stole all his grass, and the protagonist goes there, noticing that it is the chives that they scattered in the field. But the Minotaur starts to argue, saying that he only took what fell on the ground, and says that if he were not going to throw it away, there would be no reason to grass being left on the ground like that. And then the protagonist notices that that is the monster, called the Black Minotaur, starting to notice that it is the horned guys that Kwang's mother was talking about, and they turn the field into a mess during the blue moon that stole the leaves they buried in the ground a few days ago. And he must have been caught by Thel stealing the leaves that day, and the Minotaur starts to say that he is a warrior or a Rado, and there is no way he could steal anything, but Thel says no, saying that they did not throw him away, and he is in fact a thief. And the protagonist thinks about it, noticing that he is a bull, then thinks that they can dig deep into the ground too, thinking that this can kind of be solved, and Thel then tells the protagonist, telling him to hurry up and tell that idiot whether or not he threw away that grass. And he says that of course he didn't, leaving the Minotaur all embarrassed, and he says it was an important grass, and it was covered to manage the humidity of the field. But then the Minotaur says that this can't be, saying that he doesn't believe he stole it by apologizing because he had no idea. But the protagonist says that apologizing with words after stealing won't work, ordering him to give 100 coins from the tower, saying that he will demand 100 coins from the tower as compensation for messing up his field and stealing the grass. The animal is very scoundrel, he doesn't miss a single chance. So the bull is very surprised by what he is asking for, asking if the grass is that expensive, saying that becoming a thief is really scary. Then Thel asked if he understood, telling him to hurry up and pay the 100 tower coins. But then Thel starts climbing on the Minotaur, telling him that he is nothing, asking what they are going to do now. Then he asks what he thinks, because if he doesn't have money, he should pay with his body. Calm down, protagonist, hold your emotions, my friend. And Thel then asks what he is talking about, and the protagonist tells the Minotaur to go there every day to work, saying that he will give him 1 tower coin per day, and he can pay his debt with that. And so the Minotaur asks if he wants him to pay his debt working there, and he says that he will also give him food, and asked if he likes the chives, saying that he will let him eat as much as he wants, and he is not an evil employer, asking what he thinks, questioning if it is not a good proposal, and the Minotaur simply accepts all the euphoric, saying that he accepts if I can eat. Then he says that the contract is done, saying that he starts working the next day, closing the deal with the Minotaur. And so Thel watches the protagonist do business with his mouth open, thinking that if someone doesn't have money, they can pay with their body, saying that as expected with the master, he learned another. Oh my god, when Thel uses this shit, it's going to be a deal. Him telling someone to pay with their body will go wrong, and he thinks he should write it down so he doesn't forget, and really, he writes it down in his notebook while the Minotaur leaves, and so he tells Thel that he did a good job because he caught the thief, and he even gained a worker thanks to him. And Thel asks if he did a great job, wondering how he got out, and the protagonist says he will extend his status as Thel's hot salesman for another month. But at this, Thel is not satisfied, asking for more, grabbing the protagonist's leg, but he says his pants will rip, asking him to get off him. And so the next day, the protagonist continues to make trouble there below, along with the Black Rabbit, having a lot of fun, killing several of them and hunting calmly. And when he throws them out, the protagonist kills the ones that fall and says that now he wonders if they should stop with the large amount, thinking that this should be enough food for Kwang and his mother, and tells the Black Rabbit that he worked very well. His skills are improving little by little until the rabbit begins to shine and evolve as if it were a Pokemon, and he notices this. And the rabbit ends up gaining a new improved mallet, and so he notices that the hammer has changed a lot when the rabbit picks it up. The protagonist says that it is different from a normal level of improvement, and upon his second awakening saying that he is incredible, and the rabbit is all amazed along with his brothers. So he says that he leaves the lobster hunting to him now. And so Kwang's mother also appears there, and the protagonist questions what happened and goes to Kwang asking what his mother is talking about, and he explains to the protagonist, and in that, when he looks back he sees that there is a bee nest there, wondering since when he has been there, and the queen BA2 was the one who built it. He goes to the protagonist, and he is surprised that it is the poisonous queen of the 2nd generation that was born at that time, and says that it is really a pleasure to meet her, asking where she was, saying that he was marked as her owner, but was worried about not seeing her, and so she calls other bees from her own hive, and he notices that she went to form her swarm of bees, and says that it is a relief that she has returned safe and sound, and Kwang ends up staying there, watching them. And the protagonist takes the opportunity to introduce him to the queen, saying that she hatched recently, and he says that Kwang must protect her home well, and so the queen will work hard to make the honey he likes so much, and the two begin to get along, and so everyone is in that happy mood. But then the Minotaur appears there saying that he is there to work, and the protagonist welcomes him, but the mother bone gets angry and goes after that Minotaur without any fight in which he knew, and then the Minotaur is scared to death of the bone, and thinks that he never imagined that he would find her there too, preparing for a fight. But at that the protagonist asks Kwang's mother to wait, telling him not to fight, asking him to listen to her. But the mother bone gets them all out of the way, and Theo appears there while the protagonist is down, saying that he heard the noise downstairs, and the protagonist asks Theo to try to stop them, saying that he couldn't say anything, and they will hurt each other if they fight, and Kwang's mother and the Minotaur have to stop. And so he yells at them not to fight because the Minotaur is there to work, and he says that he is not the enemy. And so Kwang's mother even says something, and Theo translates for him, saying that she wants him to go back to his cave, saying that she will not tolerate the Minotaur invading her territory. But he talks to the Minotaur this time, but in this he says that as a Minotaur warrior avoiding a battle is not honorable. And so Kwang appears there to try to help, and the protagonist wonders what he should do. And Theo translates what Kwang is saying, because he wants to cry again, asking the protagonist to reprimand him, and Eileen appears in the middle of all this, sending a message, saying that she is begging for something to eat because she is bored, and he says that they are not very busy now because the Minotaur and Kwang's mother are fighting. But what she really asks is why there is a Minotaur there, because she wants him to solve this soon, because she is hungry. And he says that if it were that simple, he would have already solved it, because the two are not listening to him. And then Kwang starts to take the protagonist's clothes, and Theo continues saying that Kwang is saying he's hungry, but in that the fight heats up between the two. And Theo starts to ask to go back to the cave, and also says he's hungry, and the protagonist finds himself in the middle of that whole mess and starts to get angry and yells at everyone, because if no one listens to him, he will not give food to any of them. He actually manages to stop the fight at the time, because both the mother and the Minotaur and everyone there is not happy with this threat, and everyone, when they know they will not be able to eat, becomes very calm. Even Eileen herself is scared of it, and Theo also saying that it is wrong, clinging to the protagonist, crying, asking him not to do this. And when the protagonist gets angry, he finally manages to put order in that whole mess, and with that he asks everyone to sit down, and the Minotaur, Kwang's mother, Kwang, and everyone there sit around him, and even Eileen sits down ready to listen to him. And he tells the two brawlers that if they go out causing trouble like this, not only the field and the crops, even those around them will be harmed too, and says that first they need to make a meal to ease the misunderstanding between the two, asking the rabbits to help, calling them so they can eat. And with that they prepare the food quickly and serve it to everyone to fill their taste. And the Minotaur and Kwang's mother become friends and eat side by side, and he tells them not to rush to eat. And he also asks Eileen to take advantage of that corn that he sends to her. And so the Minotaur says that it is very good and tries to take some corn. But Kwang's mother doesn't let him, because his mother only kills him. And the two start to get weird, and so the protagonist tells them to stop listening now while they eat. And he says that Kwang's mother is the one who protects his fields and the cave along with Kwang himself, and that one over there is the Minotaur, whose name he doesn't know. But the Minotaur introduces himself, saying that he is Bull 3, good Minotaur warrior. And the protagonist just accepts this strange name and says that he will help with the work in the fields. And so Kwang's mother understands, and the protagonist asks if they understood, saying that they can't fight there, because if they fight he won't let them eat anything. So the two are shocked that they can't fight, and they end up making their parts, closing a deal, becoming best friends. And the protagonist says that this is well, and so Theo translates what Kwang's mother is saying that she wants him to focus on the fact that they are shaking hands. But at this point the Minotaur questions what kind of work he has to do, and the protagonist then asks if it isn't obvious what he will need to do while making a face at the hotel, just to make it clear. So he goes to those desolate lands, saying that he dug the ground during the blue moon, and he only needs to turn the soft soil inside the ground before lunch. He asks if that's all he has to do, and he will give him lunch too. And he says of course, saying that he is not a cruel boss. And so the Bull 3 makes his horn grow a lot and goes up above the ground, lifting everything there, thinking that he will work hard to be able to eat a lot. And the protagonist thinks that they will be able to open the ground easily now, and says that they will plant chives, because it is a hassle to go down to the cave and take them one by one. And for some reason he feels he needs to increase their production, and he thinks it's not difficult to increase the production of spring onions, since all they have to do is harvest and cut moderately grown onions, leaving only the roots, and over time the roots of the spring onions will divide and grow from the cut side, and so they only need to replant the divided roots. And he notices that the roots are strong and begins to plant them, creating a field of spring onions of 200 peon, 800 XP, and he notices that the plantation is complete there, and the spring onions grow very fast inside the tower. So from now on the field will grow several times in a short time if they divide the plants every time the stems grow. And they only need to solve one more problem, which is the problem of irrigation. He says that there is a limit to the amount of water in the watering can, so it is not possible to water all the crops and this is a problem even if the field expands. But at this point, the daddy rabbit begins to shine in front of the protagonist, and then his watering can changes, turning golden, and he is surprised by this because the watering can has changed, and he notices that a second one has woken up just like the black rabbit, congratulating the father rabbit, and he notices that it was at the right time, asking if it is because he dared several times until he reached his limit. And so he asks what he thinks if the amount of water has increased, and he says that it is twice the amount he had. Then he says that they will expand the field with Sur. Meanwhile, the Bull King notices that Bull 3 is taking too long because he doesn't come back. And that's the first day that the baby rabbits leave the cave for the first time, and when they step outside, everyone is excited, and the protagonist introduces the babies to Kyung, and when he gets close, he starts licking them all, and they run away in fear. But they end up noticing that Kyung is very friendly, jumping back on top of him. So he asks if Kyung can take good care of the babies, and he agrees to it. And Tell says that it's the uncle getting all cocky and calls them because the uncle is going to take them on an adventure outside the cave, but they don't want to go after Tell, staying stuck to the Kyung who is all soft. And Tell doesn't like this at all, making a drama, asking if they forgot about his uncle. And so the protagonist says that children grow up really fast, and Tell is all shocked because after all the things he passed to raise them, they abandon him. But the protagonist tells him not to be sad, to stay calm, telling him to sit there and have a little cry, and so he becomes a little calmer. And the protagonist talks to the cat salesman Tell, asking if it isn't almost time for him to go down to the lower floors and negotiate, and he says he wants to go down, but he doesn't think he can, and the protagonist asks how so. Then he finally talks about what happened to the wolves, and the protagonist is surprised that a pack of wolves was looking for him and for that straw hat, and he says yes, and that's why he can't go down, saying that things have become quite problematic. But the protagonist wonders why that straw hat, because the artifacts and effects are very good, but even so it is very unnecessary unless he is a farmer, and questions it. There are farmers from the tower on other floors too, and thinks that if that is the case, Tell shouldn't worry because he has an idea to be able to solve this. And in this, protagonist proposes a solution and asks if Tell can hire the freelancer mercenary. He says they'll hire Oshin-san as a mercenary. He's surprised by this, saying it's a great idea. A freelancer mercenary is a job only those born in the tower as wandering merchants can have. And so, through an agreement between the Freelance Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association, freelance mercenaries can use the merchant's passages for a fee. Furthermore, non-mercenaries can also access these passages. And if they are temporarily hired as freelance mercenaries at the request of the wandering merchants, everything is fine. And so he says he wishes he could descend the tower as a mercenary too. But like wandering merchants, only those born in the tower can become mercenaries. And Tell says he remembered this well. He then asks if Oshin-san will agree to be a mercenary. He says that even so, he's a monster from the 99th floor. The protagonist thinks there's a way, as they can offer triple the daily fee and 3 mana from the tower if they hire him as a mercenary. And Tell thinks he's a genius, saying his mind is extraordinary and he never thought of that. And the protagonist says it's nothing, telling Tell he can do it, asking if he wants to cry a little, and he says yes. And he thinks that with this, he will learn how to do it to anything like that too and dare one day. And after that, Bull number 3 continues hiding near his house until he tries to leave that way. But someone comes asking where he's going. And Bull number 3 is Anshin-san, who changed his name, so they must be translating it literally. But I'll stick with Bull number 3. And a bull woman arrives, saying he's been looking for her for 3 days. And he's surprised to see her there, saying it's nothing, telling her to go away. But she says her face is all shiny, and asks if he's been secretly eating something, asking what it is, asking him to take her with him. But he says it's nothing, and it's a conspiracy. But she says she can report him, because her boss is looking for him, and he's definitely up to something. And he's completely at a loss for what to do, and ends up accepting what she's saying. And she's all happy, and he says he'll take her with him. But she has to keep quiet, because it's a secret, and she agrees. And so, they go near the protagonist's house, and when he comes out, they're both surprised. For the number of Minotauros has doubled, and he wonders what this is all about. If he brought a friend, then she introduces herself as Anshin-san, and he wonders who's been saying they'd give her food if she turned the earth upside down. And Bull number 3 asks if he can let his friend work there too. Otherwise, it'll be a problem. And the protagonist thinks they don't need to gently create fields right now, so they don't need any extra help. But he says he'll let her work there, asking if he can ask a favor. And she says, of course, asking what it is. And he tells her that his important wandering merchant, Tell, is being threatened by wolves. And he says that's problematic. And the protagonist says that if he escorts Tell as a freelance mercenary, he'll give him triple the daily tower fee. He also gives her food, asking her what she thinks. She says she doesn't like it, and he asks why, since she just said she'd work. And she says she can't eat coins from the tower. And the protagonist understands what she means. Then he asks, what about 3 meals a day and a snack in between? And she quickly agrees, accepting immediately. But Bull 3 says he wants it too. And the protagonist notices that they are driven by hunger. And he says it's great because it will be safer with both of them. And he says he'll prepare food for them to eat on the way. And so, they are both happy. And she jumps on top of Bull 3, thanking him for showing her such an incredible place. And he talks to Zhang Sao, saying he's happy she's happy too. And so, the protagonist watches everything that's happening there and understands the mood that's going on. And so, he goes to harvest some chives and notices that there are quite a few, wondering if it's enough. And with that, Theo wonders if he needs to take them. And he asks if he'll take it, since he has a lot. He asks if he thinks he has enough space to carry it all. But Theo tells him not to worry, throwing his little bag over and sucking up all the onions. And he notices that it holds more than usual. And Theo says yes, saying that he is now a senior wandering merchant. And when he was promoted to senior wandering merchant, his bag's capacity increased as well. And the protagonist thinks about it, because thinking about it, the color of the badge on his chest has also changed. But Theo notices that he only realized this now, then gets sad that he has no sense. But the protagonist just tells him to get ready, grabbing the cat's cheek. Then he tells Theo that he has a gift to send to his family this time. He asks if he knows, and he says he understands, asking the protagonist to leave it with him, as he already knows the procedure, saying he's already going with them both. And the protagonist asks them to take care of themselves, telling Toro 13 and Jin to take care of themselves and Theo, and he stays behind with the rabbits. But he wonders if those two starving people won't eat Theo. After the spring onions are gone and the black rabbit is looking at him, he had my face in the wind, thinking what might happen to those crazy people. So, already at Bico dos Mercadores, at the wandering merchants pass in the residential area, the wolves are still there, just waiting for Theo to pass. And one of the wolves goes to Elka saying he got food, and she says he did a good job, asks how much is left for the guards, and he says it's the last one. And Elka tells Elko to eat, but he says he doesn't want to. And then, he speaks to the leader Elka asking how long they will need to stay there, because he's tired of standing there for days just watching people. He calls her to come back to the 85th floor, but she asks if he's going to keep saying stupid things, asking if he has thought about the well-being of his tribe, who are hungry and waiting on the 85th floor, and saying that if they don't complete the task, they won't get food from the grid, and the survival of their tribe depends on it. And he apologizes, asking her not to be mad, saying he was wrong, and he falls to the floor whimpering, while she loses all patience. And she says that even if he's not hungry, he should eat, because this food was bought with precious money, gathered by his tribe for this task. He needs to eat to gain strength, and so, he thinks the Elka leader needs to eat too, but she lets it go. However, when she's talking to them, she smells something and quickly goes to look from the balcony. They ask what happened, and so she recognizes him, for she has encountered the wandering merchant with the straw hat. But as she watches the calm Theo pass by, she says that this time, what happened. She definitely needed to get information about the straw hat, but what she hasn't seen yet is who Theo is with. And at the base of the wandering merchants, they all stare open-mouthed at those minotaurs and are surprised off seeing black minotaurs around there, because they never thought they would see some of them. And for some of those vendors, it is the first time seeing a monster from the 99th floor, and they think that a wandering merchant who can hire black minotaurs as mercenaries makes them wonder how amazing this merchant would be. But then, Theo appears asking if anyone is looking for him, almost not appearing in the sight of those other wandering merchants, and when they look down, he is all smug there, and they question what this little wandering cap merchant wants. And he starts to introduce to everyone that he is the wandering merchant Theo who hires the minotaurs as mercenaries, and starts to laugh all smugly, and they question if he is the contractor, asking about Theo. After all, it is the first time he has resolved that name, saying that he should not lie around there. But Theo starts to freak out and calls Oshin-san and also Oshio-sa, asking them to go to him. But when they turn around, the two minotaurs are no longer there, and he screams, wondering where they went. And at that moment, the minotaurs are somewhere else, and Oshin-san ends up calling Oshin-san to look at that grass, saying it's interesting, and they start getting on top of a poor little mouse, and they think he looks very tasty, wanting to steal it. But in that, the little bunny just asks them to spare his life, but Theo runs over there, saying he was looking for them, asking what they are doing. And he asks the bulls if they are not mercenaries and they should be protecting him, and questions what they are doing there. He apologizes, life they could not avoid, and that is very interesting. And in that, Theo asks if it is the first time they are in the village of Passage, and Oshin-san says it is the first time, and they have never left the 99th floor. But he asks why it is called the Passage of the Merchants, questioning if the passage of the tower should not be accessible to everyone born in the tower, and not just wandering merchants. But at this, Theo starts laughing at him, saying that they really don't know anything, because they are hicks from the 99th floor. And then he climbs some boxes so he can explain, and he says that Mid-level wandering merchant will explain to them, and he says that a long time ago, all the passages in the tower extended randomly like branches from the 1st to the 99th floor, but because there were so many passages, none of them were safe and no one knew which ones were dangerous. And so the first great wandering merchant created the Wandering Merchant Association and organized these passages, pruning the dangerous paths and choosing the safe ones. And the Merchant Association that later became the main force of the tower joined together with the tower and made an agreement among themselves, and they provided the resources and manpower necessary for the management of the passage. But since the passage is still being managed under the Wandering Merchants Association, it is being called the Merchant's Passage. And Zhang Sai is all surprised, saying that this is incredible, asking how Theo knows all this. He says that it is basic knowledge for the mid-level wandering merchant, but he thinks that in fact, this is the first page of the guide for beginner wandering merchants, and it was good that he read it. But in this, he says that as he explained, all residents of the tower can use the passages. But there is a paid passage that only wandering merchants can use, something with Asher cut. And so Zhang Sai keeps asking about it, and Theo says that they can only use this paid passage because he is a wandering merchant, and if they went by the regular passage, it would take much longer. And this passage village is the center of a large branch, where such paid passages are concentrated. They must go to the 38th floor, and then they will use the paid passage to go down to the 40th floor from there, and then they will transfer to a regular passage. And so Zhang Sai notes that it is a very complicated path, but Theo says that it is true. So before that, they go to eat, and they both like him very much, deciding this, and they start following Theo. And he says that the one he is taking is his favorite fish restaurant. But while he is going along the path, the wolves fall on him, and Theo almost gets caught. But when he looks to the side, he already jumps all bristly when that huge gray wolf comes, who finally finds Theo, full of hatred. And Theo starts to shrink all bristling in the corner. My god, it looks like my cat when he gets scared by my little robot vacuum cleaner. I turn on the robot and he stays like that, all scared. Then he starts to sound cold seeing the wolf that time, and at that the wolf starts to order Theo to answer him, asking where he got that straw hat. But Shin-san prepares a punch, almost hitting that wolf, sinking the ground with his hand. But the wolf moves out of the way and is not hit, and looks to the side wondering if there is a Minotaur there. Then Shin-san asks who that is, and Theo immediately says it is that one, the bastard who has been chasing him, and so Shin-san thinks they will get rid of him. But the other two wolves go after their boss, wanting to get Shin-san together to help her. But then Shin-san steps in front, hitting both of them, sending the wolves flying, and he already falls kissing the ground, and Elka calls Elko and Elk, and Shin-san asked if there were two more cute puppies around there after laying hands on those monsters. So she talks to Shin-san, telling him to protect Theo, and she'll take care of it, and he says it's okay. Then Theo asks if Shin-san will be okay alone, but Shin-san asks him what he thinks they are, because they are monsters from the highest floor, the 99th, and those types of dogs are no match for them. And Shin-san is stronger than himself, and he gets all silly talking about it, and Theo realizes something, so he says to Shin-san, I was switching, San is her, Sa is he, you know, I was making a mistake. It's difficult, right? Okay, what type is she? But the name is the same, just one letter changes, and Theo tells her that she can't kill them, and she looks back in disbelief, but says she doesn't know if she'll be able to do it, going after those wolves. And the two fallen are helped by Elka, and ask them if they are okay, and they say yes, and ask what they will do, and Elka says they can't retreat. After all, they won't have a chance if they lose that merchant cat there. And the three of them get into position to face Shin-san, so she tells them to get ready, because they're going all out. Shin-san just waits for them to go for it, looking all convinced, and meanwhile, there in the protagonist hole, the chubby rabbit is having a beautiful day, even in his trimmed fur, and the scythe rabbit is all happy for helping his brother. And the protagonist says that the beauty care skills of the scythe rabbit are amazing, and the protagonist says that he did very well, leaving both the black rabbit and the chubby rabbit beautiful. And then the protagonist says that he is uncomfortable because his hair is too long and it bothers his eyes, and he says that he just needs him to adjust the length, and says that it will be under his care. But while he is messing with the scythe, King ends up puffing on the rabbit's ear, making him uncomfortable, and because of that, he ends up with an itchy nose and sneezes. And when he sneezes, he makes a huge cut in the protagonist's hair, a huge hole, and to look at it desperately. And the protagonist thinks that he is looking forward to it, little knowing that now he has invented a new way to go bald. And so after preparing themselves, the three of them go after Xiang Sa, and one of them jumps on top, but she has already prepares the punch, waiting to be able to defend the blow. But then another one appears under that wolf, and ends up serving as a ladder, and the two jump on her arm, while the third goes for her leg, and the one that was still in the air brings his paw to the Minotaur's horn, and prepares to bite her jugular, and thus grabs her teeth. But they wonder what is happening, because his skin is so resistant that her teeth can't even pierce it, and Xiang Sa asks if they are surprised, saying that there is no way a Minotaur's skin can be pierced so easily, and so she simply contracts her muscles, throwing them away, and one of them starts bleeding from the nose with the pressure, and so she grabs him by the collar and throws that wolf away. And Elka's all beaten up, and her brother is worried and ends up being kicked away along with the other, and the only one left is Elka in the jugular, and she is shocked that the Minotaur knocked Elka out with a single blow, and at least she will guarantee that she won't release. But then the Minotaur flips her over on the ground, attacking her with everything, making her stand on her paws, ready to throw another punch. And just as the mount gets close enough to kill, Elka remembers the past, remembering her father who was explaining something to her, saying that they are from the tribe of pure-blood silver wolves, and when they die they become spirits. They become the guardian spirits that protect their tribe. They are much stronger than any other tribe, and can increase their ability to track and hunt prey by inheriting the protection and will of their ancestors. And she says that her pride is from her ancestors too, and they must behave and live with pride so as not to tarnish the honor of their ancestors that they guided, and they will all receive an answer one day. And then she agrees with her grandfather, saying that she will live for the honor of her ancestors. And so she asks if she should be able to find her right answer after a while, with the whole place already going through an absurd famine and there being no more food anywhere. And the tribe says that because of the Great Golden Famine, there is nothing left to eat, and the western tribes have plundered and massacred each other, and so their tribe begins to be attacked by foxes. And Elka is saved by another wolf, while her grandfather stays behind in they fight, and they end up dying. But in the future, Elka is dealing with the tribe, and some wolves come at her, asking if it's true that she went to work under Greed's orders, asking if she isn't ashamed of her ancestors because they are watching them, and on top of that, for that despicable boar, the one who caused all this, but she tells them to shut up, because they have no other choice, and they don't even know if they can hold out until tomorrow. And now is the time for them to think about their children, and it's all for the sake of the children and for her. She can abandon her honor and everything else at any time, and the ancestors will understand her too. And currently she is working for that greedy boar, serving as his tool, being controlled, and doing things she didn't want to do by his orders. So she asks if her grandfather understands her now. But at that moment, the Minotaur stops his punch, missing and killing her, hitting her in the side and only making her faint. And she keeps repeating that it's all for the children, and the Theo goes to her to see if she's alive, then wonders if she really fainted, and Shen-san asked if she should break his legs, so they can't follow him. But at that, Theo gets scared of her, saying that the sin of going after her life is heavy, but that's very cruel, and he says they'll take them for now, because Sejong will decide what to do with them, taking the wolves with him. And already in another corner, the Scythe Rabbit is in a very bad situation, along with Kwang, because the protagonist's bald head is shining in the sun, and they're both very nervous, and the Scythe Rabbit talks to Kwang, and I don't even understand, but I know what he means, because they must be thinking about what to do. And the protagonist asks what happened, wondering if it's over, and they're both shocked. And he asks what that is, because he has a bald spot on his head, and he's in disbelief, and so he shows the little baby, asking what there was, because if he knew that, he would have asked Theo to bring him a mirror. And so the Scythe Rabbit starts to apologize, but the protagonist says that it's okay, saying that everyone makes mistakes, questioning who will see anyway, because there's only one person there, and they're all monsters, and if he wears the straw hat, no one will see that bald guy of his, and that's okay. But he sits very sad in the corner, crying about his hair, and they are both shocked until Mother Rabbit arrives there. And the Scythe Rabbit explains to her, and she gets very angry with him. But he tells Mother Rabbit that he said he's fine, while she takes him and the Scythe Rabbit somewhere. And so he sits down while putting on his hair-cutting clothes, and she prepares to do something and takes a pair of scissors out of her pocket, all convinced. Meanwhile, the little dragon is reading the content of something while eating some fruit, and says that as expected, reading is fun, but notices that she is already out of cherry tomatoes, and says that since she got bigger, the amount of food she used to receive is too little to satisfy her hunger. And even so, if she asks for more, it is obvious that he will misinterpret her like the last time, and calling himself a wing pig, and she already gets angry just imagining it, and thinks that it will not be possible, and she needs some snacks and talks to Park Seon, but she realizes what is happening, wondering what this is. And so the manager asks what happened with him, and he's surprised that Eileen is texting him and asking what's going on, and she says that her appearance has changed a little, and he asks if that's how he is, saying that his hair was long and Mommy Bunny cut it for him. And so he questions if it didn't look strange, and look, the kid became a heartthrob on the Korean 8 o'clock soap opera. And Eileen, seeing that, is completely shocked, and the protagonist gets all silly with the new look, and the protagonist is startled by Eileen's reaction, and then asked why she's not answering, reminding her that he asked what she thinks of her hairstyle, but she's freaking out on the other end, all nervous and blushing, almost like a K-pop fan. So he keeps calling her, and she freaks out, and she sends a message saying that the tower manager doesn't want him near, and he asks if there's something wrong, and she says it's nothing, and says no could take his eyes off her for a second, also asking if he could give her some of the lobsters she ate the other day. And he asks what it is, because as he thought, it's just for the food, but says he's afraid she'll have to eat more slowly for a while, because the lobster population has been slowly decreasing, and now only 1 to 3 of them have been showing up, and he also hasn't seen any piranhas because of the lobster. And he says that then, since he's only been eating vegetables these past few days, he seems a little empty, and says it would be good to nourish her body too, and says that in return he'll give her that, asking if she wants some tomatoes and corn instead, and says that she must have run out of dried potatoes too, so he sends her something, and the manager thanks him, but says something else, and the protagonist is surprised, wanting to know what she's going to continue, and she just says that the new hairstyle suits him, and simply leaves. And the protagonist asks what's wrong with her, asking if she knows how giving compliments, getting surprised. And so he gets more excited, wanting to focus on work again. Meanwhile, she receives her corn, still all silly, blushing and out of breath, and wonders why her chest is pounding so hard, wondering if it's an anomaly of the dragon heart, but thinks not, shakes her head, and says she's already surprised because Park Se-young changed her appearance so suddenly. And so she thinks only about eating, but when she looks at that corn, she remembers him saying it would be good to nourish her body too. And then she goes looking for a book she knew was there, until she finds it, the big cookbook, and says she's going to make something especially for Park Se-young with all her strength. And she's falling more and more in love, and I'm cosplaying as the Joker. Man, I'm sure she's going to turn into a human, especially since her grandfather has a humanoid form, right? Oh my god, just don't turn into a loli, man, please. Please, don't turn into a loli. I'm asking you, Asia, please stop. No, loli no man, please, become a era, I don't know, even an old lady, but no loli. And then our dearest Theo comes up to these humans, and seriously offers them tomatoes, and asks how many they want, and so they tell him to hurry up and show them, because they need a lot. But then Theo asks why they are in such a hurry, and throws those tomatoes there to start selling, saying it's worth their lots of 400, totaling 3,600, and they are surprised that he has so many tomatoes, and then they offer 120 for 400, and the offers go up to 200, with Theo closing the deal, and so he sells little by little until he reaches the last remaining 2,000, but at that moment they tell him to stop and talk to him, saying that he will buy the rest of the tomatoes for 1,600 coins from the tower, and that kid turns around, asking if there is no one who wants to compete with Giggle and Money, and no one opposes the boy, and since Theo only wants to sell, he says that he will come back next time delivering all those tomatoes. And so they say that there are no more serious tomatoes outside the tower, so they cannot sell them, and they wonder how a big company can monopolize everything like that. But they talk about common hunters, how they will no longer be able to buy them then. And one of the boys gets sad, because he was planning to buy some for a date with his future in-laws next month, but then he asks when he'll distribute the invitations. But then the leader says he knows Theo, and he can make another purchase with Sejin Park on the 40th floor through something else. But then that guy who was with the boy tells them to look at the options in the cherry tomato, because the grower that was previously not shown is now revealed, and judging by the name, it seems he's Korean, and the grower is the farmer of the Sejin Park Tower. So he asks to take a look for a moment, and when he looks at it, he really sees that it has the protagonist's name, and is surprised that he was a farmer of the tower. And so the boy orders subordinates to return to the guild camp on the first floor, and find out who Sejin Park is immediately, because they must have him on their side, ordering to send the hunters from the United States to South Korea immediately, and they gain valuable information, and will receive some praise from the vice president, and finally got his promotion. But then the leader thinks that this way he will lose valuable talent. Besides that, more than anything, Park Sejin's family is in danger now, and for the rich people outside the Seranja Tomato Tower, they are an item more valuable than jewels, and if the grower is inside the tower, there is a great possibility of blackmailing or kidnapping the family for a monopoly. And he thinks that, playing by what Theo said the other day, Park Sejin never left the tower once because of a mission. That since he only received information about outside the tower through Theo, he must be unaware of the situation, and so he sees Theo there next to him. And Theo talks to Dom Cheek, telling him what he thought, but he just grabs the cat and runs away. Then he asks Dom Cheek what happened, and the leader talks to him, asking what this sudden revelation of the grower was, since the name was censored before, asking why it is being shown now, and he says that this is because he has become a medium-sized wandering merchant, and to protect the beginning wandering merchants, the names of the growers or producers are covered, but he asked what's wrong. And so, Dom Cheek says that now Park Sejin's family is in danger, and Theo is surprised. And he says that he doesn't know about the situation inside the tower, but now everyone is excited because of the cherry tomatoes outside the tower, and everything was fine until now because the grower's name was covered. But now that Park Sejin's name has been revealed, there are many people who would not hesitate to do bad things to monopolize the cherry tomatoes, and everyone will aim in the protagonist's family. Then Theo becomes desperate, asking if it's because of him, because he's become a mid-sized wandering merchant, and questions what they should do, as they're in trouble, thinking he'll be reprimanded by the master. But Dom Cheek tells Theo no, telling him not to worry, as he'll protect the family from siege and park, even if he has to put the honor of the Phoenix Guild at stake. And Theo starts to thank him. Then he thinks he should hurry and return to the lower floors of the tower. But Theo takes something from his bag, saying he has a favor to ask first, saying that this is a gift from Sejum to his family, delivering corn and carrots, and says that the conditions are the same. 200 cherry tomatoes as the price, and he's surprised as there are carrots of agility and corn of stamina, and so he thinks it's incredible, because if the world found out, it would be alarming. And Theo asks if it's dangerous, but Dom Cheek tells him not to worry, telling Sejum that he will take it to them. And Theo just agrees as he leaves, and Dom Cheek looks at it, saying that it was worth it, and he has to tell this to the guild master. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the passage on the 38th floor, the Minotaurs continue eating shit while they are escorting the Lottos, and Elka is very pissed off at being trapped there, and starts talking to them, calling them cattle heads, and so the other to remain very quiet while she kicks. And she asks the Minotaurs if their arrogance has been destroyed in their simple minds, asking how they can work under that wandering merchant, questioning if they are so naive, since they are taking orders from a cat like Lacheus, questioning if the legends of the 99th floor were all lies. And so Theo just asks if she should hit him on the head one more time, but he tells her that she will die if she does that. And so Theo returns to the two, saying it's urgent, they must go quickly. He's surprised by this, that Theo came back quickly, asking if it's urgent and what's going on. Theo then says that the Sejum Park family is in danger, but he'll explain more on the way. The wolves are caught by the two, who are already preparing to take them. But then Theo tells them to wait, saying he'll stop by that vendor for a moment. He asks how much that necklace is, and the vendor says it's to tower coins. But when he sees the Minotaurs behind Theo, he's terrified, while Theo asks for a discount. We can't deny that Theo's discounting technique is becoming increasingly effective, especially with those huge poles behind him. While all this is happening, Dom Cheek is talking to his guild leader, who wants to know about 26-year-old Sejum Park. Dom Cheek, in turn, is wearing a coat like someone at the North Pole, shivering from the cold. And the leader continues reading the report, saying that he is expected to have entered the tower due to the disappearance phenomenon, surpassed the 40th floor in a short period of time. His exact location is unknown. And recently, it was revealed that he is the producer of magical cherry tomatoes, distributed through a wandering cat merchant. He's the tower farmer, and he tells Dom Cheek that this is interesting. He says this while standing on top of a giant ice boulder, just in a t-shirt, and that's Han Taejong, ex-master of the Phoenix Guild, currently a member of the Korean Awakened Association. And so Dom Cheek asks the master if his body is okay, and he questions if Dom Cheek is asking if he's okay, showing him how he's on fire, and asking if he thinks he is. How beautiful that ice is, the basin, and everything around there. He's surprised that he's been hiding such an extraordinary talent from himself until now. He's also surprised that he's past the 40th floor and the thing starts to catch fire, like a human torch. And he gets pissed that he has to stay locked in that refrigerator and just suck his thumb, asking if Dom Cheek thinks he's okay. But Dom Cheek says he's acting impulsively and unofficially. He also climbed to the 52nd position, but the master says that this could be different. Asking Dom Cheek, he said, asking if he's hiding anything else. And he says it's as reported, that the work of a tower farmer is an unknown job that has never existed before. And as he speaks, he sees the master burning the report in a shock, and the master sits back down, telling him he's no fun. But then Dom Cheek asks if the curse of flames is still spreading further, and his arm is on fire. And the master says that this kind of thing only tickles, and if it weren't for that, he would have run into the tower immediately. But then he asks what brings Dom Cheek there, because he wouldn't be there professionally fighting like that. And Dom Cheek says he's come to request support from the Awakened Association to protect Park Sejong's family, and since the tomato farmer was revealed to be Korean, there will be a lot of pressure from everyone. But then the master tells him not to worry about it, as he already formed a security unit as soon as he received the call. And he says Dom Cheek should take command, and since they know each other, it will be convenient. They can't let a precious talent be stolen by another country, and they say there have already been attempts to contact him from several countries, so he must confirm this. And Dom Cheek is even more surprised by his master's efficiency in thanking him, but tells him he has a gift delivering some magical tomatoes, which surprises him. He says they are tomatoes that Park Sejong grew, and that the cat wandering merchant gave them to him, and says they may be weak, but they could be useful to his master. He looks at that tomato and sends it inside, and ends up realizing that it's very good. And some time later, with the protagonist family, they are surprised to receive cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corn, and they ask what all this is, with the little brother asking if these are the items from the tower that have been very popular lately, remembering that these are cherry tomatoes for weight loss, and there are also carrots and corn. He asks if his brother grew them all. Dom Cheek says he may not be aware of the situation, but many people are watching him, and they're not safe either. The Korean Awakened Association wants to protect them, and they ask him to please hurry and prepare to move out, and they are shocked by this, asking where they are sending them, since they haven't even finished paying off the loan on that house. But Dom Cheek tells them not to worry, since they've already prepared a house for them in Hangnam Dong. And so the boy asks if that's the neighborhood where those famous people live, saying that's where the person who created it was, asking who lives near them. And he says that his family and Hell live there. But then the boy says he thought a group of girls lived nearby, something like that. And so, he asks Seedle if he likes a group of girls, saying that maybe he knows LJSN, and the boy says of course he does, because every citizen of South Korea knows this group of girls. He wonders if Dom Cheek knew what he said, and he starts showing a photo on his phone, saying that his daughter is Sarah, a member of the group LJSN, saying that his son is a fan and would like to invite him to his house. He's shocked that she's the leader and lead singer of his favorite band, almost freaking out, and says that she's a genius among the geniuses who compose, write lyrics, and produce within the group, saying that she even looks like a genius. And he remembers that on the album cover she says that her father was a hunter, and he's surprised that it was the team leader Dom Cheek asked him to adopt, calling him dad, saying that he loves him. But then they ask why he's calling him dad like that. The boy's own father asked her husband what's going on, but she says she's worried about Sejong, because he says he'd be a dutiful son earning money in the tower. But who would have thought he'd be farming inside the tower, and he's working too hard, wondering if anyone is taking care of him. Meanwhile, Elaine is even thinking about taking care of him, saying she put some mushrooms with wonderful effects in that soup she's making, and she added a hungry demon from an ancient dimension, and if she seasoned it with who knows what she sprinkles on her hand, it would start to glow. When she looks at it, she says it's finally ready, all excited. Meanwhile, the protagonist is planting chives, and he says he collected chive flower seeds 2 weeks ago, and notices that chives grow well from the flower seeds, and so he says they can harvest now like the black rabbit, and he says he planted it outside the cave in hopes of getting an item, and when he picks off just one of the leaves, nothing appears, and there's no status window, wondering if it's because it's not a fruit. But the black rabbit points to the whole stem, so the protagonist is surprised that it is, pulling it all out at once and harvesting the detoxifying green onion. And so he receives several notifications, getting 36 XP, and that chive detoxifies poisons of rank C or lower for an R when ingested. And upon consumption, the liver's detoxification function becomes active for 24 hours. And that is simply absurd if not more. He says that as expected, an item has appeared and appears when he plants fruits or seeds, thinking that it should have he harvested the seeds and planted them much longer ago. And the black rabbit gets excited along with him. He wonders what that detoxifying chive tastes like, and when he eats it, it's just normal. And he notices that it's very different from the ones he normally eats. Besides, he doesn't know about the poison detoxification feature, and he thinks that activating the detoxification function would probably be of great help to those who drink alcohol. And he thinks that chives grow fast, so as soon as there are a lot, he'll sell them. Then the chubby rabbit goes to him calling, and the protagonist asks if it's time to eat yet. And they go to the lake, and he says that as he thought, the amount of piranhas and lobsters has decreased a lot, and they won't appear even if he lures them with blood. So he tells the rabbits that they'll have to give up meat for now, and the fat guy becomes completely sad. While they are crying over the patangas, the protagonist receives a notification from Island, and she says that she prepared a gift to celebrate the 200 days he has been in the tower, and he is surprised that he has already reached that number of days. He asks if she is giving him a gift, saying that he is touched that she has prepared something for him, asking what the gift is. She gives him a mission, asking him to give a cherry tomato in exchange for it. He will receive his gift. The option to refuse basically doesn't exist, as he cannot refuse her gift, so he gives the tomato, and thus he acquires Island's health soup. The cauldron falls in front of the protagonist, and as soon as he sees it, he is horrified, wondering what that is. And that's soup of. Man, that thing is ugly. There is a wasp, a bone, and a green thing, a frog with an open mouth. Sludge, my god Island, what have you done, man? And that is Island's health soup, the first dish that the great black dragon Island Fritten has ever cooked in her life. And the taste cannot be guaranteed, but the effect is excellent. If he survives that, and all attributes increase by 3 when consumed. He is poisoned by a rank C paralyzing poison when consumed, and also poisoned by a rank C acid poison when consuming it. And the boss is the great black dragon, and the rank is A. And he keeps asking about that being an item, being shocked. And all the rabbits stay away from that thing. And he asks if she really made that for him to eat. And Island says she is going to sleep because she is exhausted from overexerting herself to cook. But he asks how hard it was for her to be without energy. And she is all happy as she lies down watching him pick it up, and says she made it very carefully, telling him to eat it all, saying that she will hear his evaluation as soon as he wakes up, or she will kill him if he doesn't eat it, and falls asleep. And then the protagonist starts calling her and gets no response, so he looks at the rabbits that are there and says that he is recruiting rabbits to eat the soup for him. And all the rabbits run away so much that even the chubby one manages to disappear from his sight. And he asks them not to abandon him, but everyone is running away, and so they simply run away from there. And even the bee runs away, not wanting to see that thing. The chubby kid running up right here in his last frame is so cute, for God's sake. And the protagonist sees that all these attributes have increased by 3 if he eats this. And it's a really good item. But it's a rank C paralyzing poison and an acid poison, and that's very risky. But the black rabbit reminds him that there's that green onion over there, showing it to the protagonist. And he's surprised that they have the healing green onion, so he's happy. And with that, maybe everything will be okay. And at least he won't die because of the poison if he eats that. And he thinks he's going to eat a lot of it before eating that thing, and he consumes it. And he's protected for an hour. And so the preparations are made, and he takes a spoon so he can eat it. And he wonders what it will taste like, because it doesn't look that good. But it might taste better than he thinks. And so he takes a spoonful and throws it in, and almost dies eating that thing, throwing it all up and spitting it all over everyone who was there. And the bee and the fat guy run away, mad that he did that. And the bee gets really mad at him, and the protagonist starts vomiting, and the fat guy doesn't like the situation at all, and he thinks it's really bad. But the system understands that he consumed Eileen's health soup, and this starts to poison him. But the healing onion heals the protagonist. And he says that they say that the worse medicines taste, the better they are. But that one is the worst of all, and he keeps thinking that Eileen is really a winged pig. And in his imagination, he is thinking that she no longer needs the farmer from the tower, wanting to kill him, and that the protagonist is shocked, wondering if she really wants to kill him. However, he ends up freaking out, thinking he should eat it all at once, turning the cauldron over. The rabbits below are shocked. He thinks he can do it. He's almost there, eating everything in. But at the end of the soup, he sees that ridiculously ugly fish that exist in real life and also exists there, and almost throws it all out. He ends up dropping the fish along with the cauldron, but the cauldron goes down and falls into the river, poisoning the entire water. He realizes he threw it out in shock. However, the system ends up telling him he consumed all the soup, and his attributes increase by 3. He's surprised to see those notifications. He consumes all the soup, but also kills a piranha out of nowhere. He thinks it's a relief that he managed to drink it, but when he sees that he killed a bunch of things coming from that water, he's surprised. He also ends up killing a giant electric eel, getting 5,000 XP, and he almost freaks out, seeing that notification, and he notices that the lake has been poisoned with that thing, and the rabbit gets mad at him because all the food they could eat is dying unintentionally, and he apologizes, saying he was so distressed that he couldn't help it. They won't be able to eat things from the lake for now, and they can solve that drinking water problem with water from the rabbit's watering cans. But he's worried about the hole in that lake, where the poison is leaking, because many piranhas and lobsters died after being poisoned, and even a giant electric eel. And this means that there's a larger ecosystem inside the hole, and the amount of piranhas and lobsters flowing into the lake has decreased recently. So he was worried, and if he finds a way, they can get several sources of protein in the future. And the black rabbit likes this deduction, getting all excited, and gives the option to his protagonist to swim through the hole. And he asks if he wants to try it, and the rabbit remains very excited, but the protagonist says no, saying that the lake water is still poison, and even if he eats the detoxifying green onion, the hole is too small, and if something goes wrong and he gets stuck in the hole, he won't be able to get back out and might even die, and says that he understands his feelings, but he is so precious that he can't send him to such a dangerous place. And the little rabbit is sad about this, but the protagonist says that at least they will think about it after the lake water is diluted to a certain point, and says that everything is fine, saying that they still have food stored. Then they will be fine for a while, and so he calls everyone to cheer up, and the rabbits even agree. And already at the reference point, at the base of the Notor Kingdom, he is impatient, and thinks of Zhang San asking why he is not there yet, asking if he has forgotten his orders. And he asks another who is there, if it was Zhang San who went to look for Zhang San, and she also has not returned yet. And he says yes to the Notor Kingdom, saying that she has not returned. No, he is surprised, asking if it could be that these two have wandered into the area of the red bones, or the area of the poisonous bees in search of delicious grass and fell into danger, or in a place where those terrible worms are. And Thorin says he has heard that not even their bodies will remain if they go there, and the king thinks it is possible in the case of Zhang San. But Zhang San is not a warrior who would lose so easily, and this is worrying, and he orders to gather everyone under his orders to the reference point, and he must assume his position for now. And it seems that he must intervene and find those to personally. Meanwhile, the protagonist finishes harvesting all the chives, getting an absurd amount, and he thinks that it's really a lot, and it should be enough to feed 100 Minotaurs until they're full. But then Kwon throws himself on top of those chives, and the protagonist asks if he likes it, because it's soft and looks like a bed. And Kwon is all happy, and the protagonist tells him to pick some when he goes to sleep and share some with his mother. But then he receives a notification, and it says that the wishing a good harvest level 1 is activated, and he is surprised, and so 70 pyong of chive field was blessed with good harvest, and the harvest rate increases by 50% next week, and all his chives start to grow, and he notices that they already grew fast anyway, but they are growing instantly with the effect of wishing a good harvest. And he says that he should harvest them 3 times from now on instead of 2, and thinks that his attributes have increased a lot thanks to Island Soup too, so it's easy now. And he asks the strength rabbit if he can help him, and the rabbit is all happy, and so the tower manager Island asks if he ate his soup, and he is surprised and says of course he did, and the pain has leveled up thanks to her. But she reminds him that she is asking about the taste, and he barely has anything to say. And Matthew is mean, even questioning how it tasted, trying to say something, and she is already sad, wondering if the taste was bad, and he lies saying it was delicious, saying that it is true, that is why he finished it all, or should I say, the taste that is worth dying for, and she is happy with what he is saying, already holding her pot, saying she will make another if he liked it so much. But he tells her to do what she didn't do, and so she questions what is happening, and he says that he used all his energy because he worked hard to make the soup, so she doesn't need to go so far for him, saying that he likes to talk to her like that, so she doesn't need to try so hard to cook just for her, and she's a little incredulous, but he says he'll cook for her, and he prefers to see her eating, so she doesn't need to try anymore to be able to cook. He's saying this just to save his skin, asking her please not to do that. Then she gets all silly, that he's thinking, looking at her so much, getting all blushy. I can't believe I'm seeing a romance between a dragon and a human. People, oh okay, right? I already made a street like that, but it had a humanoid form. This here is a big lizard. It's like, you know, wow, what's going on, man? And she gets all silly, bumping into everything there, getting blushy with the protagonist, breaking his whole house. She says she's very proud of that farmer from the tower, and so she agrees with him. The protagonist just thanks her and says it's a relief because he almost died. She asks him again what's on the menu that night, but then everything starts to shake around him. Everyone is scared to death. He questions what's going on, and both Kung's mother and Kung watch, and just like that, the Manhwa king appears there, stepping on all of the protagonist's chives, entering his plantation, and the protagonist is quite surprised that another Manhwa appeared, and the king starts screaming, invading the place, and with that, Kung's mother doesn't like it at all, preparing to defend them all, and the protagonist almost elevated along with the little ones. With that roar, he is surprised, because that Manhwa is very different from Zhang San, and so the manager says that he is the Manhwa king, the boss of the 99th floor. He is very surprised, and further says that the floor boss is the one who protects the waypoint, so he usually cannot leave the area where the waypoint is, and he is the one who protects that point that can take him out of the tower. And the Manhwa king was the monster that Kung's mother said he must defeat, but he asked what brings the boss there, and she says she has no idea, and she says she will talk to him, and so she thinks it is a rule that the boss of the 99th floor cannot leave the territory of the waypoint, and it is certainly written in his tower guide that his grandfather gave her, and she begins to use. The tower manager writes, ordering the summoning of the 99th floor boss, but then the tower manager writes are unable to perform at that moment, and she asks what this is, because the status window does not respond to her call, questioning why, after all, the tower manager writes were supposed to be vanquishable, and so she says that the conversation is not possible, and she does not know the answer, and the protagonist does not understand anything, questioning if she is saying that there is no way to stop that terrible monster that is advancing towards him, and so Kwang's mother gets into a battle stance, and he notices this, and the protagonist becomes frightened. After all, he is not at the level that Kwang's mother can stop, and he says that he is the boss of that floor, and so the Manhwa jumps on her with his axe, preparing to attack her, and so he is scared to death, and the protagonist hugs Kwang, thinking he is going to die, but Jin and Silence start yelling worriedly at Sejin. However, the Manhwa's axe is thrown to another corner, and when the protagonist looks back, he sees the Manhwa falling into his chives, all in love, and he realizes that he is just a Manhwa, and everyone is very disappointed by this. He is a gigantic Manhwa who likes chives, and he is there falling into that, until he realizes what he is doing, picks up that chive and prepares to leave, and so the protagonist notices that he is running away with the chives, leaving, running, and he wonders why the hell that guy is there. And Silence says that he looks like he is going back to the waypoint, and the protagonist thinks that he was so nervous that his legs almost gave out, asking everyone around if they were scared too, and he talks to Kwang's mother, thanking her for trying to protect them, and she's all happy too. But he notices that the field has been completely destroyed, and several green onions are gone because of that, and he says it's a mess, and he ate a lot. And Silence says it's a relief that the tower farmer is safe, but she's sorry the field ended up like this, and he thanks her, telling her not to worry, saying he's really happy and he should have gone to visit the chief a little earlier, but he didn't think he would come in person, however. Then he asks what he means by that, and the protagonist reminds her that the Black Minotaur is a tribe that gives importance to the honor of a warrior, and even more so if it's the Minotaur king. Things will end up like this, and she understands what he means, wondering if he's being tricky. He says that thinking that they would devour his field and make a snack on top of it is something that with it will certainly stain his honor, and he wonders how many times he must make him pay for this debt. And so, a while later, he sets up the food and tells them that they must eat soon and reorganize the field, which the Minotaur king ruined yesterday. And so, the cubs begin to mirror because there is no food, and the protagonist notes this, with them throwing a tantrum, and the protagonist says that they decided to help their mother and father beyond the field. So they must sit up straight and eat, and he tells them to look at the Quang because he is eating, not saying anything. And they will soon be adults when the blue moon arrives, asking if they don't want to grow up. And so, they agree and go get the food, and the protagonist is happy that now they are eating, and he says that this is what makes them the nice white rabbit children, and he talks to the Quang too, telling him that he is behaving well and not being a picky eater, and the Quang is all happy. And the protagonist says that, thinking about it, he asks why he isn't growing any more these days, saying that he should be even bigger if he considered his growth rate so far. But then, the Quang falls to the ground with him tickling, and the protagonist asks if there isn't a lack of food, asking if he's sick. But then, the Tell arrives there, calling the protagonist, returning with the Minotaurs and the wolves, and he welcomes the Tell, but asks the Minotaurs who those are, and they say that they are from the Silver Wolf tribe, and the protagonist is even more surprised. Then the Tell climbs all over him, saying that they are the ones who were after him, and Jinsa took care of them all, and doesn't know what to do with him, so he brought them, so he can make the decision. And so, the protagonist says that first they will hear why they were after his Tell salesman, but asks if they are sleeping, and so, Jinsa says that they were very noisy, so she gave them a good blow, putting them to sleep, and the protagonist just asks to know if they will wake up again. But the Tell also questions why the fields are so messy, and the protagonist talks about it, saying that the Minotaur king came and went, and everyone is surprised, asking how he knew they were there, and so Jinsa thinks it's over. But the protagonist says that they will talk about the details another time, saying that they worked a lot, so they should eat, but they were stuck to start, and all the Minotaurs are happy with the food, and they run away, saying they want corn, and Tell also talks to the protagonist, saying that there is something important he wants to talk to him about, and Jinsa asks what happened, and the Tell starts saying that something happened on the 38th floor, but then Elka wakes up and goes after the protagonist, almost grabbing him, but when they look back, Kwang appears to defend him and throwing the new one back. And so the protagonist is surprised that Kwang acted alone to stop Elka, and she jumps back, getting scared by what is happening. And then she notices that bear cub that almost grabs her, but then the Tell notices the protagonist and realizes that her hat is missing. And Elka runs off to the wolves, already with the hat in her hand. And so she thanks them for the straw hat, wanting to take it, and the protagonist is very surprised that her hat is with her. And so, everyone turns against Elka and the wolves. And the protagonist notices that the hat is gone and tells Fala that these idiots pretended to faint to try to get the hat. And Elka calls Elk and Elko, urging them to leave. But just then, Kwang's mother arrives, scaring them all. They already have their tails between their legs, and she's quite surprised. And Kwang's mother puts even more pressure on them, yelling at them. And Elk raises her paw, saying she surrenders by letting go of her hat. And the protagonist will resort to picking up the hat again, happy that it's not torn. Then he looks ahead, seeing the situation Elk is in with the other wolves. Meanwhile, Zhang Sa thinks he should have broken their legs, and Kwang's mother is in a real mess, and Kwang himself is also scaring them. So, everyone is surrounding the poor things, and the protagonist asks what they should do with those angry monsters. Then, tell Fala that Kwang is saying they should eat those wolves, but then he tells Kwang not to do that, because in a little while he'll give him some honey instead. And he asks the second poison queen to help with this case and calm that crazy guy down. And he also speaks to the other giants, asking them to stop agitating, asking them to come over and sit down. And so, they actually end up listening to what the protagonist is saying. And Elka wonders why those red bear minotaurs, who are known for being incredibly strong, are listening to that man. But then the other wolves talk to their boss, saying that the wandering merchant called him master before, and he asks if it's some kind of nickname used only on the 99th floor. However, the other wolf starts saying that the protagonist is the Black Dragon, and he would be the Black Dragon. Otherwise, it's not like all the monsters on the 99th floor will listen to him. And he starts talking about how the Black Dragon really exists, and Master is how they refer to this dragon. And Elka remembers the great Black Dragon that reigns over the 99th floor, and she wonders if it's that weak-looking guy, and she wonders if he did this to make them lower their guard. And now you understand understand, saying that this is the Black Dragon's test. And you're sure that this is the answer your ancestors mentioned. And this is your chance. Then the protagonist goes to speak to Elka, asking why they were after Tell and that straw hat. And so, she kneels before him, apologizing to the great Black Dragon, saying that the inferior beings didn't know and disrespected him. And they had no idea that the wandering merchant cat was their subordinate. And the protagonist is surprised that she calls him the Black Dragon. And Eileen herself also finds it strange. And she starts laughing, thinking this is a good thing. She sends a message to the protagonist, saying she'll forgive him if he pretends to be the great Black Dragon. And she sends him a mission, telling him to show the Silver Wolf tribe the majesty of the Black Dragon. And the reward is Eileen's joy in case of refusal, her disappointment. And she says she will certainly help the protagonist. And he is surprised that she wants him to take her place. He doesn't believe Eileen is a Black Dragon and not a wing pick, but he thinks it's obvious, since she's called the tower manager, and he knew it was strange. So, Theo keeps asking his master what happened, but the protagonist just keeps thinking that Eileen wanted this. So, there's no reason he shouldn't do it, and he just goes along with it, saying that he ended up being caught by them, because he thought they wouldn't recognize him like that. And he says that's exactly what happened. He is the great Black Dragon, and Theo himself is also frightened by the protagonist's antics, and he asks how they dare covet his powers, and they threaten their subordinate, saying they couldn't forgive this. And everyone, except the wolves, stared at the protagonist with a pissed-off expression, and Eileen wondered what he was doing. So, Chow just asks Chow if it's true, but she just hits him. After all, it's obvious that it's a lie, and Theo talks to him, asking what he's doing, because he's giving him the creeps. But then, he just lets out a cry for Theo, questioning whether he doesn't want to receive the grace of the great Black Dragon. And Theo understands immediately, saying that the master is the Black Dragon, and he is the Black Dragon's subordinate, ordering everyone to kneel before him. And so, Elka continues to apologize, and says he committed a grave sin, one that is unforgivable, even if she, Elka, the chief of the Silver Wolf tribe, gives her life. But she hopes he will have mercy on them, and forgive them just this once. And the protagonist says everything is fine, saying he'll give him a special chance to be forgiven for his sins. And he asks if that's really the case, and he demands 10,000 tower coins. He says it's the price for going after his merchant cat's life, and he'll forgive you if you pay that amount. And they're all surprised by this. And Theo himself is also moved, asking the protagonist if his life was really that precious. And he says of course, saying that he's the merchant cat Theo, responsible for distributing food from his farm. And besides, he talks to Theo about the contract. Then Theo pulls out his bag. Meanwhile, Helka talks to the protagonist, still calling them Black Dragon, believing this nonsense, that they don't have that much money. And then Theo comes to her, saying that if they can't, they should pay with their bodies. And she's surprised, and he says that's exactly it. They pay for working there. But then Helka talks to him, talking about the contract with Grid, and she thinks for a moment. She apologizes to the protagonist, saying he doesn't think they can do it. And the protagonist questions what they're talking about, and Eileen herself starts to get irritated because they dared to refuse the Black Dragon's offer. Then Helka asks if there's a reason, asking if she can tell her, and she says that the 85th floor, where her tribe is located, is facing a food shortage due to about long term. So strong guys like them, they became mercenaries, and they were hired by the major owner Grid to provide food for the 85th floor. And the commission they received from Grid this time, it was to find the stolen straw hat. And now they've discovered it, that it's the possession of the great Black Dragon. They would fail their commission. Then the food being supplied to the 85th floor would be cut off. And while they work on the great Black Dragon, the young wolves of his tribe would starve to death. So Helka asks him, please, have mercy on them, and let them pay with their lives. However, the protagonist changes the course of this conversation, asking what her name is. She introduces herself as Helka. Then the protagonist asks what she thinks of that place, and she asks if that's where he cultivates the fields and the crops. And so she thinks for a moment, and the protagonist says he'll add a condition to the contract, that his entire tribe must pay the tower's 10,000 coins. In exchange, for as long as they work there, he will provide food for his entire tribe. Then he asks her what she thinks. They are both surprised that they don't need to listen to that damn pig anymore, that they will survive. And Helka begins to thank the protagonist, telling them they'll do their best at work, thanking them repeatedly. And just like that, everything ends well. And Island herself is pleased with the outcome. She's happy with what the protagonist has accomplished. And the mission is complete. And the system says she's radiant. By the great Black Dragon, she's being praised. And so, Helka signs that contract. And the protagonist says everything is fine. And just like the contract says, the merchant cat Tell is supervising them in the future. They will be subordinate to the merchant cat. And he tells them to listen to everything. From then on, Tell starts giving orders, as if he were introducing the newcomers to the company, introducing Zhang San and Zhang Sa to everyone, and telling them that they are his superiors. ordering them to treat them with respect. Man, look at the size of Tell, next to the Minotaur and the wolves. My god, he looks like Flea. And so, Helka begins to apologize to the Minotaur, and the protagonist continues thinking about the great owner, Grid, and he's one of the ones who rules inside that tower. And he notes that there may be other threats in the future, and he tells those wolves to protect Tell whenever he descends the tower. Then Zhang San and Zhang Sa can plow the field comfortably, and so, Tell returns to speak with him, saying he's hungry, asking him to give him some fish, so he can eat them with the wolves. But he talks to Tell, telling him that the fish are gone, and he is shocked, throwing a tantrum that there's no fish. Totally sad, saying his master is a fraud, but he asks if Tell is still complaining. He says he's trying to do everything he can, but he says he won't work if there are no fish. And the protagonist simply agrees. He puts his hand in the water, noticing that the poison has already diluted considerably, asking the black rabbit if he's ready. And after eating some chives, he prepares to enter the water. And the protagonist says they're going to explore their new hunting grounds. And so the rabbit grabs his mallet and starts smashing rocks around there, opening up more space. And everything collapses, and the water begins to flow more strongly. And the protagonist says he did a good job, because the entrance is much bigger, and now he can come and go with ease. And the rabbit really throws himself in there. And once he gets in, he can also get out just fine. And the protagonist asks what he thought, but the rabbit says he can't see anything because it's too dark. And so the protagonist realizes they have a problem. And even after clearing the path, it does indeed seem dangerous. And he asks Theo if he has any item, something that allows him to see in the dark. Something like that, like a flashlight. And Theo, who was playing with the puppies, looks at the protagonist and says there's no way he could have something like that, but he still has some random things in his bag. So he tries to look for them and says those are the coins, which he managed to sell in tomatoes, throwing them on the ground. And that's an item he bought on the way there. And the protagonist asks about it, picking out the necklace. It's a necklace with a scratch jewel, with no usage limits, and the manufacturer is undisclosed, Grady, and everything about it is just a mystery. The protagonist looking at it, he decides to call Eileen, asking if she can evaluate it, just like he did with the straw hat. And she asks to leave it with her, and says that she says it's the perfect item for the current situation, and the protagonist asks if it really is, offering the cherry tomato tribute, and thus she completes the mission. And as a reward, the protagonist ends up acquiring the necklace of light, and that necklace shines whenever he needs it. And now that it's been appraised, it looks completely different. And that necklace, it has a usage limit above level 5, and with more than 3 mana. And the manufacturer, it is a Majorum of the Green Tower, rank C, and light skill level 1, and illuminates the surroundings. When the skill is used, and the higher the user's level, the light shines brighter, and the protagonist is happy to have achieved that, along with the black rabbit. And he says that with this, they will be able to see the surroundings, inside the lake hole, and so on. So ask if this helps, asking if he can spend more time with Merchant Tell, and he says, and as expected from those golden paws, totally happy with Tell's luck, while himself, he doesn't understand anything that's going on, and he says that Tell will be the merchant forever now, and he doesn't need the ticket anymore. And Tell asks, what do you mean? And he says from now on, he officially names Tell as the responsible seller for the distribution of his crops, and he worked hard all this time. And Tell asks if it's serious, asking if he'll always be the merchant from now on, and he's all happy. And the protagonist, he says it's a celebration for his promotion. He'll leave too. He will be the president Tell for today. And he speaks, who liked it all. Happy, and starts to enjoy it, the title of president, ordering him to wear that necklace to bring back many fish. And so he tells the black rabbit that they will try again, and they begin their mission to get their protein. And some time later, the protagonist, he's testing that necklace, and it's a soft light, brilliant, very pretty, and it is said the higher the user's level, the stronger the light shines. And so he begins to experiment with the rabbit, and when the rabbit puts that on, the light is very strong. And the protagonist, you end up noticing that's because your mana is smaller than the black rabbit's, but still, that way, come in the hole, it won't be a problem. So, just in case, he should eat some green onions. Besides, the protagonist asks him to make sure, holding that rope, for safety, telling him what if he can't breathe, or something like that. He must pull the rope. Twice, and after that, he will pull you. He must also take a dagger and a bag, since it looks like using the hammer underwater, it's going to be difficult, and he's got everything prepared, so he can use it down there. And the protagonist asks him to take care of himself, while the rabbit, go inside, take a deep breath, and throw yourself into the lake. Falling in and seeking what he needs. Then he sees a light far down, descending rapidly, and looking around, down there, and in that place. It has several roots, like other types of underground life. There. And also, he sees too, a gigantic whale, and several schools, with fish. Turtles. Sharks, and everything else. He sees it too, a gigantic whale, high above. He notices it too, some piranhas, lobsters, and some monsters, over there. And he ends up noticing that they are dead. And remember, that cauldron that the protagonist threw, realizing that everything there. Died. And so, he goes to that eel, cutting it in half, opening up the flesh, and seeing what's inside. That thing inside the eel, it starts to glow, and the black rabbit, he's curious about that. But in this, he just takes the inside of the electric eel, and realizing that it could be something that the protagonist will use. He's already starting to imagine the protagonist paying more attention. For him than Frotel, and he's all happy with that, putting it in the bag to take with you. So he ties that thing too, but while he's finishing the knot to take that eel with him, he notices something in the water, and when he looks back, he sees a shark. It almost bites him, and he gets out of the way by a hair's breadth, but the shark still manages to catch it, the eel's tail, and it starts pulling the rabbit. Down, being taken deeper, and he loses his breath because of fear. Until the eel ends up breaking apart, and the shark just takes the rest. But still, he starts to lose consciousness. However, with his last strength, he gives to pulls on that rope, and the protagonist lights it from above, and he notices that it's a sign, and he starts pulling along with everyone else, quickly pulling the black rabbit, bringing it back. And when it does, he sees that the rabbit is unconscious. He gets worried about the black rabbit, picking him up and asking him to wake up, calling him desperately. Look at that. If the black rabbit dies, look at that. Look at that, Thor. Look at that. Small Korea, I find you. Open your eyes. Look up at the roof. So Theo starts asking, what will they do? Trying to wake the black rabbit. And so, protagonist talks to the queen bee, asking her to hold his hat, and he prepares to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But then, the rabbit starts spitting water in the protagonist's face, and he's surprised that the black rabbit woke up, but he doesn't like it, having that spray of salt water right in your face. And mom and dad rabbit, they're all happy that his son has returned, and the protagonist notices that he is fine, but the black rabbit starts complaining to him, and the protagonist tells him to stop, but he's still upset. While Eileen is watching, the protagonist says he almost sacrificed his first kiss to be able to save her, and she likes this information, and he says it's a relief that he survived. But he asks, why is the water so salty? And so on. Eileen says that the black rabbit was in the Sea of Dimensions, and the protagonist asks about this, and Eileen says that the Sea of Dimensions, it's something that's between the floors of the tower, because there are many seamounts, dangerous and scary, and they can only rely on the passages to move safely to the other floor. Often, there are also water holes that lead to the dimensional sea, like the hole in that lake, and several seamounts. They live in the Sea of Dimensions, and among them, some are quite tasty too. And the protagonist remembers the lobster. And also, I was wondering why sea creatures were appearing in a lake of bittersweet, and he remembers to ask the black rabbit if there was any edible fish. Inside, and so on. He remembers pulling out the guts of the giant electric eel, that yellow ball. So he acquires that thing, and the protagonist is surprised by this, and it is said, then the entrails of an electric eel that lived for 1,000 years, they glow with the power of electricity. And that makes him capable of learning the skill of rain and thunder when consuming, and the limit of daring. It's mana. Above 10. Who defeated the giant electric eel, which is Siege Park, and he's surprised that he found that thing. And the black rabbit, also, he gets all excited, and so. Teo asks if it's a tasty fish. But then, the black rabbit, remember, pulling that thing, and keeps pulling the spring onion string, and bring what's left of the eel for them. And so, everyone is surprised with that eel's head, and they see that monster, 1,000 years old, coming out. And so, the rest of the monsters, they also jump out with several piranhas and lobsters appearing, and he's surprised by this. No way that they were attracted by the eel's head. And so, the black rabbit once again gets his protein, and the protagonist begins to congratulate him, making the rabbit's dream come true. And he tells everyone to prepare the fire because they're going to have a lot of meat. And now, a while later, the soup is on the stove. And so, the protagonist asks, what is Theo talking about? Wondering about his family being in danger. and he speaks, which is as I said, saying that Kingdom Sheik said he would protect the protagonist family. But in this, the protagonist begins to notice that cherry tomatoes, they became more popular in the land than he could have imagined. And who would have thought that even your family would be in danger? And he thinks about his mother and his father and Sadu, wondering if they'll be okay. But he starts to think positively, saying that next time that he should go down the tower, Theo must find out how he's protecting his family and getting more detailed information. And he says that it's understood. But the protagonist thinks that Kingdom Sheik from the Phoenix Guild, he's grateful to him. So you must return the favor. And Theo speaks with what it looks like of a sheik, so much in taste of cherry tomatoes. And the protagonist asks if it really is, saying this is perfect and it will give it to him. Other crops too. And that's it. Theo simply asks for more churro for now. And he says that everything is fine and he'll give you 2 for today. But for now, he puts his hand in his pocket to get the churro. It turns out to be that little ball. The eel falls, and Theo remembers that it's food that the black rabbit gave him earlier. And he speaks that was blinking. Then he forgot about it, and he thinks which was called then, and he can obtain an ability by consuming it. And Theo then asks, what skill is that? Because that smells really delicious. And the protagonist speaks. He talks about rain and thunder, and it must be an electrical ability. But in that, Theo asks if it's like static electricity. Man, I hated that because your fur will become hard and damaged. And the protagonist says he liked it, saying that after entering the tower, he only learned the farming skill. But now he can learn other skills too. And finally, he'll look like an adventurer. But Theo asks about him being an adventurer. After all, he barely left the cave now. But he asks, won't the protagonist eat this? Because he might get a skill. Then it would be better he eats soon. And the protagonist says that he can't eat no. And Theo asks why. And he says that's because he doesn't have the mana for that. After all, his current mana, it's at 8.05. And that mana he needs it's 10. And that's it. Theo starts laughing because he has no mana and he's very weak. And he burst out laughing, mocking the protagonist. So the protagonist simply asks, how much is Theo's sister? And he tells her that's not worth counting, simply getting up and turning around. But the protagonist doesn't accept this and prepares to grab Theo, and he ends up catching the cap. But as soon as he analyzes it, he falls to the ground, all sad, because everyone there has more mana than him. And Theo, he's all silly, saying he's going to protect the master from now on. And Kwang also comes close to the protagonist, and the protagonist asks if he does too, it will make him sad, saying that he can't eat that. But then the minotaurs, they're falling inside the onion, and the wolves, they're eating too. Plenty of fish over there. And the protagonist goes to them asking if they like the food. And so they kneel in front of the protagonist, and the protagonist just speaks for them to be more relaxed and enjoy the food. So one of the wolves talked to him excited that he is sharing their food, so precious, with them. Speaking of which, your grace is priceless. But the protagonist asks Aro what happened. Speaking of which, she is thinking of the tribe members on the 85th floor, and she apologizes. Well, it seems you can't hide it from the great dragon. And he tells her not to worry, saying that she will be able to find her tribe members soon. And he says that the blue moon, it's coming in a few days. So she'll have to go down to the 85th, and if she helps with the work, she'll give you lots of fish for the tribesmen to eat. Then she gets all happy. And in that, the protagonist remembers that they must plant and harvest the crops, which they did. Postpone. Speaking to Thel, leave it to him. And him say that leave it, asking the wolves help him. And he too, he turns to Jinsai and Sun, saying that they should prepare themselves too, because there is a place where they must go tomorrow, and both of them, they will have to guide you. And so Jinsan asks where they are going, and the protagonist, he says that he will collect a debt of the Minot or King, and the two stay surprised with the idea of spinning with the protagonist. And so in the portal. Everyone from the tribe, he's eating the spring onions that the king took, and they ask how long has it been? They haven't tasted grass, and they are very happy about it, saying it is very tasty. But the king, get real, saying he messed up, and he says he went up to the border of the territory to look for Jinsan and Sun, and saw fur, red in color, and other beans too. But he was so excited, who lost his mind upon seeing a bunch of delicious grass, and couldn't do anything. And he says he should be disqualified as a black Minot or warrior, the Minot or king. But he thinks he's gained something. That planted grass, that place, it's certainly a field. He wonders if the beans with red fur, they planted it, and he tries to remember who they were, thinking he still remembers them. Somehow. But the only thing that he truly remembers, it's the farmer rabbit, and he thinks it must be him, because he doesn't know why the red fur It was with the farmer rabbits, but he notes that this is interesting, and as a black manot or warrior, he shouldn't steal the belongings of no small monster. And he thinks the blue moon will arrive soon, and the time allowed for him to leave that place will be reset. And as the one who protects the crossing point, the time allowed, it's only an hour. It's a short time, but he goes to that place again and pay the price of the grass that he got from the rabbits. He can't leave it aside. Also, the negotiations for getting more grass of quality. However, he starts to think, questioning himself what he should pay them. And that stone of teleportation, it keeps shining over there, and in that, the chives. Finally, they are born, and the scythe rabbit, go cutting with your mother, the little bunnies, and Luffy's rabbit. He's also watering everything around there. Just like things under the cave, they're growing very good, and the protagonist is welcoming them also, along with the queen bee and all the other bunnies. He says that it's hot, apologizing to the queen bee. Asking. And so his work experience is growing, and agriculture. Level D increases. Finally, reaching the sea tower farm, and he is surprised because he was so busy working that he didn't even notice that his level I was close to moving up, and so on, depending on the level of work increases. Job characteristics are improved, and as characteristics of the work, he gets closer and closer to nature, and his hidden talents were awakened, and the protagonist, he becomes more and more surprised, and he becomes a friend of nature, and that's a talent at a very high level of affinity with nature and communication with animals and plants that don't speak the same language, and it becomes easier and clear. Then he is surprised with that, wondering if you can speak now with Daddy Rabbit talking to him, and the rabbit, indeed, look at the protagonist, and he asks if Sejam called him my god in heaven. Now he gets scared. Because pi.p-p-p-p-p. So far, the rabbit is starting to talk. It's just like my cat. Sometimes I talk to him. The day he answers me, I jump out the window. And look, I live on the 4th floor, and the protagonist is over there, surprised with that, falling back. And he asks if the rabbit could say it one more time. And so, the rabbit with the scythe, he asked what went wrong, asking if something went wrong with his uncle. So, he asks the rabbit to say it again, asking what he called him. And the rabbit doesn't understand anything, and so, he asks him to let go. He'll let go, or he'll cut you. And he says he shouldn't cut you, wondering if he's going to do it. Another hole in his hair. Again, and he is surprised. And the two rabbits, they are too, because he understood his words, and he says he succeeded. A new skill. Finally, and the to look at each other, calling everyone else. They are surprised, more than they are. Finally, they understand. So, the mother rabbit, approach your husband. Ask him to be honest, asking if he was sick. Didn't he eat something strange again? And the husband says no, and the protagonist says he didn't catch it. He didn't even eat anything strange. He asked if the mother rabbit, he didn't trust him, and she's shocked that it's true. So, the black rabbit jumps on him, calling him uncle, asking if he understands, saying he would talk about so many things with him. And the protagonist talks to all the rabbits, saying that everyone, I was frustrated. I called everyone to talk about everything that they couldn't before. And so, the queen bee, he also appears there, asking if he, by chance, he knows the bees. And of course, saying he can hear. Very good. And she is all happy, throwing himself at this duo, along with all the other bees. And he speaks that he also likes them, and he says that he's going to tell this news for the people outside the cave. And then Luffy's rabbit, he hands him the hat too, and that's how the protagonist thanks him. He puts the hat on his head. The system sends him a message, and it says it's been confirmed that relic, straw hat of St. Patrick of the Earth, increases level advancement, and the farmer, level C, it is confirmed. And so, the straw hat, St. Patrick's, he goes to level C, and he notices that he has raised the level quite a bit from that thing, and limitation of degree C, they were freed, and the protection of Mother Earth, level 4, she is released, along with the farmer's body, level 3, and also the good harvest, level 2, and the growth promoter, level 1, and he questions himself about this new ability, growth promoter, wondering what it does. It's an active skill that accelerates growth. He plants of 10 harvests for a week, no side effects. And the prosecutor, he's too surprised by this because he's going to do it. 10 harvests, that they should be a whole week with 10 days in between. So he thinks, who had a great idea, going outside and planning everything he can. And so he plants Korean sweet potato. And as an effect of planning, the probability of sweet potato root increased, and planning proficiency. Level 3 slightly increases. And as an increase in proficiency. Level 1, planning proficiency, it increases by 5%, and so on. It activates the promoter of growth in those things and growth from Korean sweet potato. It will be boosted for a week, and the protagonist thinks this is great because he was looking for it, the right time to plant the sprouts of Korean sweet potatoes out of the cave, and using the growth promoter, they will be able to take root quickly and stabilize. And they planted the side of the field of chives, and since there's not much space, it should be fine. But that's it. The chives, they're starting to sprout quickly, and those Korean sweet potatoes, they're also increasing, and the protagonist is surprised that the sprouts of sweet potatoes, they are growing suddenly much faster with the boost from the promoter of growth. And when he looks, he receives several notifications speaking of the energy of desire for a good harvest from the chive field. It infiltrated into the Korean sweet potato, and even the effects of the good harvest of chives finish them. The yield of Korean sweet potatoes increases by 50%, and he notices that it's a double buff, and there's a lot of luck. They'll be able to harvest Korean sweet potatoes faster than he thought, until Kwang get there, talking to the protagonist, calling him daddy, throwing himself on top of the protagonist with all that weight, crushing the boy over there, and so on. He talks to daddy, saying he heard about the black rabbit hume, that he really can understand them, and the protagonist, he's surprised that he's calling him daddy. He can't believe it. He is surprised that Kwang is calling him daddy since he didn't even date once in life, asking Kwang's mother if this is right, and she is even more surprised that he really is understanding her. But she says that actually she liked him being her daddy, and she's calm. If it's Sejong and you're Kwang, trust me, and she likes them. And once again, she thanks him for accepting him and his son over there. So he thinks, what if she says it's alright and he'll just accept it, that he's getting the son. Really cute. And Kwang, he keeps calling him daddy, saying he's hungry, saying he wants to eat honey and chives, and he wants to eat sweet potatoes and fish too, and he wants to say that it's been a while. And the protagonist asks to be serious, telling Kwang that he wants a lot of food. So they're going to eat something special, and everyone is surprised. And he says it happens that he reaped some new harvests that day, harvesting potatoes, and the potatoes, they come out of the ground, already the mountains, and he finally gets the strong potato because how they were grown by a farmer very familiar with agriculture. Flavor and efficiency have improved, and when consumed, 30 grams of fat in the body, it is broken, and the strength increases by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and the effects can be stacked up to 10 times within 1 hour. And so he puts those potatoes in so he can cook inside the pan and see that they are getting ready little by little. And when it's finished, he calls everyone over to eat, putting everything cooked right there in front of him. While he eats, he thinks about his diary and stops getting lost in the tower, saying that it seems like good things will happen from now on. Meanwhile, Eileen herself, she's also very happy for receiving the potatoes, also loving the bunnies, calling him uncle. It was so sweet. I don't know. This morning, it warms the heart. And sometime later, with everyone gathered together, Kwang starts throwing a tantrum, crying on the floor, saying he also wants him to stay by daddy's side. But the protagonist, simply speaking to Theopo, asks if he packed a lot of spring onions in his back, and he says yes, and packed tons of them with the wolves. And then the protagonist talks to Kwang, asking if he's going to keep acting like a child, and writing down what daddy told him last time. He says he was told he has to protect the Bee sisters, so he asks if he's going to keep throwing a tantrum, and he says he won't. But the protagonist has to come back soon, and he says he'll come back as soon as possible, asking if Kwang can trust his father and wait. And so he agrees, staying with the bees, and tells Elle, who calls the protagonist, saying she'll escort him, and he climbs on her back and calls everyone else so he can leave. And so he goes to the crossing point where the Minotaur King is. As he walks, he covers a great distance and finds himself in the middle of a vast desert. He says that Elle wants to hurry, as they got there in the blink of an eye. He tells Tell that he doesn't like that place at all, along with the black rabbit, as his eyes are burning from the dust. But the protagonist looks ahead and asks what that dark area in front of him is. He sees it's a forest, but it somehow looks dark. And Zhang San says it's the place where the idiots are. The protagonist asks what he's talking about, and Zhang Sa says there are several territories on the 99th floor, and the territory there now is the territory of the Minotaurs, and where he was is the territory of the Red Bears, and that one over there is the territory of the corrupt beings from the west. And I won't say anything because I don't want to commit myself. I don't have money for a lawyer, but it reminds me a lot out of Brazilian territory. The protagonist asks about these corrupt beings, and she says that, although they weren't like that at first, they are, and now it's better not to know the details, as it's dangerous, so he shouldn't go near that place. The protagonist wonders what's corrupt about them, saying he'll ask Alan later. And then, out of nowhere, a ball of mud flies in the protagonist's face, and he falls off Elko alone, and they ask if he's okay, with everyone scared, because the protagonist fell like that, all dirty, but he says he's fine, getting up calmly and asks what it is and sees it's just mud. But then, when he looks ahead, he sees several minotaurs eating mud, surprised, asking if they're doing this, because there's nothing to eat in that arid land, which is precisely why they go crazy when they see grass. And with that, the black rabbit asks to tell Dishan, but he says he hates stepping in mud. So, Elka continues to apologize to the protagonist, and Zhang Sa calls them, asking who threw food at the protagonist. But then, the blonde minotaur comes up to them, asking who they have there, asking where they've been spending their time, and questioning who they are. Or Zhang Sa asking why he brought those toys for someone so weak. But then, he gets punched in the face by Zhang Sa, which makes him spin in the air and fall asleep. And she says they don't have time and goes straight to the Minotaur King. And Zhang Sa stands behind her in awe of the girl's strength, while the protagonist thinks Zhang Sa is totally scary. And the broken horn Minotaur goes to the king, saying that they both returned, but brought some strange people with them. Then, the king asks about these strange people. But Zhang Sa goes directly to the king, saying that they air back with guests from the Red Bear's territory, and they all get quite scared seeing that. And the wolf himself and the protagonist are the evidence in the middle. And so, the king, seeing the protagonist, thinks this is perfect, and he doesn't need to go find them. He welcomes the protagonist, calling him a subordinate of the Red Bears, calling the farmer rabbit. But he notices that it's not a farmer rabbit, and says it's not him, asking what the protagonist is. And the protagonist simply introduces himself as Park Sejong, and the other is the cattle trader Theo. And the Minotaur wonders about Park Sejong, as he's a species he's never heard of before. But he leaves it at that, saying they worked hard to get there. And a few days later he tasted the grass he grew, and it must have been difficult to survive on the 99th floor with their weak powers. And he says he doesn't know what made them work on the Red Bears, but if they're pretending to be righteous, the Minotaur King will save them from the damned Red Bears, saying it's out of consideration for these weak monsters, telling them to feel free to speak up. But then, the protagonist speaks to the Minotaur King, saying he thinks they're mistaken about something. The Minotaur King asks what he's doing, and he says, first, he doesn't work for the Red Bears. On the contrary, Ong and his mother are helping him. And second, he didn't come here asking to be saved from unfair treatment, but to be compensated for what he stole from his field 3 days ago, unless he wants to be a thief. The Minotaur King gets very angry about this, ordering the protagonist to repeat it again, asking how dare lesser beings say he stole, and he's the strongest being on the 99th floor. The Minotaur King, being a thief is impossible, and the protagonist becomes frightened. But even so, he confronts the king, saying that if he is not a thief, what else is he? Asking if the black Minotaurs were not warriors of honor. But instead of being embarrassed by what he did, he is left bleeding. And everyone wonders if it's true, with everyone wondering if the king stole the grass they ate at that time. And seeing this, he starts to become more meek, saying that there seems to be a misunderstanding with the owner of the field, saying that as protector of the passage, there is a limit to his actions. And he came running because he didn't have much time left at that moment, and of course he would pay him back, asking if it's not clear, trying to make a bad mistake, asking the protagonist what he wants for it, an enerendary and rare from the tower or something else. And so the protagonist asked if he could let him use the passage point, and the Minotaur asked what he wants. He asked to use the passage point, saying that is what he wants. And the Minotaur is surprised that the protagonist wants to use the passage point, so he just accepts, saying that he will allow it if that is what he wants, for the honor of the protagonist and his own Paxi John Devia, and he is all happy along with Tel, thinking that finally he will be able to leave the tower. But as he climbs that gigantic step, he is surprised that that is the waypoint, seeing that shiny stone. And so he reaches out his hand there and touches it. And the system says that the waypoint of the 99th floor tower has been saved. It loads a waypoint from another saved floor and confirms the point. But since he does not have any other waypoint saved besides the 99th floor, he cannot move to another, and the protagonist is quite surprised by this. And the Minotaur King then asks if it is useless To is the one who was not born in the tower, and he does not know how the boy ended up on the 99th floor. But external entities must register the waypoints on each floor, starting with the waypoint on level 1, to be eligible to move to the other floors. It is a predetermined regulation of the tower. It is a limited invitation provided. And still the king looks at the protagonist in complete disbelief, and Tell himself tries to cheer him up. But the protagonist says he always knew he would not be able to leave that place. ever since he found out it was the 99th floor, and now that he has confirmed it, it seems a bit useless, and so, the Minotaur King speaks to Sejum, saying he is sorry for his situation, but he allowed him to use the waypoint, and he accepted. So between the protagonist and the Minotaur King, there is no longer a debt to be paid, and the protagonist says he is right. He no longer owes him anything now, and then the Minotaur King tells him to go back, but the protagonist asks to make an offer, and he questions what? Asking how dare he make an offer, he asks Tell to open his backpack, and Tell does so by throwing a bunch of chives around, showing them to all those hungry Minotaurs who want to go after that tasty grass. They ate just then, saying it must be very delicious, and they can't help themselves. And the Minotaur King asks what Sejum is doing, and he says it's a gift intended for them to get along as good neighbors. And the Minotaur King asks about this gift, but the protagonist changes the subject, saying he's worried because they are expanding their fields, so they need a lot of labor, and they can all eat this kind of chive crop 3 times a day if they expand the fields, which brings him to the point, asking if the king would make a deal with him. And meanwhile, Kwang is very sad with the queen bee, but the queen bee talks to him until to notice the noise, and there comes on the horizon Elka bringing the protagonist back. And so the two run to him very happy, and the protagonist asks if he was a good boy, and Kwang says that he didn't cry and was indeed a good boy. And so the father rabbit tells Sejum that he came back very quickly, asking if the negotiations went well, and he says that they did, asking for everyone to gather there, and so several Minotaurs arrive there, then say that they are starving, asking if they just need to dig the ground there, and say that it is only the first time, and all the rabbits are scared by that. And the protagonist says that it is the Minotaurs who will help them clear the field, and he says that he made a deal with the Minotaur King that they could do whatever they wanted with all the land in the desert. And so one of the Minotaurs asks Sejum where they should start digging, everyone excited, eager to work, and Kwang himself keeps looking at the Minotaurs, saying that their muscles look really cool, drooling, and the Minotaurs realize that he must be Kwang, saying that they heard about him from Zhang San, and say that he is more impressive than he seems. And another Minotaur appears there, and Kwang is surprised that they know Zhang San, saying that he is close to him, and so they all start following Kwang, getting along very well, and they start calling for work. And the protagonist says that he is very cute, then asks if he should prepare some food for the Minotaur workers, and they all agree. But poor Teo remains on Elka's back, just asking to cry. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs near the king start playing rock, paper, scissors, and with that they decide who will work on which day. And after they decide, Zhang San asks them follow him. And so the Minotaur with the broken head talks to the king, saying that it's been a long time since he's seen them so excited. And he says that if they clear the field, their area would be a prairie full of grass and not mud. And the king starts to think so, being surprised about being good neighbors with them, saying that the 90th floor will be noisy. Meanwhile, everyone is working nearby, and the bees continue making honey, and the protagonist is surprised that they've already gathered so much honey with the bottles that Teo bought, saying that he thought the bees wouldn't gather much, since they must be preparing for the blue moon, and he asks if it's because she increased her strength recently, and the Villa Queen agrees with him, and he talks to Kwang, saying that he has some honey for him, asking him to eat properly, and he gets all happy, and he talks to Kwang's mother, asking if she's going to the back of the forest, and she says yes, because tomorrow is the blue moon, and he then says he will prepare many things for them to eat, ordering to get some extra bottles of honey, and Kwang says he is excited. But in that, Elka talks to the black dragon, saying that she thinks they should go down to face the blue moon too, and then asks to be able to leave. But the protagonist tells her not to worry, because he prepared rations for her too. And the black rabbit went through a lot collecting seafood in the dimension, and they are shocked by that amount of food, asking about all of it. And once again, they prostrate themselves in front of him, thanking him. And the black rabbit says that it was not at all conceited, but he asks how they will carry all of that. However, Elka tells him that it is not as big as the merchant's package, but they also carry simple packages, and so they all put it in their little bags and get ready to go down. Then they say that they will see each other after the blue moon is over, and they say goodbye, going down and leaving the protagonist behind. And he wonders if he should prepare for the blue moon too. But then Eileen talks to him, asking what's wrong with his face, and if he's worried about the field again, and he says yes. He's a little restless now that the blue moon is approaching, and then the black rabbit says he'll help his father and mother, leaving him alone. And the protagonist continues talking to Eileen. She questions if he forgot when she asked him to trust her, saying that she proudly asked if he hadn't seen her face and subdue the monsters during the blue moon, and he says he did, because when the blue moon appears, the monsters become violent, and a month ago, during the blue moon, he often thought about it when Zhang San ruined the field, and everyone is trying to minimize the damage by hiding from the blue moon or staying away from the fields. But the fields in the open air are unprotected, and he shared these concerns with Eileen, so she said she would protect them, and says she doesn't know how she will protect them. But the big black dragon he saw during the first blue moon was Eileen herself, and says it's okay, saying he will believe her. And she just asks him to believe in that big black dragon, telling him to plant many crops. And after finishing talking to him, she thinks she should prepare for the blue moon too, opening a door. And with that, she starts climbing a dungeon, and when she gets up there, she sees a huge crystal at the top of that tower, and from the top of that tower, she is on the 99th floor, and says it's been a while since she left, and the wind is refreshing. And she thinks, then, about your duty, focusing on the tower system, and speak, which is great. And finally, it's his turn to participate, and after setting everything up there, she says she's on her way, and a while later, the protagonist is getting ready with everything, with everyone inside the house. So he hides the last ember, thinking that just protecting it should be enough, and then he hears a noise and looks back, and sees Theo lamenting, thinking that those adorable yellow chicks will become adults, and he says that his uncle is excited. But then, the protagonist tells Theo not to go out, because the blue moon is coming, and he must get into his pouch soon. And Theo tells him to take good care of the chicks, because if anything happens, he must not forget to call him. And the protagonist tells him not to worry, asking him to keep something with him, and he asks about it again. And he says that the poisonous queen bee left this in the morning before leaving, and maybe because the comedy got so big, the cocoon keeps coming out. And he says that he much prefers the comedies, but still, he leaves it with Theo, and he says he'll put it away. And so, the protagonist notices that the moon is coming, and so, he asks Theo to come in, and when the moon comes, the bunnies begin the process of becoming adults, and they go completely crazy. And the protagonist just watches and says he saw this last time too, but he can't get used to it, because they changed quickly, and the noise outside is still deafening. And so he gets up to look, and asked if there's a monster nearby, because that shouldn't happen. So if there is, he hasn't arrived yet. But while he's standing, the bunnies look at him, and he asked about it. He says that, come to think of it, they didn't turn into white bunnies when the blue moon came last time, and those bunnies charge at the protagonist, and he questions why they're not changing. And they notice that the bunnies are becoming wild, and they all turn to look at him, protagonist, and they ask him to calm down, and he ends up screaming. But then Eileen appears up there, and he gets even more surprised. And some monsters inhabiting the 99th floor get closer, and they end up seeing the dragon hovering there, and they get scared to death, running away. And it turns out that, in fact, that dragon hovering there isn't Eileen or anything, it's just her using VR, and she asks what they think of her. And it's an illusionary magic tool created by her grandfather for her to use, and he's managing that tower during the blue moon. So she can't leave the administrative area, but she made it look exactly like her as an adult. And the remote control technology is possible even on the 99th floor, but it's possible to reach the clouds. And the illusion disappears as soon as she descends to the ground, and plexiglass must think it's her, so she gets all happy, and thinks that maybe she should fly a little more until the blue moon is over. And the protagonist, looking there, is surprised, because the hills were quiet after Eileen appeared. But then, the bunnies behind him start to glow, and actually change color, with several white bunnies appearing, and he is quite surprised by this, thinking it is a relief, grabbing them all. And some say they can't breathe, and they ask what happened. And the protagonist just looks to the side, seeing that the magic of the blue moon has already taken effect, and his crops are glowing now, and he calls to be able to harvest. And so, after harvesting, he cooks some things, and they say they are well cooked. And he gets the Korean sweet potato, containing the energy from the blue moon, some normal potatoes, and magical cherry tomatoes too. And he says they harvested 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes. And he tells Eileen that she worked hard, telling her to get the blue moon crops, stew for her that the sweet potatoes are hot, so she should eat them before they get cold. And so she thanks him, and shouts out loud to leave the blue moon with her in the future too. And so, after that, she lies down to rest, saying she is tired, but still she says it was worth it, wondering if she should try it, because it is the medicine to cure her dragon heart. And when she throws it in, she feels that her heart is sinking, and unlike last time, she can feel a stable flow of mana. But then a notification arrives, saying that she has achieved an achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish, sweet potatoes with honey. And she wonders if that is what the protagonist just did when he put the honey in that sweet potato. So she is shocked by Seiya, asking how he only gives her sweet potatoes when she is eating that delicious thing alone. But then she receives another notification, which says that she can reward whoever achieved the forgotten dish achievement with a special class skill, so she can choose the skill, and she is all happy, thinking that that reward is perfect for the tower farmer, and the potato with honey makes the mana increase permanently by 0.3. She is happy with that potato finally completed, and says that it is good to eat potatoes with salt, but it is also delicious to eat them sweet. And so he asks the bunnies to eat first, But then one of them tells his brothers, asking if they don't remember what daddy said, saying that he said they must deliver all the blue moon crops to their uncle, and everyone there asked why. And the oldest says it is because he is weak, and so he apologizes for being weak, crying about it. They say that he should eat it soon to become stronger, and they can eat the sweet potatoes normally, and the protagonist, he thinks it's delicious, and the soft texture and flavor of the potatoes with honey mix at once, and as he consumes that potato containing the blue moon, his mana increases, and so he receives the achievement notification for having managed to reproduce the forgotten dish sweet potato with honey, and he is surprised by this, asking why putting honey on a cooked sweet potato would be so important, and the manager shakes her head while looking at the protagonist, for he has achieved a wonderful achievement and receives a new mission, ordering to offer a sweet potato with honey to the manager, which rewards a class skill, and if he refuses she will be disappointed, but she will refuse to tell him this, and he asks if all this is just because he put some honey on a potato. But he says that since he is curious about the skill, he will accept the mission, and he wonders if he can make it with a normal potato by pouring honey on it and offering it to Eileen. And as a reward, he obtains level 1 cooking, and the flavor and effectiveness of the dishes, made using ingredients grown in the tower, are slightly improved, and he becomes more and more surprised by this, because the registered recipe, the first of them, is the potato with honey containing the energy of the blue moon, and within the characteristics, it is said that the mana increased by the effect of level 1 cooking is too small to be displayed, so it doesn't even increase that much. And he notices that he can collect recipes, and he is no longer surprised. And now that they've come to this, he wonders if he should become a chief as a second class, after being a farmer. But he thinks that first he must make potatoes with honey for the others to eat too, asking if everyone there will help him, and all the bunnies agree. So he writes in his adventure diary Lost in the Tower, that the 8th blue moon passed peacefully, and so, in the western part of the forest, that same monster returns home, the one that was scared by Eileen 3D, and while he returns home, he ends up tripping on a root, and falls face down, and in that, something that was inside that cave grabs that monster with that bunch of hands full of roots, and with that, begins to consume it, crushing and killing the monster, and that is a corrupted being. A tree with several eyes inside, and that thing continues walking, and leaves the forest, and begins to target the area where the prota is planning, and apparently, things calm as they are, will not stay that way for long. Meanwhile, the protagonist is making food with the bunnies, who they've just become adults. And while everything is still in order, up on the 99th floor, in Elka's tribe, they come back with plenty of food for everyone, and she tells the children to enjoy it, and they thank the chief. And then, another wolf asks if they're leaving already, and Elka says they have to leave, since the blue moon is over, and apparently, Elka was Elka this whole time, because the little wolf, the little she-wolf in this case, right, that's appearing here is his wife. Geez, people, it's difficult, right? It's not possible. Oh, it's the dog, guys. It's impossible. There's no vet. I've lost track of time to stay. Sorry, it's Elka. And she says he should at least see the children waking up, but he talks to his wife, saying that they now serve the great black dragon, and they have no time to waste, and he'll be back soon, leaving from there, and they call the two of them to go to the 99th floor. And so, in the village of the corridor, everyone is frightened, seeing some rabbits running, thinking they can't be caught. But at that, some ask to wait, and a fox appears, catching those rabbits, catching one of them, and quickly knocking itself out. And the two, who were managing to get away, look back, frightened, but don't even see that there's another fox in front of them, ready to catch them. But then, Elka or Vile asks what that sound is, but the other to ask if they won't leave. And it turns out that the rabbits are suffering quite a lot at the hands of those other two. And the fox calls the rabbits damn slaves, asking where they think they're going, asking if they know how many floors they climbed to catch them, asking if they think they could escape, and saying they'll have rabbit meat that day, and they won't find out if it's just one rabbit. But then, Elka appears, knocking out that stupid fox, and saving his rabbit. And then, he notices Elka there, saying they're Grid subordinates, and asks why they're attacking them, because they're hunters trying to capture runaway slaves. And if Grid finds out about this, he won't be happy, but Elka says he doesn't care if they rat out those wild boars or not, and tells them to get out of there before he rips their necks out. And so, those animals are left with their tails between their legs, and they simply put it to the foot, and one of them carries the other knocked out, while Elka helps the bunnies. And Elka tells him that he intervened, and Elka is left speechless, because he couldn't let this happen. They question what they're doing, because if they leave them there, they'll be captured by those guys again. And so, the bunnies tremble in front of the wolves, and Elka decides to take the bunnies with him for now, but they could be roots to the great black magician. Meanwhile, the supposed black magician says he has a big announcement to make, saying that his mana has reached 10 after eating the blue moon crops. But no one there is very excited about it, as to them it's very normal. And Tell asks if it will be a reason to be able to brag, and the protagonist gets mad at him, disdaining this, telling them to listen, saying that now he can eat the inside of the giant eel, and that means he can obtain a new ability. But Tell doesn't give a damn about them, questioning if he can sleep, but the protagonist gets pissed, saying he can't. He'll only sleep after seeing his new ability. And he throws that thing inside, and he thinks it's delicious. It tastes like orange soda, and the system says he consumed that inside and learned a new ability, Rain and Thunder. And he is surprised that he learned it and didn't acquire it, and lacks a significant amount of mana to use it properly. And for the user's safety, making Rain has been sealed. And also casting Thunder is also sealed, and he can create dark clouds and use Rain and Thunder and create clouds. Creates dark clouds with mana, and the more mana, the bigger and denser the clouds will be created. And if the environment is right, there is a low chance of rain. But the 2 utilities he would have are sealed. He needs 30 mana, and is surprised that he needs even more mana, because this was not the case before, and he wonders how he will create dark clouds if the abilities are sealed. So he tries to make the clouds appear, and some things do appear, but the little cloud that appears is so tiny that it covers the feather on his head, and he gets very angry because he used a third of his magical power, and that was the size he managed. And so all the rabbits decide to go back to work, leaving him there feeling embarrassed because they do not want to follow that. But then Thelma tells him not to be discouraged because he may be weak, but he is the master. And the protagonist asks if this is to comfort him, asking if he is comforting him, but the rabbit says he found it incredible because it even covers the sun and will get bigger later, saying that his father is the best, and the rabbit is the only one who is cheering him up, and the protagonist is happy about it, saying that he is very happy with his son. But then Thelma says that he is right, and it is good, because the sun is not blinding him, asking him to move the cloud a little to the side. And the protagonist notices that the cat is too annoying, but then Helk arrives there, and he is surprised that he arrived, but notices that he brought some rabbits who are scared to death, and he asks who those gray rabbits are. And so the bunnies start asking the protagonist please not to eat them, and he notices that they are full of scars. And the protagonist asks Helka where they brought those guys from, and he tries to explain, but then Rabbit is the mother, and Rabbit and the father arrive there, are surprised to see those rabbits. And the father is even more surprised that they are alive. And it turns out that the gray rabbit is the elder rabbit's niece, and they run into them. And the protagonist questions what's going on, asking if they know each other. Then, the protagonist and everyone else are surprised to see the 3 bunnies falling into the food. They almost choke, and the mother rabbit brings them some water. And the protagonist asks them to go slowly and eat calmly, and so they thank the great black dragon. But the protagonist asks to be called Sejum, and Elka speaks to him, surprised that he would want that. But the protagonist says that calling him a big black dragon is very understandable, and he says there's no need for formality, and he's also part of the family now, so he should feel free to call him Sejum. They're a bit hesitant, but they eventually agree. One of the wolf cubs is surprised that the protagonist says they're family, and so he looks at those gray rabbits and so on, while Tel keeps asking for churros nonstop. It looks like my cat, right? There's food in the bowl, but it keeps asking for food all the time. That thing's going to explode. And so, the protagonist analyzes all the rabbits, one of which is an artist, another a carpenter, and the other an architect. He realizes they're all technical experts and talks to the rabbits, recapping the whole story. When they were climbing the tower to escape the farm that was exploiting them, Helkub saved them just as they were about to be caught. He asks which floor they escaped from, and one of the rabbits says they were on the 55th floor. Father Rabbit is surprised, asking if they were still there, and questions about the king, the queen, and the princess, asking what happened to the monsters. The protagonist then tells Louvre Rabbit to stay calm, asking about these monsters and what he's talking about. Louvre Rabbit explains that a long time ago, the 55th floor was the Rabbit Kingdom, called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. So, he's surprised, and he's saying that there was a kingdom, asking what happened to it now. And Rabbit says that about a few decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell, and he remembers that day well and all the chaos that took place there. He explains a bit about the Red Ribbon Rabbit Kingdom, where they grew crops on fertile lands, ate healthy food, had beautiful architecture and culture, and lived peaceful lives with the power to protect themselves with several trapped rabbits, keeping the place safe. But then, they noticed something coming from the sky, and one of the rabbits was shocked by several flying monsters arriving, and those things overwhelmed the place, and even though they were quite crowded, they were consumed by the sudden appearance and the shadow of destruction. And so, the kingdom fell. He says the kingdom collapsed instantly due to these unknown entities that seemed to appear out of nowhere, and in that chaos, the king and queen disappeared, and the people who lost their king were scattered to survive the monsters, and they ended up in that place after searching for a place to settle. The protagonist is surprised that they've reached the 99th floor, and it's no wonder he finds it strange, as it's no place for rabbits to live. The ill father says they thought those monsters had swallowed the 55th floor whole, but who knew there were still some left there. The gray rabbit says his family and the remaining rabbits who couldn't escape through the corridor were just waiting to be killed by the monsters, but for some unknown reason the monsters suddenly disappeared, and the one who was despairing in the devastated land was Greed himself. Anelka is already starting to get suspicious, and the protagonist asks about this Greed. Anelka says that he's that wild boar that the rabbit agrees with everything he says. He commanded a large tribe of boars, called himself Grand Siorio, and took control of the 55th floor, and lost his master, and he began to exploit the rabbits, and turn the land. That was the kingdom of the Red Ribbon into a large farm of his that only produced food, and they simply couldn't take it anymore, and left. There, but then the protagonist asks him to calm down, telling them to get some rest first, and they've been through a lot, and asks the black rabbit if he would lend him his bed in the cave. And so the rabbit asks him, then Lysigan, to take the three of them inside. And the protagonist says that thinking about it, Greed was also the guy who was looking for that straw hat there, and Elka says that's right. He's a rich man who exerts considerable influence over the tower through food, and he's a damn disgusting boar, and exploiting the residents by aiming for a beer as if it were intentional is too much. And he says he's ashamed of having worked on him for the short time he did. But then Tell says he knew, because most of the food is distributed throughout the tower through the Merchant Association, and he heard that most of it came from Mr. Greed's farm. And then the protagonist talks to Elka, asking if there's a possibility of this guy named Greed coming to the 99th floor, but Elka says he wouldn't be able to, because no matter how much money he spends, no mercenary would try to come to that floor, and most mercenaries are cowards. So the protagonist thinks he can rest easy for now, handing the hats to Tell, and he says he can rest easy because he won't be able to chase the rabbits. But in Greed's castle on the 55th floor, former kingdom of Red Life, he is surprised by the report of those caramel mutts, and they say that vermin from the wolf tribe Silvers, named Elka, extracted him and even took away the rabbits they were chasing, and he attacked them, telling them to look at the wound. And one of those pigs next to Greed says that idiot was never trustworthy from the beginning, so Greed tells him to leave them because when their food runs out, they will come crying and begging to save him. But before that, he asks if the preparations are going well, and his advisor says that they are currently suppressing the maximum possible distribution, sending away those who wander for food. And some complaints have been made by the Magic Tower and the Merchant Union, but it is still within his control, and he begins to think that this is very good because another opportunity is coming. And just like when he took over the 55th floor several decades ago, this time he will not end just one, but that entire tower will be in his hands, and he starts laughing like the greedy pig he is. Meanwhile, our protagonist is calm there on his floor, together with his kitten sleeping with its paw on his face. He grabs Tell, telling him to wake up, saying that it's already morning, and Tell keeps wanting to sleep more. But then the protagonist notices something there, asking about that pool, because it's a washing pool, and there's even a shell there, and he wonders if the gray rabbits built that, and says that washing his hair will be too easy, and you can even reach his back. And so Tell tells him to go there, and shows him a completely different kitchen than the one he had. And even his mother rabbit can make food now, with the help of the father rabbit and the fat rabbit bringing firewood. And he is surprised that there is also a table, and Tell notices that they have made something incredible. He sees a furnace, a dining table, cutlery, and reikis, everything he needs, and Tell tells him to look at it, saying that Pibik and Perik made a bowl of food for him too, and there's a paw print in it. And the protagonist asked about these names, Pibik, Perik, I don't know how many. And he says that these are their names. They keep doing things saying they are grateful for letting them stay there, and they don't stop working. And the scythe rabbit sees a little cloth made by one of them, and they start thanking him for taking care of them yesterday. And the protagonist gets worried about them, and they come there thanking him for the previous day, saying that it is not much, but they would like to help them with their skills. And the protagonist then asks if they by any chance needed of employment, and they all get silly, since it's like throwing CLT in the guy's laps, right? You scoundrel. And so after that, the protagonist says that Pibik, I don't know how many, will join them from now on, and so they say they'll get along well, and all the rabbits like that. And the protagonist says that with the arrival of cylinder craftsmen, their cultivation level will rise even more, and they say they'll do what they can. But then he asks if they can create houses for the rabbits first, because the baby rabbits have become adults, so there's a shortage of houses, and they need houses for themselves too. And the second generation children need to become independent too, but he thinks that building their house will be too much work, and all the poor guys are even trying, but it's still very difficult. And the rabbit says to leave it to him because it's his specialty. So Tell says he wants a mobile home too, but the protagonist tells him that he has his own backpack. But the gray rabbit ends up saying he can make a cat tower for him. And so a while later, a rabbit asks Sejim if he doesn't have a home, and he says he only sleeps on chive leaves. so he asks what if they make a house for Sejum, and he is surprised. The rabbit wants to make a house for him there, and the rabbit says it must be complicated to make a house inside a cave, but outside it should be possible, and there are many sustainable materials like wood. And the protagonist says he would love to have a home, and says he has been spending a lot of time outside, expanding his fields above ground recently, and since there is the rabbit's mother, the Minotaurs, and the silver wolves too, he will be safe to a certain extent. So he agrees with the rabbit, saying he can do whatever he wants, asking if he needs anything, and the rabbit says it would be good if they had materials to make bricks, or some area with clay, or fine sand on the 99th floor. And the protagonist thinks about it, remembering, saying that he knows of a place. And so he goes to the Minotaurs area, who are surprised to see him there, and he asks the rabbit what he thinks. And the rabbit says that the humidity is just right, and even the dry leaves are well mixed, and it's great for making bricks. But then the Minotaur king asks why he needs mud, because that's food for him, the Minotaurs. And he says that it's a new business, talking to the king, saying that Pimic will teach how to make bricks, and if he allows him to make bricks and provide him with mud, he will receive chives in return. But then the king asks if they should start, not even wanting to hear everything, telling them to stop eating mud, because they won't have enough to make bricks. And they are all in disbelief at what the king is saying, and the protagonist already thinks they will be a little busy. Meanwhile, Quang is taking down a tree in the greatest tranquility, and his mother also starts helping. While the Minotaurs are plowing the land, the rabbits are planting, and others are watering, and everyone is working. And it turns out that Quang also plays Latina with elk, while the protagonist is all happy watching, and they go on with the good life. While one of the wolves watches Quang drinking honey, and the protagonist writes this down, offering it to him too. And a while later he goes to harvest, and ends up harvesting 15 solar pumpkins, and the XP from his work continues to increase. And as an effect of the level 1 proficiency increase, the level for harvesting proficiency has an additional 5% increase. With him being able to, for 150 XP, he levels up, acquiring a bonus stat, which he can use on whatever he wants. And then he notices that he has a bunch of those solar pumpkin potatoes, and so he prepares to do something with it, but notices that it is very hot. And then he creates some black clouds above him, because his face won't burn if he has that there. And the black clouds proficiency starts to increase. And the protagonist thinks that while they are building the houses, they will have to set up a store on the ground too. And he talks to Tell, asking when he will go down. And Tell says he is thinking about going down anyway, saying that he packed a bunch of cherry tomatoes from the cave just now, and that the protagonist asks him if he still has space in his backpack, asking how about he sell green onions, detox this time, saying that maybe there are hunters who need them, and he just divided the plants he harvested, and he harvested a lot. And Tell then thinks about this green onion, saying that he will only take 100 for now to test, and the protagonist agrees to this, inviting him to have a snack. And he questions whether it will sell a lot, but he thinks that since they are AKR he will take it. But when he tastes it, for him it is horrible, and he thinks that for a cat like him it doesn't smell so good. But at that the protagonist tells Tell not to take too long to come back, and he starts throwing it inside his bag, and tells him not to eat his fish, but he ends up pulling the thing too much, and takes some potatoes with it. And so the Minotaur is asked to wait while they eat. And already on the 67th floor of the tower, a frog is walking around calmly until he receives an arrow right in the head, and another bipedal frog prepares to eat him, and that is a lizard man who jumps up to that frog wanting to catch him. But when he gets close to that thing, an insect appears and starts eating the flesh of that frog, but the lizard man grabs the insect and eats it too, throwing it inside. But he notices that other insects are coming that way, aiming for their prey, and when he looks up, several of them are there, and they saw a herd eating everything around and going after the lizard man, swallowing him completely, and that thing seems to be the same one that destroyed the rabbit kingdom. Meanwhile, Eileen is receiving a lot of notifications, but she apparently doesn't like waking up early, speaking which is too noisy, and says that she was finally having a good dream after so long, asking why the alert system is being so noisy. And when she looks, she notices that there are more than 1,000 unread alerts, and the red locusts have infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower, and she has a new alert with several spans, and thus 5,312,813. 712 red locusts have infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower, and she is surprised by this, because they invaded from outside the tower, and says that it has been about 100 years since they infiltrated there, and in that time her grandfather solved it, but almost failed to prevent the destruction of the 55th floor. So she tries to use authoritarian management, ordering to connect the external communication, but she notices that she cannot open the passage out of the tower with her usability, and so another announcement comes to her, because 0.1% of the 67th floor was devastated by those locusts, and she is surprised by this, and the system increases the percentage by 0.01% each time, leaving her nervous and wondering what she should do. Meanwhile, the protagonist is making a little fish fillet, putting it in oil, making that fried fish, and he thinks that the oily smell of the eel is delicious. And Tell is also drooling on his shoulder. And so the scythe rabbit brings potatoes and sweet potatoes cut as he requested, and he thanks him, telling him to keep everyone away while he eats. The eel, as it could be dangerous if the oil splashes, and at that, Tell already starts to get the moon in his mouth looking at it in the black. Rabbit asks what he made, and he says he made something even tastier than potatoes with honey. And he is a little surprised, asking if such a thing exists. And he asks if he has ever heard of caramelized sweet potatoes. And then he throws them in the oil and starts making them, and says that it is a good thing he saved the EEL oil, as it will be very useful. And he says that first he should fry the sweet potatoes until they are crispy and brown on the outside, adding honey to the fried sweet potatoes, and then stir and cook, and thus the sweet potatoes are ready. Caramelized, which is recorded in his recipe, and the achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish caramelized sweet potato is achieved. So, his proficiency goes up a lot, and so the rabbit starts saying that it looks really good, and Tell soon asks the protagonist to fry his fish like that too, and he agrees to this, handing a fried piranha to Tell, and he notices that the piranha recipe was not recognized, asking what the norm is. And since they are cooking, they will make caramelized potatoes too, because he thinks that finding recipes is quite fun, and Tell orders to put honey on his fish too. And so a while later, everyone prepares to eat with him, with that feast served, and everyone falls in, and the pilots say that good food after hard work is the best part, while the wolves are also scraping the plate, and in the end, there is almost nothing left, and so the rabbit says he can't even eat anymore, and Tell is full. And the protagonist asks if he is going to go down now, and he says he should, and so he calls the wolves to go with him. But before going, Tell asks how much food is on Sejong's side, and he says he saved it for Eileen. And she's not answering no matter how much he calls her earlier, and the food got cold too. And the rabbit almost put his hand in, and so Tell asks if she's sleeping. But the protagonist in turn just thinks that would be a relief, asking if nothing happened to her. Meanwhile, she is too nervous looking at the entire tower system, but she can't connect with anything, and she thinks she can't control it with her power. And her dragon heart was finally starting to heal, but she thinks she is too incompetent, and thinks she doesn't know what to do with all that chaos, and she really is lost. And so more and more of the 67th floor continues to be devastated by those locusts. And in the central management headquarters of the Merchant Passage, it turns out that the leaders are gathered at a table, and the representative of the Fox tribe of the Merchant Association, Mason, is in front of Hannibal of the Tiger tribe, along with Iona of the Hamster tribe. Then that fox that was following Theo thinks about Iona, the leader of the Magicians Association, saying that the first he's seen it for a while now, and has heard that the 7 main magic towers don't usually appear in public. But first of all, it's unusual for the tower chiefs to gather in one place, asking what's going on. And so Mason says that it's been a few days since the red locust appeared on the 67th floor, and according to his wandering merchant sources, 2/3 of that floor has been devastated by the red locust. And now the lizardmen are desperately defending their post near the passage area. But this is not an easy situation to resolve, and so Hannibal asked if the wandering merchant passage is under control, asking what the possibility is of the red locust infiltrating other floors through there. And Mason says that the red locust are intruders from outside the tower, asking if he didn't know that the passage doesn't allow intruders from outside to use, and says that the passage is safe. However, if they manage to dominate the passage area, they will invade other floors as well. And so they think about 68th and 69th, and then they get desperate, asking if it's not one of those 5 main sattlers of the tower, where the location of the Draken farm and the Lizardman kingdom is. And this problem doesn't only affect the lizardmen, and so Mason thinks that a great food shortage may even occur again. And he is already starting to get worried about the shortage, because Iona remembers the 55th floor, because the annihilation incident of the Hedravon kingdom happened there, asking if everyone remembers. And nowadays the lizards are distributed across several floors of the tower, but at that time, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest distributor of food in the tower, and the massive invasion of red locust caused that entire kingdom to be destroyed. And if that boar bastard hadn't expressed himself through that breach and dominated the place, they could have something. But Mason asks Iona to keep calm, because Grit is a good man. Look man, stop it. And Mason asks if he wasn't the one who rebuilt the kingdom's saddlery in ruins back then. But Iona doesn't accept him being called a good man, especially when he is exploiting the rabbit tribe and closing all the food distribution lines to the rest of the tower. But when Hannibal hears her saying this, he says she is talking too much. So Mason tries to calm her down, but everyone in the room also goes into chaos, calling Eileen, asking if she shall and prodding her, questioning if she won't do anything. And so they keep calling, but Iona ends up getting nervous, getting up and climbing onto the table, and says that 200 years and several thousand years ago, the infiltration of red locust happened, and the great black dragon always protected the tower, so the red locust were quickly annihilated. However, the last time the red locust appeared for an unknown reason, the great black dragon took a long time to deal with the situation, and the situation was only stopped after more than half of the kingdom's citizens were killed, and all the settlers were destroyed, and a great food shortage occurred throughout the tower. And there are places that still haven't recovered. And now it's only been a few days since the locust appeared, and there's no guarantee that the black dragon will deal with the situation quickly this time too. And they have to stop them with all their power until the black dragon appears. Otherwise, the order of the tower will collapse. And she says that under her control, under instructions, the leader of the association, the main association of the 7 magical towers, will send 100 war mages, asking what the leaders of the towers were going to do. Meanwhile, Theo is with the wolves visiting his family, and it's peaceful there. He tells Elka that they went there because he said he was going to stop for a little while, but asks how long he'll be there, saying they don't have time. However, while he's complaining non-stop, the wolf cubs go to Theo asking if he's the black dragon, and he says no, saying that he's the dragon's vital subordinate, a middle-class ranch merchant. They're all surprised that he's the black dragon's vital subordinate, marveling at that. Theo likes to hear this, asking what they said. They keep pestering Theo, who happily gives them his paws as a reward. He starts to enjoy the situation, but he realizes that he's caught something wrong when he pulled things out of his hands. Bag, seeing that he took a pumpkin from the protagonist's son and asking why it's there. Then Elka arrives there asking Theo what happened, and he gets so scared that he jumps, but says it's nothing and there's no problem at all. Elka asks if it really is, but says it's fine, and Theo tells him to go at full speed. So Elka tells him to hold on, because he's going to pick up the pace. But Theo, in his head, as he runs, thinks they're screwed, wondering if he accidentally switched things while putting the green onions in the backpack, and he thinks he has to destroy the evidence and wants to run to the 38th floor, telling Elka to go as fast as possible. Man, Theo is one of a kind, I can only say that. Meanwhile, the protagonist at home is freaking out because there is nothing there. He doesn't find it inside the green onions, saying that he has to plant the new potatoes. But he doesn't find it, and he sees that the some pumpkin potato that was there while he was harvesting the green onions has disappeared, and he soon thinks of the hotel and thinks that it is a relief because he must have put the some pumpkin potato in another place during the harvest. But he wanted to try one of them, saying that he will punish that brat as soon as he returns. And at that moment, the seed store opens for him, and he didn't even remember what day it was at that moment, and says that he completely forgot. So he wants to see what is selling, and so his ranking remains as it was, and his level allows him to buy as many seeds as he wants, spending only 5 coins from the tower. And the seeds are flaming beans for 5 coins, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 coins, 5 shuiang pepper seeds for 0, 5 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0, 5 coins. And he keeps wondering about the bean seeds flaming, questioning what this is, because just one seed cost an incredible 5 tower coins, and he says he has enough money. But because of the condition that only buys with 5 tower coins, he won't be able to buy the rest of them if he buys the bean seeds, and the risk is too high. And that's right, he doesn't like adventures too much. Besides that, familiar tastes remind him of home, and since they have more and more rabbits, he needs more carrots, so he says he's going to buy carrots, strawberry, and pepper seeds. And he buys all of that with 5 coins being removed from him, and 50 mileage points are accumulated. He has a total of 56 so far, and so the store disappears, and he thinks he's got enough stuff to plant, and says that just imagining himself eating strawberries and shuiang peppers already revitalizes him. So he goes to the father rabbit saying that he bought more carrot seeds. He gets all excited, and the protagonist calls him to be able to plant them soon, asking if he can leave these with the rabbit so he can plant them, and he gets all excited saying that he can. Then they say that they expanded their fields above ground and they will cheer up. And the protagonist farm is getting bigger and bigger. Meanwhile in Gangnam, the weather is beautiful on top of a building, and the guild leader goes out there to take a look. He says that it's been a while since he left the refrigerator, and the view from the tower is very beautiful, asking Shiryuki if he doesn't agree. But Shiryuki says that he doesn't know anything else, besides that he's not in any condition to be out there, and says that if he lets his guard down, the curse of the timeless can spread, asking him to go back inside. But at that, the master says that anyway he got much better at ruining his teacher's mood, asking if he likes doing this, and taking advantage of it, he will ask if they will to have a deal with the merchant soon, asking if Dongsik is on the 37th floor now, and so Shiryuki agrees, and says that he said he's having trouble conquering the boss monster on the 38th floor, the deadly tarantula, because it built its nest in the passageway, and the monster is releasing poison everywhere, and the poisonous gas emitted by the tarantulas is difficult to neutralize even with healing magic, and they said it's impossible to approach without an antidote made from the blood of the poisonous spider, the deer that guards the nest. But even with that, it's difficult to find an alchemist who can prepare the antidotes, and they all refuse. And then the master notices that they haven't made any progress there, asking if he's protecting Sejin's family instead of Dongsik, who went to the tower, asking him to tell him the situation, asking if anything else happened. And he says yes, because Sejin's family moved to Han and Dong, since they move around a lot. And due to their desire to live a normal life as before, they are being escorted and monitored with minimal exposure to security. And recently, there was an attempt by a foreign association to get in touch with Sejin through his younger brother, Seidu. Yeah, those guys played dirty, you know. They played dirty. Look who went after the kid, so it's a joke, okay? But the boys ended up denying those girls, and he resolved them there more calmly. And so the master starts to laugh. But as he laughs, he ends up coughing uncontrollably. If he laughed here, he gets a little worried. But then the master takes a cherry tomato out of his pocket while eating it. He asks if this is the cherry tomato, and the master says yes. Because after eating it and overcoming the curse of the flames, he felt very calm. And it is a very useful item. It also tastes good and will help many people in the future. And besides, he believes that Park Sejin is a talent they cannot lose from the Republic of Korea. And so he says that his senior made the promise. But he asks Sae-ryuk to tell him to bring Sejin to his office first when they leave the tower. And so he says he will go. But at this, Sae-ryuk says that there must definitely be a cure for the curse of the flames. And if it is Don Sheik, he will be able to find the cure, no matter what the cost. Meanwhile, Don Sheik is killing the spider there on the 38th floor. Then he notices that they don't stop coming, and when he looks ahead, his subordinates are also having a lot of difficulty. He shouts for everyone to retreat, saying that they will reorganize and try again. But then they shout to Don Sheik to be careful, because there is something threatening his life, and when he manages to look, he looks too late, and the monster almost hits him. But then a girl pulls him, getting in front, stopping that monster, placing her sword right in front of that thing. But the spider manages to make a cut on her cheek. So the girl continues fighting until she kills the spider once and for all, finishing it and making the monster fall. And everyone goes to her asking if he is okay. But in that, Don Sheik says that Suha had contact with the spider's venom, asking for healing magic, and the girl is already on her last legs. While they manage to put the magic on her, she improves a little, but they say that they only managed to stop the progress of the venom, so if they stop the spell, the poison will spread, and so Don Sheik gets mad about it, because I've used up all the antidotes, and it'll be too late if they go to the alchemist asking what they should do. But then Theo shows up, completely calm, asking if he's Don Sheik, and asks him why he's there, asking if he shouldn't be at the trading point. Don Sheik is surprised to see Theo there, and remembers that was the day he was supposed to come, and is surprised, saying he was so busy he didn't even remember. But then Theo asks what they're doing, but then he goes over to Suha, asking why she's sleeping on the floor, saying he has to take her pictures, telling her to wake up. But then the girl starts to feel heavy hair in the middle of her chest, and then Don Sheik says that Suha was afflicted by the spider's venom. And then Theo is surprised, saying that it must hurt a lot, asking if she's okay, asking her to stay lying down. But Don Sheik says that at this rate she's going to lose her life, asking if he happens to know of any place that sells it, antidotes, and he says there's no alchemist around. But he ends up remembering something, taking something from that little bag, saying that he has that there, pulling out a chive, the detoxifying green chive, and so they are surprised by this. And when Don Sheik looks at that thing closely, he sees all the effects that thing has, and notices that it can detoxify the spider venom, asking Suha to eat it. And as soon as the girl takes a bite and throws it inside, she wakes up immediately, completely fine, then says that her body is unbelievably lighter, and Theo is all relieved. And she runs to hug Theo, thanking him, saying that she's alive, thanks to him, as expected. He's the best cat. He feels bad, saying it was nothing, but then tells her to give him 5 coins from the tower, because since she's his subordinate, he'll make it cheaper for her. And she begins to realize that he really is a villainous merchant. But at that, Don Sheik asks Theo where he got the detoxifying green onion, and he says it's a new crop he's selling, and they're all surprised, with Don Sheik thinking that the tarantula's deadly venom is E, and if he has the detoxifying green onion and invades the 38th floor of the tower, it might be possible. And he gets very excited about this possibility, saying that as expected, Theo is the best golden cat, and Theo himself wonders why they're looking at him like that. And then, the leader asks what this detoxifying green onion is, and he says it's a new crop he's selling. The leader is surprised that he's selling it, and notices that the tarantula's deadly venom is E. He suggests that if they have this detoxifying green onion, they'll invade the 38th floor of the tower, and it's possible they're coming because of Theo. They give him a chance and ask how many detoxifying green onions he has, and he says he has 100. The leader says he'll buy all 100, but then a guy arrives telling him to wait. The leader sees that the Phoenix Guild was trying to get ahead, saying he was wondering why the merchant cat hadn't visited them yet, but he never thought he'd be doing something something that goes against business ethics. The leader is surprised that the Royal Knights and the Wizard Guild have arrived, and he questions how they got there, asking if they're spying on them to prevent his raid. And then, they talk to the cat, saying that if he gives special treatment to only one guild, people will complain and he will lose his clientele, and Theo asks if that's true, while the leader thinks that's ridiculous, because cherry tomatoes and green onions are things that can only be bought from Theo, and regardless of what he does, people are forced to look for Theo. But now, many people are watching them, and trust is directly related to the merchant's reputation, and he cornered Theo, leaving him no choice but to listen. Then, Theo says he will hold the auction as he always does, asking if anyone has any objections, and they say that's fine, and he says he will sell magical cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions, and says that he will start with the sale of magical cherry tomatoes, and he has a total of 6,000 and will sell them in lots of 500. And so, they are surprised that that tomato reached grade C, saying that before, even amidst the chaos surrounding the green onions, having a grade C magic tomato instead of a grade D is a very good thing, considering it hasn't even been a month since the grade D cherry tomatoes were released. So now it's grade C. One of them offers 350 tower coins, and the bids keep rising to 600 coins. However, the leader tells them to take it slow, as they need to create a new strategy because the green onions are very important for the raid. Meanwhile, they keep buying and selling more and more things, and everything is sold by Theo. He says he's now going to start selling the detoxifying green onions, saying he has 100 and will sell them in lots of 10. The leader, who's after the green onions, offers 130 coins, but the bids keep rising, and he ends up offering 155 coins. Theo asks if anyone else wants some and ends up selling to him, thinking it's an unfortunate amount of money, but he can't afford to lose, because they need to secure a little more, and he thinks he'll be quick this time. The other leader gives 160 tower coins, and he ends up winning. While he tries to give 161, the other gives 170 and keeps buying 10 at a time. And then the leader goes to 175, which the other gives 180, and Theo is really enjoying this, while he doesn't stop selling. And that girl from the Phoenix Guild is taking pictures while he's all happy. And in the end, the Phoenix Guild only secures 10 green onions. And the guy from the Knights Guild asks him, what they're going to do, saying that the Phoenix Guild must be very bad at cooperating with other guilds, and they'll stick with that first. But the others from the Phoenix Guild tell the leader they're sorry, because they've become obsessed with cherry tomatoes. But he says it's okay, because the world won't end if their guild falls a little behind. Then, the girl in the photo speaks to the leader, saying that Theo has something to say, and Dom Cheek goes to talk to Theo. He asks if he means that Sejun's family is living in a place called Hanyadong, and he says it's Hanadong, not Hanya, and Theo writes that down so they don't forget. Dom Cheek says that since the Korean Association is reviewing itself to protect the family, he doesn't need to worry because Korea needs Sejun's talents. Then, Theo says that Sejun said he wanted to reward him for protecting his family, and he says he means it's not that big of a deal, but Theo says his reward is 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions, and Dom Cheek is surprised by this, since he got the crucial 50 green onions he needed. Theo says he also said that from now on, if he needs anything from the harvest, he'll sell it to him at a lower price as a reward for protecting his family. But he says it's a secret. Dom Cheek says it's fine, as this is a fair agreement between him and Sejun, and at least the previous situation won't repeat itself. He thinks to himself that it won't repeat itself, especially since the matter with Sejun's family is also top secret anyway. But then Theo talks to him, saying that he also has a secret item he can sell him exclusively today, and maybe he's interested. Dom Cheek questions him about it. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs are helping the protagonist build the house, and he's surprised by their agility, besides only being. A few days pass, and the entire outside is already like this. And thanks to the Minotaur's hard work, the pace is very fast. But the rabbit says that the interior details still need to be done by him and his brothers, and so he thinks it will take a little longer, and they should discuss the structure of the room he mentioned in private. But then, while the protagonist is talking to the rabbits, trying to work on the details, the rabbit gets interested and tries to go inside with the queen bee. But the protagonist, seeing this, gets scared because he doesn't fit there. So the protagonist says that the rabbit can't go in, and he asks why not. The rabbit says that he is too big because the house might collapse, so he shouldn't go in. But the rabbit asks if he isn't a good bear, because the rabbit isn't the bad bear that would destroy his father's house. And he says he isn't the bad bear, becoming very sad. But the protagonist tells him to eat some honey over there, because dad needs to look around the house a little longer, so he should be a good boy. And he even agrees. But then the protagonist goes to look at the bed material, looking at those little onions that the Minotaurs are eating, but the rabbit is still downcast, saying that he wants to go into Dad's house too, saying that he wants to be small, and wants to sleep with him inside, and the queen bee gets desperate seeing him cry. But while he's getting the honey starts to glow in his hand, and the rabbit doesn't understand anything. And it ends up that while the protagonist is talking to the rabbits about his bed, one of them says that those little onions aren't good, because if he puts green onions, the bed will be too hard. But then Koik starts calling the protagonist, acting strangely, encounters a rabbit that jumps onto his chest, nearly killing him in one blow. He is thrown directly onto a mountain of scallions, startling everyone around. As he lands, he asks what's happening, until the rabbit begins to lick him. A mini version of himself appears, and he can hardly believe the bear is shrunk. Seeing this, the protagonist asks Koang what happened, wondering if he's returned to his old size. However, the creature's name is changed to the giant crimson honey bear. The protagonist is confused, asking if he evolved into a honey bear just like Papa Rabbit and Black Rabbit did. Black Rabbit notices he's become a child again, but the protagonist asks if he can't grow any bigger. He thinks for a moment and then gets fed up, growing much larger. He realizes he's bigger and can alter his body however he wants, and says that's what seems to be happening. The desire to stay small was suppressing his growth, and this sometimes happens with young monsters who fear becoming adults. The protagonist finds what the Manhwa is saying strange, talking about suppressing growth. The Koang reverts to his small form, clinging to the protagonist's leg once more, asking if he can come into his house now, since he can now hug, just like he does with the Black Rabbit and Tell. The protagonist is touched that he's thinking so much about this, hugging the Koang and giving him the affection he wanted, asking if he wants to receive it like everyone else, and apologizing for not understanding his feelings. He asks if they should take a look around the house, and the Koang gets all excited. The protagonist says they'll put a bed in the house for the Koang too, making him even happier. He says he wants to go into the cave as well, surprising him, because the last time the Koang was there, things weren't very good for his food reserve, and he tries to deny it. And the Black Rabbit starts shaking his head, denying it in every way, and so the protagonist thinks there's no problem, while the Black Rabbit certainly disagrees with him. Meanwhile, Tell delivers some pumpkin potatoes to Dom Cheek, and he is surprised by this, seeing for the first time the solar pumpkin potato, which is a sweet, mutant pumpkin potato that absorbs the sun's rays from the highest point of the tower, and embraces the sun's energy, and when consumed, 200 grams of fat are broken down, and flame resistance increases for 5 hours, and in addition, you will not be susceptible to cold for 24 hours. So he is surprised to see that, as it is an item that adds flame resistance, and says that Rhonda and John, a living legend of the Republic of South Korea, being the first to reach the 52nd floor, she engaged in an inevitable battle against the flaming boar guarding the passageway. They fought a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and 3 endless nights, resulting in a draw. Both had to retreat after inflicting mortal wounds on each other. In this battle, Rana and John were struck by the curse of flames that continuously burned around them. The only way to slow the curse's effect was to continue fusing magic, or lowering their body temperature. And everyone thought he was going to retire, and although couldn't let go of his persistent attachment to the tower, so they could temporarily inactivate the Master's Flame Curse, and they would also be able to defeat the Flaming Boar, thus revoking the curse and restoring the legend. He also mentions that they even have the detoxifying green onions for the 38th floor raid, and he thanks Patel, saying he really needed those things. He says it wasn't a big deal, thinking that if Dom Cheek buys them, nobody will know the mistake he made, and he believes that with this, finally, his crime will be successful in delivering them. Then Dom Cheek returns to the rest of the guild, asking if they were waiting, and he says they were getting ready to go down. Dom Cheek shows him all the green onions, and they are surprised, asking if he bought them from the wandering merchant. He says they took advantage of the opportunity, but asks if they want to go down the tower now, asking if they should schedule it, all the daily entries before leaving, and everyone is happy about it. So he orders everyone from the Phoenix Guild to eat the scallions, so they can start the raid. And with those scallions in their mouths, they are prepared to go through. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor, in the marketplace, everyone is living their peaceful lives, while the wolves escort Theo along the way. The leader says that Theo seems to be in a good mood, and he says that the sale was good. Then he talks to the fortunate wolves, saying that he will buy them something tasty that day, and they thank him, asking what they will eat. They say they heard there's a place that sells pasta, but Theo notices something, and they ask what it is. He hopes it's nothing, but when he looks to the side, he sees a ring, thinking that's it, wanting to buy it. But when he touches it, another little mouse touches it too, but Theo asks who it is, saying that it's his, and so, the little mouse notices that he is the merchant cat, remembering that he is a middle-class merchant, and she says that he doesn't need that item, saying that she will keep it, asking Theo to deliver it, but he questions what the mouse is thinking, saying that he got it first, telling her to get lost. And so the mouse gets angry and calls herself a little thing. However, the wolf talks to Theo, asking what is happening, until he is surprised, seeing who it is. Because that hamster is the archmage Iona of the Grand Destruction, and she is terrified of this, and says that there is no mistake, because this staff is the legendary great artifact of the tower, whose name is the Staff of Calamity, the personification of destruction. A single movement of the staff can transform mountains into plains, and with the second movement, turns rivers into oceans. Then he asks why such a figure is there, and so Iona tells Theo that he has no idea who she is. She says she'll give him a chance to regret his words and actions, but she's not in a good mood right now because she's exhausted, and says she'll take her own life as an apology. Theo comes face to face with that crazy woman, but then Elka steps in, telling Iona not to do it because that boy is the Black Dragon's subordinate, and Iona is surprised by this, that he be the subordinate of the Black Dragon, and she asks Elka who he is. And he introduces himself as the tribe's chief, the Silver Wolf, and then Iona asks if he understands what he just said, because if he's lying about the crime of impersonating the Great Black Dragon, he won't escape death. But then Elka says it's true, swearing on her tribe's name that she's not lying. And Theo says that's right, he's the Black Dragon's subordinate, saying he's not lying. Iona then tells him to prove he's the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, and then Theo asks what she means by prove, and she asks him to take her to the Black Dragon. But Theo is surprised that she wants to go there for free, so they are very surprised, especially Elka, by what he's saying, thinking that that crazy cat is going too far, questioning what they'll do if she gets angry again. Theo explains to her that he's the Black Dragon's subordinate and also a traveling merchant, so if she wants to meet the Black Dragon, she must pay the price. And Elka continues to grow more and more surprised. Iona doesn't like this at all and starts laughing, saying that he's very confident and likes that determined look, and that it's okay to ask what he wants. Then Theo questions if she said she was Iona, saying she was buying something to give to the Black Dragon. She asks if he was going to give that ring to the Black Dragon too, saying that she will buy it for him. He is surprised, and she tells him to say if he needs anything else, because she will buy him everything he wants, because if she can really find the Black Dragon, this must be her chance. Meanwhile, Theo thinks he's incredibly lucky because he found easy prey. So, they continue walking through the market, and Theo keeps asking for more and more things, asking for 100 of those bottles for the piglet and various other things along the way. He even goes so far as to overspend to buy something for Elka's son, but he says he doesn't need it, and Iona asks if he doesn't. He said he was buying things for the Black Dragon that he might need, asking if he needed those various types of items, and he said that's exactly right, and he needs everything, and said he liked the one he picked, telling him to go buy it. But Iona gets upset, telling him to wait until she finds out he's lying. But then Theo talks to Iona, saying he thinks it suits her very well, giving her a hat. And when she puts on the hat, she thanks him, but says that not all mages wear that type of hat, and he questions what she's doing, telling her to go pay for the hat, but she remains upset, asking how much it cost. And so the pig asks for a total of 20 tower coins, and she goes and pays. But then Theo asks him to give them a discount, and they are both surprised, and Theo asks Iona if she's going to buy all that without any discount, and so it's not possible. Then the pig says he'll let it go for 18 tower coins, but Theo says that's too little, telling him to increase the discount, and he lowers it little by little, until Theo finally leaves thanking him. And Iona says she can do that if it's for the Black Dragon. Then she also questions what the cat's problem is, because she thought he would buy something grand, but he only asked her to buy random things. Simple, and he even asked for a discount so that she could save money. But then she questions where the Black Dragon is, and Theo says it's on the 99th floor. She's surprised that it's on the 99th floor and not in the administrative area, which connects to all parts of the tower. Theo says she'll understand when she gets there, but she continues to think it's suspicious. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, the Phoenix Guild finally defeats the boss. They do so after a long fight while eating scallions, and they're overjoyed to have completed the raid. The teleportation portal opens, and they ask how they can finally go to the 39th floor. As they pass through the area, they finally enter the location, and at the agricultural project headquarters in Gago's tower, the head of that company is surprised that the Phoenix Guild raided the 38th floor so quickly. They confirm it, mentioning news about a recent harvest, an item called detoxifying green onions, and it seems their proficiency in raiding has increased due to this item, and the president is very upset about it because they haven't been able to germinate a single cherry tomato, no matter how much money they invest. However, a new harvest has been made in the meantime, and he says that they can no longer silence the dissatisfaction of Gago's advisors, so they must at least show some kind of result. Then a scientist arrives calling the vice president, so he goes there, asking what it is, and they manage to make something that looks a little menacing. He asks if it's a cherry tomato, and the scientist says shows that it looks like a mutation occurred because of the growth promoter. He says that she should have gotten rid of it a long time ago, questioning why she let it grow, saying that it doesn't look like a crop, but a living monster. However, when he cuts it, he receives a notification, and it says that it's a contaminated cherry tomato, granting him 27 XP points. He is very surprised that it gives XP when finished off as a monster, and the assistant says that she believes this mutation occurred, and he became a monster due to the tower's influence. Instead of water and nutrients like plants, he lives on food, sensing insects or small monsters. Thanks to these mutants, she was able to enter the tower and level up easily without any danger. Furthermore, she can personally see the research results before her eyes. Moreover, it may not be what they intended, but they also reproduce, with another being born right next to them. She says this is an unprecedented discovery, and if everything goes well, the tower's hierarchy will be defined. She begins to embrace this idea, thinking it's her chance, and orders all existing crops to be discarded because she wants to replace them with contaminated cherry tomatoes, saying that if they can't grow magic cherry tomatoes, they'll grow something different, basically an XP farm, and that's going to be a wonderful thing. Look, if you stop to think about it, an XP farm is pretty cool. You can reach level 999 just by killing that thing and level up. Straight away, I think it's a good thing. Every now and then, when I play some games, I farm XP to be able to face the others. You know, it's awesome. It's awesome. Meanwhile, over with protagonist. He's totally relaxed, waiting for the queen bee to appear, and it's said that this is the day of the third poisonous bee's cocoon that he caught during the seclusion of the blue moon, and he's hoping it will hatch. When it does, the third queen bee looks at him, and he, who had smothered the cocoon of the poisonous queen bee Kokom, managed to make her newly hatched. Consider him her owner. She's amazed. Then the other two appear, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. If you look closely, each of the queen bees has a different hairstyle, and she's also amazed by him giving her her first flowers, flying away with the other two. The protagonist just sits there calmly observing, thinking how peaceful this is, hoping this tranquil life continues. However, nothing is ever that good, and he ends up getting a splash of mud in the face. It's Kung calling him to play, and he says there's something he's never seen before that appeared in the lake. It's simply a moon. The protagonist is very surprised by this. So, while he looks ahead, several of the bunnies are painted black, and they're still the same bunnies, saying that they've all turned into black bunnies, and man, what a blunder, what a blunder. The mother rabbit is cleaning the black bunny thinking it's dirty. Oh my god, stop. Stop, author, stop. I can't laugh at this. Please, for the love of God. Then the protagonist goes down into the cave looking at the lake, seeing that there are several squid there, and he says that many of them have just entered there. Then Kung says that according to the black bunny, he caught them while hunting in the lake, and because it looked strange, but continued to release the black liquid. It's the first time the bunny has seen them too, so they also don't know what it is. And the bunny says it looks strange because it's kind of soft. The protagonist says that they probably don't know what a squid is, and the two really don't know. And he says it's extremely delicious, asking if they want some. After tasting it, he prepares the squid, frying it thoroughly, putting it in oil and serving it to them, saying that the squid recipe is ready and it's spicy sautéed squid. He completes the recipe, gaining 2 points of culinary proficiency, and the squid recipes are also registered in the system. He also makes a whole grilled squid and squid sashimi for them to eat, leaving everyone amazed and drooling. The protagonist asks how long it's been since he last ate squid, as the spicy flavor makes him crave rice, so they eat it, noticing that it's delicious. The black rabbit is surprised that there are such delicious things, thinking that perhaps he should take a closer look at the Sea of Dimensions. Kwong says he wants to go with him, but then the protagonist asks if Kwong knows how to dive, but he says no. Kwong agrees, and after he finishes cleaning the field, he's going to teach you how to dive, and Kwong is overjoyed. Meanwhile, Helga is taking Theo and Iona to the 99th floor, but he gets a fright seeing something ahead of him, and a line is forming. They tell him that the shortcut isn't available and ask them to take a detour. Theo asks Helga what's happening, and he says he doesn't do it. The idea is that the passage manager is controlling traffic, so one of them asks the boss, saying that he inquired around, and they said that red locust also appeared on the 69th floor. And Helga is surprised that the red locusts have returned, and Theo asks what that is. And Iona says that they are pests called shadows of destruction, like the beginning of a disaster. Then Theo asks about these pests, and Iona says that they are what they are, beings created to eat and destroy everything, and they are beings that tend to take over the homes of those who live in the tower. And at that moment, the Magic Tower and the Mercenary Alliance are probably controlling the movement in the shortcuts to combat the Red Locust, saying that originally she was supposed to join the Alliance, but finding the Black Dragon is her priority, so they go to the other quick shortcut. Then Theo asks about it, questioning if the other shortcut isn't a special passage that only high-class merchants can use, saying that he is a middle-class merchant, so he can't go that way. But she says that everything is fine because they have her, telling her to hurry up. pulling out her badge. And he's surprised because it's a gold badge that only great merchants can receive, and it's a symbol of power that allows unlimited use of all shortcut routes. So he tells Iona that they'll get along very well, but she says she doesn't want to, all suspicious. Meanwhile, the protagonist is cutting his scallions, and he's surprised that the green onions grew in the blink of an eye. They continue separating and planting, and before he knows it, the field is 6.6 kilometers wide, becoming a forest. He asks where everyone is because he can hear the sound of the green onions being cut, but he can't see them. Then the little rabbit starts making noise near the protagonist, and he questions his scythe-wielding rabbit, asking what the problem is and if something is wrong. The scythe-wielding rabbit says that the green onions there are strange, and it's impossible to see them. He tries to cut them, thinking it's impossible, but then when he picks them up, he's surprised. They ask what happened, if he's alright, and the protagonist notices that the scallion he cut is extremely hard, like iron. Not believing it's a hard-bladed scallion, he gains a new achievement in the tower. The tower grants him exclusive cultivation rights for new varieties, and no one can grow hard-bladed green onions without his permission. This is the weapon scallion, and because its leaves are continuously cut, it's a mutant green onion that has metallized its leaves for protection. Growing inside the tower, it uses all the nutrients to make the leaves sharp and hard, resulting in decreased flavor and nutritional value, and it has no effect when consumed, but it's still quite useful. And he's surprised that it's a new variety, but it has no effect when consumed. But he says it's metallic, so he uses it to cut several other scallions nearby, thinking it's incredible because he used the scallion to cut other green onions, and he says it can be useful anywhere, and he has to plant many of them. But then he receives news, and Eileen talks to him. And he's surprised because she wasn't answering his calls, and he was worried. And she arrives all downcast, asking for advice regarding their problems. The protagonist complained about what happened, and Eileen cried because of that notification, and the protagonist was quite surprised by that. Then, she told him everything that was happening, and he learned that red grasshoppers had invaded the 67th floor of the tower. And she confirmed that yes, and at that point, the mother rabbit almost fainted just from knowing about it, that those things had entered the tower again, and the father rabbit asked her to calm down because this wasn't good for the babies in her belly. Wow, what? But my friends, you have to stop, man. You have to do something else. Because it's not possible, dude. Someone make a TV for this family, because they need it so badly. So, the protagonist asks Eileen if they are the beings that annihilated the rabbit kingdom in the past. And she says yes, and he asks what they are like in detail. And she says that only one of them isn't really that threatening, but as they eat everything, the colony will evolve as their numbers increase. And if this isn't resolved quickly, none of the creatures living on the 67th floor, as it was invaded, will survive. And they will enter the other floors following the landmarks, so this place won't be safe either. The protagonist starts thinking about the swarm of locusts that evolve when they eat everything. And Eileen says that there are some circumstances preventing her from doing anything on the 69th floor right now, so she's very sorry, but she needs his help. He tells her not to worry, because if there's anything he can do to help, he will do it. He says she doesn't need to apologize because he's the farmer of the tower, and that place is his home now too, and he can't let him feel insecure. He says that Theo and the rabbits, the wolves, and the minotaurs will do everything to help too if it's for the good of the tower. Everyone tells Eileen that they agree, asking her to trust the tower's residents. The protagonist says they'll discuss this thoroughly and create a plan, and she's surprised that they all want to help him. The protagonist asks how they're going to solve this, since he can't even get down from the tower. Then, Theo returns too. He's surprised, saying it's good that he's there, asking if there's something important. But then he's surprised, and Theo says they have a guest there. And Iona says it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, asking if he's the great black dragon, and Sejong doesn't even know how to answer, because he has a hamster in front of him, and he asks Theo who she is, and he says that she didn't believe he was the black dragon's subordinate, so he brought her there, asking if he did a good job. And she greets the protagonist again with the black dragon, saying she's the head of the Mages Association, and Iona greets him. Then the protagonist saw a message from Eileen, saying that Iona must be there to see him, because the tower manager didn't solve the problem, because the red locust didn't move 67 in time, and says that she said that if she's the head of the association, she must be a high-level monster of the tower, saying that she wants him to hear what Iona has to say. He then asked if her name is Iona, saying that he can't send a guest who came from such a faraway place, yet a Skinjeef she wants something to drink. She's surprised by the hospitality, and he says it's nothing special, telling her to enjoy herself while she waits. Everyone there is surprised, and Theo himself is also surprised by Kwang's size. Then, he asked what brings Iona there, and she says she has a sincere request for the Great Black Dragon. He questions if it's because of the appearance of the swarm of red locust not walking 68, and she's surprised, saying that as expected, he already knew, asking why he hasn't done anything yet. Then, he apologizes as there have been some circumstances. But then, Theo starts to nag, telling him he wants some churros, while Kwang also says he wants to eat, but he tells them both that they have a guest there. Then, Iona questions understands what's in that tranquil atmosphere, asking if he really is the Black Dragon, and above all, why they're calling him President and Daddy. Besides his black hair, he doesn't have any features that resemble the Black Dragon. On the contrary, his appearance is closer to the species. The human who recently entered the tower feels the same lack of power. He is weak, but the Black Dragon's energy cannot be overcome by any living creature in the tower. Strong traces of magic are weakly flowing only in certain areas, and she says she doesn't know why this is the case, but asks who the hell he is. When she drinks it, she is surprised, asking what it is, as she can feel an intense burst of human energy coming from that thick red liquid. Furthermore, it is sweet and tasty, and the protagonist questions if it isn't delicious, saying it's magical cherry tomato juice with honey, and the rabbits themselves cultivated the ingredients along with honey from poisonous bees. Iona is surprised by this, asking if she can see these tomatoes. Then, the father rabbit brings them to her, and she asks if they came from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. He says yes, saying that it is one, or rather, that the Great Black Dragon brought them. When she takes it, she says she has never seen that item before, asking if he has other items, and he says they have the sweet solar pumpkin potato, raggio carrot, and vigorous popcorn, and he thinks they'll be harvesting peanuts soon too, and she continues to be surprised. Meanwhile, Theo is right there with the rabbit, saying he's going to give him a little cry, and the protagonist, seeing this, says he's proud of Theo. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, the Elka, and the rabbits are acting completely friendly, and she, seeing this, says she understands, wondering if he's taking care of the monsters who have nowhere to live, while he works solving the food crisis and searching for items. The fact that she only vaguely senses the Black Dragon's energy must be out of consideration for the monsters, so she begins to compose herself. He says he now realizes how stupid he was for not understanding him, that he sacrificed himself for the tower. Then the protagonist talks to Iona about the problem with the red locust, and she apologizes, saying that a gentle creature like her couldn't understand the profound grace of the Black Dragon, admitting she committed a grave sin. But as she kneels, he complains about what she's doing, and then the protagonist places that sharp scallion in front of her, asking if she thinks it might help. And so she sees the green onion from the slicer. Then Chef doesn't understand anything. But then it's explained that the Inuit are able to easily hunt even ferocious wolves with just a blood-stained knife. It's simple. They repeatedly freeze the bloody knife and bury it upside down in the snow. The hungry wolves would smell the sweet aroma of the blood and begin to lick it. Over time, the blade would cut their tongues, and they would spill their own blood. But because their tongues are numb from the cold, they fail to recognize that they are dying. And so they continue licking their own blood and die. That's what he read once in a book. Theo thinks this is scary, telling Elka that it's better to give fish, so he shouldn't lick blades. But the protagonist says he doesn't do that kind of thing, and Iona says it's a good story. They can't differentiate between the green onions with hard blades and the normal ones, so they would blindly go to them, and the red grasshoppers approved of the green onion. They would look at the other green onions and run to the slicing machine, trying to gnaw on them. But in the end, they would only cut themselves to death. Red grasshoppers have a habit of hunting individuals weakened by wounds, and with this, they may be able to defend the passage area. Then she says that this is really as expected from the Great Black Dragon, who is developing new weapons to deal with the red grasshoppers, while solving the tower's food problem. But then he rhymes yellow, and says that it seems he caused an irreversible misunderstanding. He says that anyway he would like to test if it will work according to this theory, and it hasn't been long since he harvested them, so he needs to see how many there are, and how to divide and plant them. Then Iona says that if that's the problem, he shouldn't worry, because she has some red grasshoppers there, and he is surprised that she has some. Then she opens a dimensional portal, pulling some grasshoppers out and throwing them right in front of him, and so the grasshoppers start flying around. The mist around her startled everyone present. The protagonist then asked if those were the red grasshoppers, and she explained that she had captured some for experiments, which was incredibly lucky. She spoke to the Black Dragon about what she wanted to do with them, and the protagonist asked her to wait a moment. He then planted the scallions, placing the real one in front and the cutting one behind. He asked Iona if she could release the red grasshoppers now, and when she did, they quickly aimed and fell into the first scallion, devouring it completely. They looked ahead, seeing another one there, but as they rushed towards it, they all died, passing by and killing themselves on that scallion. The protagonist declared it a success, and then he also received more notifications from the tower. It is said that he achieved the great feat of a farmer by killing pests with crops, and a work trait was added as a reward for the achievement, and work trait points can be gained when crops kill pests. And the protagonist is surprised that he won a farmer's achievement, because if he kills himself, red grasshoppers, along with something he harvested, can earn him XP points, which he finds incredibly amazing. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guild leader is overjoyed with Dom Sheik for achieving success faster than expected. On the 38th floor, Dom Sheik thanks him, but explains that his visit after leaving the tower means he has good news. He tells him that, as expected, his master is perceptive, then shows him the solar potato, and tells his master that everyone is waiting for the hero's return, inviting him to the tower tower. With this, the master is overjoyed as the flame curse is neutralized for 5 hours. And on the 67th floor, things aren't good at all, with everyone struggling and suffering greatly from those locusts. And the lizardman team isn't doing well either. They say there are too many of them and they need to advance further. Behind them is the area passage, but they try to do something, but Iona tells them to go back, appearing there and activating her magic. In doing so, she creates a huge explosion, sweeping away many of those locusts in one fell swoop. She tells them she's bought them time, instructing them to plant the scallions evenly in front of the field. They're surprised that it's a green onion, but she tells them to hurry, asking them not to ask too many questions and just make the locust attack again. But then, they simply pass through the scallions, dying one after another. They notice that the locusts are running towards the scallions and simply dying there, and Iona tries to make them go to the same place, while one of the lizardmen asks her what that is, and she says it's the grace of the black dragon, and they are surprised that the black dragon did something. And Iona speaks to those great warriors and war mages, telling them not to fear those invaders anymore, and that they will only attack and expel the red locusts that pass through the formation of the green onion blade, and says that it's all for the black tower, and they all go into battle to finish off what's left, passing through the protagonist onion blades, dedicating that victory to the black dragon. Meanwhile, the protagonist is to calm, planning wheat and receiving some notifications that he defeated a plague, and he doesn't stop gaining XP, and he says that there were no problems with the onion blades, wondering if Kwang is doing well there, and Kwang is doing his part, splitting an onion blade into two plant. He says that he divided the green onion blade in two, and the protagonist says that he made a good job, mentioning that the green onion from the slicing machine is very resistant, so he was worried about how to divide and plant them, but it's a relief that Kwang is super strong, and he says that the strong one can split them all at once. And the protagonist says that a few days ago he made a deal with Iona to build a line of defense with the green onions from the slicing machine, and he remembers when he spoke to her, handing her the onion, asking her to take it to protect the tower, and she says she is very grateful for the black dragon's kindness, but she thinks that if it is not monitored properly, there may be instances of abuse of this plantation within the protagonist, who is in the tower, believes that delivering the plantation's deposit through trade will also help Theo, a wandering merchant under the command of the Black Dragon. He says that's fine, and the protagonist says there's no reason to refuse. She explains that they'll only be putting up a defensive line in the passage area to prevent the numbers from increasing, and since she'll be leading the war marches to eradicate the red locust, when she goes down, it will be difficult to return to the 99th floor. Therefore, she'll request transportation from the Wandering Merchants Association in Theo's name. He's surprised to see Kwang eating one of those locusts, telling him he shouldn't eat it and asking if he ate it all. He simply says it's delicious. Elka then asks if she can eat the red locust too, and the protagonist doesn't understand. He says it seems the monsters find red locusts tasty, and she says that she just needs to take them. Those little green onions made of laminated paper for the 77th floor, and the protagonist says that's correct, and Elka leaves with it, telling them to be careful when transporting the red locust, and she says they can leave it to him because she'll be right back. And those lizards, fighting against the red locust on the 67th floor, have been using the dead red locust as food, and since many of the red locusts have already died, the quantity supplied is much greater than the quantity consumed, and it seems to be out of control, and if you leave their corpses unprotected, other red locusts will eat them. So they decided that the Silver Wolf tribe would transport the dead red locusts to be contained and used as food, and in addition, they plan to sell more than a certain amount to increase profits and take the opportunity to rebuild the 85th floor, which is suffering from drought, and of course, he also arranged for the Silver Wolf tribe to receive a portion of the income generated as a commission, ensuring that another profit route alongside the sliced green onions is happening, as the profits are very good for him. But then he talks to the intern Tel, asking if he won't fan him properly, because it's not very refreshing like this. And Tel starts to get scared, saying that his arms hurt, asking if he can't go back to being a sales cat again. But the protagonist says that it hasn't even been 5 minutes since he started fanning him, saying that the sin of taking the sweet some pumpkin potatoes and selling them is serious, saying that it's a good thing they can plant them by dividing the sprouts, and it could have almost been a goodbye forever to his new plantation, and he says that he won't make that mistake again, all sad, saying that even so it's a relief that he sold them to Dom Cheek, because Dom Cheek is a kind hunter who keeps secrets, and it seemed that he really needed those sweet, sun-dried pumpkin potatoes, and with that, the trust between them will increase more and more, saying that he did a good job. But the protagonist says that he will spend another 30 minutes fanning the little brat with Tel, and he questions why, saying that he is doing his best to fan him, asking the protagonist to have pity on him. But the protagonist says that his shoulder suddenly hurt, and so Tel asks to give him a massage, and he questions if he is serious. Then he tells Sejin that he is having problems, asking him not to get sick, but then the protagonist questions whether he should. He provokes him a little more, but then he starts receiving even more notifications of the death of those locusts, noticing that there was a new attack from them, and he levels up and ends up receiving a mission to harvest 1,000 crops. And he finally reaches level 20, getting all excited because gaining XP for harvesting crops and killing pests makes everything easier, and he says that it's not a difficult mission and he'll do it right away. And if he levels up and gains bonus stats, his mana will increase, so something will improve. But then Tell talks to Sejin, asking what he thinks he's doing because he was giving him a massage, telling him to sit down again immediately. And the protagonist even agrees, but then Tell says that there's something wrong with his face too, and since they're there, he'll massage him. However, the protagonist thinks that somehow this isn't very nice, and some time later, something is happening, and that tree is moving. But then Mother Kwang is destroying all those mutant trees, totally furious, and she questions why those trees, those idiots from Oix, are invading her territory, saying she'll have to patrol more. But then she thinks it's time to go back, killing one of the trees and wondering what dinner is for tonight, since Kwang must be well fed, wondering if Sejin will cook something delicious again. Meanwhile, Eileen, for some reason, is salivating excessively and has just finished eating a huge plateful, downing a large glass of tomato juice, saying that eating something spicy like that greatly relieves her stress. She mentions that she's been so out of sorts these past few days that she hasn't even been able to eat properly, so this was even more delicious than usual. The protagonist tells her he's grateful to know she liked it, and then gives her some dried sweet potatoes for dessert. However, he continues to receive numerous notifications about the deaths of those locusts, and he says there must have been even more attacks, wondering how many there are, since their numbers aren't even decreasing. She says that, even so, the number of red locusts, which was previously rising rapidly, is almost stabilized. The protagonist says that this is a relief, as he has evolved considerably because of the red locust as well, and he hopes he can help floor 67. But then, Eileen notices that the primary contributor to the extermination of the locust is the protagonist, with over 3,300 mana, and the second is Kunhona, with 123,000. Looking at the situation, she thinks her mana is low, so she can't be sure what's happening on the 67th floor using her crystal orb. However, she can guess the situation based on the contributions, and she says the little onions played a crucial role. She also says she doesn't speak empty words, and furthermore, after the red locusts are eliminated from the tower, he may receive rewards depending on his contribution, so they will remain stronger a little longer. And the protagonist questions this reward, asking if there is a reward for killing the invaders, questioning if this was also a mission, asking what kind of reward it is. And she says it's a secret, and she can only say that the more a person contributes, the greater the reward will be. And the protagonist then thinks that he will have to work harder, reaping yet another of his harvest. And that's a grade C agile carrot, so he's happy about it and says he caught it. A grade C carrot is given to the protagonist, and they are instructed to pick one each time, as this will increase their speed and allow them to finish the job even faster. All the rabbits are very happy about this, but Tell arrives and talks to the protagonist, saying he's going downstairs. The protagonist is surprised that Tell is awake, but asks why he's going downstairs now, wondering if he's going to meet Elka on the 88th floor. Tell says yes, because after taking the pack to the 6th to 7th floor, he plans to go to the 88th floor with Elka, while taking those red grasshoppers. The protagonist tells him to be careful, but asks if he picked the crops correctly this time. Tell questions what he thinks he is, saying he doesn't make the same mistakes twice. Then, one of the gray rabbits arrives calling the protagonist, saying that his house is finally ready. The protagonist arrives to see how the house turned out, and the house is quite large. They say that from the structure to the kitchen is very good, and he thinks it's identical to what he ordered, asking how they managed to do it so well. Then, Kong notices that the floor is warm inside, and he says it's called heated flooring. And when you're tired, you can just rest by lying on the floor and getting warm. Oh, my friend, that's water, if you know what I mean, he says, lying there sprawled out, saying how comfortable it is. The protagonist asks if he's ever explained the structure of heated flooring to them in detail, but the gray rabbit says that among the merchants, there's a tribe that also lives in houses with a similar style, and he's built some houses before, so it was easy. The protagonist realizes that some residents of the tower also use heated floors and cauldrons, but then Kong asks him what that is in front of him. The protagonist, also curious, goes over and opens it to see what it is, and when they open it, they grab the scythe-wielding rabbit along with another female rabbit, and he says they should have hit him, all sad, and they run away, covering Kong's eyes so he wouldn't see too much, because the scythe-wielding rabbit was in a more intimate moment. While he runs away with Theo and Kong, Kong asks why he's covering his eyes, and when he runs away, he's sad because this is his home, but he's not the first to inaugurate it, and Kong asks why he's sad. Meanwhile, Kong's mother arrives, and he tells her she's late. And Kong is overjoyed to see his mother, but the protagonist asks if she isn't too busy with patrols that day. And she says that strange things are happening around here, showing him that monster tree, throwing it in front of him, and she says she thought it might be useful, so she brought it there, and he thanks her. But this tree seems to be quite old, and as for Vano, who seems to be going back into the forest, he asks her to take him, and she says that his journey will not be lonely, so she takes him. And the protagonist asks them both to take care of themselves, and questions what they should do with that old tree, asking him they should make furniture for the house. And the gray rabbit notices that the quality of that wood is very good, saying that first they will have to cut the tree, pulling out his axe. And so the protagonist says that he will be organizing. Things were going on there, suggesting making a bed for him too. But then the rabbit noticed something shining inside, and the NSTRO grabs him with his vine, squeezing the rabbit to hard. Then he comes back to life, rising again in front of the protagonist, and threatening the gray rabbit. The protagonist then prepares to draw his dagger, while Quang charges forward once more, growing large and attacking the tree, throwing himself and swiping away, freeing the rabbit and saving him. But then the tree throws out its roots, catching Quang again and trapping him. However, Quang is too strong, grabbing him with his mouth and biting the thing, tearing it apart, falling on the damn rabbit, screaming and threatening the tree. The protagonist wonders what to do, what he can do. Then Eileen speaks to him, asking what a corrupted tree is doing there, and he says he doesn't know, because the tree woke up out of nowhere. He asks what he can do to kill it, so she begins to read in the book about the corrupted tree, and he simply tells him to eliminate the carnivorous fruit on the tree. But the protagonist doesn't quite understand, while Quang is being held by that thing, and he orders Quang to shrink quickly. Quang actually does this, freeing himself from the roots of that thing. Then the protagonist goes inside, sticking his dagger into its mouth, and somehow he manages to hit right in the middle of that carnivorous fruit, killing the tree. While it says that everything is in this place, and when it falls, the protagonist wonders what it means by everything being in this place, and he gets 50 XP for killing that large corrupted tree. But then he looks back while Quang calls him. Then several other trees appear there, and he is surprised that invaders are arriving, and they are small corrupted beings arriving in his home. Farmer Nove too, and the protagonist, seeing that sea of little trees coming towards him, gets scared, saying that there are intruders there. They look like that tree from before. Then Kung grows up behind him, ready to take down that thing. And the protagonist orders the black rabbit and everyone else who can fight to be called. And so the builder. Rabbits run there to get someone to help Kung smash through them all, flying over those things and ready to destroy many of them, falling to the ground and throwing several into the air. And the protagonist starts beating everyone up while the protagonist tries to help with his dagger. And he starts killing some and manages to succeed. And he questions where those things come from. But then the black rabbit comes running to help, along with the strength rabbit, and they say that they need to stop them there, because otherwise they won't reach the fields. And the black rabbit charges forward, saying that he is the warrior and it's time to properly show his skills, passing through and killing several of those trees in one swift move. The protagonist thinks the black rabbit is amazing and becomes all excited, activating powers for the protagonist. But then a tree almost hits him, however. It's cut down by the strength rabbit, who also arrives to help, chopping it all up. Then he tells the black rabbit not to get distracted because it's dangerous. And so all the other rabbits rush towards those trees, saying they'll leave their home along with the bees, who come to help. And everyone is freezing up. A war against those things ensues, and the protagonist tells them to hold on a little longer, as they are almost winning. But then the black rabbit says that something is behind the protagonist, and a huge tree appears nearby, stepping close to him. The parents apparently came with the offspring to threaten the protagonist home, and then that thing starts screaming and they are corrupted. Seeing this, the protagonist realizes there's not much he can do, and he runs away with all the rabbits. But then Kwang returns to fight that thing, buying the tacky thing and holding it back. He tells them not to mess with his father, and the protagonist says they can't fight it alone. Kwang's mother went to the passage area with Tell, and it's too far for the Himanator to cross the wasteland in time. He wonders what he should do, but one of those things appears near him, almost crushing him. But the Himanator himself appears there, cutting. He arrives with his axe, and the protagonist is surprised to see Himanator there. He asks Pax and C. Johns if he's alright, saying they came to help. All the other Minotors arrive, and the protagonist is happy that Boy 4 and Boy 3 are there. They all start helping each other up, and Kwang's mother also returns, asking how they dare invade her territory and mess with C. John's fields, saying she won't let them get away with it, cursing them all. Himanator says that the Red Bear seems quite furious, but the protagonist asks how he knew he needed help. Eileen tells the protagonist that she warned them and confirmed that the Enzis were coming from afar. She spoke with Himanator and the Red Bear and made them come there. She says he can trust her, and the protagonist is overjoyed with her. For their help, he asks everyone to protect the fields, because as soon as they're finished he'll cook extremely delicious things for them, and with food in their bellies, everyone gets even more motivated, and they all rush to get to those things, and the protagonist tells them to go ahead for the food, finishing everything off. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, in the dense lizard forest, a large part of the forest is destroyed, but several red grasshoppers are scattered on the ground, and Elka arrives there with Tell. And he questions whether Elka didn't say it was a dense forest. And he says that wherever the red grasshoppers pass, it becomes desolate like this, and not a single blade of grass remains, so everyone notices that they are frightening. But Tell asks what they are doing now, asking if they weren't just supposed to take the red grasshoppers. But Elka says that the lizardmen also asked them to clean up the ruined land, and they are still fighting other red grasshoppers, so they can't do it. But Tell asks if he's being paid for it, but Elka says no, saying it's not that difficult anyway. Then Tell gets annoyed, asking if he's stupid, and Elka doesn't understand anything. He asks where Tell is going, and Tell stomps off, saying that this won't do, telling Elka to follow him, saying he's going to earn money for them. Then, along with the lizards, Tell arrives and speaks to them, scaring them, and tells them to get out of the way, because he's there to find his leader. But the lizard says he's not just anyone. One person can enter, but Tell says it's not just anyone, telling them to call Iona, or something like that. Then the lizard says Iona is busy, and not just anyone can meet with her. But he says it's not like they don't know each other, saying that he and Iona have a very important relationship. Everyone there is scared hearing that, not understanding what Tell said. Elka wonders what the heck that bratty cat is planning, and with that, Elka asks Tell what he's talking about. Tell asks why he's so scared, because he's Sejon's subordinate, and Iona greeted Seyon. Therefore, Iona is Sejon's subordinate, and they are both subordinates of Seyon, which is why they have a very important relationship. After making this crazy connection in his head, Tell says that the truth is that they have a close relationship, and Elka is terrified while everyone gossips. Then Iona comes out to be able to. She finds Tell, telling him to stop saying things that could be misunderstood, but Tell doesn't understand anything, and she takes him inside, and everyone stares at that cat. And Iona says that they were in the middle of an important meeting to prepare for the next attack of the Red Locust. So she asks what he brings there, because if it's to collect the money from the sale of the sliced green onions, this isn't the time. But Tell says that wasn't the reason, saying that he came because of the wolves, saying that the wolves are clearing the ruined lands, and the contract said it was only to clean the bodies of the locust, and that's very hard work. So it's an unfair contract. And Iona says she had no idea, because she was on the battlefield, asking Turo if that's true. And he says that they, the lizardmen, are always in battles, and only had young and old lizards willing to clear the recovered territory, so they asked for help. But Tell says that this won't work. He was told to give him adequate compensation for the extra hard work, but then the lizard asked how much it would be. Tell then asked how he dared to give orders to his subordinates without his knowledge, so he would charge 1 tower coin for each wolf, and he had to give him 100 tower coins. Turo started to get angry, saying that the merchant cat was very corrupt, but then Iona yelled at him, telling Turo that this cat was a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, and she told him not to forget that it was because of his grace that they managed to recover the lands of the 67th floor, and that they obtained the green onions from his laminator. Tell said that was right, saying that without this incredible orange cat, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, this place would be in trouble, so he had to pay the price. But then one of the lizards asked Turo to calm down, and he started to get angry, but ended up saying what he understood, saying that they must pay the price, handing over what Tell asks for. Elka leaves with Iona, and Tell, who is overjoyed with the bag of money in his hand. Tell says he succeeded, telling Elka to take it, but Elka says it's fine. They are already subordinates and already earn enough money selling a portion of the Red Locust. Tell says he's proud of him because treating him, a crucial subordinate of the Black Dragon, recklessly is the same as treating the Black Dragon recklessly. But then he tells Elka to be confident and take his money, telling him not to let them take advantage of him. So Elka agrees, but Tell says Chona also thanks him for everything, as everything went well because she helped them, but she tells him not to say that, as she had no idea what was happening while commanding the front line, so she felt very sorry, and so Tell tells Elka to go to the 99th floor, as he himself will go to the 38th. Iona is surprised, as the Lizardman tribe is famous for never giving up what is theirs, and therefore the rumors about Tell, a merchant cat who used the grace of the Black Dragon as an excuse to demand compensation, will spread very quickly, and this will not be good for Tell, but it doesn't matter. What matters is who is behind him, the Great Black Dragon, and all kinds of authorities are governed under that name, and what can surpass that? At this moment the tower is corrupted, and food is an authority that can control that tower, and they cannot let these irrational scoundrels like greed monopolize it, and many authorities in the tower will keep an eye on that merchant cat. But then Tell says with Iona, he says they'll be back now, that they'll visit her again sometime. And she questions if he would do that. Tell tells her to take care of herself, while she also says goodbye to him in a sweet way. She stays there thinking that rumors give rise to rumors, and the story will be exaggerated, and Tell will become a great merchant. He skips away happily, but then the protagonist receives some notifications that he has leveled up, reaching level 22 and acquiring a bonus stat. He says he was taking a break and didn't know he had reached level 22. Meanwhile, several of those Minotaurs continue to attack those ants, and he is surprised to see a mountain behind him. He says they still have a lot to clear, and it seems they rolled down the mountain. The surprise attack of the corrupted ants, with the help of Kwang, Mama Bear, and the Minotaurs, ends the fight quickly, and he manages to level up thanks to Kwang's consideration. He says he defeated them. Some silly trees for the father, ordering them to be killed to become stronger, and so he thanks Kwang for thinking of it, and they were planning to make fences now, getting rid of the ants' corpses, and so they actually start doing it, and the protagonist thinks about those corrupted ants, saying that these are the talking monsters that live in the sinister Western Forest. Then Mother Kwang says yes, saying that they never set foot in her territory, but recently they have been infiltrating the lands and she didn't expect them to come so far, and the protagonist asks if it's good, because it seems she's really enjoying it here, and she says she's sorry, because she should have done a better job on patrols. But the protagonist says she doesn't need to apologize, saying she must be overwhelmed taking care of everything alone. He says that the poisonous bees are reproducing, so he's going to ask the second and third queen bees for help, and she thanks him. But the protagonist asks why the corrupted ants are going there, also saying that what they said before dying is worrying him, because everything is in that place, and he questions what that means. Ellen says that the corrupted ants are like a virus, and the protagonist questions that, and Ellen says it doesn't matter. However, many of them he kills, they somehow continue, multiplying and reappearing. They are irritating beings, and they will try to corrupt any powerful tree they find at any cost, which is why all the large trees on the 99th floor were contaminated by the corrupted ants. Ellen says that if there are no targets for them to contaminate, they sleep. But she questions why they are awake and active now, asking if the protagonist has any guesses. He says he doesn't know, because there are so many seas of mermaids and corn plants around that he doesn't know what to think. But then his stomach starts rumbling, saying that, thinking about it, they haven't eaten since the fight. Kung starts saying he's hungry, and the protagonist calls them to eat first, making fried fish for everyone along with the soup. Then he goes to serve the Minotaurs outside with Kung, and they all prepare to eat there, building huge bonfires, roasting fish, and setting up many banquet dishes. And everyone starts eating peacefully sitting outside, and the protagonist has fun with everyone in his kingdom. And the Minotaur also really likes that tomato punch, and so even Ellen gets her portion. Meanwhile, Mama Kung realizes that it's finally over, and the protagonist goes to her, warning that there's a little more to eat. And Elka arrives with several grasshoppers nearby. She looks at that and is surprised, throwing several grasshoppers inside until someone calls the protagonist. And the rabbits are around Mama, and the protagonist asks what happened and if something is wrong. And she simply says that she thinks the babies are coming, and he gets desperate, saying that there's no time to go to the cave, saying that they'll take her to her house, asking her to bring something comfortable. And he says that the babies must be trying to get out, but everyone needs to calm down. And so, after a while, the protagonist leaves. And with so many aunts and uncles nearby, the third generation, the baby rabbits are finally born, and after a very difficult birth, 3 new bunnies join the family. And on the 52nd floor, in Red Flame Mountain, the boar is once again with the guild leader, and he speaks to him, surprised to find a human from outside the tower there, saying he thought he would die from his flame curse. The boar says he's had great vacations in recent years thanks to it, and it seems he's enjoying his life in the tower, even with the eye on him. The boar asks how much he's been eating, saying he thinks he can even smell the barbecue from there. But then he gets angry, saying he'll make him regret coming back, attacking the leader. But that attack that raises the entire ground doesn't have much effect. The Phoenix leader says those little tricks won't work anymore, saying it's all thanks to the sweet solar pumpkin potato he has with him. And he takes a bite of it, invoking all that aura of fire, becoming immune to it. And the boar asks how he can. Then the leader charges at him, attacking with everything, but he runs head on into a wall of fire. However, he passes through it, not being hit, passing through the middle and attacking the boar head on. Then the boar starts laughing, saying that he became fried food, but he passes through that wall of fire, laughing until he said that it no longer works, and the boar is surprised as he rushes inside. But he manages to grab the leader with both hands, saying that he's going to crush him, and that way he won't be able to do anything. But then the leader says that it seems he's already forgotten, since it's been quite a while since their fight. Then he begins to invoke his latent power, making everything there change, and several stars spin above him. He says he's a much, and the boar doesn't have much to do while being hit by all those mana attacks from the guild leader. Finally, he falls to the ground, and the master thinks he has finally managed to defeat the boss of the 52nd floor. The curse of the flaming boar's flames begins to disappear, and the land destroyed by the boar begins begins to be restored. He is surprised that everything there is changing, besides the curse of the flames disappearing from his body. Realizing that that floor was also cursed like him, he says that all this was only possible thanks to the solar pumpkin potato, explaining how he will repay that debt. But then Theo shows up, explaining that the grass is growing out of nowhere and it's uncomfortable to walk like that, until he bumps into the guild master. The master is surprised to see the wandering merchant cat, and Theo sees the thing in the master's hand, talking to his grandfather and asking where he got it. The grandfather, seeing it, explains to Theo that he is the master of Domshake. Theo realizes he bought the solar pumpkin potatoes for the master and thinks he's a cool disciple. The master agrees and is very proud of him, asking if he said he was Theo, explaining that he was able to break the curse thanks to him, thanking him as well, and saying that Theo saved him and owes him a debt of gratitude, and he will never forget that kindness. Theo simply says he can pay him now, and the master is surprised that he wants to be paid now. Theo tells him to make a contract, but then the master thinks about the contract, saying that the contract tower is a restrictive magic. It's important, and he doesn't want to be restricted by Theo. But Theo says that he said he would repay his debt to him, ordering him to be subordinate. But the master says he doesn't want to, and Theo continues begging, so the master asks how about this, saying that they will be friends, and if anything happens, that grandpa will fulfill his request. As a friend, then Theo asks if he will really fulfill any request, and he says that he will do anything he wants, since they are friends. Then Theo starts to take advantage of himself, telling that competent old friend, asking him to go to the 38th floor. Meanwhile, the protagonist is cooking on his floor, saying that the smell of that soup is incredible, saying that he thinks it's been boiling for almost 12 hours, and it must be ready by now. And the white rabbit next to him says yes. The protagonist explains that what he's cooking now are red grasshoppers, asking the other rabbit to season them with salt. Apparently, the rest of those grasshoppers are right there, and he says he saw that the monsters like to eat them, so he tried cooking them out of curiosity to see what they tasted like. Visually, they're not very appetizing, but getting a lot of protein is important, so he finishes cooking the red grasshopper completely, and he earns an achievement for cooking that thing, and his cooking skill goes up to level 3. He says that it seems no one in the tower has cooked them before. He removed the skin, cut the meat, and cooked it, questioning what it will taste like. And when he eats it, he's surprised he can't even bite into the thing, and when he finally manages, he hits his head against the wall from the force he used. Then the black rabbit appears asking what happened, and the protagonist is dying of pain on the floor, saying it's too hard and dry. But then he acquires the meat of the red grasshopper, and a small amount of poison remains in that meat, and he was poisoned with the neurotoxin growl, but it is also detoxified, and the protagonist is surprised that there was poison in them, saying that if it weren't for the detoxifying green onion, he could have died. But then Quina says it's a shame he can't eat that delicacy, asking how weak his tooth is, and the protagonist tells Quina that he can even devour the green onion with a laminator, saying that he shouldn't say something like that. And the most anticipated recipe that was finally ready after several failures is the one he's giving to the mother rabbit along with the bunnies, and he says that eating something soft is good when your body is recovering, telling her to cool down and eat slowly in her room, and she thanks him while he serves that soup, and it's red grasshopper soup, and the achievement of cooking combat food for the first time is completed, and that soup gives an increased strength of 5.1 after consumption, and an additional strength of 0. 1 is added as a cooking effect too, and due to the combat food effect, it will leave him satiated for 3 hours, so he thinks the title is quite unusual, combat food, and when he eats it, he is surprised, standing up immediately, and Quina asks what's wrong, and the protagonist says that red grasshoppers taste like chicken. Then Quina asks what chicken is, and the protagonist simply says it's something he likes. Then Quina thinks that if dad likes it, he likes it too, getting excited to be able to eat it, and so, 235 days later, he having gotten lost, he finally discovered a meat in the tower that resembled chicken meat, and I don't know about you, but whenever a friend comes along saying, oh, I ate some really exotic meat, alligator, opossum, snake, whatever, they always say it tastes like chicken. I never believed that. I'm completely against those exotic meats. If it tastes like chicken, eat chicken. I don't know if it's available, eat chicken, you know. A little bit of meat here, something simple, but nothing about eating those animals you shouldn't be eating. Okay, after the protagonist drinks another bowl of that combat soup, he says he's sweating like crazy, and his strength is increased by 5.1, and this anxiety will last for 3 hours. He says this is the first time he's tasted something that tastes like chicken in 8 months, since he entered the tower, and he ended up eating too much. And Quinqua says he also liked it a lot, but the protagonist wonders why he seems to be forgetting something, so Eileen talks to him, saying she's wondering if he's finally remembered her, and he's surprised to remember her. Then she asks if he devoured everything without her, and he asks how long she's been watching, and she says that from the beginning, he warned that the ends were coming, and even gave rewards for the contributions accumulated by exterminating the red locust, and he does this happens to her, and the protagonist thinks he's in deep trouble, telling Eileen that he doesn't understand. And in reality he was going to make a special soup just for her. She gets very touched, wondering about the special soup just for her, and he says yes, explaining that it was just a test, and he saw that the red grasshoppers still have some poison. So he was trying things to detoxify them and improve the flavor, and he was always thinking of her. My friend, the guy is such a scoundrel and a womanizer. So she's wondering if he's always been thinking about her, and he asks her to wait because he'll make it quickly for her. Then she drops the crystal ball, all love-struck, saying everything's fine and she'll wait, while he watches like that. But the system gives him a message in a somewhat frightening way, saying that the tower manager says she'll wait for him, while he watches very attentively. The protagonist gets all scared, thinking he's screwed if it doesn't turn out well, and so he prepares the soup with all the care in the world, and finally thinks it's good, finishing it. The achievement of cooking the first combat soup of cherry tomato and high red coffee is completed, and his cooking proficiency level 3 increases significantly. The recipe is registered in cooking level 2, and he says he put cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes since Eileen likes them so much, and asked if she waited too long to not have a bowl, but she asked for everything. He did what she wanted, because she wanted all the soup in the pot, and he ended up agreeing, saying he'd send her all of it, handing her a huge cup. She thought the smell was delicious, preparing to taste it, and so she put it in her mouth. She turned around, laughing with joy, wagging her tail, thinking it was delicious. The most delicious thing she'd ever eaten. Her strength increased by 7.1 for 30 minutes, and her satiety lasted for 3 hours. She was shocked that he put in the tomatoes she liked instead of potatoes, and that he cooked it longer, making the meat more tender. He cooked it thinking, sharing his tenderness with her, wondering how it could not be delicious. She thought her little heart wouldn't calm down, and guess what she should do? Thinking it was because of her mother's increased strength. She tried to convince herself of this, but then the protagonist started calling Eileen, asking if she could hear her, asking how the soup was, questioning if she's feeling better now, and she says she liked it, and the taste was great, and the protagonist is relieved, saying he's very sorry because he really hadn't forgotten about her earlier, and it's been a long time since he ate something with that flavor, since he entered the tower, and he asks her not to be angry, telling her to also have some dry sweet potato chips, telling her to eat them as a snack. Then the manager apologizes for getting upset. She says she did it because she felt he was neglecting her, but he says he would never do that to her, and it wasn't like that at the beginning. The fact that he was able to enjoy his time in the tower all this time was because of her, and he's very grateful to Eileen. She gets more and more emotional, her heart beating even faster, so she sends him a mission. The protagonist is surprised that he can gain a new talent, thinking the reward is great. He says a normal hunter would have to work very hard to get it, asking if she can give him something like that. She says she used some of his contribution. The eradication he mentioned earlier, as well as some of his power, is a reward he rightfully deserves, and he'll like it. So he sends sweet potatoes and completes the mission, and the talent is landowner. It's an acquired talent that only a farmer with a vast plantation can possess, and he can assign up to 30 tenants who can use their work skills. And if the tenant uses the landowner skill, the owner will receive 1% of the rewards. And the larger the farm, the more the talent improves. And the protagonist is surprised that this talent is so unique, as it's a talent that only a farmer can possess, and can assign tenants with 1% of the rewards. So he calls Kwang to come over, and he questions why his father is calling him, and he questions if that's how he dares, listing him as a level 1 tenant, and he thinks it's incredible because Kwang was actually assigned. Then he notices he has something on top of his head, and the protagonist talks to Kwang asking if he could bring him some cherry tomatoes, and he questions how many he should bring, and then the protagonist asks him to bring Kwang back around the time he leaves, then flies off, almost throwing the protagonist backward. Kwang says he's a fast, and that's how he receives 1% of the harvest he makes. The protagonist realizes this means that even if he doesn't directly hear his abilities, he can still gain 1% XP through the tenants. In that case, when he can't harvest the crops because there's too much to harvest, even a small amount can still earn him XP and other things with the partial rewards. He says he had difficulty because the field has expanded a lot, but if he can gain XP, even a little, it's great. It says there that the larger the field of crops, the more the talent increases. So he tells everyone they're going to work and thinks he needs to expand the field. But then the black rabbit says it's too crowded, asking if he can't rest a little because he's too sleepy and lazy. So he simply puts the black rabbit in space to us. The tenant farmer says they have to get moving when the farmer is sleepy, and that if you eat right after lying down, you'll end up turning into a cow. He then says they're going to go there now to enjoy the crops, calling everyone to his field. But meanwhile, the ends are getting closer and closer to the protagonist appearing again. Farmer November -3, and with the return of those ends attacking the protagonist's plantation, Kwang lifts a piece of wood while the protagonist sets it on fire, Then he asks Kwang to carry it and throw it on top of them all, and the burning tree sets fire to all the ants that are coming, and the protagonist finishes killing the rest along with Kwang. He says that the fire is very effective against the small ones, and they catch fire very quickly, so they can just get rid of the others by removing them from there. But he says the larger ones are a huge problem as long as they keep coming, and as they advance, the black rabbit goes after them, taking down a large part of them just by beating them up, chopping each one into pieces, until Mother Kwang arrives and finishes her off completely, and the two of them handle the larger ones without much trouble. And when they see that, they think it's frightening, because only the black rabbit and Kwang's mother are enough to handle them. But then, he gets close, and he manages to finish off that dagger very quickly, gone. So, he thinks the corrupted beings are appearing again. And luckily, thanks to Kwang's mother's quick response, they prevented the fields from being destroyed even further. And after the last invasion, he asked Kwang's mother to move to a nearby place, an underground cave, and it seems that was a good idea. He says his relationship with the military kingdom has improved, and the areas needing patrolling have decreased significantly. He thinks it would be a good idea to prepare a nearby place to focus his western forest guard. And he says she can eat a lot of red grasshoppers too, asking her what she thinks. And so, she agrees right away, telling Kwang to pack their things. And he gets all excited, even wanting to see that it was very effective. Kwang's mother speaks to Sejin, saying that she got rid of them all, and that they weren't anything special. He then thanks everyone who got involved, noticing the mess in front of his house, and asks when they're going to clean it all up. But then, the Minotaurs arrive, saying they're there to help him. But then, they are surprised to find that those trees have returned, and the protagonist asks them to help clean up those messes. He explains that because of all this, the entire new expansion of the field is ruined, and they can't even work. So, he says he doesn't have time to use the landowner skill. But then, he notices something, one of those things moving, and then, she's saying it's over there. But the protagonist stomps on him, becoming irritated by this. He asks where on earth these trees are trying to corrupt. Meanwhile, on the 52nd floor, Tell is walking alongside the guild master, and he questions where they are going, saying that this street leads to the end of the line. And then Tell asks if he's not coming from outside the tower. He says he heard from Don Cheek that the passage point on the 38th floor was recorded, and he questions how he ended up in that place. And he says he used a beautiful thing. And at that, Tell is quite surprised. However, he's talking about the fleet's dimensional fragment, saying that it is bad energy, so he can't use it recklessly. First of all, it's not even something from the Dark Tower, saying that means it's illegal. And he says he'll have to report her to the ticket management department. But then the master says it's no wonder the linden trees he had frequently disappeared. After all, they were discovered by the local residents. And he says it's a good thing he hid them, and so nobody can see. Then he takes it off, revealing one of those monsters. And that's a green linden tree. And Tell says it's the first time he's seen a linden tree, and they look like a snake. And the master says they have a short lifespan, and if he doesn't use it now, she'll get mad, calling Tell so she can go. But Tell asks if he expects him to use something illegal, saying he doesn't want to. But then, the master says he'll give him to churros, asking what he thinks. And he asks if he thinks he'd be tempted with so little. And so, he throws the churro. But Tell ends up going after him and jumping into the tree. And the master sees that everything turned out alright by following him, and Tell ends up using it, even unintentionally. And he goes to the 38th floor, to the Phoenix Guild camp. While everyone is calm over there, Dom Cheek notices that his master has arrived, and Tell came along, and he asked when they met. He also questioned the curse of the flames, asking if he defeated the wild boar, and said that Dom Cheek has many questions, and he says he defeated him easily. Thanks to the sweet sun pumpkin, he found Tell on the 52nd, and they became friends, and they came all the way there. Then he notices that Tell's face doesn't look good at all, and Tell keeps telling him never to throw it at a plant again. But then Dom Cheek asks, how many lindens did he use? Saying it's a very rare item, even in his country. So, he tells Dom Cheek to calm down, because besides the wild boar, there was one more thing he needed to see, and he speaks to Tell. He says, I'd like to ask you something. He inquires if Tell could answer him, so Tell asks what it is. Then he says he checked, approximately from the 45th to the 52nd floor, using several lindens, and he asked the other local residents if other hunters had come before him, but they said no other humans from outside the tower. It was on his floor, except for him. So, which brings us to the point of him asking, where is Sejin Park now? And Tell finds himself completely cornered, because he thinks he's in deep trouble because of that question, because he was caught at the pole. Meanwhile, Sejin, taking advantage of the level for harvest effect, is harvesting a higher grade crop, and his work proficiency is increasing, and increase it a lot. with him getting to 190 XP for collecting that tomato, and they are grade B cherry tomatoes, and he harvested them, which is a higher grade than the harvest, through the skill he has. And if it works a little longer, soon, very soon, the day will come when he can harvest all the magic cherry tomatoes, above grade C. But in that, a rabbit goes up to him, saying that the last meal is coming. Then he says he's going there too, but when he looks back, he gets a fright, because he notices something strange, and he looks at his crops, remembering that end. He says it's there. He wonders if the tree is in the cave, but he says there's nothing there. Then he notices something, looking down, noticing that the campfire is out, saying that it never went out from the first time she managed to light it when she arrived at the tower. And he says he had no idea he had turned it off, and the babies are there too. So he thinks he has to turn it back on, but he notices something beneath those ashes, a plant sprouting, realizing it's a sprout beneath the ashes. And that's what surprises the protagonist, because the sprout speaks to him, saying that he finally looked there, and he thinks the sprout is speaking in his mind. But he says it's a pleasure to meet his master, saying he's been waiting for this day underground. And she is Flame, and the apple seeds, which Master Sejin planted there. And this is her. And the protagonist, seeing that little fairy coming from that sprout, is surprised that she was the tree. I haven't the slightest idea. What kind of apple did he plant? I'll just follow the course. And the protagonist finally realizes that she was the tree they were looking for. And she confirms that she is. But actually, she's even happier that she could talk to him. So, she's spinning from side to side, because she had never been so happy. Not since she gained consciousness. And the protagonist asks if her name is Flame. She says that the name has nothing to do with an apple tree. And she says that besides its appearance, how can a plant talk? And she says it's because it's a flaming red apple tree, and it's broadcasting live his conscience for his mind through magic. And that appearance, he molded it to impress her, asking if he didn't like it. And he says no, saying that he liked it. And she's very cute, but she's still sad. But he says she's very cute, but she's the flaming red apple tree, saying that she also mentioned magic, saying that she must be an amazing tree, wondering if the apple he ate that day, it was really that impressive. And she says no, saying it's not that impressive. She said that when she was a seed, she felt intense heat and had to grow roots to survive. And it kept growing, growing and growing, downwards without end, to the point where you don't know where it ends. But then she arrived at another spot, finally finding water down there. And she discovered icy underground water, and she drank to be able to endure the heat. And in that darkness, she waited for the day when she would receive sunlight, and it would sprout a new shoot. And so, she says that now that she has found Sejin, Flame has no more regrets. And he says that's the thing, that he forgot he had planted an apple seed there. And he made a bonfire right on top of it, saying he's very sorry. But she says no, saying that everything is fine, because he made her strong, and she can do that kind of magic now. Just a ball of fire coming out of the trunk of an apple tree. And he asks if she can control fire, and she says, of course. And as I said, the red apple tree is flaming. Ultimately, Froda thinks that plants are normally vulnerable to fire, and controlling fire is quite incredible. And he sees that she is very cute, and she says that for now, that's all she can do. But she'll grow up as fast as possible and help the master. And he says it's clear, and he's proud of her, saying she's very cute. But he says she must have suffered quite a bit inside the soil, so she doesn't need to struggle so much out there. He just tells her to grow up healthy, and don't worry, because she'll get sick if she overdoes it. And she gets all silly. She says everything is fine. She asks him to give her more affection, and he says he'll give her as much affection as she wants. And she thinks this is the best day of her life as an apple tree, and she's so happy that she can be pampered and receive affection from him, so she can hide her roots from the master for a little while longer. And her root is gigantic, entering that sea of dimensions, down there, where he fishes for all those fish. But she asks to be able to keep it a secret. Okay, sorry. It's over. I'm not even going to tell you. What if it shows up at my house? I don't know. Look at the size of that root. And so on the 39th floor, everyone from the Phoenix Guild is together. Meanwhile, the master is talking to Theo. Where is Sejin Park now? And Theo starts trembling. And Dom Cheek says that, thinking about it, Theo had said that Sejin was on the 40th floor. And Dom Cheek says that Theo said this the day he met him. Then he says he can't tell him that. But the master asks why. He's saying that Sejin is the center of attention for the entire world, on his home planet, Earth. And he doesn't know how things work for those of us who live in the tower. But he is an extremely important figure to the humans outside the tower. And he asks which floor he is on, and how he is, returning if he needs help. And why doesn't he leave the tower? Because as the leader of the Hunters Association of the Republic of South Korea, He's asking Theo why they need to know this, and he questions whether can't you show a little generosity. And Lana is begging Theo, and so he becomes awkward, and he makes her sign a contract, stating that he will have to keep everything they exchange a secret, and that Han Taijong will only tell Theo the truth, and that he will also offer his life if he violates the contract, and only then will he tell him. So Taijong agrees with him. Dongshik is surprised. Before that, Taijong asked what Dongshik is doing, because he should sign as well, and so they both agree to it, closing the deal with Theo. And Han Taijong verbalizes that contract, saying that he swears on the honor of a hunter that he will only tell Theo the truth, and he will keep everything he hears a secret. And the same goes for Dongshik. Then he asks, where is Sejong now? And Theo says honestly, Sejong isn't on the 40th floor, and Dongshik is surprised, and he says that's what happened. That Sejong asked him to tell people. When they asked, then Dongshik asks, where is he now? And Theo says that all he can say is that Sejong is somewhere up high, that humans can't even imagine, much less go there, so he can't leave the tower. Taijong is surprised, along with Dongshik, and then they let Theo go. Dongshik asks the master if it's true. Then he questions what he means. Dongshik says he knows better than anyone that no matter how strong the hunter is, it's difficult to go beyond a certain level using a linden, and he's even farming there, and that doesn't make sense. But he assumes it's Sejong National Park. He's around the 60th floor, but he questions this. He's being held hostage by the monsters up there. But actually, Taijong thinks all of this could be true, and Dongshik doesn't believe it. Then he says it's based on the description about the sweet solar pumpkin potato. The description says it absorbed the sun's rays from the highest point of the tower, asking if he didn't see it too. And Dongshik says that he did, but even so, he didn't believe it. And Taijong says that it's the highest point of the tower. He questions where he thinks it should be. Dongshik is surprised. Then the master says that's exactly right. They don't know why, but he thinks it's Sejong Park. He's on the 99th floor right now. While they're talking, the protagonist wonders if someone is talking about him, as if he could sense it. Then, in Taijong's hometown, in the village of Grainer, at Israel's residence, the richest family in the village, one of the cats, he says he heard that the war against the Red Locust is lasting longer than expected, but the other two cats don't even care. He says they say food shortages are expected, just like the Great Famine of decades ago, and that is why the price of food, which is being imported into the village of Grainer, has almost doubled, or it's tripled lately. It's becoming a real headache, and that's because he's his father in Israel, and he says that with very little information, there's no way to know what's happening in the tower, or anything else. But then he starts getting annoyed, asking if Or is even listening. Then the two stop, and Or spoke, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest, saying that of course he was listening, asking why War matters, because they have plenty of money, and that girl says that scared her, and the two of them go back to being all lovey-dovey. So, Or is wondering if he's going to keep acting like a fool at his age, saying that if he doesn't immediately go to the shopping district to buy food, he will disown Orem, shouting this so that whoever is outside can hear. And so Orem is truly thrown out there. He goes to the shopping center and gets annoyed with that old man, asking him if he thinks he can't even do that, saying it's Oren, asking what's so difficult in buying this damn food, saying they need a goalkeeper, so they should proceed. Meanwhile, that same old scam, the one that tricked Theo, now he's targeting his next victim. And so, on the 75th floor of the food market, or you just walk around there, he tries to negotiate. He goes everywhere and sees that things are very expensive. He's complaining about what's happening there, asking why the food is so expensive. And then one of the cats speaks to him. They say that because of the war that is happening, some merchants in various large stores have started buying large quantities of food and storing them instead of putting them up for sale. And that must be why the price of food went up. And Or says that those damned wandering, idiotic merchants are too much. And he says that instead of doing that, he needs to take charge of the situation and go directly to the farms to buy food at a lower price, instead of relying on those vendors, wondering why he didn't think of that before. And he talks to everyone. He says they live in the Merchants Association, and he's going to become a traveling merchant. And he says they should become traveling merchants too, saying that he's going to sponsor them all. And they're going to multiply the money by 2 or 3 times, and pile up the food like a mountain, and leave his father speechless. And he thinks about the 1,000 coins in the tower he has, saying that he will multiply them tenfold, and he will achieve all this with his skills as a wandering merchant. And he says that when the Great Famine comes, they will make doom appear, and the legends of Grainer Village. Oren and his subordinates will shine, asking what they think. But then Scarin arrives there, saying he's a wandering merchant, saying that they might want to become one too. So Oren says yes, but asks what the problem is. And he says there's something good, asking if he wants to multiply his money with it. And Oren questions what it is. Scarin asks if he's ever heard of things from outside the tower, saying they're rare items, which he can't find anywhere else. And so, in another corner, Tell buys spices, blankets, and also the things Sejin asked for, and he says he needs to leave some nail polish boxes. He'll also move on to the next items on the list, until he recognizes something, looking ahead, and notices that something of those things. He caught my attention, asking how much it cost. But then, Oren arrives there, asking if it isn't Tell, the guy who escaped last night in Grainer Village, and Tell is surprised to see Oren there. He wonders what he's bringing there. Then he shows a coat of arms, and Tell is surprised that he has become a wandering merchant as well, and he says yes. He said that Dear Goblin helped him, and he said that he was a stupid cat. He made a lot of money, so he wanted to try as well. But he's a middle-class merchant, and he must have gotten ahead, asking how much Tell earned from the items outside the tower. And Tell is surprised, not believing that he bought things from Scarin, and he tells Oren that he's an idiot. But that idiot is an even bigger jerk, asking him to give him those things, because he's going to take care of them for him. But Oren asked what's wrong with him, saying he heard everything, calling him an ungrateful scoundrel, believing everything Scarin told her about how he showed her his generosity. But he lied to the ticket management office, calling him a con artist just to keep all the items from outside the tower that Scarin gave him. Then Tell asks what he's talking about, because he's deceiving him. But Oren says it doesn't matter how much he could fit in, what others have, and he should know his place, saying that he remains the same. How he confessed to Mario, even though he was just a humble beggar. Tell is increasingly surprised, asking if Mario is okay, and he says he doesn't know who this woman is. But then the cat says that on the day he left, Mario rejected Oren, saying he didn't like him. Then Oren says Mario didn't reject him, and it was he who turned it down, because Tell says that Mario has always been fickle. He tells you not to take things to heart. But Oren asked if Tell thinks he wants to be comforted by him, saying that they're going to sell the items from outside the tower to the Minotaur King from the 99th floor. And he says that the Minotaur King likes items from outside the tower, and he plans to use this as an opportunity to build a relationship, and to make the individual the strongest in the tower, and his most trusted supporter. And even if he only had one supporter, it wouldn't be a problem for someone as talented as him to become a great merchant. And he says that someone like Tell couldn't even dream of that, calling the boys over so they can go there. But Tell just wishes them good luck, finding that hilarious. He says he sees it on the 99th floor. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Ong, and his mother are waging a huge battle against those Ents. Then he notices they're targeting Flame, saying they're all screwed. And with that, they all eat that combat food, gaining even more strength. Then one of the little bees grabs that jar, while the protagonist thanks her, and he calls them all to go into battle and show them what they are made of by attacking those Ents, getting rid of most of them. And with that, the battle continues. While they get rid of everyone, another one of those trees attacks the protagonist, almost hitting him. But then Tell appears, using the claw attack, cutting that thing, and saying that he won't allow it. Then he completely knocks down that tree, just with his fingernails, and the protagonist is surprised that Tell can do that. And he asks Sejin what's wrong with those guys. He says that as soon as he got off the bus, those idiots stormed in, and they are corrupted trees. He also discovered that there is an apple tree inside the cave called Flame. But then Tell asks what he's talking about, and one of those things appears behind the protagonist, and he gets a fright. But Tell shows up there, cutting them off, and the protagonist says that first, they're going to get rid of those scoundrels, and so they talk. Then Tell understands. He says he brought something that might help. Then the protagonist asks, what did he say while looking back? And he sees that Tell brought a hatchet, and he says that this thing attracted his front swords with such force, which he had to buy. And the protagonist is happy about it, talking to Eileen, and she says she's watching, quickly grabbing that axe and examining it, and she completes the mission, returning it to the protagonist. And that one over there is a throwing axe from the great warrior Wolka. And the protagonist, seeing this, is surprised that it's yet another named item, winning another hack, coming straight from the blessed paws from our dearest Tell. And when the protagonist puts his hand on that axe, he sees the information, that item, which is a throwing axe made by the great dwarf warrior Oka. And because the throwing axe's balance is well stabilized, the axe has high destructive power and reaches a greater distance. The Ozo restriction is above level 20, the strength above 15, and the mana above 15. The skill is wood splitting, and when splitting wood, using the throwing axe to strike along the grain allows for an easier and more efficient cut with less force. The recovery is level 3, and he can make the thrown axe return within a 300-meter radius in less than 10 seconds. It's basically the same spell as Thur's hammer, and he'll be able to make the axe return to his hand like Mjolnir. He's surprised by this, questioning how to use the skill, but then he's surprised to see one of those trees catching the black rabbit. He takes the opportunity to throw the axe at the monster, hitting it right in the middle of its mouth, and with that, he attacks a creature. The attack increases by 1.5, and the level 1 with splitting ability is activated. He succeeds in splitting the thing in half, killing it instantly, and the rabbit is fine. Surprised, and Kwang's mother and Kwang also find it amazing, and she even asked if Sejin deciphered an ent in one blow. And so Kwang says that his father is incredible, thinking that his father is no longer a weakling who lives running away, saying that his father has become a weakling who can still manage to take down a creature. Kwang, I don't know if you're a fan or a hater, but seriously, it's not a compliment. And the protagonist himself doesn't believe it because it really is an incredible power, as expected from a named item, and he gets 500 XP killing that thing. Amazed that the attack deciphered the ent, it's corrupted as if it were nothing, and he picks up Tell, saying that it's very beautiful, congratulating him for bringing something so useful. And then he points out what he's doing because they are in the middle of a battle. Then an ent appears right behind the protagonist, and he uses the recover on the axe, which returns directly to his hand, and while it returns, he takes the opportunity to kill the ent that was beside him from him, and the two are happy, and Sejin gets excited saying that everyone is dead, and he will show the true power of the tower farmer from now on. So he takes advantage of being with him, and says that he will help him. Then the two charge at those monsters who are scared, seeing that now the protagonist can fight back, and after a while, they are finishing off all those entities, making a gigantic mountain of firewood there, and one of the Minotaurs goes to Sejin, saying that they are almost finished clearing, and he will start plowing the fields, while the protagonist is washing his face down below, saying that everything is fine, telling him to take it easy. And so he feels his whole body aching, especially after he spent the whole night fighting, and so he opens his status window, realizing that he's somehow reached level 25, and even gained more than the talents, and his stats increased considerably, and now he has 7 skills. And to think that he, the calm criminal, would have that wonderful status window, it's absurd, thinking that he's doing well. And he tells himself that he's so proud that he wants to kiss him. And then Ailey says that she wants to too. And he questions what she said. Oh my, little dragon, you rascal, calm down, you're not in your human form yet. And the protagonist looks at her, questioning what happened, but she simply starts freaking out. And he asks what happened, and it's said that the tower manager didn't say it was anything, and she says there seems to be an error in the status window, and the protagonist finds this strange, while she sees that she's letting loose too much. And in the meantime, the bunnies continue taking care of the plantation inside, and so Thel goes to Flame asking if it's her, saying that Sejin told him about what happened, and she greets Thel, and Thel, crazy as he is, goes to her and starts poking her, noticing that he really can't hold her, and she's surprised. But Thel bothers her so much that she ends up throwing a fireball at him, asking him not to touch her like that, and Thel doesn't even care about that, thinking it's more incredible that fire comes out of flames, leaves, saying that she's sorry and won't play like that anymore, but says she suggests that maybe she could grill a fish for him, saying she wanted to eat grilled fish, but Sejin is too busy to do that. She says it's easy, setting the fish on fire and managing to cook it, and he says it's incredible and incredibly refreshing. She gets all giddy, but then the protagonist arrives, telling Thel not to mistreat Flame too much. He says he didn't mistreat her, and Flame grilled the fish for him. He says he's proud of her, and she says it was nothing, all proud. But the system tells him that the waiting time for the level 1 growth promotion is over, and he notices that the waiting time is for the growth of his straw hat. He says it was just in time, asking Flame if he can use his growth promotion skill on her. She's surprised, asking if he's really going to use such a precious skill on her, and he says of course he can, because he's small now, so he needs to grow quickly and become a healthy tree. She says she'll gladly accept. The protagonist actually isn't that small, but we're still keeping it a secret. The protagonist says he's very polite and cute, questioning whether he should only use half the power used on a plantation, activating the growth promotion ability on it. But then the system says the apple tree's growth potential is enormous, and he uses the growth promotion power of 10 apple tree plantations. He questions whether he'll use all of it and ends up surprised. With everything glowing around the little apple tree, he realizes his mana seems to be being drained, but it seems like it only grew a little bit for all of that. And Flame starts saying that the protagonist is incredible, his body is overflowing with energy, and he falls back exhausted, and both Theo and Flame are surprised, questioning what happened. And she asks if he's okay, wondering if it was because he used his power on her, but he says no, saying it's because of the exhaustion from the fight against the ants earlier, and everything's fine, he's just feeling a little dizzy. So Flame has an idea that will alleviate some of her tiredness, and the protagonist acts on the strange suggestion. She then begins to use her power in a blue flame that emerges from her leaves. This flame travels directly from the leaves to the protagonist's body, enveloping him, and he begins to glow. He is surprised because somehow his body feels lighter, wondering if it's because of the white flame. Then Theo realizes the protagonist is on fire, and he notices the purification flame, thinking it's incredible, a truly amazing magical tree. He would be covered by the purification flames for the next 3 hours. The flames of purification will burn away any impurities and improve conditions physically. She says she's happy to be able to help, and the protagonist asks if she has any other abilities. And she says yes, mentioning the flame of purification she just used and the flames of friendship. The protagonist asks what those do, and she says it's an ability that allows him to control fire for a time or enhance the power of fire. He's surprised that he can also use his own abilities, saying it's wonderful, thinking it will be very effective against the ants. But then Theo talks to him, telling him to stop paying attention only to Flame and to pay attention to him too, because he has some important stories to tell him. He says that the human hunter, John, discovered that he's not staying on the 40th floor, so he questions what's happening, asking what Theo said. The protagonist reminds him that Hunter John is the strongest hunter in Korea, asking if he's become friends with someone like that. But Theo doesn't seem very enthusiastic, because he discovered that he's not on the 40th floor. He's walking, but he shouldn't worry because they signed a contract, so his secret won't be spread. And the protagonist thinks that's good, but he didn't expect Don Sheik to be Hunter John's disciple, but at least for the sake of his family in Korea, it would be good to be indebted to both of them, so he could continue helping them by sponsoring them with crops. But then he thinks of Theo, thinking that back then it might have been a coincidence, but just selling some of the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, and he made a good connection, and he wonders if that's what's expected of a merchant. But Theo says he has one more thing, and he has a request to make, and the protagonist finds it strange, asking if he remembers why he became a merchant back then. And the protagonist remembers that it was because a guy named Oren, or something like that, stole his girlfriend. And Theo says that's right, he saw the jerk Oren in the market area, and he also became a traveling merchant, and he was tricked by those guys, and he even despised him and called him a villain in front of everyone. And just as he was tricked now, he's full of useless items from outside the tower, and he's coming to the 99th floor to find the Minotaur King, and the protagonist is surprised by this. And Theo then asks if he couldn't please reprimand him properly, and they think Theo is saying that those wandering merchants with backpacks full of items from outside the tower are coming there, thinking that this is quite interesting. Then, sometime later, the three idiots are walking through the desert, trying to find the Minotaur King, and they question what the 99th floor is, since there's nothing there, noting that it's quite difficult. And so Oren says he's a little hungry, asking if they brought anything to eat, and the other says that there's no way they would have anything like that, and he says that after paying the registration fee as merchants and with their backpacks, they also bought all the guys' things with the remaining money and the little bit left over for emergencies they spent on alcohol outside of good spirits, so they didn't buy any of the travel items that were necessary when they came there. And the other one starts thinking they're going to starve to death there, but Oren tells him to stop whining because they can just sell the things, asking if he thinks he can't get 1,000 coins from the tower there, saying that they are going to the king. The Minotaur asks for some food and water, since they came to this poor place to sell rare items, so they should be treated well. He asks how long it will take from there. Look, Oren, if you've come to a poor place, maybe selling expensive items isn't the best idea, the other says. He adds that, judging by Karen's map, they'll have to walk for more than 2 or 3 days. Oren is very surprised by what he's saying, while the other rolls up on the ground saying they're dead. But they notice something, seeing their younger brother's chubby rabbit passing by. The rabbit says he's selling water, refreshing water, and Karen says he's alive. Surprised that there's a merchant there, he asks for some water, and the chubby rabbit offers that bottle of water for 0.5 tower coin. Oren asks why it's so expensive, and the rabbit says it's because it's very difficult to get water there, asking if he can't tell just by looking, since everything is dry. A dead man surrounds them, then he says he's very thirsty, and the other cats think they want to go home. The chubby rabbit asks if they are wandering merchants invited by the Minotaur King. Oren is surprised and says that's exactly right, explaining that they are on their way to sell their rare items to the Minotaur King right now. The chubby rabbit says he had no idea they were such esteemed guests, and so he'll allow them to put it on the bill. Oren is surprised and says he won't refuse, but then the rabbit offers him 3 sheets of paper. Oren asks what that is, and the rabbit says it's a guarantee contract for pending payments, and he'll have to pay 10 times more unless he pays within 3 days. Oren asks what that is, because that's a total scam, and 10 times more is ridiculous. He asks if the rabbit doesn't think so. My friend, loan sharking is at that level, and if you don't pay, you'll get into serious trouble. The rabbit says the 99th floor is a brutal place, so it's difficult to survive there, unless they do that, and he also has many of his own running away. Or he can pay with his body later, and he's surprised that they want to pay with their bodies, saying that won't happen, because they'll sell their things in 3 days and make money, asking if he's satisfied after signing, telling everyone to put those backpacks in the water, and they understand perfectly, putting those things away, and so they say they're going. They should get the money in 3 days, and the chubby rabbit just waits, wishing them to become very rich. Then the next day they continue walking, after having drunk almost all the water, and Oren doesn't stop drinking, saying that he feels even hungrier after only drinking water, and the other realizes that they drank all the water in 1 day. So Oren tells him to give him the remaining water, water, but the other refuses, saying that this is the last bottle of water, and Oren says that if he sent it, he must have done it. But the other kitten says that he was saving it, until the third one calls Oren, telling him to look, saying that he sees smoke coming from there, and it looks like a restaurant. And indeed the server is in front of them, and everyone is surprised, and Oren immediately recognizes that smell, noticing that it is the smell of grilled fish running towards there. And then the rabbit with the scythe greets them, saying that this is the house of the rabbits, a single one. The restaurant on the 99th floor is open, and the bunnies are there to greet the cats. They arrive and immediately order grilled fish, and all three want one. However, the rabbit with the scythe says it will cost 1 tower coin per fish, and Oren asks why, as that's very expensive. They explain that there are no lakes or seas nearby, making it difficult to catch fish. But then the rabbit with the scythe offers another alternative. He asks if he would like to sign a contract guaranteeing payment pending. If he doesn't pay the amount within 3 days, he will have to pay 10 times more. Oren doesn't even think twice, asking if he wants to pay with his body. Oren agrees, signing the contract and asking for 10 fish. They all ask for 10 fish each, and the rabbit with the scythe puts them on the grill to cook them quickly. As they look at the fish, they start drooling, falling upwards and eating as fast as they can, while the rabbit with the scythe and his brother continue grilling until they roast squid for them, and they eat until they're stuffed, thinking they can't eat anything else after filling their bellies. They fall asleep right there, even thinking they're going to vomit from eating so much. But Oren finally remembers they have to go sell their things to the manhwa kingdom now. One of the cats asks if they can't take a break because they're too sleepy, and Oren says he'll only take a nap for an hour. The rabbit with the scythe wishes them a good night's sleep. After a while, they finally wake up and wonder what's happening because their eyes hurt. One of the cats who woke up earlier tells Oren they're in big trouble, and a manhwa appears before him, completely furious. Oren starts yelling, and the manhwa asks if he's the one looking for the manhwa king. Several others appear, and he says they're wandering merchants, asking them not to hurt him because they're using a merchant's badge is also present, but the manhwa only tells them to follow him, as they will take him to their king. Oren is surprised that they will take them to the king, thinking they are incredibly lucky. Upon arriving at the king's, they see several manhwas, with the manhwa king in front of the teleportation crystal on the 99th floor. They all cower. The manhwa king asks if they were the ones looking for him, and Oren arrives, flustered, saying yes. They came to sell him some extremely rare items, claiming they are from outside the tower. The manhwa king finds this strange, saying he will let the experts confirm whether the items they are selling are truly rare or not. He says he is happy that Oren happened to be there, and that he is the great black dragon. The protagonist arrives to see what these guys are carrying, and with the protagonist side by side with the manhwa king, the cats are frightened, wondering what the great black dragon is doing there. The protagonist introduces himself as the Black Dragon, Park Sejin, saying he has the power to assess and train magicians and lies won't work against him. He orders the protagonist to approach and show the items, and Oren agrees immediately, thinking it's incredibly lucky, because the Black Dragon is the strongest creature controlling the tower, and if he likes them, entities like the manhwa king will be nothing. He might even become one of the strongest creatures in the tower, and he blurts out a whole lot of things. Without any sense, a lighter, a katera nail clipper, a lint roller, a fanny pack, a stapler. And the protagonist, seeing this, is surprised, noticing that they are earth items, but none of them seem very useful. He sees that it's a cleaning roller, saying that it's more like trash than a rare item. Yeah, Oren, it's not a lint roller. It's not one of those rollers for removing pills from clothes, he says. The protagonist questions where that goblin Scar gets these things, and the cat says that it's as expected from the Black Dragon, saying that he has a great eye for precious items. That thing is called a cleaning roller. It has an adhesive magic that takes care of any dust or fur. The protagonist asks how much it cost, and he says it's 50 tower coins. But the other two cats wonder if he didn't buy it for only 5 tower coins from the guys. And they think Oren is incredible because he's not afraid even in front of the Black Dragon, and confidently raised the price. He starts thinking to himself, it seems he has a talent for being a salesman, and he questions what the great Black Dragon thinks, asking if he would like to buy this item, since it's a magical item from outside the tower, so it's quite difficult to get one there. But the protagonist doesn't like this at all, asking if he didn't tell him that lies don't work on him, saying that there's no magic in it. It's a disposable product that uses adhesive paper and can be replaced, and there are many of these on Earth. In other words, these things are nothing but trash, and there's no magical item in them. The lady then questions this, saying that surely they said there's magic in beta, and the Black Dragon must be wrong. But when he thinks to say this, he covers his mouth immediately, while the Himenitor gives a huge smack on the ground, almost crushing it, asking how Oren dares to say that the great Black Dragon is lying. The protagonist doesn't even need to take sides, and the cats are completely cornered. But I think it's not just the cats that are cornered. because the underwear of the protagonist must be completely shaken, because he thinks he almost died from that slap. So Oren starts apologizing, saying that everything the Great Black Dragon says is correct, asking him to forgive him for trying to deceive him, and he soon realizes that Comatel told him they were definitely defrauded and he was made a fool of, and then he asks the two to spare his life, and the protagonist says he will, but they had many bills to pay on the way there, and so he asks him how the protagonist knows, and he says that he has some businesses in the tower as a hobby, and everything they drank and ate came from his shops, and they are surprised. And the dogs arrive there, saying that if you multiply the water and all the food they asked for by 10, they approximately owe 500 coins to the tower, and there is still the cost of lodging and cleaning fees for illegally dumping garbage along the way, and in bricks there are approximately 100,000 blocks, and Oren doesn't understand anything, asking about these bricks. And the Minotaur King reminds him that they told him that if he doesn't have money, he will pay with his body, and he also remembers that. So he says that he can make the bricks there, giving him a crate where they make bricks to take to the other protagonist, then goes to where the Minotaurs are also working, and the protagonist says that according to the contract they sign, they will have to pay by making 100,000 clay bricks. All three are quite scared by this, and Oren says that there's no chance they can make those giant bricks. The protagonist says he's right, they can only make about 10 bricks a day, and converting that to days, they'll only need 10,000 days. During that time, they'll have more expenses for food and lodging, and they'll have to make even more bricks forever. All three are terrified by what he's saying, and I start begging him to turn a blind eye just this once, and they'll do anything but bricks. Then the protagonist says he'll give them a chance and mentions that within his business, the head of the distribution department needs help, which involves following him around, carrying his items in their backpacks, and selling them. He says it seems simple, and explains that their debts will be paid off by having them work as interns at his farm's distribution unit for 10,000 days. He asks what they think, saying he'll give each of them a grilled fish every day. Oren says they'll definitely do it, and the protagonist agrees, saying he'll draw up a new contract. The three thank the protagonist profusely, thinking that working for 10,000 days is better than making bricks, and that the work isn't much different from what a street vendor does. He can even solve their food problem, so he's lucky things turned out this way. Besides, he'll be working for the Black Dragon, and it doesn't matter if he's a demon. The Black Dragon will teach them the contract, and once the contract is finalized, the protagonist congratulates them on becoming interns. Oren asks what they should do now, and then speaks to the head of the distribution unit, saying he'll tell them what to do. Introducing the head, who is himself, Tel jumps onto the protagonist's shoulders, surprising the three of them. Oren questions what the runaway beggar Tel is doing there, but Tel lunges at Oren, punching him and saying he's just an intern but showing no respect to his boss. Tel gets angry at Oren's arrogance and says it's great to meet them, explaining that he's the head of the distribution unit and the Black Dragon's first subordinate. He says they'll have to do his bidding. He demands an answer, and they all say they understand. Oren is furious, as who would have imagined someone worse than a demon could appear. Tel then takes them to the plantation, saying that's where they'll be working from now on. The three are not happy about this, and Tel says that for now, they'll be harvesting tomatoes and cherries to sell. He orders them to follow him, and the protagonist notices that Tel's shoulders keep rising with pride, which will be quite convenient as well, since with more subordinates carrying their backpacks around, it will be easier to sell more crops. He thanks King Minotaur for helping with that complicated request, but tells the protagonist that there's no need to thank him, as they received orders from the Black Dragon through the state window, which allowed them to call him the Black Dragon as well. Besides, as neighbors, they should help each other, as it would be good to receive sincerity. He's also grateful, drooling over what he wants, and the protagonist notices this, saying that while he's there, he should take it, those little onions and the tomato and cherry plants, and take them with him. And he immediately starts thanking him, telling him to help him whenever he needs help. And the protagonist wonders if he should have given him something before, but then he notices something else. And Tel is already yelling at one of the cats, saying that they can't pick the green tomatoes, and he scolds another cat, saying that if he removes the top part, the price will go down, realizing that there's nothing there. Doing right, asking if they don't know anything about tomatoes and cherries, that they're the idiots, and that he's going to teach them how to pick them properly, so they should pay attention. But the protagonist, reading this, realizes that Tel is really forgetting that he was just like that once, and starts laughing, saying that they're going to keep an eye on him now, and Tel starts thinking that he's invincible for returning the favor. All the humiliation they did. Well guys, the oppressed man's dream is to be the oppressor. Tel now has the whip in his hand, and that's it. After a while, however, he continues cultivating, and thinks that Tel is the subordinate of the Black Dragon, and he is Tel's subordinate, an eternal slave. But then, Tel appears, gives him a beating, and asks what the hell is going on. Tel questions why he's daydreaming, asking asking if he didn't tell him to come to him as soon as he called him. He says that Tell is an idiot, grabbing him by the collar, but Elka appears to see what's going on, acting tough. Then Tell questions what happened, asking if he's trying to say he's going to challenge the mortal Tell, the leader of the distribution unit and subordinate of the Black Dragon. He goes back to acting normal with Tell, calling him dear boss, saying he was scared because there was an insect on his shoulder and he just wanted to get it off, asking how he could possibly dare to grab him by the collar. And Tell asks if that's what he's talking about. He tells them to behave, saying he can discipline them severely. Then he asks if all three are ready, and they say yes. They filled their backpacks with cherry tomatoes as he ordered. Tell mentions that Mark filled his backpack the fastest, and Jeff answered first, so he'll reduce their contract by 1 day. The two of them are overjoyed and thank him. Oren asks about him, and Tell says that Oren took the longest, so he'll add another day. Oren is thrilled. Then the protagonist asks Tell if everything is going well and if he's going down now. Tell says yes, but mentions that the guy's backpacks are the old type, so they'll carry less. Siju then says he can upgrade them later, once they've done a good job. Tell agrees, but asks where Siju is going. Siju says he's going to the Western Forest, and Tell is curious about where he's going. And then the protagonist goes with Elka, the wolves, the cats, and the two Quangs. And Tell asks if he'll really be okay without him, asking if it won't be dangerous, grabbing the protagonist all worried, and tells him to answer. But then he tells Tell that he's the Quang's mother, and they go with him, even questioning if Tell's excessive concern isn't an offense to them, since he told him he has a secret weapon. And then Tell calms down, saying that he's just anxious, because he's going to the Forest of the Ants to face them head on. But then Elka asks if Tell is saying this because he finds it funny. But he says no, he's really worried. However, the protagonist tells him to go to work quickly, since they even have new interns. So he should behave like a respectable merchant, and Tell agrees, saying he'll be back. But first tells the protagonist that he has to be careful. Quang says he'll protect his father, telling him not to worry, and he says that's it, telling everyone who's going to sell to be careful, and they leave with the wolves. Then the protagonist asks the two if they should go to the Western Forest, and they start walking through that hidden forest. The protagonist says that the Western Forest is much scarier than he imagined, and the trees there seem to have died screaming, and Quang says they smell strange too. Then Mother Quang speaks to the protagonist, and he asks what it is. And she says there are enemies ahead, and they see several beings standing in the path. But the protagonist finds it strange, saying there's nothing there, just some twisted trees, asking where and what she's talking about. But she says they shouldn't go any further than this. And then the protagonist sees one of the roots moving right at his feet, and roots start sprouting from the mouths and eyes of those trees, and they actually come to life, and he recognizes that they are corrupted sentinel beings. Then the Quang tells the protagonist that it doesn't feel well, and he questions what this is, because they are literally zombie trees. Then the root of that being grows and goes directly towards the protagonist, but Mama Quang protects him by tearing the root, but the others also throw their roots at her and begin to restrain Mama Quang, pulling both her arm and squeezing her neck. And the protagonist is surprised and scared, wondering if this is it. Then he throws his hat up and pulls out his axe along with his knife, and from above his head comes a kind of fire, and he says it's time to use the flames of friendship, his secret weapon. But then Quang puts his hand on the protagonist's head, telling his father that his head is on fire, trying to extinguish the flame, but he says it's a buff that the flame placed on him. And anyway, the flames of friendship strengthen and control even the smallest spark like that. Then he hits the knife with the axe and produces a spark that shines in front of him, and the flame of friendship goes into action, and that spark turns into a blaze of flame that the protagonist controls and throws it onto the trees, burning the entire forest in front of him. And he is happy because they are on fire, telling Quang's mother and Quang, telling them to retreat because if something goes wrong, they will end up being swallowed by the flames too. And he leaves all the zombie-like trees on fire, and he runs with the two of them, and he sees the smoke from afar taking over the sky, and he sees that it's very dangerous because the fire is spreading faster than he expected. And he tells Quang's mother, asking her to go a little faster, please. But then she tells him to look ahead, seeing that there are several others there too, and they have surrounded them and are coming from both sides. And she asks if he can use that technique again, and he says he can, but asks why, so she tells him to get ready, telling Queen that he can do it, and she says he can. And so the protagonist grabs the axe and the knife and scratches them both, using the flame of friendship to further enhance the flames. But then Quang jumps from behind his mother, leaps onto her back, leaping over the protagonist, who doesn't understand anything, while Quang goes towards those flames, ready to hit them, and he actually catches the flame in his hand and throws it at the girls, as if it were a Kamehameha, exploding them all, and that enormous explosion shakes the entire forest. And even the Minotaur King can feel the pressure of that attack, and he wonders what's happening, and even the rabbits can see it, noticing smoke coming from the western forest, and the father rabbit sees that it is definitely the power of the flames of friendship, and Sijin said that he gained the power of the flame, and he would use it. But while they are surprised seeing that, the protagonist arrives there, saying that they return to him, all charred, he and Quang's mother, leaving all the rabbits surprised. Then inside the cave, he drinks some water, saying he thought he was going to die. And thanks to the power of the flame, they managed to escape those aggressive beings. She says she's relieved to know she could help the protagonist, but the father rabbit tells him he was very reckless because no matter what, burning the western forest was a bit much. The protagonist says the beings kept invading all night, and he wanted to test the power of the flame, although he didn't expect it to be so powerful. He thinks they'll take a break from the invasions, and that he'll be able to sleep well tonight. The system tells him that his beekeeping proficiency level 3 has been completed, leveling up to beekeeping level 4, and he's surprised that he leveled up his beekeeping skill. The bees arrive to talk to the protagonist. Looking at him strangely, these bees resemble Naga Tora and her friends, and the protagonist asks what the queen bees. The poisonous girls want some, and they ask the protagonist to suggest which flowers they should pick to make the jelly. He questions them about honey jelly, asking what it is and if that's why he leveled up. They say yes, explaining that it's a soft and delicious jelly that can improve his talents. Hearing them say it can improve talent surprises him even more. Meanwhile, back at Eileen's palace, she's very relaxed. After a nice bath, she drinks some tomato juice while relaxing in the hot spring to relieve her tiredness. She says that drinking red grasshopper soup with cherry tomatoes while bathing is the best way to relax, and that her body feels lighter that day. She wonders if she's grown a little more, as her wings seem to have grown too. She says she's growing rapidly, but not yet enough, as she truly hopes her dragon heart can grow stronger and mature soon, so she can leave the administrator's area and fly magnificently during the blue moon too. Then she starts laughing, thinking that if she shows St. Jean Park her polymorphic appearance, he will definitely be shocked. But then she looks at the crystal ball while she's all giddy, thinking it's true, because a few days ago, he said he would test the apple tree's ability, the flames of friendship, that day, so she wonders if she should take a peek, but as soon as she leaves from the bathtub, she starts having a Chave-style fit and falls hard on the floor. The protagonist falls to the ground and begins to feel excruciating pain, her body feeling strange, and her heart aching terribly. She starts calling for help, summoning St. Jean Park, unable to even move. She eventually loses consciousness and collapses. Meanwhile, the crystal ball begins to glow, and the system announces that the tower manager's life is in danger. The Dark Tower's emergency system is activated, and it calls for help from the last person hired by the tower manager, who is the protagonist himself. Meanwhile, he is with the bees, watching them produce some of their honey jelly. The queen bee teaches them how to make honeycomb, creating various shapes and harvesting even more. The protagonist observes this with Quang as they interact with all the rabbits. The apiculturist's special work skill reaches level 4 and gains several new buffs, such as a slightly increased pollination rate and the ability to produce jelly, a special honey with unique effects, and currently the honey jelly can only be made using honey and pollen collected from a single type of flower. And he continues thinking about his honey jelly, noting that it can truly improve his talents, observing that generally, it is difficult for an ordinary hunter to awaken their talents, but improving their talents and evolving their levels is a completely different matter. After all, for people like him, non-genius men with simple talents, they must endure excruciating pain and persevere for a long time, and for them to become true artisans, they cannot solve this with just effort, as they need to repeat it over and over again until they reach perfection. However, he can improve his talents just by eating it, and as expected, the tower is a world full of surprises, and Quang continues eating the honey nearby, and he questions what to eat, but the bee arrives there, saying that the jelly is made, and he is surprised that it has already happened, and thinks that there are many, while she throws several of those cubes at his hat. And the Quang, smelling that sweet aroma, says he wants to eat it, but the other rabbit says no, telling Quang to call his rabbit brothers, as they will all eat together. Quang says he understands, saying he'll be right back, telling him to wait for them and not eat it all alone. Then the bee says they're going to make more, and Quang wonders if he should take a look at the window of the jelly statues. He sees that it's cherry tomato honey from the venomous queen bees, and the pollen is nectar from magical cherry tomatoes that absorb rich nutrients from the tower. These are masterfully processed by the venomous bees using their unique methods, resulting in honey with an exquisite fragrance and flavor. The sweetness is maximized by the concentration of the honey, and after consumption, talents related to mana are slightly enhanced. The protagonist, seeing this, can hardly believe it, because it enhances talents related to mana. He wonders if it's because they were made from magical cherry tomatoes. However, he doesn't have any talent with mana, and that's kind of frustrating. He wonders if, in case they make flower jam from other crops, it will enhance talents that don't use mana. Then Quang arrives, saying he called everyone over, and he says he'll divide it, one for each, and that he's eager to try it, wondering what it will taste like. Quang starts to say he'll eat slowly, but the black rabbit asks if he's going to eat slowly. That little thing, however, Kwang asks his father if he can eat it. One more thing, and they're saying no, saying they need to give some to Eileen too, saying that Eileen likes cherry tomatoes so much and will be happy with this, because she'll definitely like it. And he calls her, asking if she's listening, but the system speaks to the protagonist, saying that the tower manager is dying due to the fury of the dragon's heart, and he is surprised, questioning what he means by Eileen dying, and thus, a mission from the Dark Tower becomes addictive, asking him to calm the fury of Eileen's dragon's heart, and reward is the awakening of Eileen Furtani. And if he fails, Eileen Furtani will die, and he must please choose an item to help the tower manager, and he wonders what a dragon's heart is, and why it is furious. And both the Black Rabbit and Kwang are surprised that Eileen is dying, and the system says that the reason for the fury is the heart the dragon's death was caused, because she absorbed an overwhelming amount of mana, which her hardened dragon heart couldn't handle. He's even more confused that she absorbed so much mana that her talent couldn't withstand it. He starts connecting the dots in his head and becomes frightened, wondering if it's because of the food he's been giving her all this time. He collapses in fright, but Kwang tells his father to calm down. He speaks to the status window, questioning what he should do and what he does to save Eileen. But the system has nothing to say, only asking him to choose an item to help the tower manager, saying it has an item that can help her. The protagonist then quickly remembers the jellies that are nearby, and Kwang raises his hand, returning the jelly to him, along with all the rabbits, asking the protagonist to give their jellies as well, all to help. Eileen then speaks to the status window, ordering them all to be taken, and they are indeed sent. And the mission is completed. Those jellies are thrown directly into Eileen's mouth, and when she eats them, she begins to glow. The cherry tomato honey from the venomous queen bees successfully enhances manager Eileen Furtani's talent, hardened dragon heart, and the talent has been slightly improved, preventing the dragon heart from going berserk. The protagonist shouts to Eileen, asking if she's alright, and she says that the heart doesn't matter anymore, and it won't rage for now. The protagonist questions this for now, and is told that she is stable at the moment. But if the manager's talent doesn't improve, there's a danger of the rage happening again. The protagonist tells everyone that she seems fine for now, which surprises them. But the protagonist thinks about this hardened heart, saying that there must be a solution, and the solution is probably your honey. Meanwhile, over there in the world of black dragons, they are surprised because their crystal receives news and begins transmitting activity logs from the Dark Tower's emergency system. They are surprised, questioning if Eileen fainted. Then Eileen's father asks if there was a distress call from the tower, but why the portal wasn't activated. The grandfather explains that there was no call to him, and the system was designed so that if Eileen contacted him or her father in a critical situation, an emergency portal would open. Eileen always called him, and in the tower's management area, they used to control her attacks. But if she called someone else, the portal wouldn't be open due to security concerns at the Black Tower. So he's surprised because if the reports were transferred, it means the attack is over. He talks to the system, which sends them many reports and so on. The father thinks it's a relief that she's alive, but there was still an attack. However, Eileen's body is much better than before, and the dragon heart's mana is also showing a stable graph. So, the father calls the grandfather, who is furious, almost turning into his enraged dragon form, desperate to kill someone. He learns that the last person she contacted was the pair, so-and-so. The other grandfather thinks they're screwed and asks his father if he was the one who helped Eileen. He questions whether it's more important to know that Eileen is safe and healthy, regardless of everything, and that they need to find a way to open a portal quickly. But then he snaps, turning into a giant dragon, refusing to accept that she asked the pair for help and not him, wanting to know who he is, the one who dares to steal his heart. Granddaughter, saying she won't forgive the couple, but her father tells him that it's very humiliating for them, and everyone around realizes he's doing it again. This old man always loses his temper when it comes to his granddaughter, thinking he's so naive for her, and they start laughing. Meanwhile, another dragon, a white dragon, is watching from nearby, thinking about the Dark Tower, believing this will be a good opportunity. Protagonist, I know you're watching this video, and I need to tell you something. When you go to meet this old man, you better have already made some immortality fruit, because you'll need it. Meanwhile, Eileen, who is still lying on the ground, begins to wake up and gets up startled, asking what happened and if she's still alive, questioning about the dragon heart, noticing that it's stable, asking what happened, and then she looks at the crystal ball, and when she picks it up, she takes a. Startled, the system informs her that she consumed the honey jelly, and the tower farmer, Park Sejum, completed the mission. She's surprised that Sejum did something, noticing that it's over, and asks for his help, thinking it's somewhat embarrassing. She asks how he stabilized the dragon's heart, seeing that it was with the honey jelly, and that his parasibler must have unlocked a new item to cultivate. She thinks it's sad because she ate it while unconscious, and has no idea what it tastes like. Realizing it improves talents, she thinks it was the perfect item for her situation. She thinks that, like the great black dragon, showing gratitude for someone's help is what truly means to be a great dragon of prestige in the Furtani family. Furthermore, she says she has to reward him, looking at all the things behind her: a golden trident, swords, great swords, and various other things. She thinks of the magic sword, Apophis, the sacred sword Excalibur, and she thinks that nothing is good enough to give to him. I think any of the things you've picked up so far are quite strong. And she starts thinking that there must be an item that a farmer in the tower needs, wondering what someone needs, while cultivating, until she remembers something, looking ahead at that large dragon statue. And so, she thinks that's it, and she'll definitely like it. Giving a huge smile appears. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in his outer house, relaxed, sleeping with everyone, taking some time off, and they are all sleeping together with the protagonist. Then, a message from the system says that the tower manager thanks him for saving her life, and the protagonist asks Halen if she's okay, waking up startled, and says it's a relief because of the mission from the status window. She discovered why she specifically likes cherry tomatoes, and supposes that her harvest must have strained her dragon heart, asking if it wasn't difficult, and she says it's not the farmer's fault, saying that the situation would occur regularly, once every 10 years. By this time, the convulsion should have already occurred, but much more time had passed than expected, and apparently, thanks to the farmer, the dragon heart somehow recovered, delaying the condition, and Hylian says that when she puts it that way, her heart is at peace. And there was Hylian, blaming himself, and he talks to Irene, telling her to take more of those supplies, and the poisonous bees made some more earlier, and fortunately, it seems that the jellies they made helped the dragon heart, but she says she's getting embarrassed for always being the one receiving, and she'd like to repay him for saving her life. And the protagonist finds it strange that she wants to repay him for saving her life, and so she gives him a new mission, ordering him to shout Hylian's name to the sky. The reward is something very big and good, and he thinks it might be dangerous, but she tells him to shout first, saying that she doesn't know if it will be dangerous or not, so she wants him to shout in an empty place outside his house, and he thinks that's kind of scary. But Kwang says that he shouldn't doubt Hylian, and so he goes far away thinking that there should be enough. Then he takes a breath and shouts Hylian's name with all his might, and it even echoes in that empty land, and he wonders if it worked. And the mission is upon completion, and as a reward, he received a commemorative fountain for Hylian's centenary, which surprises him. The fountain appears right above his head, a gigantic structure, and both Proto and the Black Rabbit are completely terrified by the thing above their heads. They run for their lives with the gigantic statue nearly crushing them. He complains about what it is, asking what's wrong with the giant statue. The statue takes up a good portion of the area, and as soon as it falls, the fountain activates and begins to spout water. The commemorative fountain states that the great black dragon, Kaiser Furtani, commissioned this fountain from the dwarves to commemorate the centenary of Hylian's birth, and it was made entirely of top-quality black marble. It was created by dwarves based on the image of the black dragon himself, Kaiser Furtani, and the statue's two eyes are made of magic stone, personally enchanted by the great black dragon, Anton Furtani, and the fountain has the ability to generate water on its own, or extract water from any available water source within a 10-kilometer radius, and that will generate infinite water for Proto. And the little creature is frightened by that really big and cool reward, and the manager says that this will help to reduce the time spent watering the crops now, and her thinks she's right, because since the fields have expanded quite a bit recently, there's been a limitation on the rabbit's water cans, and they won't need to go up and down the cave anymore. He thanks her for being so thoughtful, but asks why the other abilities are censored, and she says she doesn't know, since her grandfather never told her. Then he asks how he generates water, and she says there's no usage limit, as it's an installable item. She says he can call up the status window from the source, as system control should also be part of the reward. He thinks it's good to know there's no usage limit, wondering if he should adjust the control settings, and indeed, a PS5 controller appears in front of him, a fully customized controller. I've been 0 days without wanting to buy something that appears in the Manhwa, and our record is 0 days. He's surprised by that magical controller, because the power of direction and distance of the water, and even the movement of the statue itself, can be freely controlled using the controller. He complains about what it is, asking if it's not a controller of. The video game character asks if he can move the statue with it, so he starts using the joystick, and the statue actually moves, and he thinks it's incredible because it looks like he's playing with a character from a game. Kwang asks if he's the one moving it, and the Black Rabbit says he'd like to try to. So he brings the statue closer and manages to move its arm, greeting everyone, and even makes the statue dance along with the rabbits and shout at them. Kwang tries to hit it, but he can't control his strength, breaking one of the statue's horns and almost throwing it at the protagonist. Seeing the broken horn, he's surprised, and Eileen notices something while taking his punch and realizes it's a danger alarm, asking what happened. She questions what's wrong wrong, and the protagonist then tells Eileen that nothing happened, and the statue was so cool that they were looking at it closely, and this was after he had lowered it and fixed part of the horn. And he talks to Eileen, asking if she's not hungry, asking if she wants to eat something tasty to distract her attention, and then she receives a ton of food, and thinks it's good that Sejin liked her, but the protagonist is happy that she didn't notice anything. And meanwhile, on the 67th floor, the wolves and those lizard men are working hard, still, killing those red locusts. And then a silly guy talks to his father saying he's going to bring him more corpses, and that's why he tells him not to go so far. And then his wife talks to him saying that he said experience is important, but asks if it's okay to bring the children to such a dangerous place. And he talks to her, saying that he understands why she's worried, but it's safe to say now that they're being subdued, because they keep trying to eat the green scallion blades. And it's just that there are so many of them, and given their simple behavior of moving in groups, they've discovered attack patterns and timing and more. Importantly, the red locust harvest will only occur while the lizard men are replacing the withered blades. So even if something happens, they will protect them, asking her not to worry too much, and she tries to do that. But while the son of Felka is picking up a body, he starts calling for his father, but doesn't notice that many of those grasshoppers are coming towards him, and he shouts to his father that there are many perfectly healthy red grasshoppers around, but the father sees those things coming towards him at that moment and shouts for his son, but apparently it's too late, but not this time. And a blade arrives, cutting several of those grasshoppers that threaten the cub's life, splitting them in half and protecting the child. And he tells everyone to run quickly, while the little wolf is in his arms almost crying, and he says that the red grasshoppers are changing their attack pattern and are coming more fervently while they are destabilized. And so, time passes and the blue moon returns once more, and the protagonist sits outside, looking at Eileen, thinking she's very beautiful, and they're surprised that it's already time for the 9th blue moon. And the protagonist asks Kwang's mother if she's alright, and she says yes, because with Eileen's power, the influence of the blue moon has disappeared, allowing her to maintain her sanity, and as expected from the manager, she's truly impressive, and the protagonist thinks it's a relief, wondering how he can expect the blue moon's energy to permeate the crops now. So, the father rabbit calls the protagonist because some crops have turned blue, and he gets excited about it, wondering if he should go harvest them. They quickly go to the crops, and he sees some blue cherry tomatoes fused with the energy of the blue moon, and thinks there are many of them around. One of the rabbits says that the blue moon's energy also influenced the cornfields that will soon be harvested, and the protagonist is surprised by this, as he really thought it was time to harvest them. He calls the rabbits to go there, and he asks if that's what it is, noticing that there are 2 of them. Now Colin can't eat the cherry tomatoes because of the stabilization of her dragon heart, so he'll give her those. The manager says she's exhausted and finished her patrol, and he says she worked hard, saying she's not feeling well and needs to rest, giving her to blue moon resistance corn cobs, since she can't eat cherry tomatoes for now, all because of the stabilization of her dragon heart. She should eat those in the protagonist tells her to sleep well, saying he'll continue harvesting the rest, but when he looks to the side, he sees a red corn cob, which surprises him greatly. When he harvests the corn, it's revealed to be explosive resistance corn, and his work proficiency increases slightly, as does his harvest rate level 4, grinding him 30 XP. He also earns the achievement of creating a new variety of the tower, and it's that resistance corn. When heat is applied to the corn growing on the top floor of the tower, the kernels explode and expand to several times their original size. When consumed, it breaks down 30 grams of body fat and increases strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes, with effects stacking up to 10 times within an hour. Consuming it makes your hair fuller, my friend. This is something you can sell at a beauty salon or any cosmetic store. It's unbelievable. It's said that no one can cultivate explosive resistance corn without the protagonist's permission, and he achieves the feat of creating 3 new varieties. And rumors about him spread in the Food Suppliers Association, and the protagonist is amazed by that corn because it makes his hair fuller if consumed. So he kneels down, thinking that the tower is the best. Then Quang Quang asks what he's doing, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to ask him what he thinks of his hair. Quang replies that it's not nice at all. Seriously, Quang hates the protagonist. It's unbelievable. Then Quang immediately tells the rabbits that they need to expand the field right away, and that everyone should focus on tending to the new variety of corn starting the morning. But Quang then asks his father to calm down, as he seems even less nice now. The protagonist then says they'll collect some seeds, also thinking that it explodes and expands when heated, asking how to eat it, wondering if he should ask Flame. Then he sees something else, and as soon as he enters the cave, he sees that Flame has grown considerably. He's startled because she's grown so much, wondering if it's because of the blue moon's energy. She says yes, because after absorbing the blue moon's power, she feels a surge of power within her, and thanks to that, she gained 3 more abilities. The protagonist questions if she's serious, asking. She explains what it is, and says it's the flame of protection. Then she shows him a blue flame, and that blue flame goes up onto the protagonist's body. He realizes that this flame looks like a bountiful fire, and the flame of protection seeps into him for the next 3 hours, enveloping and protecting the protagonist. He notices that the flame isn't hot and thanks her, saying he can always count on the flame and that he will take good care of her. Speaking of which, he asks if she could heat up that corn because they have a new variety of crop called explosive resistance corn, which is said to explode when heated. But he doesn't know how to eat it, and she says she thinks she knows. When he wants to eat it, he should heat it up without tearing the husks, and says he should first wrap himself around it and then tie it. He asks if that's correct, and she tells him to hold it like that, saying he won't get burned because of the flame of protection. Then she takes her fire to the corn and simply makes a corn. The protagonist holds a microwave-safe container in his hand, which fills up and forms into a ball. He's then instructed to slightly open the end, and when he does, he sees it's popcorn. He immediately asks Kwang if he saw the salt, as he must have left some there. Kwang then salts the popcorn, grabs a handful, and eats it. He finds it very crunchy and tasty, and Kwang, along with the rabbits, also enjoys it, saying it's good and salty. Kwang notices that Kwang's pupil seems better somehow, and he mentions that his father's hair also looks fuller. However, he questions Kwang about who taught him to lie like that. While they are happily eating the popcorn, they hear a loud noise, and the protagonist even drops the popcorn on the floor, questioning what the hell that was, wondering if Eileen didn't put the monsters to sleep. And then, Kwang's mother appears, saying she thinks he should leave quickly. And when he gets outside, he asks what's going on, with several ants appearing nearby, including some poisonous mist, flowers, along with corrupted attacking ant soldiers and sticky flowers. And they surround the protagonist's entire residence. Kwang and his mother are already furious, and the protagonist says he was thinking they'd be able to rest for a while, asking why these idiots have to show up during the blue moon, and says that for now, they'll have to deal with them on their own. And they ask everyone to get their weapons, and everyone arms themselves, but then some plants start spitting from afar, like if this were Plants vs. Zombies, and the protagonist is surprised by this. He barely dodges the bullets fired by the plants, and the rabbits also lose their weapons, but upon touching it, he sees that it's a gooey, sticky substance, and the scythe-wielding rabbit finds it disturbing. But the protagonist notices a purple smoke nearby, so the black rabbit lunges at him, telling him not to touch the smoke, and he asks what it is. Then they say it's poison, and the protagonist gets a huge fright. And then the mouth of the pocket flower continues to release that poison throughout the area, and that poisonous smoke forms a wall in front of them. And he says that with each thing that happens to him, he's very tired, but then Kwang tells him to look, and a gigantic being, much larger than the others, begins to walk towards the protagonist, and that corrupted being, which absorbed the energy of the blue light, much larger, and it's far more threatening than all the others there, even bigger than Kwang's mother. He asks what that thing is, surprised that the beings could also absorb the energy of blue light. Kwang's mother says that this one will be quite difficult to defeat, and he thinks he agrees, realizing they can't win this time. He wonders if this is the end, because he's been through so much to get to this point that he can't believe it. All the rabbits are scared, but the rabbit with the scythe tells his wife not to worry, because she will protect him. Then someone says hello, and when the protagonist looks back, that voice says it came to help him. It's the statue Eileen gave him, and he's surprised. The statue says it's the great black dragon, Anton Fertani, Eileen's father. And everyone is frightened because Eileen's father appeared there. The protagonist isn't surprised, because how can a stone statue do that? All of that. But Anton says that the statue is fused with the ancient magic of the golems, and originally, it was supposed to activate when Eileen was in danger. However, for some unknown reason, the portal to the bending won't open, and at this exact moment, they are in a position where they can't enter the Dark Tower, nor exercise any authority. Fortunately, they have the rights to use this statue, and when it was awakened and teleported to the 99th floor, he vaguely detected the signal from outside the tower, which allowed him to control its movements. After the new confirmation, he discovered that he saved Eileen from the fury of the dragon's heart, thanking the protagonist. But Sigil says it was nothing. He only did what should have been done. And Anton also says that he must have guessed, but the Dark Tower isn't being managed properly, so he would like to receive some of his help from now on. The protagonist questions what kind of help that will be. Anton says he wants him to take over the management of the tower on Eileen's behalf, and he questions how that works. He's going to be the manager of the Dark Tower, since he's just a farmer with no special abilities. And besides, he can't leave the 99th floor, and even worse, he can't get rid of those approaching ants, because that entity from the Plants vs. Zombies game keeps advancing. The enormous entity approaches the protagonist with long strides, poised to defeat him. The black rabbit then says that they keep coming, but Anton tells him that he has more than enough power to handle the situation, and they will help him with the impossible things, so he shouldn't worry. The protagonist finds it strange that he's speaking in the plural. Then the statue raises its head and yells at the protagonist, saying that Kaiser Fertania is Eileen's grandfather. The protagonist is startled, and the statue shows he's furious because he can't see his granddaughter because of him. If it were up to him, he'd love to crush him with his fingers, answers, but he's too important to die. The protagonist simply introduces himself to the madman, saying he really doesn't know, but apologizes for the inconvenience, even without knowing what's happening. Kaiser says that's right, he's more polite than he thought, and they'll talk about the details later. First, they must deal with those things, and so he flies into the sky, leaving the ground, going near the moon, and from there he prepares to attack, saying he will deal with those. First, he plucks rotten weeds, preparing the dragon's breath, making his whole body glow like Godzilla, and unleashing the blast on those things to exterminate them all. With a single breath, almost the entire army is wiped off the map, and a huge explosion occurs. An explosion big enough to shake Eileen's room. But even with all that mess, she just rolls around in bed. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist, absurd destruction is happening on the ground, and both Kwang and his mother try to protect him, but they are terrified and more than surprised, as he has just obliterated a mountain. They wonder if this is the true power of a dragon. Then Kaiser calls the protagonist from above, telling him to go to the place where those weeds died, because he will find an item that will help him. The protagonist finds it strange to have an item that will help him, and actually goes there. When he gets close to the hole, the rabbits stay there, while he descends with the black rabbit and Kwang. He says the heat hasn't subsided yet, and Kwang mentions something shining inside. There's a kind of glowing seed, and he questions if this is the item Kaiser was talking about. He picks it up, acquiring a seed appropriate to the corrupted entity. The seed of the corrupted entity is enhanced by blue light energy, and when consumed, all stats permanently increase by 10. If left on the ground, the seed will germinate and become a powerful corrupted entity, with a shelf life of 100 years at grade A. He's surprised by this, so the dragon tells the protagonist to eat it, as it will make his weak body a little stronger. He says if the seed is left like that, it will turn back into that monster from a moment ago, and he must eat it and get rid of it before that happens. But the protagonist doesn't seem very happy about eating it, and the dragon finds that strange. And he says that, however, it doesn't seem right to eat a corrupted seed of the end. And the protagonist asks if he can eat it after cooking it later, and the dragon finds it strange that he wants to cook it, asking if he really can, and he says yes, of course, and he questions if the protagonist has this thing called cooking with him now, but he says no. But he has some cherry tomatoes that he was going to eat a while ago, and Kaiser finds it strange. He's asking for one because he wants to see if it's dangerous or not, and he says it's right there. But how is he going to send it? He says that the statue's mouth has a folding device that can easily transport items, and if the statue swallows them, they will be transported to where he is. The protagonist throws the cherry tomatoes into the dragon's mouth, and the items are transported to the Kaiser in his world. He's surprised to see those items, and he's sitting in one of those PC chairs that appear in Facebook ads. Man, I wanted to buy one of those. It really looks cool, not that comfortable, but it looks really cool. Then he wonders if that's what made Dalian's dragon heart race, while Anton is watching everything the protagonist is doing in that world. Analyzing his every action, he thinks about the red locust and everything else. Because monsters and humans are eating the red locust, he questions when the red locust infiltrated the tower, wondering if it's recent. But he thinks not, because if their corpses can be transported to the 99th floor like that, a lot of time must have passed. And it's surprising that he thought about cooking and eating those troublesome creatures that feed on corpses and multiply, and he thinks it's not their problem. With this method, the monsters living in the tower won't have to worry so much about scarcity, besides those various edible items with different effects. He also thinks that it was thanks to these crops that Dalian's dragon heart improved, and that a farmer in the tower, a job that even he, who has managed the tower for a long time, doesn't know the details of, and to think that this farmer could become the hope that can help Dalian is too much. He says he'll have to take a closer look at it soon, but then Kaizen comes shouting for Anton, and he asks his father what happened, saying that he has to maintain the dignity of a head of the family, because if he runs like that it will be shameful. But Kaizen tells him not to worry and to look at it, and Anton asks if that isn't the item called cherry tomato that the tower farmer gave to Eileen, and asks if he transported it through the golem, asking if there's any problem with him. But Kaizen only says that it's very delicious, and Anton doesn't understand anything. But while the two are playing with the tomato, the protagonist keeps calling Kaizen, wondering what's happening, because after getting the cherry tomatoes, the stone statue stopped moving, and he questions why, but he decides to leave it at that, saying that he has to go back for now, calling the two to go with him, and in that, he asks what they are trying to do, and the black rabbit says that Kong is being stubborn, so he talks to his father, asking if he can take that thing home. That huge wooden log, it's an enhanced offshoot of the corrupted end, and he says he wants a weapon like the black rabbit, and he says it looks very strong, but they can't take it home because it's too big, and Konk is surprised that he can't, saying it even has a name, feeling sorry for him, but he thinks of something, and the protagonist says they'll go home first and find a good weapon for him next time. But then Konk simply picks up that thing, and the protagonist gets scared, telling Konk that he said he can't do that, but Konk shrinks the size of that trunk. and the protagonist finds it strange, asking how he shrunk. And he says it was an item from the description of the enhanced temp branch. It is said that the eye fundy emanates from it, and its size can be adjusted at will, and the protagonist is startled by it. In his diary entry about how he got lost in the tower, he mentions that Kunk gained a new friend, or rather, a weapon. He tells Kunk that it worked very well, and the next day, Kunk is holding this weapon, calling the Black Rabbit, saying he's ready, and causing Kunk to fall inside. The two begin a little fight, and the protagonist thinks they're certainly excited. Then, the wolves arrive, saying they brought red grasshoppers, and the protagonist comes with an impressive quantity, saying they did a good job. He asks if Elkin didn't come with him, and Elkin says he went quickly to the magic tower to visit Iona, who was absent from the work area. The protagonist asks why Iona, wondering if there's a problem on the 67th floor, and Elkin says that while they were collecting grasshoppers, on the 67th floor, the red locust pattern changed, and they were hit by an unexpectedly strong attack. The protagonist is surprised and asks if everyone is alright. The protagonist replies that everything is fine thanks to the lizardmen, the mercenaries, and the red locusts. They are launching such concentrated attacks that the green onions with hard blades are barely visible, and they are piling their bodies up like mountains, rendering them useless. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming number of locusts dying trying to cover the green onions with hard blades, they believe it's not yet likely they'll invade the waypoint. However, they are informing the magic tower about the situation and requesting support to prepare if necessary. For now, there are no major problems, and the protagonist says he's relieved to hear that, but he asks if everyone there is alright because he's a little worried. And so, in the Waypoint Village at the Gravitational Magic Tower, one of the wolves goes to Iona, but learns she's not in her office. The raccoon says she is, and that if he leaves a message, he'll relay it on the Magic Tower Road as soon as she returns. The wolf asks when she'll be back, telling the raccoon about what's happening on the 67th floor. The raccoon says he has no idea when she'll return because she's quite busy. The wolf asks if she said where she was going, and the raccoon says he thinks she was going to Grainer Village. They're surprised, asking if that's what they're thinking, noticing it's Chief Tell's hometown. Tell is passing by, calling his interns and asking what they're doing, why they're not following him closely. They all run to him, and Oren tells Tell to wait for them. But as he's passing by, he doesn't see Iona and ends up bumping into her, knocking her to the ground and falling face first. And then he gets up, full of swagger, asking why she was standing there lingering, causing the fall. And Iona doesn't like that at all, saying that he tripped over her while running around carelessly, questioning how he dares to get angry with her. But Oren, in the most idiotic moment of his life, asks if that little rat wants to die, and she doesn't like that at all, questioning if he's calling her a little rat. But Tell arrives there, calling Oren, asking why Iona is with him. And so he notices it's Iona, and she says Tell greets him, noticing that they've met there. Oren asks Tell if he knows that hamster, and he says yes, explaining that they have a special relationship. Iona gets upset, saying they'll misunderstand if he goes around saying that. Tell asks if something happened, and she says that the guy hit him. Oren then bows down, apologizing, saying he didn't see what was in front of him, that he was in a hurry, and ended up acting rudely. He sincerely apologizes, even calling Iona Lord Midge. Tell tells Iona that his subordinate is a fool, and asks him to forgive her this time. She understands, saying she'll forgive him only because of Tell, and he thanks her again, but is very angry. Tell asks where she's going, and she says she needs to meet someone in Grainer Village and is heading there. He remains surprised. Oren is going to Grainer Village, as that is his hometown, and Iona is surprised to learn that he is from that village. She asks if he could accompany her there if he isn't too busy, and he says he's not very sure. Oren then calls Tell, asking if they can stop in Grainer Village, saying there's news he urgently needs to tell his father. He begs Tell to let him do it, but Tell says no, explaining that they have to go to the 38th floor to sell their items. Oren says that if they go to the village, he'll give them 1,000 coins at the tower, and he knows very well that his family is rich. He asks how about they return to his hometown and show everyone how successful he is, because if that proud Mari Oliveira acts like this now, she will immensely regret it. Tell says that's fine, telling Iona that he will accompany her. But Iona immediately asks who Mari is. My friend, if a female name appears in any of your stories, you can bet the question of who she is will come up. Tell says it's nobody, telling her not to worry about it. Then he starts thinking about showing her how successful he is, because just thinking about it makes him happy. The lady thinks about Tell, saying that his arrogance will end that day, because when they return to Grainer Village, he will be crawling at her feet again. He starts to get a little mischievous about Tell. Meanwhile, Iona thinks about Mari, saying that this bothers her. Tell asks if it's her first time there, and she says yes. He says that Grainer Village is beautiful and peaceful, and she will like it too. Then they actually arrive at the village, and when they enter, Tell is surprised to see that everyone there is sick, starving, and almost all the citizens are in a very bad situation. Even the fish there have run out, leaving the stalls empty. So he asks what happened to Grainer Village, since everyone is a bag of bones, as if they were starving. He asks Jeff what happened, and Jeff says he doesn't know, because things weren't so bad when they left. Then someone arrives and drops something in a bowl on the ground. They look back, and a little cat asks Jeff if it's him. He sees it's his mother, asking why she's so thin and where his other siblings are. She asks where he's been to come back only now, asking if he knows how much they searched for him, and Jeff asks what happened, and his mother says that frog-like monsters appeared in Zenka Lake, disrupting fishing and cutting off the village's sufficient food supply. The village youths banded together to fight them off, but barely made it back alive. Everyone there is broken, and food prices outside the village have skyrocketed, making it impossible to buy anything. All the cats in the village are starving. Then, Theo asks if they're talking about frog monsters, saying that occasionally there are one or two near the lake, and that they should be easy to deal with. But Jeff's mother says it's not just one or two. The lake is infested with thousands of frogs now. Theo is surprised, and she says that a few weeks ago some people from the Mercenary Association came, but for some reason, their numbers have increased since then. She starts asking where the mercenaries are now, and she says they're in Israel, at Oren's father's house. Then Theo decides to do something, asking Jeff's mother to eat that first, releasing a bunch of fish nearby. Yona thinks there's food, and Theo orders it to be distributed equally among the residents, asking them to let them take care of their families, telling them not to worry, as these are internship benefits, but if you go beyond your contract time, it will be doubled, and the two of them thank Theo. Then he calls Oren, saying they're going to his house, but Oren has already disappeared from their side, and Yona is surprised that he's gone. Theo says that idiot ran away, but Yona tells him to calm down, as they will look for him calmly. Meanwhile, Oren is running home, questioning whether he thought he would continue working for Theo, not caring about that contract, thinking there's always a way to escape if he goes home. But then Elka appears, running towards Oren, almost catching him, and he asks the cat why he's there and not next to Boss Theo, questioning if he ran away. Then Oren shrinks back, putting his tail between his legs and says no, saying that what happened? Something's happening at home, and then he asks where Theo is, and if he doesn't answer, he'll bite him to death. He's completely cornered, but then in the middle of their confrontation, a black wolf appears, saying that this will be difficult for him to do, almost biting Elka, but he barely manages to escape the wolf's jaws. Elka is surprised that a black wolf is there, and it's apparently defending Oren. While the two are facing off, the other wolves approach Elka, saying they found Iona, but are surprised to see a black wolf, asking what he's doing there. He says that's what he'd like to ask them, questioning what the wolf from the Silver Tribes is doing there. Then Oren says he doesn't know who he is, but those silver wolves are trying to kill him. He asks the black wolf to save him, and the wolf tells the cat to go, as he received a request to meet him. Oren is surprised and runs away, thanking the wolf, but Elka tells the wolf to get out of the way, as they have things to discuss with that cat. However, the black wolf says there's nothing to be done. That guy is actually the only son of the mansion's owner, to whom his boss owes a favor, and he says that he was asked to pick him up. Then Elka's wolf says that if he doesn't get out of the way, they will attack. But the wolf says that everything is fine, speaking to the silver wolf, asking if he is aware that they, the black wolves, have strength and physique on a completely different level compared to the rest of them, and he gets on two legs, ready for the fight, and says that his name is Harp. He is the right-hand man of Hegel, the captain of the Black Wolf tribe, and says that he can easily take down 3 silver wolves without even breaking a leg. But then he is roasted by a fire spell, and is left like a fallen coffin on his back. And Yona says that she attacked because it seems suspicious, and then Tell says that she did a good job, speaking to Elka, Elk and Elko, saying that they almost got into danger, and then the 3 are surprised to see them there, and Tell asks what they are doing there, questioning if they weren't going to the 99th floor, and Elka says that they are there to find Yona, because something happened. On the 6th to 7th, they said she came to Grainer Village, but they had no idea they were together. Yona asks if anything unusual happened there, but considers leaving it aside for now, as they have something more important to do. Tell confirms this, asking Elka if they saw Warren. He says they did, that he ran away and they tried to catch him, but that black wolf got in their way. Then, Yona says they'll continue on their way to the Grainer Village mansion. At Israel's mansion, the leader of the Black Wolves is sitting next to Warren's father. Warren's father says Harp is late, explaining that he asked him to pick up Warren after hearing he came to the village with suspicious guys. Hegel asks him to wait a little longer, as that guy is his right-hand man and is good at what he does. But Warren arrives, calling his father. His father is surprised, asking where he was and why he's only returned now. He tells Harp, asking if he didn't find her along the way, and also asks where the food is, since he seems to be empty-handed and Yona and Warren didn't get anything. He tries to explain what happened to his father, but starts crying, clinging to his father's clothes, saying that when he went to the merchant's village, he was tricked by a goblin who conspired with Tell and ended up losing all his money. At that point, his father asks what he's talking about regarding Tell, no longer knowing if he's talking about that naive yellow cat, his childhood friend, asking why such a kind guy would trick him. Even his father knows that this scoundrel cat is lying. He questions his father for calling Tell kind, saying that he is an extremely wicked guy, and even though he explained that he needed to buy food for the villagers, they threatened him, made him sign a contract to make him work. and there was someone controlling him, a person calling himself the Black Dragon, even though he didn't have horns or wings. And he lies that the protagonist even tricked the rabbit farm tribe into working for him with his threats and lies. But then, Hegel breaks the table there, startling the two, asking him if he's lying, and says that impersonating the Great Black Dragon is a serious crime, deserving much more than just death, and Oren says yes, saying that he's not lying, he really called himself the Black Dragon, and he's surprised that that's Hegel, the captain of the Black Wolf, for he is Hegel is known as part of a race that reveres the Great Black Dragon, and although he has no idea why it's in his house, this is perfect, as he can use it if he takes advantage of this aspect of it. He speaks with Hegel, asking him to defeat that vile person who is impersonating the Great Black Dragon and committing these despicable acts, as they deserve to be punished. Hegel agrees, sending Oren to lead the way, as he will see them personally and draw his own conclusions. Oren thinks this is good, but then a servant tells Israel that there are visitors outside. Oren thinks this is just in time and says he will face them first. Before that, he asks his father if he has that thing in the storeroom. His father questions what Oren is talking about, not believing he wants it. Oren asks what else it could be, and it's what he needs most right now. Then, everyone outside is calling Oren, telling him to come out. From there, Tell says there are no answers, not even a cat is coming to greet him. At that point, Elka decides to force his way in, but Tell says they can't do that because it's rude. Elka replies that being polite when that idiot has run away is rather strange. Then, Oren comes out, saying he's surprised that those inferior idiots followed him and that he should praise them for it, welcoming them to his mansion. But Tell cuts him off because, to be precise, the mansion belongs to his father, not him. He says it will be his eventually, and he knows it well. He says Oren treated him terribly, like a slave, and that Tell can't do that there anymore. Tell says he's still an intern because of the contract, and Iona says that the contracts made in the tower are absolute, and if he doesn't fulfill them, he will be severely punished. Tell says that if he doesn't leave immediately, the contract will be extended for another 30 days. Oren tells him not to do that, but asks if you can take another look at the contract. Tell simply tells him to open the status window and see for himself. He says he's asking to check if they're identical and if there are any errors, explaining that it will only be for a brief moment and will end in the blink of an eye. Tell agrees, and Oren uses trickery to pull out a kind of poison. Elka notices this and speaks to Tell, but Tell doesn't act fast enough. Oren throws the liquid at Tell's contract and then at Tell as well. It goes towards him, but he's protected by a kind of barrier. Oren is surprised to see a protective spell, and Tell asks why he was trying to throw it at him. Oren finds it strange, but is almost hit by Elka with a single hand and quickly moves away, throwing himself backward and hitting the stairs. When he looks to the side, Yona is holding the vial, noticing that it's a contract nullifying potion, and when thrown, the contract immediately materializes in the opponent's status window, and the agreement can be annulled. She's surprised that he had such a precious item and that it's a waste, and Elka gets angry with him, saying she'll reprimand him right away. But Oren tells him to shut up, and Tell says he's a real jerk. And just so he knows, this won't end with just a 30-day extension. So, Oren says that since it's come to this point, he grabs Yona, telling them not to move, taking her hostage, saying that if he doesn't cancel the contract immediately, that little witch rat will lose her life. But then Tell asks Oren what he's doing, ordering him to release Yona now, and he gets upset that the protective shield won't disappear, and he can't get out, and Elka says she thought he knew that if he hurts Yona, he'll die instantly, but Oren tells them not to move, asking if they think he won't do it. After all, he wouldn't do it if he didn't have a card up his sleeve, questioning if they don't think so, telling Hagel to finish off those idiots now, and all three are afraid of that. But even though the situation gets tense, nothing happens, and he thinks they're betraying him, calling Hagel, asking why he's not coming. But Yona asks if he wants Hagel to hurt them, then Oren tells her to shut up, but notices something strange, because he can't move his body, and then Yona delicately gets down from his hands, saying that she cast a paralyzing spell on him, and he won't be able to. He doesn't move for now, questioning if he thought she was weak because she's small, saying he's gravely wrong, as she's Archmage Yona, the leader of the Sorcerers Association, and believes he knows he must pay the price for threatening to betray Tell, and he's surprised she's an Archmage, questioning what kind of connections that idiot Tell made. While Tell observes the shitty situation Oren has gotten himself into, making this place is more comfortable than he thought. And a little earlier, while Oren was calling Regal, he got scared because he wasn't coming out, and he started asking why. And then, Regal was looking from inside, and he was furious with that damn cat. And Israel, who was next to him, says that his son is calling, asking if he's not going over there. Regal thinks he said he could reprimand the idiot who was pretending to be the Black Dragon, but he asks why Yona is there. Then Israel is surprised that the leader of the Sorcerers Association is there. Then Regal wonders if that idiot Oren made a fool of him. And then, Yona asks Regal if he's there, saying she can feel him telling him to leave, and he leaves immediately, going to Yona's back. Elka is surprised to see Regal there, Then Theo asks if they know each other, and Elka says he's a high-ranking free mercenary. He is famous worldwide, and he wonders what someone like him is doing there, and what his relationship is with Yona. Regal humbly greets her, and she says she hasn't seen him in a long time, questioning what's going on, demanding an explanation, asking if he's trying to kill her, asking who he hired, as that black cat said, and he says of course not, as he didn't expect to see her there, and he was deceived by his words. Elka asks if Yona is Regal's boss, and Theo wonders if she was the one he wanted to meet in Granite Village. And then, Israel runs out of there, surprised that the great archmage would come to such a humble place, and she asks who he is. And he says he's Oren's father, and gets angry with his son, asking how he could go around causing trouble like that, saying that she should just hit him. But Yona also freezes him, leaving them both are paralyzed, and she tells him he's very noisy, ordering him to be quiet until she finishes her things. Then she speaks to Regal, saying she heard about him on her way there, as it seems he failed in his mission, and he confirms that it's true, saying they failed and subdued the frogs. Theo questions if he's talking about the frogs scattered around Zenka Lake, so she explains that some time ago they detected an anomaly in the tower, and discovered that a supernatural force was leaking from somewhere and gathering in the center of Zenka Lake, caused by the abnormal spawning of the queen's eggs. If left unchecked, it could lead to the extinction of all aquatic life on the 55th floor, so they had to act. And she says that the magic tower was busy dealing with the problem on the 67th floor at that moment, so she let Regal handle it, but the result was this whole mess. And he says there are no excuses, then says that when they arrived, thousands of frogs had already hatched, and they tried to deal with it as best they could, but there were too many of them, and their fighting skills are limited in the water. However, she asked if he expects her to believe that, asking if it wasn't supposed to be a relatively simple task from the beginning, and he only needed to enter the underwater cave earlier and get rid of the eggs, and he couldn't even do that. And now the whole village is being affected because of it, and Regal says that they even went on the planned day, but they were all already hatched. But then she says that he should have acted faster, and he should have identified their pattern earlier. Then she flies in front of Regal, summoning a huge fireball, saying that excuses are a crime, and he probably understands, ordering him to take his punishment along with those ungrateful cats, and he must destroy that place entirely, summoning that gigantic fireball the size of the mansion, ready to exterminate everything there. But then Elka speaks of that enormous energy, because they will also be affected. Then Thel speaks to Yona, telling her to stop, asking if she isn't listening to him, and he shouts her name firmly, until his paw begins to glow. Then Yona is almost killing everyone, ordering them to be carried away by the sea of flames. But then Thel manages to get rid of that barrier, jumping on Elka's back and flying towards Yona, ready to grab her. And so he manages to reach her, grabbing Yona, surprising her. And so she is surprised that Thel is there, but Thel almost falls, unable to do anything after he reaches her, and he holds onto Yona's staff, and she asks what he is doing, and he says that he is falling, saying that he will fall, and she says that he is the cat will be fine even if she falls from that height, he says. But he claims it's not safe, and that everyone will be affected by her attack and put in danger. He says she'll put him in danger, and she's surprised, but says no, explaining that it's because he's the subordinate of the Black Dragon. She then dispels the attack, leaving everyone safe and sound. Hegel is surprised that he stopped Yona's fury, something no one dares to do, and even made her dispel the magic attack. The two then descend delicately to the ground, leaving Hegel surprised and wondering if he really is the Black Dragon's subordinate, then that little yellow cat is nothing. Elka tells him that he surprised her, and to think that he would step on her head and jump. But Theo says that if it weren't for Elka, he wouldn't have been able to reach Yona, and says that he almost lost his 1,000 coins from Warren's tower. But Yona is surprised that he stopped it because of such a small amount, but he says no, saying that he should earn much more from this rebel who dared to commit insubordination. And this jerk is rich, and he will have a lot of valuable treasures like that potion that could cancel contracts, and asked what she says, asking if she would like to steal this idiot's treasures with him, asking if that isn't the perfect price for his crimes. And then she smiles broadly, saying that everything is fine. My friend, once again, love saved the day, because she's head over heels for Theo and agreed to seduce everyone there. And then she calls them to do it, and the two of them are left crying, paralyzed, and while they enter, everyone is amazed by that mansion, and they say it's impressive. And then Theo calls Elka to get everything, because they're going to sell it all in the merchant village, and Warren is desperate about the mess he made. And then Yona arrives at the library and is amazed, asking why there are so many rare magic books there, and Yel says he has a hobby. He likes to collect old books, and she can take as many as she wants. And she asks about those precious things, saying she shouldn't refuse, and she starts seeing several rare books there. A collection of skin-eating birds, a dragon logna, and the first edition of The Fundamentals of Magic, saying she has to take that one, and he's surprised. and she's picking everything up, and Theo says that it looks expensive, picking up a necklace, and then Hegel asks if he has time, and Theo questions if he's talking to him. So Hegel simply asks Theo to accept the tribe of Black Wolves as his own, and Theo is surprised by this, asking what happened so suddenly. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, in the management office, Eileen is waking up from her nap. She thinks she slept very well, her body feels fresh. She wonders what Sejin is doing, but when she picks up her crystal ball, numerous announcements appear. The system tells her she has over 1,000 unread alerts, asking her to check them. She explains that she only went one day without checking, and it got worse. She notices many red alerts and decides she can't be disturbed, so she deletes everything. She then opens her vision and thinks that since her dragon heart has recovered a bit, the crystal ball screen is much bigger now, which is good. But the farm is so large that she can't tell where Sejin is, and she wonders if he's home. Then she sees Kwang training by swinging a tree branch, thinking it's cute. But then she notices something strange. She's texting Kwang, and he asks if she slept well. He then asks what suspicious tree branch he's holding, and he says it's a branch from a corrupted being that absorbed the blue light energy. She then asks if something like that has appeared, saying it must have been difficult for the monsters on the 29th floor, and how they killed it. Kwang then says they met her father and grandfather by the stone statue she gave him, and that the grandfather of the stone statue was very strong, and he sweated and did a lot of stuff that's hard to understand. And Kwang says that she pulled a super cool beam of light and got rid of them all. So Eileen is surprised that they did all that for the stone statue, thinking that her grandfather did it, and she gets all happy. Wow, Eileen is so cute, but she's irresponsible, for God's sake. That's why they want to make the protagonist an admin. She completely ignored 1,000 warnings, didn't even bother asking the CPT chat to do that big summary. And going back to Theo, Hagrid is still asking him to accept them as his subordinates, and he questions why he's doing it like this, and tells him that for a long time his people have been a race that worships the Black Dragon, and if they were to be subordinates, since he is a subordinate of the Black Dragon, they could get a little closer to the Black Dragon, and there is no greater honor for them than that. So he asks Theo to let him do this, and Theo takes advantage of the situation and refuses. But Hagrid asks why, and Theo questions whether he wasn't good at his mission and made Yon angry. And it seems he didn't do a good job, and he doesn't need subordinates who don't know how to work. And Hagrid even tries too. He explains, but says he has no excuses, but asks if he didn't accept Warren as his subordinate. And Theo says that he was rich, so he was hateful, and asks Selka if he took everything. And he says yes. Then he orders him to go to Ville to share with the cats. And when Hagrid sees that he's leaving, he tries to talk to Theo again, and he plays hard to get, saying that he'll stay there for a few more days. So he should find a way to please him during this period, and if he pleases him, he will accept everyone, including these subordinates as well. Then Hagrid hears a glimmer of hope, thanking Theo, and says that they will ensure that he is not disappointed. Meanwhile, the protagonist is looking at that seed, thinking that he thinks he'll get a stomach ache if he eats something shiny like that. And then he asks Flamey what she thinks, and she looks at that corrupted Ent seed, saying that she feels a dark energy. Then the protagonist asks if she can purify it with her purification flame, because if she purifies it, and if they sow them, everything will be alright. And she soon realizes that a corrupted being won't be born, thinking it's a great idea, saying she'll try it, and the protagonist agrees. So she asks if she can put it there, and she says yes, saying it's alright, throwing the purifying flame on it. And the purification rate rises to 1%, and he says it's working. If they continue purifying it, it might work, and she says it's a relief to know. Her powers are useful, but the protagonist asks how long it will take for her to be fully purified, asking if she can use the purification flame for a long time. And she believes her power will recharge in a few days. And then she throws the purification flame on her again. Then he says he knew he could count on her, caressing Flamies. Leaves, and she gets all giddy, but then a notification arrives for him. And the day of the seed shop returns once more, and his rank is normal. The shows for types of seeds that can be sold to him randomly, and he can use up to 5 tower coins at his current rank. The available items are 50 black bean seeds for 5 tower coins, 25 pumpkin seeds for 5 tower coins, and 500 onion seeds for 5 tower coins from the tower, and 100 radish seeds for 1 coin from the tower, and he is surprised. If protagonist asks why the price has increased so much compared to the previous seed shop, and mentions that last time 100 radish seeds cost 0.1 coins, but how could it increase tenfold to the point of costing 1 coin in the tower? The gray rabbit then says it must be because of what's happening on the 67th floor, and the protagonist asks about it, questioning if that's where they're fighting the Red Locust. The rabbit explains that in the past, when his Red Ribbon Kingdom fell due to the Red Locust, the entire tower faced a huge food supply problem, since his floor was the largest warehouse, and a devastating shortage occurred. Hearing news of the battle on the 67th floor, residents of various floors who experience the shortage are stockpiling large amounts of food. Because greed, the large owner of the 55th floor, who benefited from the previous shortage, certainly won't miss this opportunity, and he's probably already planning to further accelerate the increase in food prices. One of the gray rabbits says it seems like the floor 99 is also being influenced by this, and the protagonist says he's heard about it, and that the wolves also said it seems this war won't end so easily. He starts to realize that the scallion blade won't solve the situation on its own, wondering if there's a better way, and he'll have to think about it. But putting that aside, he questions what he should buy, because if he buys the types of seeds, he'll surely exceed the 5-coin limit of the tower, so he can only buy one type. Black beans seem a bit ambiguous, because eating only radishes doesn't seem good either. And pumpkin falls into the same category, so it will be the scallions. He buys 500 onion seeds, a total of 5 coins, which are removed from his account. And he's rewarded with 50 mileage points in the seed shop, giving him a total of 106 points. He thanks them, saying he can use the level to seed shop again in 30 days, and he receives the seeds. Onions remove the fishy odor and add sweetness, so they go well with most foods, and they will certainly be useful. He says Flamey says she can't eat them, but they look delicious. However, the protagonist receives a message from Eileen asking if she slept well, and the manager says that Kwang told a story in passing. She asks if he met her father and grandfather, and he says yes. He met Anton and Kasia through the stone statue she gave him. She asks where the stone statue is at this moment, and he says it's outside. After defeating the ants, the signals suddenly drop, but then the statue itself arrives, asking if the protagonist is inside. He says it sounds like Kasia's voice, and she tells him to come up, telling him to hurry. He asks her to be patient, telling her to stop rushing him as he's climbing, and that when he gets there, Kasia tells him to hurry up. But before the protagonist can get out, Eileen sends a bunch of messages to her grandfather, and he tells her he can't see anything because of the statue window, telling her to stop. But in the middle of all that chaos, while he's climbing, he loses his balance, accidentally letting go of the rope and plummeting from up there. But then the statue. He grabs the foot and holds the protagonist, something that would probably break his knee or something, because the weight falling like that, oh boy, it would be bad. And he thinks he barely survived, and Eileen asks if he's okay. And then Kasia asks the protagonist if that statue window belongs to Eileen, and he says yes. But trying, says he can't see anything, and asks Eileen if she can't just send the messages to Kasia, asking why she's sending them to him. And then Kasia starts crying, asking if Eileen is listening to her grandfather, saying it's been a long time, asking if she's sick or something, and he gets all drooling, clinging to the protagonist, and says it's a tremendous relief to be able to hear news from him, even if it's like this. But the protagonist reminds him that he's a rock, and it hurts too much to keep clinging to him, and it feels like he's crushing his face. But the grandfather doesn't care, and just keeps clinging to the protagonist and the rabbit down. They're asked to the rabbit, and the mother tell him what's happening, but she tells him to just let it go, and after a while, Anton decides to explain everything to the protagonist, saying that the physical bodies of his father and himself are not in that place. So Eileen can't message him using the status window, and even though she can hear and see them, she can't communicate directly with them, and therefore, he and the other monsters have to deliver these messages indirectly. The protagonist thinks that it's quite complicated, and then Eileen asks if he's saying the tower portal isn't opening because there's an internal problem in the tower system. She says she was thinking it was due to a lack of power or something like that, and Anton says that if she has powerful magic, some things can be unlocked with administrator privileges, but that would be difficult with her current strength. So the protagonist asks what they should do, asking if there's any other way. And Anton says that first they need to check the tower's condition, and there's no choice but to fix the tower's problems one by one. He asks Eileen if anything different happened in the tower, and the protagonist talks to her, and she questions how she would know that. He says she should be able to see it with the crystal ball, asking if there were any alarms or different colors, and she says there were an alarm, red and blue, but she sent them all to the trash. Both Anton and the protagonist are surprised by this, and she doesn't quite understand. But Anton decides to just leave it at that. They're going to investigate calmly. Yeah, it's the father's fault for letting an irresponsible girl take care of the tower. It's not even about blaming him. It's his fault because he's the one who allowed it. Because it's a walking time bomb, so leaving it alone is ridiculous. And then, Anton explains the step-by-step process to Eileen, telling her not to forget to heed the green alerts, as they are very important. The protagonist asks Eileen if she heard everything, and she says yes. He says he has a lot to remember, and the rabbit father tells him to drink that while he studies. But then, the protagonist talks to Anton, asking what the green alerts are. Anton says they appear when a critically endangered monster emerges in the tower. The protagonist questions whether the tower managers also handle these things, and Anton says that the harmony of the tower is more important than anything, and his job is to ensure that various monsters live harmoniously in the tower. The protagonist asks if the foreigners coming from outside the tower, like himself, are also a problem, since they heard that the red locust also came from outside the tower. Asking if they are also included as for matters to be managed, Anton disagrees, saying that the red locusts are intruders who didn't follow the proper procedures of the tower, and that they are a virus corroding the tower. Meanwhile, the humans were given permission to enter, fight the tower's monsters, and take the treasures they find there. These actions are authorized by the tower itself, so it's not something they need to worry about. And if they were to disrupt the tower's order, there are 500 others. But so far, human power doesn't seem to be enough to affect the tower. The protagonist laughs, agreeing, but then Aiden says there's a huge problem. The protagonist asks what happened, and she says a green alert appeared, indicating danger, stating that the blue carp in Zenka Lake are critically endangered. The protagonist is surprised that it happened so quickly, so Anton asks if she remembers what she just said, saying she can. And she does. She switches the crystal ball to administrator mode, and all those functions appear, and then she prepares to appoint an interim manager, suggesting that the farmer from the Para Tower be one. And with that, he is appointed as the interim manager of the tower, all to prevent the blue carp of Zenka Lake from becoming extinct. And he acquires the stigma of tower manager, and a dragon-shaped tattoo appears on his arm. Anton says that this is the mark that indicates his position as the tower's intermediate manager, and he won't get into trouble as long as he shows this mark wherever he goes inside the tower. But then a teleport to the 75th floor begins in 1 minute, and the protagonist is surprised that he's going right now. But he says he's never been anywhere other than the 99th floor, and questions what he does if he has to fight an unknown monster there, and wonders what will happen if the place is a bonfire. But Anton asks him to wait, saying that he must take his rabbit subordinates, asking Eileen if she can look at this in admin mode. So she goes to the menu to name subordinates, and starts finding all his subordinates, saying that she will take the rabbits, Minotaurus and Kong's mother, saying that she will name them all, but the system blocks her, saying that her mana is not enough. She is surprised, and the protagonist asks Eileen if he'll have to go alone, but she tries to send Kong's mother and the Minotaur King, but they are refused once again. She becomes increasingly desperate, as there are only 5 seconds left. She tries another plan, attempting to find anyone, but the protagonist is also desperate. With only 2 seconds remaining, she then sends Kong and the Black Rabbit, designating them as Subordinate 1 and Subordinate 2, and all 3 are teleported to the 75th floor. Seeing this, she simply wishes them good luck, and the protagonist is thrown onto the floor along with the 2. They crash to the ground, landing calmly. The Black Rabbit asks where they are, and Kong asks if his father is alright. He says it's good they came with him, alerting them that they are on the 75th floor. He has become the intermediate manager instead of Eileen, and they came there to stop the blue carp become extinct, and the Black Rabbit is surprised. He left the 99th floor, while Kong mentions he has a drawing on his arm, but the protagonist is happy that they brought the detoxifying green onion, telling them to wait for it safely just in case. He says they'll take a look around, since they don't know what they'll find, so he asks the 2 to stay close to him. But when he looks ahead, he sees the river and all that beautiful scenery from that floor, and he's very surprised to see it with the other 2. Kong tells him that the water is very interesting, and the Black Rabbit says it's the first time he's seen it. The protagonist remembers that they were born on the 99th floor, so it must be their first time outside of that floor too. He looks at the 2 smiling and asks how about they have a little fun, and they start jumping into the water, and they start fighting, and Kong even grows to scare them. After quite a mess, the protagonist uses Kong as a giant float, while the Black Rabbit continues swimming around, and then he gets out of the water making a fire to dry his shirt. The rabbit is quite stiff, though it's strange that he isn't, considering how much strength he exerts and the food he eats that detoxifies all the fat in his body. With this, he manages to dry his clothes. The Black Rabbit thinks his fur is very fluffy, and Kong is hungry. The protagonist says he's hungry too, explaining that he didn't bring anything because he was in a hurry. He asks if they should look for something nearby, saying that if they find a village, they'll ask for help. The Black Rabbit says he can't wait, while Kong suggests they might find food. The protagonist says he'll have to register the checkpoint on floor 75 as well, but he ends up bumping into an invisible wall. The Black Rabbit asks what happened, and he says there's something to do with the wall there. Then the system says his activity range cannot exceed Lake Zenka, and he becomes surprised because he can't leave. He questions how this is possible. After all, he left the 99th floor for the first time, and this is no different from being trapped again. Then Kong says he's hungry, telling them to go get him food, and the Black Rabbit wonders if they should try fishing for animals in the lake. The protagonist gets angry and kicks a bush nearby, but something comes out of it, causing him a terrible pain in his foot, making him fall and hurt his ankle. He says there was something hidden in the bush, saying he doesn't think it's damaged. Then Kong runs after whatever hurt his father, saying he's going to give it a whack, but when the protagonist looks back, back. He tells Comb to wait as he's about to break it. Comb asks what it is, and the protagonist says it's a pineapple. My friend, I'll tell you. The scene of Comb holding a pineapple on his head is among the cutest things in this manga. He asks about the pineapple, inquiring what it is, and the protagonist cuts it open and serves it to them, saying it's delicious. Comb says it's sweet and sour, and the black rabbit finds it very tasty. The protagonist is surprised, because who would imagine that pineapples could also grow in the jungle of the tower? The black rabbit thinks there must be more nearby, so they should get some later. The protagonist says he'll take the end of the stem to the 99th floor, and the black rabbit asks what that is. He explains that the pulp should be removed, as it can spoil. Also cut off the lower leaves, because otherwise it will look like that. And if they plant it like that, the roots will grow, and it will turn into a pineapple again. And the black rabbit is surprised that he knows this, while Comb says he wants more. So he prepares to cut another piece for him. Meanwhile, something emerges from the water, and the protagonist looks to the side, seeing that bipedal frog approaching him. He's surprised by the frog, which is just staring at him. He then receives news from the system, saying that it has found one of the causes of the extinction of the blue carp in Zanka Lake. And a new mission from the intermediate manager appears. The mission is to exterminate 2,191 frogs in the lake. The protagonist is surprised that there are more than 2,000 frogs there, thinking that these are frogs to give away and sell and lend. And several of them start coming out of the water towards the protagonist.
And then, when the protagonist sees that much seeing a frog in front of him, he's surprised, wondering if they're saying they're the extinction of the blue carp, and the frogs get very angry seeing the protagonist, showing a bunch of absurdly strange teeth inside his mouth, shouting his name like a Pokemon and charging at him. But before any of them can even touch the protagonist, Kwong returns to his normal size using his club to kill several of them at once, and the frogs continue coming at him. But Black Rabbit and Kwong make a mess, finishing them all off, and the protagonist doesn't back down, charging at them with his axe. But one of those monsters throws its tongue at him, but the protagonist manages to duck, holding his hat, getting out of the way calmly, and uses his axe in throwing mode to kill several of them, splitting them in half, catching several at once. And he even uses Mjolnir's magic to make the axe return directly to his hand, and they finish off the first wave of frogs, and he manages to kill 4, gaining 2,000 XP, and he says that he may seem weak, but he lives on the 99th floor, telling them to fall forward because he's going to turn all those frogs into XP while they watch the protagonist. He calls Black Rabbit and Kwong to attack, and they wage war there while Yasudal is having a good time sleeping in a huge bed without even knowing where he is. When he wakes up, he's completely lost, feeling that nice sleepiness, saying it's been a long time since he slept in such a comfortable bed, but still, he feels that Sejim's lap is better. When he looks to the side, he sees someone knocking on the door, and so the mischievous cat wakes up asking if Chief Tell is awake. Yasudal even tells him that his bed is very good, having to admit, and he says it's an honor, saying he prepared a delicious meal and asking if he would like to eat. Yasudal is surprised by this, and when a large baked fish is brought to him, Tell finds it wonderful, becoming very happy because it's salmon, a high-quality grilled salmon. Warren tells him to please enjoy it, telling him to let them know if he wants more. Tell wonders if Warren was too shocked by what happened to Iona, asking if he wants some, but he says he doesn't need it, and Tell says he's been obeying perfectly now. After filling his belly, Tell goes for a stroll around the house, saying he doesn't remember the last time he ate so much. But then he sees Iona talking to that black wolf, and she questions what he said, saying he didn't even confirm how many frogs are there. He just apologizes and says they still need to confirm which cave the Frog Queen is in, and he'll report the situation when he returns. But she says he's not doing anything right, and then Tell tells Iona not to get angry, and she's surprised to see him arrive. And Tell says it would be smarter not to expect anything from a subordinate without talent. But the wolf tells Tell that he guarantees he'll prove his abilities. And at that point Iona gets fed up, and Tell then asks Iona if she slept, because she looks exhausted, and she says there's no time for rest, because they have to get rid of those frogs soon. But then Tell simply picks her up, and she questions what he's doing, so he tells her to sleep in his hood for a little while, because if something happened, she immediately orders him to sleep, and she says she has insomnia so she can't, or rather, she feels how cute he is, starts to cuddle, and says she'll only stay a little while, saying she'll be under his care, and so Tell tells her not to worry and to sleep well, and she really falls asleep, and then the wolf says he'll take her to bed, but Tell says no, telling him to go do his job. Also talking to Hegel, saying he's keeping an eye on him, and Hegel is surprised, and says he'll go to Lake Zenker immediately. Then Elkaz arrives there talking to Tell, and Tell asks how it went in the village, and he tries to talk about it, saying that they distributed food and essential things around the village, but the people want to see him and are waiting for him, and he is surprised by this, and goes there with Elkaz, and all the cats are gathered, so he asks what's happening, and the cats talk to Tell, and he doesn't quite understand. Then the cats ask Tell to make them his Tell's subordinates, who don't understand anything, say they'd like to learn from him how to be a traveling merchant, but Tell gets angry and immediately refuses. Then ELCA goes to talk to Tell, and Tell asks why everyone wants to become his subordinate, saying it's too troublesome, that the guys who already work for him are enough. ELCA begs him to at least listen to what they have to say. After all, Tell has become a hero to them, but he wasn't aware of it. ELCA says that rumors have spread because, with just one coin from the tower, the rising star of the traveling merchant world climbed to the 99th floor and gained the trust of the Black Dragon, saying that Tell is now the Golden Cat. Tell doesn't even believe this rumor when ELCA says that now, with the frogs ruining the scenery, he saved the village from scarcity and also calmed Iona's wrath, saying that for them this is an incredible feat, and expanding the business will require. There's a lot of manpower involved, and he has to lead everyone off the 99th floor, asking him to at least accept them, be it the Great Black Dragon, and Tell then thanks ELCA, noticing what he's saying, and he says that he's a great loyal subordinate, saying that he will take his words into consideration. But then that girl from before enters asking the guards to release her, saying that she knows Tell well. But then they say that she can't do whatever she wants, and Tell is surprised to see Meryl asking if it isn't her, and she speaks to Tell all excited, leaving the security guards out, running to him, hugging Tell, saying that she missed him, but Tell tells her to release her, asking what she's doing. But then she starts to act conceited, saying that he came from Granner Village, but didn't even look for her, saying that she's disappointed, saying that she knows that he came after achieving all this success just to impress her, saying that he was the one who liked her the most, saying that she will accept what he feels for her, then asks why they don't become important to each other, trying to marry Tell for his money. But while she tries to touch him, Iona herself wakes up, asking if she is that Meryl touching him, and as soon as Iona touches Meryl, she starts freaking out, throwing Iona away, so both ELCA and Tell are surprised by what she did. And the cat starts saying that she hates rats so much, and Tell runs over to her, asking if Iona is okay, saying that she hurt her face, but she says she's fine, and Tell then asks Meryl what she thinks she's doing. She talks to Tell, asking why he's angry with her, since he scared her, asking if he's more worried about that little rat. He says obviously he is, since she attacked Iona, telling her to apologize now. She starts acting cute, saying she's very sad, telling Tell not to yell at her, but Tell says Iona is more hurt than she is. However, Meryl starts to get angry, saying she can't stand hearing that Granner dialect anymore, asking if he still doesn't understand, showing her true personality, very angry, showing her claws, saying that she, the most beautiful of the Granner Sale, is saying she will accept him, telling him to abandon that rat and come to him, trying to attack Tell, calling him a stupid yellow cat. Then both Tell and Elko are shocked by how she's acting, but as she comes at him, Iona herself raises her the staff as talking to Meryl, saying that he doesn't think she'll win Tell over that way, and also, that he and Tell are already important to each other. It attacks Meryl with its magic, throwing her far away, opening a crater in the mansion, and hurling the cat with that power. Elko can't believe it, and Tell notices that Meryl flew far away. Meanwhile, Iona is calm about what she did and goes back to sleep on Tell, saying she's very sleepy and wants to sleep just a little longer, asking if he'll allow it. Tell just lets Iona sleep peacefully. I never in my life thought I'd root for a relationship between a cat and a hamster. I'm going crazy. And on the 75th floor, on the outskirts of the commercial district, that sly goblin continues to calmly hoard money, and so he questions how much he's earned this time, because the guys from the inspection department are so vigilant lately that it's not easy to fool those fools. So he knocks on a door, ordering them to do their best and bring him the inside money, and the person on the other side doesn't even answer. Then the guys wonder if they should take a look to see if there's any big fish around, but then someone knocks on the door, smashing everything, and who arrives there is Meryl, thrown to the ground. The guys wonder what's happening. Then Meryl gets up after the fall, very upset, thinking about Tell, and also furious with Iona, saying that those insolent idiots did that, asking how they dare humiliate Meryl, the most beautiful girl of all, saying she won't let this go unpunished. Then Scarum tries to talk to her, asking what she just said, questioning if she could tell him in detail what. He spoke, saying he had a very interesting plan, and so she asked who he was, and the two formed a friendship of the worst possible kind, while Hegel went to his subordinate, and he asks if they confirmed the number of frogs. He says they did, but the number decreased significantly from one day to the next, and he's surprised there are fewer. And then, another one arrives calling the captain. Hegel asks what happened, saying he thinks he needs to see it, noticing several dead frogs in the middle of the path. He wonders what happened, since those frogs are dead. Then one of them tells Hegel to look ahead, and he sees a plume of smoke behind a mountain. He says he needs to see what it is. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Kwang, and the black rabbit are calmly eating nearby after defeating those creatures. They fall into a pineapple, and the protagonist asks how many they've collected. They've already got 1150, and they've already taken about half of them. He says they've been killing them all day without resting. Kwang tells him he's hungry, saying it's difficult, and the black cat says the frogs are running away from them now, and it's too hard to chase them. He asks if they want more pineapple, but Kwang says he doesn't want that, saying he wants to eat meat. The protagonist is surprised, since Kwang grew up asking if fruits don't satisfy him. He then says he's going to the lake to catch some fish, but the system says the number of fish in the lake is unstable due to the frogs, and if the middle manager eats the fish from the lake, the blue carp are at even greater risk of extinction. He's surprised because there's nothing to eat, and asks what they should do. Kwang says he has an idea, looking at the frogs. The protagonist thinks he's a genius trying to prove it, and Black Rabbit asks what they're talking about. The protagonist actually goes after the frogs, cutting their meat, wrapping it in seaweed, and putting it on the fire to roast. He says it's ready, scallion rolls with frog meat. Kwang says this is the best sausage. The achievement of creating the scallion rolls with green frog meat is completed, and the recipe is registered with cooking level 3, significantly increasing the proficiency skill. The requirements for proficiency level 3 were: the protagonist is hit, and he levels up, reaching cooking level 4. With the cooking effects, special effects are imbued in the green onion and frog roll, and the special effect of that is to give smooth movements in the water. The protagonist is surprised to have gained that after leveling up, because those smooth movements in the water must mean that he will swim better, thinking that it will be useful for catching the frogs that escape through the water. But then Kwang tells him to focus on the food, eager to eat, and the protagonist says sorry, saying he'll eat first, telling everyone to throw it in. But the black rabbit doesn't seem to like it very much, and as soon as he eats it, he thinks it's delicious, and Kwang and the black rabbit are excited because it's better than he thought. The protagonist says it's light and juicy, and you can feel the muscular texture, but it's easy to chew, and it's not cloying. And as he ate that, the special effect of the smooth movements in the water allows him to move smoothly through the water for 30 minutes, and the protagonist continues saying that the meat has a somewhat sweet taste, saying that they discovered a flavor, questioning if it's good for them to go to the real banquet now, and Kwang immediately asks him to grill some more. But someone arrives there refusing, and Reggie attacks the protagonist, taking that frog leg away from him. And he's surprised, seeing that huge wolf, and then Reggie says that the frogs are poisonous, telling him he shouldn't eat them, and then Kwang reverts to his normal form, ordering him to get off his father, attacking Reggie, and throwing him far away onto a rock. He immediately starts saying that Reggie interrupted his meal, and that he's going to beat him up for it, very angry. Reggie is surprised to see a red bear there, and becomes frightened, but the protagonist intervenes, telling Kwang to wait and calm down, saying that the black wolf isn't his enemy, that he did it because he was worried they would be poisoned by the frog meat. Kwang asks if that's true, and Reggie, paying attention to what the protagonist is saying, sees that drawing on his arm, begging 1,000 pardons from the protagonist, because he failed to recognize someone as great as himself and acted recklessly. He says that he and Reggie, the captain of the Black Wolves, greet the great black dragon, kneeling in front of Sejim Park, and the protagonist is surprised that he knows him. Meanwhile, Tell is lying there peacefully with Iona, who wakes up. She asks him what's wrong, and he says he feels something. She asks if he's attracted to something, questioning why he said there was nothing useful in that mansion. He says it's not there, somewhere far away, a tingling sensation, and something like that makes him want to eat jelly. She says she doesn't believe him, but since it's him, she calls Tell to go to the place that's attracting him. Meanwhile, the protagonist learns everything from Reggie. After that, he just waits for the frogs, and they start to emerge from the water, but they don't seem alive, and indeed they aren't, because the wolves come out, along with the black rabbit, bringing some to the protagonist and welcoming him. He asks what it feels like to be underwater, and the rabbit says it's become incredibly easy to swim and hold your breath underwater, so he managed to capture the ones that were hiding among the rocks, but he couldn't see any more of them, even in the deepest part, and the protagonist questions if it's serious, since there are around 500 left. But where are they? And the protagonist says that they searched around the lake too, but didn't see any trace of the frogs, and Reggie then says that it seems they are hiding in some cave in the lake, and the protagonist is surprised by this. And Reggie says that when they came the first time and exterminated the frogs, they tried to find a cave inside the lake predicted to be the hiding place of the Frog Queen, but they failed, and it's quite deep in the lake, so they couldn't get close with their strength. And Sejun asks if it won't work, comes with a green onion roll with frog, and so they say yes, because even if they find the entrance, they don't know if there's oxygen inside the cave. But then the protagonist hears someone approaching, and Elka starts talking to Thel, telling him to slow down. Thel asks why he's so slow, and when the protagonist looks, it's Thel himself arriving. He says he's strongly drawn to that place. Then the protagonist sees Thel calling him, and Elka is surprised that Sejun is there. Thel simply jumps on the protagonist, saying he missed him terribly and asking how he got there. The protagonist says it's a long story, and Yona asks if that's what was attracting him. Elka says she's not sure, but then she's surprised because Thel is a special cat. Then they all get together to talk, and the protagonist says he has around 500. Now, Yona says that no matter how much they search, nothing can be found outside the water, and that's what they said. The protagonist agrees, saying they think it's a cave at the bottom of the lake, and she says she doesn't think it's impossible, because about 1,000 years ago, this place wasn't a lake. The problem is that it's vast and deep, so there's a limit to what her search magic can do. She then asks what he thinks about them raising the temperature of the entire lake and boiling all the water, but the protagonist rejects her idea, because that will not only put the blue carp in danger, but all the other aquatic creatures will end up dead as well. Thel asks if her only specialty is destruction, but she denies it, and Elka thinks it's complicated. Meanwhile, the protagonist receives a notification, and Yona asks what she did. Thel then says that she also freaked out the other day, but the protagonist tells everyone that the frog numbers are increasing, and they are surprised. The black rabbit wonders if the eggs are still there. Shocking, but the protagonist says no, because if they don't find the cave soon, things will get worse. However, Thel says he forgot to tell her something because he was too happy to be alive, saying he felt an attraction to the lake. Yona asks if it wasn't because of the sejum, but he says no, saying that at first he also thought that was the case, but he felt the wine from inside the lake, and it was very strong. He says he thinks he knows the location of the cave, and he can feel it in his gut, saying it's true. Then everyone gathers, and the protagonist picks Thel up. Yona says that his shield can trap oxygen inside him, so they can stay underwater for about 15 minutes. She also says that they can't predict the size of the cave entrance, so the team will limit themselves to the sejum, with Thel as their guide, as well as the rabbit, black rabbit, and Elka. Rieger then asks them to be careful, as they will maintain vigilance around the cave. Thel is led to the lake to keep the frogs from escaping, just as a precaution. The protagonist says he's counting on him, and Nias even asks if they're really going into the water, as he doesn't seem very comfortable. The protagonist says yes, because he has to show him the way anyway, but he says no, because if he goes into the water and drowns, it will be bad, saying he hates water. Then the protagonist tells Thel to calm down, but Yona goes to him, saying that he has her, asking if he doesn't trust her. He says he trusts her, but says he's very scared. However, she tells him not to worry, because she won't let the water even touch the tip of his fur, telling him to relax and be her guide, saying that she trusts him too. Then he calms down, saying he'll try, and then the protagonist goes inside to fulfill his mission. Yona begins to cast her magic, activating the magic shield. They are indeed covered by that thin layer of magic, and that bubble rises from the ground, levitating above all those wolves, wishing them to take care. The protagonist is surprised because they are now entering the water, but Thel starts to freak out, saying that as he thought, it's too scary, saying that he can't do it, saying that he would like to leave, but the protagonist asks and to calm Thel down, since he can't see, and they start fighting inside that bubble, and the bubble simply throws itself into the water. Then the wolves question if they will be alright, and Hegel says he's not sure, and inside Helka talks to Thel, but he doesn't let go of the protagonist's face at all. However, Yona calls to him, saying that he doesn't need to be afraid, because they are already in the water, and when they look outside, they find it incredible, descending to the bottom of the lake, and they all look at the javinas, the fish and the vegetation that is there, and the protagonist says that the signs on the tower are truly incredible, and Thel thinks that those fish look delicious. Then Yona tells Sijuan to guide the way, and he tells Thel to point to where he feels drawn. Then he gradually feels something, saying that he feels something ahead of him, further ahead, below them, and so they actually arrive at a kind of underground city, and Helka begins to wonder if there was an ancient city. Thel is underwater inside the lake, and he says he's lived there his whole life, but he had no idea. When the black rabbit appears, he tells the others to look to the side, seeing a frog going inside somewhere. They start following the creature, as it's carrying a fish in its mouth, and Yona confirms this with the protagonist. They enter the cave, following it, exploring every part of it, until they reach a place where they can breathe again. They finally get out of the water, and Yona leads them back to dry land. Helko is happy that there's finally air inside. Then Thel says he feels an extreme attraction coming from that direction, calling everyone to go there. They walk forward, and begin to hear the sounds of frogs from inside. They see that it really is frogs, and inside there are several small frogs feeding a gigantic frog, their queen. They are frightened, seeing that queen who is many times larger than those smaller frogs, and she prepares to. The protagonist is surprised to find that it's the frog queen, who is much larger than they thought. She takes all the fish the smaller frogs caught, and starts eating them all at once, then yells at them, frightening them. The protagonist begins to understand, as it seems she was trapped in that place due to her enlarged body, and was being fed by her subordinates. However, with his arrival, the amount of food they brought decreased, and she became irritated. Theon then speaks to Sijuan, saying he feels an attraction coming from the frog queen. The protagonist doesn't understand anything, but then, while Theon is at the edge, his paw gives way on the ground, and he begins to fall. The protagonist tries to reach him, and barely manages to grab Theon's cloak, holding him, But then, both he and Theon end up falling down there, as the ground gives way with them as well. While they are falling, Yona does her part, saving them with her magic and preventing them from being crushed. The protagonist is surprised to find himself alive, and Yona says they almost got into a real mess. But then, Theon calls Sijuan, because looking ahead, there are both the queen and those hundreds of frogs. They notice that they had arrived that way, and Thief protagonist already thinks they're in trouble, and the queen starts yelling, ordering the frogs to attack him. The entire army charges at the protagonist and his friends. Then, from above, Black Rabbit, Elk, and Queng come to their rescue, hoping to join their force. He tells them that now that they're there, they have nothing to lose. They all start grabbing their frogs, killing them one by one, facing the queen's army. The protagonist receives a new mission. The cause of the blue carp's extinction has been discovered, and he must defeat Queen Han the giant mutant. There's only one of her left, and he realizes it's the final part of the mission. Preparing for battle, he calls Yona to join them. While they fight, the protagonist tries to go directly to the queen, and Queng sees that he's almost hit. But the protagonist also intervenes, along with Yona, who launches a purple void towards all the frogs, killing several of them in one fell swoop. The protagonist then passes through the smoke that Yona kicked up, surprising the queen by bringing her face to face. He says he will defeat her in a single attack, but as he throws the axe, the attack simply ricochets off her, and the axe flies off, hitting the queen's hand and sticking there. But that attack is definitely not a one-hit kill. It's a kill. She starts to raise her hand towards the protagonist, almost crushing him, and when he sees it, he is too surprised. The queen manages to slap the protagonist where he is, and the only thing that goes flying is his hat. Moments earlier, when the protagonist saw that hand, it was already too late for him to escape. After that slap, the Black Rabbit only saw the protagonist's hat. Then the two started calling for Sejong, who was supposed to be crushed, but the rabbit stepped in front and stopped the queen's hand, holding her furiously. He protected Yona, the protagonist, and Theo, who were below. The rabbit said that whoever dared mess with his father would have to deal with him, throwing the queen away with his strength, making her turn. The protagonist took advantage of this, saying he could leave it to her, and charged forward with Yona. He attacked with his knife, and she attacked with magic, using her magic to imbue his dagger with a kind of enchantment, making it glow. The protagonist was surprised, but Theo told Sejong not to get distracted, ordering him to attack the stomach. He went for it, making a cut in the creature's stomach, and the queen was surprised, as was the protagonist, because she began to glow. The brightness blinds everyone, both him and Yona, who quickly raises a barrier in front of them, protecting them from the explosion. She also raises the same barrier above Elk and Black Rabbit to save them, but the explosion catches all the frogs in its path, disappearing with everyone, and the only things left are her 3 barriers, which saved everyone, and she says that they almost got into trouble, and the protagonist questions what is happening, and Elk arrives asking if he is alright, and the protagonist says yes, thanks to Yona, but he notices that there is a stone broken in half there, along with his axe, and he is surprised that it is in the place where the queen was. Then Tell says that's it, that's what's attracting her, and the protagonist doesn't even understand. Noticing that the stone is an item, Yona tells Sijuan not to come any closer, because a strong energy is flowing from it, so it's dangerous, and she says she'll try to use her assessment magic, so they'll discover the stone's identity. She uses the Eyes of Truth on that thing, and it's an unnamed fragment, a 9th fragment of something or other, and divine power is flowing, and its magnitude is also a secret. The protagonist is surprised because the first word is censored by question marks, and she says that's the best she can do with her power. She says it's the first time she's seen this object carrying divine power, and it seems that because Han ate it, an abnormal mutation was caused. She says that when her stomach burst, the immense concentrated energy was released, and if the barrier had been delayed even a little, they would have been obliterated by the sacred energy. The protagonist is surprised, and everyone thanks Yona, but then he receives a notification saying that he eliminated Queen Han, one of the causes of the extinction of the blue carp in Lake Azenka, on the 70th floor of the. The protagonist climbed the tower, leveled up, and also obtained a bunch of stats, reaching level 30. A new mission appeared, a job mission, instructing him to plant a new crop that had never been cultivated before. The reward for reaching level 31 is 500 tower coins. He's surprised that the mission completion status window finally pops up, and he levels up. However, he's also surprised that frog eggs are one of the causes, noticing that Queen Han wasn't the only one. He asks what else is involved, as he considered returning to the 99th floor, but that's a hassle. Yona says they'll go out and look first. Then, Theo sees a glow nearby that catches his attention, and the protagonist asks what it is. Theo tells Sijuan that it's dangerous, ordering him to stay behind him. They go to the edge of the rock, seeing the glow, and when they they look down, they see the frog eggs glowing. The protagonist remembers that they say that's how the queen. One of the eggs dies, one of them becomes a queen, and perhaps it's that egg that will be the one to kill it. Elka already thinks they should get rid of all those eggs, because if the frogs hatch, they will multiply in the same way they are now invading the lake. Then Yona says that the abnormal proliferation of frogs is probably caused by that fragment emitting divine energy, and without the fragment, the frogs will return to their normal population. But Elka says that it's not just because of the fragment. Even in smaller numbers, they would still hunt the blue carp. The protagonist thinks it will take time for the blue carp to reproduce again and for their population to increase. So he asks Yona if the frogs are carnivorous. She says she doesn't think so, because they only hunt fish, since they are easy to catch, but she believes they also consume aquatic plants or look for food outside the water. The protagonist then thinks that in this case, they'll plant them there, taking a small pineapple sprout, and he starts digging the ground and places the sprout there, thinking that's the one, and so the system says that he planted a pineapple crown, and the black rabbit brings some water asking if it's enough, and the protagonist thinks that if the pineapples grow there, the frogs will naturally eat them, and if they like them, they'll start looking for the pineapples even outside the water, and luckily he had the pineapple crowns, so the reward for completion. That's because level 31 was unlocked, and he acquired it. The protagonist receives 500 coins from the tower as a reward, and he thinks he made it just in time, as he was able to finish the job mission. Tell questions whether he's a genius, since they're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and the protagonist gets all embarrassed. He then asks Yona if it's ready, and she says yes. She explains that it's temporary, but she's put protective measures in place to prevent the divine power from escaping. Aang says he's strong enough to carry the sand, and the protagonist simply says he's amazing, adding that they'll go find the other causes. Meanwhile, the pineapple plan is going full steam ahead, and when they leave Tell, the protagonist, and everyone else are surprised because the cats appear, calling out to the great traveling merchant Tell, asking them to accept them as his subordinates once again, kneeing him in the face. The protagonist asks why the cats are acting like this, and Tell is surprised that they followed him. Then, Rieger appears, noticing that the black dragon has returned, and the protagonist asks him what's going on. He explains that those cats were being stubborn, refusing to leave until they saw Tell, and the protagonist doesn't believe him. They then say they'd like to follow Tell to the end of the tower to receive his teachings, asking him to accept them. The protagonist is surprised that Tell is so popular, but Tell says they seem determined to follow him to the end. Then, the protagonist receives a notification saying he found the remaining causes of the blue carp extinction in Lake Zenka, at landing 75 of the tower. According to the manager's mission, the intermediary appears, and the protagonist realizes that the other cause of the blue carp extinction was the cats of Graner Village. ELCA speaks with Tell, and Tell thinks there's no other choice, telling Sejuan that the cats of Graner Village depend on fishing in Lake Zenka to make a living, and if they can't fish for a while, next year, the cats will starve to death, and he says that he will then accept them all as his subordinates, because if they all become traveling merchants, he will be able to complete his mission, and it will definitely help with the sale of the crops as well, and he will teach them seriously. The protagonist then says of course, adding that it would be even better if the number of transporters increased, but he asks Tell if he thinks he can do it, since he will become the leader of 33 traveling merchant cats. Tell says he certainly can, asking if Tell doesn't believe in him, and the protagonist is satisfied, saying that they will sign the contracts. All the cats like that, and the protagonist hands a contract to each one, and they sign and hand it to him. Meanwhile, Kwang falls into the frogs, then Heg, observing everything that's happening, he's surprised, and Tell goes to him, thanking Heg for helping siege him. Heg says it's nothing, explaining that it's his duty to serve the black dragon. However, Tell says they'll need help getting the cats to the 99th floor. Heg doesn't quite understand, and Tell asks if he'd like to go with them, as he'll accept him as his subordinate, all from the Black Wolf tribe. Heg is overjoyed, thanking Tell profusely, and saying they'll do their best. Meanwhile, the protagonist merely observes, noticing Tell grew up, and so he completed his first mission as an intermediate manager. As a reward for completing the manager's mission, he acquired 15,000 XP and 1,500 tower coins, thus completing the mission fully. He will return to the 99th floor in 30 seconds, and he is happy that the mission is finally over, saying that he will return directly as they came. Then he tells Kwang that they are going home, instructing him to hold the stone, which Kwang already has in his hand. The protagonist tells Tell to register them all as traveling merchants and go to the 99th floor. Tell tells the protagonist not to worry, as he will take them all to sell on the floors below as well. He then asks all the kittens to follow him, forming his troop. Elka says that they will go to the 67th floor with Iona to get the red grasshoppers before returning, and the protagonist says he sees them up there. Then he calls the black rabbit, saying they only have a few seconds left, but he's taking a bit of that pineapple, saying he'll take it too. But then someone appears, someone to steal the black rabbit's heart, and she speaks to him, asking permission because she's looking for Iona, and he, seeing that little rabbit, is amazed, and the little rabbit is too, and the two look at each other completely in love, and then Iona is happy that she came. But then there are 0 seconds left to transport him to the 99th floor, and he disappears instantly along with the black rabbit, who vanishes from in front of that little rabbit, leaving his pineapple behind. Then Elko is happy that they returned safely, but then the rabbit is surprised that it's teleportation magic, and when Iona comes down, she goes to that rabbit's side, and Del asks who she is, and she says she's his disciple, saying that he called her there because they have something to discuss, and says that he was going to introduce her to Seiju and the black rabbit, but his time is up. Then Del is surprised that she has a disciple, and the bunny girl says it's a pleasure to meet Del, as she's heard a lot about him, and she's Lord Iona's disciple. Her name is Piayu Piayu, the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the black rabbit, the protagonist, and Queng arrive on the 99th floor. They fall straight down, and Queng falls with that thing on top of him, creating a huge crater in the ground. The protagonist is surprised that they've finally returned home, seeing his enormous plantation in front of him, and is overjoyed. But meanwhile, the black rabbit jumps on the protagonist, excitedly asking who that bunny girl is. The protagonist tells him to take it easy, as he has no idea either, and they only met for a few seconds. He says the pineapples are scattered everywhere, and she seems to know Iona, so he should ask her when they come back to the 99th floor. But the black rabbit says that she definitely said her name was Tweety Bird. However, the protagonist starts to think that the rabbit is a little too excited, but then someone appears, and all his friends come to welcome Seijin, bringing a lot of food to celebrate his return, and saying that they missed him very much, and the bee tells him to get water, bringing the hat and comforting the protagonist. And one of the minotaurs says that they prepared a mountain of food is prepared for a party, and while the protagonist arrives surprised that they knew he was coming back, the father rabbit says that Iona told them. Iona then speaks to him, saying that she can't check the other floors, but she could more or less predict the time by observing the mission's progress. She welcomes Seijin, saying that he worked hard on his first mission as an intermediate manager, and that he doesn't seem to be injured. However, she notices that he seems to have lost a little weight, asking if the mission was difficult. He says that fortunately, the mission wasn't difficult, but 3 days took longer than he thought, and they only had pineapples for food. He thought he was going to starve, but then Aileen asks what a pineapple is, and he says he found one on the 65th floor, but it needs to be peeled. He then gives her one to try, and the father rabbit says he'll take the rest to the warehouse. The protagonist tells Aileen that talking like that is very nice, saying that he missed her. She's surprised by this, and he says he got very bored not seeing his status window, and asks Aileen if she missed him, asking if she wasn't bored because Kaiser was around, saying he'd be a little upset if she didn't miss him. And then he asks if Aileen was listening, and there she is all giddy, saying there's no way she couldn't have missed him. But she doesn't die for the protagonist, and he complains about what she's saying. And she then says that she also missed him a lot, but while she's in that sweet moment, Kaiser goes up to the protagonist asking if he's back, appearing with the statue, and she's surprised by what's happening, and ends up breaking that crystal ball in her hand, distorting everything, and is surprised that she did that, because she was so scared that she didn't measure her strength, and the crystal ball is gone. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells the Kaiser that he scared him, but the Kaiser says he's very ungrateful, because he didn't even greet the adults when he arrived, telling them to hurry up and make a toast, because that's how a party starts, and says that he personally made a bowl of tomato juice for him, and the protagonist is surprised that he did, but then the rabbits arrive talking to the protagonist, and when the Kaiser hands the tomato juice to the protagonist, he looks at it and finds it a little strange. He asks how many plants he stole while he was away, and Kaiser questions how he could steal, asking how he dares to accuse the great black dragon, but the protagonist tells him to please drink the rest of the tomato juice from his mouth. However, he says that he didn't steal, and he only ate a little while helping to harvest the tomatoes, but then the little rabbits talk to the protagonist, saying that the Kaiser destroyed the entire field. He completely uprooted the tomato juice plants, and then he says he doesn't think that's the case, and Kaiser gets all down, and says he's right, saying he ate Edge, asking his protagonist Asher what a big deal that big black dragon, Kaiser Furtani, is telling the protagonist not to forget his place. But Aileen herself asks her grandfather if he stole and ate Seijim's crops. Then she says the crystal ball broke, and she went to look for another one, but asks why he's reprimanding Seijim, and he says no, saying that of course he didn't steal them and only ate them. But then she questions whether her grandfather ate them, since even she couldn't eat them. These precious plants, just as I wanted, asking if he knows how difficult it is to cultivate those plants. He tries to tell Aileen that it's not like that, but she tells her grandfather that he hates her, saying she won't speak to him anymore. He, almost deaf hearing this, speaks to Eileen, asking what she means by that, asking why she won't speak to her grandfather anymore. He keeps calling her, but gets no response. He asks Sejim to say something to her, but he says he'll think about it if he owes him a favor. Then he asks how the protagonist dares, but completely changes his tune, noticing that there's not much he can do and he'll have to obey him, saying that it's okay, saying he'll do it. Then the protagonist calls them to eat a little of the banquet they made, and they sit down to eat. The protagonist then opens a pineapple to cut for everyone to try, sending some pineapple to Eileen, and also giving the other half to Kaiser. And then he joins everyone else who is enjoying the fleet's meal. He says that, during the 3 days he was away, the 99th floor changed a lot. The gray rabbits renewed the fountain and dug a stream that runs through the field, and the dry parts of the land seemed to be gradually regaining their moisture. Kaiser managed to synchronize Eileen's crystal ball with the statue's frequency, allowing him to communicate directly with her through the status window. He then asks his granddaughter if she's no longer angry, but she says yes, telling him to ask Sejim for permission before eating the crops from now on. He says he will, but the protagonist arrives and asks if Kaiser has reconciled with Eileen. He says yes, thanks to him, and asks what the boy's request is. The protagonist then asks if he can appraise items, as he discovered something on the 75th floor. Kaiser is surprised by what he's saying, and the protagonist takes him to the stone, saying he found that item inside Queen Han's belly at Zenka Lake, and then takes him to. There, he is surprised to find it inside Queen Han's belly, asking who cast that shield. He is told it was Iona, the master of the magic tower, who cast it, saying it's dangerous because divine power emanates from it. The Kaiser then says it's high-level magic, difficult for monsters in the tower to handle, which is impressive. He tells the protagonist to step back, and he breaks the shield, gaining access to the stone. He sees the light, which grows stronger, and now he can see the stone's stats and the fragment of the sacred monument, the 90th fragment of the sacred monument, and the divine power that benefits the environment flows from it. The more fragments he collects, the stronger the sacred power becomes, and that item is of S rank, and the two of them observe it, and the protagonist is surprised by that divine power that benefits the environment, and notices that it is an S-grade item, but he has no ability, questioning what kind of item it is, and Kaiser says that he shouldn't compare it to the ordinary items found in the tower. After all, that is a sacred item, an artifact of the great creator god. And the protagonist is surprised to hear him talk about this, and he says that he has been diligently searching for traces of the creator god outside of this dimension until now. But the answer was right under his nose the whole time, and to think it was inside the tower. Then the protagonist talks to Kaiser, saying he really didn't understand, asking if he could explain it in a way he could understand. Kaiser agrees, saying that beings like him have a short lifespan, so he wouldn't understand. Then he also talks to Elia, saying she should guess, as this is important, and she ends up agreeing. Then he wonders where to begin, saying it would be best to start at the beginning, explaining that they, the dragons, were beings born to serve the creator god, and according to his will, they maintain the peace of the world and the balance of the dimension, creating a perfect and ordered world, full of abundance and harmony. They called that period the era of the founding god. The founding god himself spoke to the dragons, saying that as he was disappearing, he wanted to know if they could use their power to preserve the world. The dragons are surprised, and one of them speaks to God, asking if he is indulging in these thoughts. Unnecessary again, but God says he's asking if that were to happen. Then one of them says that's impossible, because the world is entirely his, and just as an object without an owner cannot shine, a world without him, the creator god, is something they can't even dare to imagine. And that Kaiser Fertani himself, she starts laughing at him, because he's always as rigid as ever, thinking that they managed to do this. Counting if they're still doing well so far, they thought that the creator god might just be playing with them. After all, occasionally he created things with a playful nature too, and he says that this god was a compassionate being, but rigorous and sometimes fickle, and they had no idea because the creator god doesn't lie. And then the whole place starts to collapse, breaking and crumbling in front of the dragons. Then Kaiser notices that the monument of the creator god has something happening to it, and one of them questions what all this dark energy is, because the dimension is falling to pieces, asking what is happening there, and one of them wonders if the creator god disappeared, leaving them behind, but the other says it's impossible, they can't believe it. Then Kaiser orders everyone to compose themselves, because the creator god left those monuments for them to prepare for times like this, and they intend to protect them so they can recover the ruined dimension. But then everything begins to shine before them, and ends with an explosion that leaves everything in ruins, and no one understands anything. They realize that the dimension has collapsed, and they couldn't meet the creator god's expectations. The beings of destruction that shattered the monuments into pieces, they couldn't understand where they came from or what their purpose protagonist was, but they wished to destroy everything. And they had no choice. They weren't going to fight with all their might to protect the dimension. And with the help of the power that the creator god left them, they discovered the tower and managed to send the lives of the dying worlds to the tower itself and save them. Even if only a few of them, they found the scattered traces of the creator god. Now, after 3,000 years. Wandering through the dimension is too much, but then the protagonist asks him to wait. So Kaiser asks what's wrong, since they're at an important point in the story. However, the protagonist says something is puzzling him, sending the lives of dying worlds to the tower. What does he mean by that? Kaiser explains that, as he said, the tower is destined to appear in a world doomed to destruction, and those beings will invade the entire dimension and bring calamity. Before that happens, the tower selects survivors and allows them to enter. The protagonist then notices that those not chosen cannot enter the tower, as the tower also appeared on the earth he comes from, which is how he ended up there. Kaiser says that unfortunately, if he fails to overcome the trials of the calamity, his world will be destroyed. The protagonist and Aileen are afraid of this, especially after discovering that the earth is going to Vasco. On the 75th floor, in the merchant's village, Theo arrives with all the cats and asks if everyone has registered as traveling merchants, inquiring if anyone is missing. They all say they're finished, and Theo says that Jeff will lead the cats, telling him to go with Elka and Elka to collect the corpses of the red locusts. Jeff is surprised to be assigned this task and asks if he has permission to do so. Theo then says, Jeff, saying he believes in him because he's always been diligent, never ran away from the village, and responsibly cared for the cats. He also mentions that these cats were able to become traveling merchants thanks to him. Jeff is very proud, saying he'll serve Theo for the rest of his life, and Theo is overjoyed. Ona sees how he's leading, and the cats are moving forward. Theo says they have to ask Oren to carry his backpack, and Oren agrees. Iona says Theo has become very skilled at managing his subordinates, and he replies that he's a mature cat, asking if that isn't amazing. Iona says it would be even more amazing if she hadn't said that, but Theo asks if she's exaggerating. Meanwhile, Tweety Bird is talking to Oren, saying she doesn't know about it, but asks what kind of relationship they have. Oren says he's not sure because they said they had a significant relationship, but Theo asks her if she's really going to 38th floor with him, asking if she's not going to the 99th floor with Piu, and he also questions the 67th floor, because Elka heard that the red grasshoppers are acting strangely, but Iona says that everything is fine, saying that it's good news to know that they are changing their attack pattern, and Theo doesn't quite understand. So Elka asks if she could explain why that's good, and she says that the red grasshoppers evolve depending on the size of their population. Yellow, green, blue, red, and purple, and when their numbers decrease, their colors fade, and their size and strength recede, leading to degeneration. The defining characteristic of locusts is their endless needle. They cannot stay in one place and must constantly migrate in search of food. It's incredibly frightening, but this means the solution against them is equally clear. Without new food sources, they will not be able to withstand the hunger and will devour each other, ultimately leading to their extinction. Elka is surprised, then Iona says that this is a sign. They realize they are degenerating, and so on floor 67, the lizards are still fighting those locusts, and one of them steps on that thing, saying he's tired of those red locusts. But then another arrives calling General Tamoro, and asks him what happened, and he says he saw a bluish tint on their heads, and they think that it's finally happening, because their number has decreased by about 5 billion, and they say that they become visibly weak when the number reaches 3 billion, and so they say that they are finally seeing the light after so many months of difficulty, because the objective is not far away, and if they can endure a little longer, they can recover that land. However, someone arrives there, saying that it seems they have good news, then speaks to Tamoro, saying that they worked well, and this is Tarek, leader of the great troop of wandering merchants, under Grit's command, and he was surprised to see Tarek there. And Tamoro asks what brings him to such a dangerous place, and Tarek says that many the lizard men are sacrificing themselves for the sake of the tower, so he thought he should stop by and express his gratitude. He says that this is a small token of appreciation from his master, Lord Grit. Then he looks at the gold plaque, noticing that it's a tower coin guarantee medal. Tarek says that if he goes to the Trade Association Bank, he can exchange it for 10,000 tower coins whenever he wants. But then Tamoro asks how he could dare to accept something so grand. Tarek says that to Lord Grit, he's a hero who protests against the Red Locust Tower, and he'd like to actively support him as a sponsor, of course. And when this is over, he says he also wants to generously help with the costs of rebuilding the 67th floor. floor. Tamoro is excited that Grit said this, so Tarek agrees, provided he wants to. Tamoro says he'd like to be able to repay him somehow, asking what he can do for Grit. Tarek says that Grit is humble, asking if he could spare a moment to have a cup of tea in the cabin, so they could talk, and the others should come too. They prepared a lavish feast for everyone to enjoy, and they all think they are starving, eager to go there. But those hyenas like the situation. While the lizards leave, they start throwing a lot of food near the grasshoppers, all to help them reproduce and come back even stronger. Meanwhile, in the village by the passage, Scarum continues making his victims, telling them to take a look at that, saying that it is enchanted with preservation magic, and therefore can preserve food for a long time, asking what they think, questioning if it hasn't piqued their interest. And one of them says that he doesn't think it's good, but then Maria appears there and starts talking to them. They say that if Meryl can't sell it, Daddy Scarum will hit her, asking if they can't buy it themselves. Then they question if that goblin is her father, and if he hits her, and Scarum says he's adopted and doesn't hit her, saying she's very playful. But then she asks if they're going to buy it for Meryl's sake, and they get a little awkward and end up buying it. She thanks them, and the two stay behind. But then, Scarum asks why he's her father, saying that everyone misunderstands, but she just tells him that it worked, saying that she sold the item, giving him his share, but he's shocked that he'll only get 2 coins from the tower. He says that each of them should get 5 coins, telling her to give him more, but she says that she was the one who sold it, since he can't even sell his items properly, so he should be grateful for her sharing some money with him. He says he'll let her get her revenge, asking when she'll get her revenge if he's only selling those trivial things, but he tells her to just wait, because everything will happen in its time. However, he ends up noticing something and tells her to hide. He sees Elk and Tell passing by, and Tell is surprised by the movement and looks to the side, but sees nothing. Yona asks what's wrong, and Tell says he thought he heard a familiar voice. The two hide behind the barrels, avoiding Tell's sight so they won't be seen. Then Skyrim says that cat certainly isn't fit to become a noble, but Marlowe gets even more angry that he's with that rat, saying that it's very annoying. But then Skyrim asks if that hamster isn't Yona, the leader of the Wizards Association. She's surprised that rat is someone important, and he says of course she is, since she's the leader of one of the 3 associations that support the tower. Then she wonders how she's going to get revenge, feeling a huge amount of hatred, and also questions who those little potatoes are behind him, asking if Warren is there. Then she sees both Warren and Tweety Bird, and Skyrim is surprised. She asks what he's looking at, and he says he thinks he's seen that rabbit before, saying that as he thought, opportunities will come, and he has a wanted poster for the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom and 10,000 tower coins as a reward for her. Meanwhile, Tell is surprised because he thinks Tweety Bird is the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, saying he heard that the entire royal family was devoured by the red locusts during their invasion, and questions why she didn't tell him she was alive. But Iona says that they weren't devoured, and Tell doesn't understand anything, so she says that the royal family was murdered, and Tell gets scared hearing this. Then Elka says that decades ago, during the invasion of the red locusts on the 55th floor, along with the bigwigs from the Magic Tower, the Mercenary Association, and the Traveling Merchants Association, they stayed in the Red Ribbon Kingdom to help the rabbits. Then the Panther there says that tomorrow they will focus on defending that area with all their might, because they need to guarantee the security of the fields, and that is the commander of the Mercenary Association, Lucius. But another guy says that food is also a problem, but once the red locusts start to multiply, things will get complicated, even questioning whether the kingdom will be left vacant, especially when the locusts attack that place. But Iona says that the queen is in the kingdom, so they won't have any problems, and she was still the vice leader of the Wizards Association at that time. So she says that a barrier protecting that place will prevent the red locusts from doing anything against the divine power of the moon. And they think this is true, and Goishanen says that he heard that since the locusts appeared, they haven't been able to sleep a wink, and that Goblin thinks that's incredible, and Iona says that's why they were able to rest comfortably there. Then Lucius says that they will end the meeting there, and if they see each other again tomorrow, saying they did a good job, but those boars over there were totally ill-intentioned. While she slept peacefully, Iona is awakened by someone knocking on the door, and she runs out quickly. All the rabbits are also quite frightened, and she questions what is happening. One rabbit says that the barrier has collapsed, and the locusts are coming up. Iona asks where the queen is, but then, while they run towards her, Lucius arrives late. When he sees what is happening, he sees Grady inside, holding the royal family of the rabbits in his hand. They are surprised to see Grady there. He pretends to be sad, holding the members of the royal family, and the locusts are scattered around. Grady says that the king and queen died in an ambush by the locusts, and when he arrived, they were already like that. They see that it is the deed to the land, so they question if this means. He says that he's now the owner, and he confirms it, but then Iona attacks him, and Grady says that they suspected the young princess and the kingdom of him, and although the burden is heavy, he and Grady will assume full responsibility and protect the Red Ribbon Kingdom. But then that black rabbit tells him to stop lying, because the king and queen would never do that. Leaving the kingdom to a merchant boar, who isn't even a rabbit, is too much. But the other boars attack that rabbit, crushing him on the ground. Then he falls silent, and Grady tells the next one to speak, asking if anyone else wants to say anything else, questioning if no one is interested, and they are all cornered by that pig. Then he asks where the princess is, but Iona runs away, taking the princess with her. Then she says that she ran away with Tweety Bird, and it didn't make sense, because when the barrier was destroyed and the locusts invaded, she was sure it was Grady's doing. And she says that the structure of the earth is sealed with the power of the royal rabbit family, so Grady may have thought that he could assume the role of Tweety's guardian, and as soon as she came of age, he would use her as a puppet until she officially assumed the throne, and she couldn't just stand by and watch it happen. After that, the locusts devastated the kingdom, which was left without a king and queen, and soon after, the locusts disappeared, thanks to the tower manager, and Grady took control of the 55th floor, under the pretext of the earth structure, which he couldn't even open, and acted as the landowner. She says he's truly disgusting and revolting, so Theo says he had no idea he was so bad, but asks how he can act as the landowner, since, as she said, he can't even open the structure, questioning whether that doesn't mean he didn't officially inherit it. Elka says that he must have used his influence in the Traveling Merchants Association and the Mercenaries Association, because he has a unique ability to get people on his side using money. Yona says that recently, he received information that he put a bounty on Piayu Piayu, and he must think that this is his chance now that he's at an age where he can officially assume the position. Then, Theo notices that the reason for wanting to introduce Piayu Piayu become king, and she agrees, because after asking the Black Dragon for personal protection, they will rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tower, two humans they walking around there, questioning if it's true that you can level up easily there, and one of them explains what he's saying that the boy is quite suspicious. But it's true, saying that it's top-notch information that the mother obtained from the association, and that they can earn XP points just by giving them money. He thinks this doesn't make sense, but then he tells them to look at the man in front, asking if he's the one they're looking for. That man, who came from the novice hunters, says he's Harrison, a level coordinator. They find that incredible, and the other asks if he sees it, saying he was right, and tells him to know that he made friends with the right person. Then Harrison says that they were waiting for them after receiving the call from the madam, telling them to go to the side. But then, when they notice something, they're surprised, because that's Gaggle's XP farm, and one of the boys asks if he'll really earn XP if they kill it, because it's the first time they've seen it. The monster, and Harrison confirms that's exactly what it is, as it's a plant-type monster that their research team discovered and successfully mass-produced. Currently, they offer specialized consulting exclusively to VIPs to train skilled hunters, and each monster grants 33 XP. There are approximately 4 monsters in each pyong of land. He asks how much they're willing to invest, and the two like the idea. They start setting things on fire, killing everyone around them. One of them thinks that the pair's ability to only attack with fire is pure luck, because who says it isn't? They could burn 100 pyong with 100 million won, and they enjoy the situation. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Elk and Thel arrive and see all the humans. Elk is surprised to see the horde of humans entering the tower, and Thel is even more surprised by the sheer number of people. He calls Oren down, but Oren says he's scared. Thel then goes to them, calling everyone over in a very loud voice. Tranquility returns, and they say the traveling merchant has arrived, but then Elka goes with him this time, surrounding Thel and Protegia, and all the humans are surprised to see a wolf there. Elka starts growling at them, but Thel tells Elka that the humans are his customers, asking what he's doing. He says he's sorry because he got scared and couldn't help it, but then Thel tells them not to be shocked, because this is his subordinate, and a very cute little dog. Thel then orders Elka to do something for them on the job. He doesn't understand, but then he throws himself on the ground, pretends to be dead, and everyone is amazed, seeing that gigantic wolf do something like that. Then the girl from the photos asks Thel if she can touch him, and he says that each touch costs a coin from the tower. So they all go up to Elka, petting him that he even likes it, but he remembers his pride, the honor of his tribe. However, Thel tells them to look over there, saying that he will present a new face, and says that he is Orion, his subordinate itinerant merchant, and he greets all the humans, but then Thel tells Orion to be more friendly, so he speaks with pleasure at meeting them, using Mia in every sentence, and Thel, cunning as he is, says that each pat will cost a coin from the tower. and they arrive there, petting the cat, and Orion starts to like all the flattery. So Thel says that now they're going to start the auction of their harvests, saying that they just updated their backpacks, so there are more things to sell, saying that today they will auction 5,000 grade C magic tomatoes and 5,000 grade C strengthened sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, along with 10,000 grade D detoxifying onions, at 500 per lot, and they are surprised to see those sun pumpkin potatoes, asking if it's a new species, saying that they will secure the cherry tomatoes first. Then Thel starts to say that they will start the auction with 500 cherry tomatoes, while the two upstairs watch this, and Iona says that when Thel works, he shines the same color as his fur. Then Tweety says that he had no idea that she could make that expression, being surprised by Iona, who also grabs her by the pole, and she tells Tweety that she shouldn't provoke her mistress, and she continues while looking at the stone. She speaks to her mistress, asking if she is allowed to feel such emotions as well, because since she saved her, she has only trained, waited, and run tirelessly along this path for the reconstruction of the kingdom and for the suffering of the people, and now she has a little hope, and she knows that there is still much to be done, that her determination may waver. But then Iona speaks to Piu, saying that she doesn't need to bear all this burden, and being honest with her feelings is not shameful, asking if it is the black rabbit that has been occupying her thoughts. Then her little ear starts to wiggle instantly, becoming all fluffy, asking why he would, saying that she only saw him for a few seconds, but she says that she is not being honest, saying that then there is no reason to talk about the black rabbit. But then she questions what kind of rabbit the black rabbit is, but Iona says that it is too late, saying that she will not tell, and the girl begins to say that the teacher is amazing. But then Iona notices something approaching, and Mario arrives again, getting annoyed, questioning what that cat is doing, and lunges at her. Mario speaks to her, calling her a hamster, and Iona asks what Mario is doing there. Mario starts to irritate Iona, surprised that she remembers her name. She questions if she's trying to hurt Tell again, but Mario says she's no longer interested in that stupid yellow cat, especially since she's already met her. Iona doesn't understand what she's saying, so Mario pulls a ball from her bag, throws it at her, saying it's for that reason, showing her a symbol. Iona is surprised to see it, and the symbol releases energy that attacks Iona, trapping her in a transparent ball. Iona is surprised by what's happening, realizing it's magic, and Mario says she can't use magic inside, and that means she's just another hamster now, saying she's well and truly trapped, saying it serves her right. But then Tweety arrives, calling for her mistress, and rushing to help, but Iona tells her not to come closer. However, from the middle of the bushes, Scar emerges, stepping in front of Tweety without her noticing, using another of those symbols to trap her as well, and the two fall to the ground, into those balls of imprisoned magic, and the two fulfill their purpose. On the contrary, Piu is surprised to see him there, so Scar says that the 10,000 coins from the tower will now be hers, and the two scoundrels laugh while they manage to capture her. But what they didn't expect is that the fox from the Merchants Association would be watching. She questions what's happening, asking what Iona is doing there. Meanwhile, Tell says they sold a lot, arriving with Elka, congratulating Orin, and saying he has the skills to be a merchant. He says no, saying it's all thanks to Tell. But then the fox goes to Tell, and she's surprised to see Giraffe there, asking if she saw the group she came with, since she asked them to wait there. However, Giraffe says she thinks she witnessed his group being kidnapped. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Aileen is freaking out, telling her grandfather he's an idiot, asking why he didn't tell her this. She questions why he didn't tell her, since it's written in chapter 1 of the basic story of the tower, asking if she continued on instead of studying, says that originally, this was a fact that all the creatures in the tower knew, although it seems the story was forgotten because their life expectancy is very short. This was still passed down, but she starts throwing a tantrum, saying she didn't know, asking if there's any way they can solve this, because at this rate, Sejuan's house will disappear. But he says that even if she says that, it will still be difficult. Kikwang asks the protagonist if he has another house besides this place, and the Black Rabbit says he's talking about the protagonist's hometown, where his family is, grandparents are too. Then the protagonist asks Kaisa what the Trials of Calamity mean, and he says they are things like the Locust invasion on the 67th floor, saying they are the henchmen of destruction, and says that considering how they didn't appear on his planet Earth, it seems they were trying to go there, but discovered a rift in the dimensions and forced their way into the tower, and in this situation, they can consider this a relief, since somehow they've given them some time. But the protagonist remembers that humans have only reached the 38th floor so far, and even the powerful monsters on the 67th floor are having difficulty against the locusts. But what if the locusts appear on Earth? He realizes they would be annihilated in a matter of days. So Aileen talks to her grandfather, asking if there was a dimension that overcame the trials, saying that they traveled through countless dimensions for at least thousands of years, and at least one must have have won. But he says that none have won so far, because he searched for many ways, but even they, the dragons, don't know how to overcome the trials, saying that they barely found a fragment of the creator. But then the protagonist says no, saying that it's not like there isn't a way. He asks if there is a way, questioning how, and the protagonist says that there's a very important difference between the destroyed worlds and this one, and he questions that, asking about that difference, and the protagonist says that the difference is the farmer from the tower who is in this world, and says that those green onions he cultivated defeated the locusts on the 67th floor. There might be a new variable, different from the existing dimension this time, asking if the Kaiser. He disagrees with him. Meanwhile, he runs off with everyone to confront those two scoundrels, and Tell asks Zarava if she knows where they went. She says yes, explaining that they were definitely heading towards the Rotten Roots in Passage Village, as that place is one of Tarek's businesses, the traveling merchant under Grid's control, and they made contact there. They're certainly planning something. Tell asks how she knew this in such detail, as it's also suspicious how she ended up following Scarum. She thinks it's true, because unknowingly, while she was suspicious and watching the group of food merchants currently at war with the locusts on the 67th floor, she discovered they were in contact with Scarum, so they were following him. She tries to make an excuse, and Tell asks if she's trying to work for Grid through Scarum, saying that the guy is evil, and tells her not to associate with unpleasant people. She says she only found out now, adding that as she thought, there's no one like Tell, her Salvador, and he says it's good that they know, so she thinks it's a relief that he's stupid. But then, Elka talks to Tell, saying that they are at the entrance of the passage, and they really arrived there, and they see several merchants entering the place, and Tell says that he has to join his companion who is waiting there, because he said he occupies a high position in a mercenary group there, so he should be useful. And so Zaraf asks about this mercenary group, and Tell says he's going down, and Hegel is nearby sleeping, and Tell arrives there calling them, saying that they arrived. Then he is surprised that Tell arrived, asking if he sold much of the harvests, but then he sees Zaraf there, and she is surprised that that guy is Hegel, because they met during the meeting of the associations, and he says that she is the daughter of the leader of the Traveling Merchants Association, but she starts to deny it, and he says that he means Zaraf, a close friend of the daughter of the leader of the Merchants Association, and he realizes she's asking him not to tell, and she tells him she's on a secret mission, and he says he understands. Then Tell complains about that, asking if they know each other, and he says they met briefly once, but he asks what happened, asking where Yon and Piayu are. Tell tells him that Yon and Piayu were kidnapped, and he's surprised, asking Tell how he could joke about that. But Zaraf says he's not joking, and she herself witnessed it. Tell says it was the guys in Amaral, and Zaraf says they're heading towards the Rotten Roots, to meet someone named Tarek. He asks Regal if they can get support from powerful individuals in the Free Mercenaries Association. He's surprised it's Tarek, asking if he's a traveling merchant working for Grid, saying it will be difficult. And that's what she tells Tell, that there are several factions within the Free Traders Association, and most of them follow those with money, and currently, Grid is one of the richest in the tower. And just like him in the past, many of the association's mercenaries have connections to Grid, but then he questions the Sorcerers Association, and Regal says that it won't work either, because Grid has implanted its subordinates in more places than expected, and even the Sorcerers Association must be the same. But then Tell realizes she means there's no other way, and Zaraf gets a little down, talking to Tell, and he asks what's wrong, and she says she has an idea, asking if he could trust her this time. And so, from the village of Passage, in the slum area, at the Inn of Rotten Roots, they are arriving. With the two of them there, Scarum knocks on the door, and another goblin inside asks what he wants. He says they recovered the items and came to see Tarek. The goblin asks about the insect, and Scarum says it likes rotten roots. The door closes and opens for him, and he enters. The orc tells him to come in, and inside, Mario starts to feel that the place isn't very good. He was just going to enter a room when Tarek speaks to Scarum, asking if he didn't come with disappointing results. Scarum says of course not, because, as instructed, he caught the two of them and throws them in front of that pig. Tarek gets up excitedly seeing them. Scarum says that, as he asked, they used the silo to capture the two of them, and Tarek says he did a great job. He asks Princess Tweety if she's alright, saying she's become a very beautiful rabbit. He also looks at Iona, the leader of the Association of Wizards. Then Iona gets angry with Tarek, cursing him, but then he starts stomping on that bubble, hitting her, saying that he's been going easy on her all this time, and yet she still can't understand the situation now, stomping on Iona, saying that she's nothing but a useless hamster if she can't use magic, and says that this relieves stress. and Iona is left lying on the ground after that. Scarum says it's a relief, and Tarek says that when Scarum came and said he had seen the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, he thought he was lying, and he didn't imagine that he would complete the mission perfectly, because Lord Greed will be very dissatisfied. So Scarum tells him to officially introduce her to Lord Greed, but Tarek says he'll think about it, ordering them to give the 10,000 coins from the tower to those two. So they just hand over the money and take him away, and Scarum says that he should offer other things too. But most people only want money, while Tarek asks Iona where she went. They stopped, and he told Iona that just thinking about her ruining his business makes him want to beat her even more, but now is not the time for that. He then spoke to Princess Tweety, saying that he is Tarek from the troupe of traveling food merchants, explaining that her guardian, Lord Greed, has been searching for her for decades, and now she must stop wandering around and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. However, she says she won't go because Greed is not her guardian, and she doesn't want her parents' mortal enemy as her guardian. Tarek, seeing how Princess Tweety thinks, believes that the sorceress must have deeply brainwashed her, as the incident was an unfortunate accident. He says that Lord Greed is a virtuous individual, and he is managing the kingdom and its inhabitants to fulfill his responsibilities. He adds that he is giving his full support to prevent the tragedy of the 55th floor from happening again on the 67th floor. Yona says it's funny because he thinks nobody knows, and he's using his support as an excuse to take control of floor 67. She says things won't go according to plan because the number of locusts is decreasing, but Tarek says she's too stupid, questioning if she thought they would just watch and miss the opportunity without doing anything. Nobody understands, but another one of those creatures arrives, saying they reported the locust's color has returned to red. He says it's good work, but Yona thinks that can't be happening because they were definitely turning blue. However, Tarek says there's no reason to hide it. Moreover, the locusts will begin to multiply. Tio explain again, because they are feeding them, and she finds that absurd, and Tarek says that the grasshoppers they are feeding will soon turn purple, and everything will become a wasteland, and as soon as the food runs out the place will fall under Grid's rule as well. And he talks to Tweety, saying that she should marry Grid, and pass the red ribbon throne to him, like a completely fragile and innocent rabbit. Of course, that is if she really wants to save the people there. And before that he talks to Yona, because it seems he has no choice but to get rid of her, and she questions what he is saying, and Tarek says that with that, he will also make the Wizards Association his, saying that she is extremely dangerous to Grid's plans, and Yona gets scared, while that hyena lunges at her, thanking her for the appetizer. But before it can bite Yona, a wall there is blown up, and tells Pa arrives there throwing that creature. He walks away, ordering them not to mess with his precious sorceress. Then she's surprised to see Tell, and Tell asks if he took too long grabbing her, and she says she knew he wouldn't take long, while everything is being destroyed. Tarek questions what's happening, because that hole in the wall is too big for Tell to have made, and he asks Tell if he knows who he is, because he is Tarek, the leader of the troupe of traveling food merchants who work for Grid. But Tell doesn't care, questioning how he released the two of them. Then Tarek asks how he dares touch what belongs to him, the future great traveling merchant, saying that he will ensure that he never again visits the traveling merchants, asking if he is listening to him. But then Tell tells him to shut up, saying that he is refraining from killing him. My friend, Tell laid it all out on the table, okay? I'm starting to think he's the real protagonist, so he asks if he wants to know who he is, saying he'll tell him, telling that pig to remember this well, because he's the middle-class traveling merchant who will become a great merchant, Tell, the golden cat. However, the pig doesn't believe him and starts laughing, saying he wants to be called the yellow golden cat. He's still just a simple yellow cat, and tells him to teach that brat a lesson. The hyena really attacks him, saying he'll tear him to pieces in a very painful way, making Tell tremble with fear. But Tell says he's not afraid, because his subordinates are much more frightening, and they themselves arrive there, Hegel and Elka, eager to attack that thing, going after the hyena, and he doesn't even notice. Hegel grabs him by the neck and takes that beast away. Then Tarek asks what he's seeing, and why a black wolf would appear, and he also looks at Elka, asking if he wasn't from the tribe of silver wolves, that he says that he has been receiving Lord Grid's generosity all this time. But what is he doing there, since attacking them means he is betraying Grid, asking if he is saying that he doesn't care if his tribe starves to death. But he tells him to shut up because Elka, who used to receive disgusting food from that greasy boar, he is dead, and at this very moment, he and Elka from the tribe, from the Silver Wolves, protector of Tell, the one who will become the great traveling merchant, and Hegel also introduces himself, from the tribe of Black Wolves, and says that if he even imagines touching Tell's fur, they won't let it go unpunished. Then he asks why the wolves would defend that cat, asking if they think he'll leave irrational after becoming their enemies, saying that he might prevent them from even setting foot inside that tower. But Elka says he'll tear that oily mouth open, so he doesn't say anything stupid. Then Tarek is terrified terrified and remains in that situation, in that impasse, and says he would thank them for blowing up the roof because that favela is his territory. Then he calls the snipers, but nothing happens. He keeps calling the snipers, asking why nothing is happening, and Xerof arrives saying that it's useless because this area is also his territory, and his subordinates were located and subdued in advance by the agents of the expulsion department of his association, and all those goblins were prisoners, and he is surprised to learn that she is an agent from the association's secret expulsion department, and she says it's a pleasure to meet him. Introducing herself, she says he's imprisoned for kidnapping, illegal confinement, intimidation, and 8 other criminal charges. He questions where the proof is, since he's a kind merchant and street vendor, and it was those who raided his business and caused such a commotion. He asks how she plans to arrest him, but Iona finds it strange that he's talking about proof, asking if that isn't enough, since he's arresting both her and Piayu Piayu. She also has recordings of him saying there's no point in hiding anymore, that the locusts will start multiplying again because they're feeding them, and everything will become a wasteland. Once the food runs out, the place will also fall under the grid's rule, even including a part where he says Piayu Piayu should marry him. He starts saying that's a lie, but Iona says magic doesn't lie. However, he asks if she shouldn't be unable to use magic, since she heard that no one can use magic inside that bubble, and she says that, yes, saying that he couldn't, only in terms of external projection, and that ring is enchanted with aggravation magic, and instead of emitting information, it's a spell that guards it, and it's not influenced by the crystal, and that's the interesting part about the magic, and she orders him to surrender silently at once, because he will be taken to the association's court, along with Grid, whom he likes so much, and he gets furious about this, saying that he can't allow this to happen, and they spend a lot of money on this, saying that Lord Grid won't let this happen, he won't just stand by and watch, and Tel goes to Zerath, and she thanks him for buying them time, because they were able to locate the shooters, but he says it was nothing, but says that putting that aside, he couldn't even imagine that she was an agent of the secret inspections department, saying that he was really surprised, and she apologizes, because she didn't intend to deceive him, but he says that they will get along well, being surprised by her, telling her to visit the 99th floor sometime, saying that he will introduce her to the president from the park, telling her not to stop going when this is over, and she's surprised to see him, thinking about the park president, wondering what kind of person he would be. Then he goes to Iona, asking if she's okay, and she says that yes, he is saying that he will recover in the blink of an eye, and then he says that he had that ring stored away and forgot about it, but he didn't know it was so effective, asking if that's why she needed it, and she says yes, but she had no idea he would dare to give it to her, and Hegel says he was surprised, because he didn't know there was a spell, that even Iona couldn't give him, but she says that this is not a common item, that any monster in the tower can use, and she can feel the dragon's energy, so they call it the Black Dragon, but she says no, saying that it seems completely different from the Black Dragons, and first she needs to take it to the 99th floor, because now that they are sure that Grid is after Piayu Piayu, they need absolute protection from the Black Dragon, and so Elka thinks that the need for the revival of the kingdom of the King of Ribam has become even clearer, and Hegel says that it's time for them, the wolf tribes, to unite their forces and help, but then one of Iona's helpers arrives there, saying that they captured suspicious people, and this guy starts saying that he already said he doesn't even know who this Tarek guy is, and Meryl herself says she was just strolling around, and Theo, seeing the two of them, is surprised, saying that they should go with him to the 99th floor. Meanwhile, the protagonist is completely relaxed upstairs, and Eileen is enjoying another of the protagonist's treats, saying that it's delicious because the honey jelly made from peanut flowers has a slightly nutty and salty flavor, unlike the honey jelly made from cherry tomatoes, and the protagonist says it's a relief, and she continues saying it's delicious, and he says it's almost time to harvest the nuts too, saying that he can boil them and do all sorts of things with them, but she talks to Sejin, asking if he isn't worried because his cat friend is in danger, asking if it's okay for him to be eating so calmly, but the protagonist says he needs to concentrate on what he needs to do now, and worrying won't solve anything, and he also has a plan, so she questions him about it, asking him to tell her, as she will help as much as she can, and he thanks her, saying that they need to wait for now, telling her that it's not good to rush, asking if she wants more jam, but then he starts receiving several notifications, saying that the least farmers created 100 cherry tomato field workers, and he obtained 200 XP, and the size of the farm reached 30,000 workers, and he evolved from landowner to rich landowner, and he is surprised that they have already reached that point. Then he notices that his talent has evolved, questioning what a rich landowner is, and he taps to read some more information, and it says that he can assign up to 100 leased farmers, and tenant farmers can use the landowner's work skills, and when tenant farmers use the landowner's skills, the landowner receives 3% of the reward, and he can assign up to 5 guards to protect his farm, and within a 1-kilometer radius of the wealthy landowner. The landowner receives 50% of the experience points from enemies defeated by the guards as a reward, and he is surprised that he can assign guards to the farm, and even more so gain experience points when they defeat enemies, thinking that it's not like they are stealing experience points. So it's probably more of a fan. He decides not to let the guards handle it, instead of doing it himself. So he calls Cuenca, the black rabbit, asking him to come over, saying that first he'll select the two of them as guards. Cuenca asks what that means, and he says that he's going to officially become a guard protecting that farm. Cuenca thinks that sounds good, saying he'll protect that field, but the black rabbit is a bit smarter, asking if he has to become a guard in addition to being a rural farmer. Then the white rabbit arrives, calling the protagonist, saying that Flame is calling him, and he's surprised. When he goes down there, he asks Flame what happened, and she says that the final purification is complete, showing him the enhanced seed of the purified entity, and the seed of a corrupted entity, which absorbed the energy of the moonlight, was purified, and the seed was improved by the energy of the blue light, and the corrupted energy was purified, so the resistance to corruption increased, and if consumed, all stats increase by 15 permanently, and if left on the ground, the seed will germinate and grow, becoming a powerful purification seed, valid for 100 years, and it is of grade A+. The protagonist is surprised that it looks good. Then Cuenca says that the color is too beautiful, but Flame asks if he will eat it, and he says he's not sure because he wants the stat increase. Flame says that this child wasn't evil and used to be kind, but was contaminated, and the protagonist then tells her not to worry because he is a farmer, and naturally, he should plant the new seed, asking if she doesn't think so. So he actually plants it, and the system says that he sowed the enhanced purified seed, and the sowing proficiency level 4 increases significantly, and the harvesting proficiency level 4 increases by 5%. Thus, it is said that his proficiency is complete and leveled up, and the power of the enhanced purified seed is using its own power and growing. Quickly, the protagonist wonders what it will become, but then Eileen says that if it grows and becomes an extremely large tree, it will be a problem. The protagonist finally thinks about it, because she's right, and if it gets to the size of the corrupted ent that absorbed the blue light energy, it will be too much. She asks him to get it out of there quickly, but then a leaf emerges, and he notices that it's already growing. Kwang prepares for the fight, and they watch. Then, the powerful purification ent emerges from the ground, turning into a cute little green creature. The protagonist questions if this thing is a powerful purification ent, and seeing that small Pokemon, he's surprised that it's the ent. The protagonist thinks it's much smaller than he expected, and the tree, which was still somewhat sleepy, begins to move. It looks like a kind of chick emerging from the ground, and the protagonist wonders where it's going. The thing starts walking around, and when he looks at Flame, it runs towards her. The protagonist gets scared, saying he knew it would do that, but she tells the master that everything is alright, saying that he's not a bad child. Then, he gets close to her and starts playing, petting Flame, who also pets him. She says he's just protecting her, and the protagonist doesn't quite understand. And the little creature says it will protect the world tree. The protagonist then questions what a world tree is, and the black rabbit seems not to know. The rabbit asks if it's food, so the protagonist is told that the world tree is a tree that possesses abundant energy. Helen explains that only those recognized by the world tree can receive its blessing and enjoy limitless prosperity. The protagonist asks about the ent, and she says that the purifying ent must be a guardian that originally protects the world tree. Long ago, it received the force flowing from outside the tower, and it had no idea about this, since it had only seen corrupted ents until now. The protagonist then thinks that the fact that this ent is protecting the flame means that their flame is the world tree, and they continue protecting it. However, the flame is surprised, saying that it can't be such a grand tree, saying that it's just a soft, fragile thing, still trying to hide the truth. Helen says that there is no world tree in the Dark Tower, and the conditions haven't been met. It seems the ent saw potential in the flame, and says that perhaps it thinks. The protagonist asks if Flame has the potential to become the world tree, but she says she's just an insignificant little thing. Then the protagonist speaks to the black rabbit, telling him and Quang to bring the watering rabbits immediately, ensuring they bring clean, fresh water. The two set off. The protagonist then speaks to Flame, asking if she's feeling hot or cold, even if she wants more light, telling her she can ask him for anything she needs from now on, as he'll come to pet her hair more often. He also speaks to the purification ent, telling her to protect Flame very well. She continues to protect her, and the protagonist says Flame needs to become stronger. longer. She becomes all giddy, as she's hiding a great secret gift. Meanwhile, over with the lizards, they are suffering because those things have grown even larger and are now purple. They all run away, needing to retreat, but then the grasshoppers bite some of the lizards, almost killing them. One of them, however, ELCA arrives there, cutting one of them with that little onion, and when he looks to the side, he sees that the onion has disintegrated because of that thing, and the green onion from the blade can no longer kill them. But when all seems lost, the real ELCA, because that one there was ill, arrives to save the day, telling him to retreat. He is surprised by this. Then he grabs the lizard and runs away from there, taking it near those wizards who are helping with magic, and they begin to attack that swarm of locusts to save everyone. Then ELCA asks if he is alright, asking if Ilk got hurt somewhere. He questions what is happening, and because they are turning into purple grasshoppers, and they say they don't know, because until recently, they were degrading and turning into blue grasshoppers. Then ELCA asks if they should plant more green onions from the laminator. But ELCA says it's no use, telling him to look at it, because it has withered, and one of the lizards says that his friend has been poisoned, and they can't help him, and they think it's over for them, because the purple grasshopper's poison is strong, and they will spread poison everywhere. And even the land and air will be contaminated, and they think that if they kill the locusts, the poison will spray and cause poisoning, and they can't attack them except with magic, and their soldiers have become useless. ELCA, seeing this, notices that morale on the battlefield is faltering, and at this rate, the 67th floor will be devoured by the locusts. However, one of the cats arrives and speaks to ELCA, saying that these are detoxifying green onions that they brought from the 99th floor, asking if they can help. With that, they give the onion to the lizard that was almost dying, and it becomes active again. They realize that it really worked, and they tell everyone to get it, because they have detoxifying green onions to save everyone. He tells the cats that they must report this fact, either to the 99th floor or to the other side, because the only way to turn the tide on this battlefield now is through the detoxifying green onions. Meanwhile, the real ELCA, I can't stand it anymore. Everyone looks the same. They're all animals. There's no way to tell them apart. He's taking Theo over to the protagonist, along with the other two scoundrels, so this guy is surprised, asking why he poked him, and Oren tells him not to try anything funny, asking what he's hiding under his coat, and he says he's not hiding anything, saying he's accusing an innocent person. But Hegel tells him not to forget that he's right behind him, and he can feel everything, so Oren tells him to give it to him. Then he realizes it's a key, and he says that this is the key to his house, questioning if he hadn't told him it was nothing, but Oren says he'll confiscate it just in case. And this guy gets increasingly angry, and Theo says that Oren is doing a great job, and then Iona comes out from under his hood, and Theo is surprised that she's already awake, and she asks if they've arrived, and Theo says that they're on the 99th floor, and they managed to get there faster thanks to the speed of light passage, thanking Iona, but she says she doesn't need to. However, he asks if she's alright, asking if she doesn't want to sleep anymore, and Iona says she already slept very well in her hood, so she's fully recovered, and they have to meet Sijin now, so she can't meet him, she's sleepy. But then Elka tells Theo that he sees Sijin there, and he's with everyone, and he asks the ant what it feels like to be out there, but the rabbits ask what they'll do if he gets corrupted again, but Theo arrives there, saying that he's finally there, and the protagonist welcomes him. Then the black rabbit ends up seeing his beloved there, and she greets him, making him all giddy, and the rabbit with the voice asks if he knows this beautiful lady, and he says they only saw each other for a few seconds, but Theo, in turn, already notices that there's someone unknown there, and Queng says it's an ent, and it's the guardian who protects the world tree, so he doesn't understand nothing. However, the protagonist says that Vikiona also came, asking who her friend is, and she says it's Piayu, her disciple. Then she greets the protagonist, saying it's a pleasure to meet the great black dragon, and the protagonist says it's a pleasure to meet her too, saying she can call him Sijin, asking what's behind her, saying she must not have come, just to say hi, and she says that he's really very clever, saying she didn't come, saying she came to ask him a favor, and the protagonist finds this strange, and Iona says that Piayu is her disciple. But she is also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The protagonist is on the 55th floor, and she came there to ask for the Black Dragon's protection. The protagonist is extremely surprised to learn this, and all the rabbits there are shocked that she is the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, and Sijuilian stands before her. The rabbit and the father can't believe she's safe and sound, apologizing for not recognizing her. The mother rabbit says that, like her people, they are very touched to see her become such a beautiful princess, but she asks everyone to stand, saying they don't need to be so formal. The mother rabbit gets very emotional, and the protagonist asks why she needs protection. Iona says the story is a bit long and tells the protagonist everything they need to know, explaining what happened. He says it must have been very difficult for Piu, but she says it was nothing, saying it all happened because she's incompetent. However, they start saying it's not her fault, saying they can't forgive Grid and that they have to save her. The rabbits are suffering, trapped in that place, and they have to avenge themselves for their majesty. Iona says that with this kidnapping case, they obtained solid evidence to properly bring down the Grid, saying that this silo is undeniable proof. The protagonist realizes that those two idiots used that item to kidnap Iona and Tweety Bird, saying he'll interrogate them later. But there really is a dragon's mark engraved on that silo. Aileen talks to him, saying that this silo shouldn't be there, and the protagonist finds it strange. Aileen says it's the mark of the white dragon and belongs to Grandpa Keelian Mivra. The protagonist asks if they used the silo to attack, and Theo says yes, asking what they have to do. This guy stops him, begging for mercy, and Meryl says she only did what that goblin told her to do. But then the protagonist asks if this white dragon silo belongs to the dragon that manages the White Tower, and she says that's right, and she says that they have dragon clans that represent different colors, like black dragons, blue dragons, silver dragons, and so on, and there's an unspoken rule that says a dragon's belongings can't be taken to another tower without permission, and the dragon's belongings are so powerful that if used recklessly, they would destroy the world built inside the tower, and besides, if it belongs to the white dragon Grandpa Keelian. He questions what's so special about it, and she says that her grandfather and Grandpa Keelian have a history, and Kaiser himself arrives there calling Sijuan, saying he's a little hungry, asking if there's anything to eat. But then Yona is surprised to see that dragon. However, he's seeing that is surprised, and Hegel kneels before him, greeting the black dragon, and he says that judging by the aura of his energy, he must be the child responsible for casting the protective shield on the fragment of the monument, congratulating her for managing to cast such a difficult high-level spell. So she begins to thank him, but Kaiser asks what's happening at Sijuan Park, since so many visitors in such a short time is too much, asking if he's having a party or something. Then he prepares to explain about it, but that's when Kaiser sees that symbol on the protagonist's hand. He freaks out, getting closer to grab it. And he asks Sijuan Park where he went. He got hold of this thing. So he asks what the problem is. He tells the protagonist to answer and says he also wants to know, and that's why he was investigating him for using them on those two. He asks if they used it, shocked that the inhabitants of the Black Tower used the item from the White Tower. They beg to be spared as they made a mistake, and even Hegel is terrified. Then the Kaiser looks at them from inside the dragon, showing all his fury, and he sees a line inside Scarum. That line leads to the white dragon itself, which begins to attack him. He uses exterminate on that thing, and simply, in a magical step, it is undone in front of everyone. With a single touch of Kaiser's fingernail, Scarum itself turns to nothing, dust in front of everyone, and everyone is shocked. Aileen, everyone there is terrified, and Mario is also scared. He goes with his finger towards her, and she starts screaming, but the protagonist begs Kaiser to stop. Stop for a moment, saying that if he kills that cat too, they'll never find out where they got it from. But he says they don't need to, because they're contaminated with white energy, and he must exterminate them, and asks the protagonist to get out of the way. Even if it's him, he's going to do something. But then, Aileen talks to her grandfather, but he tells her not to interrupt him, because she knows very well how much he abhors those wretches. But she says that it's he who needs to stop, because if he doesn't, she'll cut off his communication. But then he questions what's happening, and she tells the crystal ball to execute administrator mode. Then he tells Aileen that she made a mistake, saying that her grandfather will stop, but she says she'll block him for now, telling the crystal ball to cut off communication with that stone statue. And so she blocks him and the statue, putting them into a dormant state, returning to paralysis, and the protagonist is surprised by this, thinking it's a relief, and Aileen says she turned off the stone statue, and he won't be able to connect for now. But the protagonist asks why the Kaiser was so angry, asking if dragons normally have such deadly risks, and she says no, because dragons used to get along well, that in different towers they interacted with each other, and before they started living in the space in front of the tower. She used to play and study with dragons from other clans, and Keelian and his grandfather used to get along well too. Among the dragons, they were like best friends, and were so close that everyone envied them, but their friendship was shattered because of a certain incident, and after that, even the slightest trace of them would cause one to attack the other as if to kill, and the white and black dragons stopped interacting, treading on eggshells because of the clan leaders, and she wonders if her brother Ajax is alright, because it's been hundreds of years since he last saw him, and the protagonist is surprised, thinking it simply doesn't matter, saying that at least to calm Lord Kaiser's fury, she needs to say exactly where she got that seal, talking to Maru, and she's terrified there, while Kaiser is furious, cursing everything in sight, and breaking his monitor in his rage. Then his son goes to him asking what happened, asking if anything happened to Aileen, answering because the device is in that state. He says he destroyed it out of anger, stating that he doesn't know when Aileen learned to use the system, when she severed its connection to the stone statue, and that clever girl is truly inspired by his granddaughter. His son asks if he knows how much it cost, but he says he doesn't, telling him to ask whoever made it to fix it. However, he mentions something more important. An item from the White Dragons was found inside the Dark Tower. He says that considering how angry Kaiser was, it must have belonged to Kelly and Mivra, and he confirms that's the case, as he was spreading his power by letting the tower's inhabitants use items infused with his energy. He wonders if he left that unpleasant thing behind, knowing he would find it. He speaks to Anton, ordering him to summon the Black Dragons immediately, but Anton speaks to his father, asking what he's thinking, questioning if he wants to start a fight. He says this is war, a war between the Black Dragons and the White Dragons, saying he can't forget it. Regarding what he did in the past, saying he'll ensure he gets what he deserves, Anton calls for his father, who leaves, and notices a bloody storm is coming. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist, Maju says she has no idea what happened, as she only used what Scarron gave her after meeting with Tarek. She begs him to spare her life, promising to do anything he wants, kneeling before the protagonist. She says she must be telling the truth, as Tarek said something similar when they were taken there. The protagonist wonders if this guy Tarek had contact with the White Dragon, but she says she doesn't think so, as there's a high possibility Tarek received them from the grid, and he's a blabbermouth, so if something like that happened, he would have bragged about it while drinking. She says she suspected this for a while, as the unknown source of the grid's wealth and informational power isn't something that can be done alone. The protagonist thinks, as expected, that he needs to provoke this. So, regarding the grid, and meanwhile, Black Rabbit is with Tweety Bird, and he asks the protagonist if they can take a break, as the visitors must also be tired, and he saw that she's almost asleep, which shocks her. The protagonist then says that's fine, suggesting they go rest, and that they'll talk again at dinner. He tells Black Rabbit that he'll give him the task of escorting Tweety Bird home, offering to be her bodyguard, while Yona says she's going to leave and return to the Hood of Tel, and Black Rabbit escorts her away. Yona also speaks with Meryl, explaining that using items from other towers without permission is a crime punishable by death, and even if not there, if she's taken to the association, she'll be punished immediately, so she should prepare herself, and she gets all sad, saying that this can't happen. But Tel says she seems a bit pitiful, asking if she can't go easy on Meryl. Then Yona asks if she feels sorry for her, but he says no, while Oren talks to Sijuan, asking what they should do with that backpack, since it contains items seized from Scarron, and the protagonist is surprised, then looks inside, and Tel asks if he's looking for something, and he says that this Scarron guy brings a lot of things from outside the tower, and he wonders how he achieved these things. Upon interacting with the humans passing by, Tel mentions that he thought there might be some method or motive behind it, and he thinks that if he hadn't died, they would have asked him directly, which is a shame. However, the protagonist asks if it's a key, and Oren says he said it's the key to his house. Then Tel asks why a traveling merchant would have a house, saying that the backpack is their house. However, the protagonist receives a notification saying that the owner of the subspace prison key has disappeared, and the subspace prison key will be assigned to Sijuan, the farmer from the tower. Thus, the subspace prison is summoned, a door that appears out of nowhere, and he questions what it is and where it came from. Iona then says it's subspace magic, a magical spell that creates space between dimensions, like the magic normally used to imprison dangerous prisoners or valuable items. The protagonist then begins to realize that Scarron was using that key, so he opens it. The protagonist opens the door, but notices that the other side is empty, and furthermore, it's so dark he can't see anything. Tel tells him to look ahead, and asks who he ordered to reveal themselves. Then, the thing inside begs them not to hurt him, asking who he's begging from. The protagonist tells the thing to calm down, saying they won't hurt him, and asks who he is. The bat reveals his name is Bat-Bat, asking if he is his master. The protagonist is surprised to see the bat, and questions what his problem is. The bat says that the fact that it wasn't Master Scarron who opened the prison means he is his new master. The protagonist tells him his name, saying that he was the one who opened the prison, but questions who he is, and what he's doing there. The bat says that's a strange question, since Bat-Bat is a golden bat, and that he was waiting for his master to arrive. Tel questions him about being a golden bat, asking where, since he's very dirty, and when was the last time he was there. He washed himself, but he doesn't even know what that is. So Tel says that guy is rotten, and the protagonist asks how long he's been trapped in that place, and he says he's been there there since he was born, and this time his master is bizarre, saying that he has to make him like him. So he's going to give him a gift, because he received it from the master, but it was so delicious that he saved it to eat later. Pulling something towards the protagonist, a completely twisted apple, and Joao questions what it is, and Tell says it's completely rotten, and tells him it's a fruit, saying it must taste good. And this is for the protagonist, but Joao says he'll get sick if he eats it, asking if he's been eating this all this time, and he says that this is Bat's treasure, and he won it as a reward for being good, but he says it's nice, but the protagonist says that's not possible, saying that they'll leave first, saying that this place isn't a good place to live. Then Bat is surprised to go outside, but he says that Master Scarum told him that the world outside is extremely dangerous and terrifying, and that small creatures like him would be devoured and go through horrible things. However, the protagonist says that it depends on the situation, but outside isn't as scary as he made it seem, saying that idiot Scarum lied to him. And the little bat gets all sad. So Iona goes to Bat and says that as a companion of a small creature, the world outside is so beautiful that it would be a shame if he lived his life trapped in that dark place. And instead of eating rotten fruit, he can eat as much fresh fruit and vegetables as he wants. So Bat gets all giddy, already salivating at the thought, and the protagonist says that's right, and if he loves fruit, he has tomatoes and cherries that he planted himself, asking if he wants to try them, saying they are incredibly sweet and refreshing. So Bat gets excited, and Sejuan says that's enough talk, saying that they're going outside to try them, and he just needs to get out of there, but he still says he's scared. So Iona says that if he's scared, he can hold her hand, saying that she will protect him, and so he actually does, and leaves that rotten apple behind, and finally goes into the daylight. And when he gets out there, he's surprised to see the world outside, noticing that it's very dazzling, and even strange for a bat to come out of the dark to see the sunlight. But who am I to say? Emicio and Iona ask him what he thinks, asking if it's not peaceful, and he says that the smell there is very different from the prison, and the protagonist thinks the breeze is great, and Theo says that he can finally breathe fresh air, because that guy went too far. Then Bat asks what he should do, and the protagonist says that he wants to ask him about the prison and his time there, but first they need to do the most important thing, and he questions what the most important thing is, and the protagonist says that they will clean him and get something to eat. So the protagonist takes Bat to meet the rest of the family, and everyone is surprised by how much he smells, and so they take him to take a bath along with Hegel, who is also going to wash, and the protagonist puts everyone to take that bath in the hot tub, nice and warm, while the rabbits are making food for the banquet. While the protagonist takes a bath by hand with the rabbit, he brings him some tomato juice, and he drinks the refreshing tomato juice along with everyone, giving some to Bat, who is totally thrilled to have having experienced something like that. While the rabbits warming the fire almost change color because of the foliage, Bat gets excited by all the interaction. After they get out of the bath, the black rabbit and Piu sneak away to be alone, while Iona is sleeping on top of Tell. A while later, they fall into the food, and the protagonist notices that Bat seems to be adapting very well. Iona says she hopes he finds his safe haven there, but talks to Sejuan, asking what he plans to do with the subspace prison. Then he takes the key and summons it right there beside him, and the prison spawns out of nowhere. He notices that he can summon that prison wherever he goes, and she confirms it. It seems like he's now linked to it, and he can open it whenever he wants, anywhere. The protagonist thinks he'll clean it and use it as his storage space, as that will be very good, saying he thought it would be convenient to have something like portable storage. But then Iona says that in that case, if he doesn't mind, and she asks if he would allow her to upgrade it so he can use it as a warehouse more efficiently, since this version is an old 3-layered magical structure, and she thinks they can expand its capacity even further, saying she'll clean it, install some lights, and add some shelves, and improve the interior, and the protagonist is surprised that he says he didn't know she could do that kind of magic too, which is quite expected of a great master of the magic tower, and he starts petting her, and she gets all giddy, and she says that Sejuan is a very kind dragon, getting all embarrassed that he's acting like that, and says he's right, saying that she's going inside to upgrade it, saying she'll see him in a little while, and the protagonist says that's fine, telling her to let him know if she needs anything. And when inside the place, she summons a light and says that observing how he acts humbly, treats everyone equally, regardless of their strength, and seeing how he genuinely gets excited about the simplest spells and unconsciously wants to be pampered, and that he really does have the heart of a great person. And so, she starts using her magic inside, even floating, preparing to start building Sejuan, and outside, the protagonist continues planting and expanding his land. But meanwhile, Black Rabbit and Tweety Bird, they are in the shade, eating a little, and he asks her if that pleases her, and she says yes, saying it's been a long time since she ate carrots, saying saying they're 100 times tastier than the ones she ate in the kingdom as a child, saying that while she was escaping the grid, training with her master, enjoying that luxury, so many people have suffered and been brought down. But she says that knowing they've been cultivating those forgotten crops while protecting the pride of the rabbits makes her feel ashamed. But he tells her not to be like that, because to fight against the grid and protect her people, she has cultivated this strength. So she thanks him for saying that, but says it's true, that as royalty, she pretended not to see the suffering of her people, just to survive, and as princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, she must take responsibility, no matter the cost. But then the Black Rabbit is touched by her, and says that he was born on the 99th floor. And honestly, he doesn't know much about the Red Ribbon Kingdom, but he could feel the longing in his mother, father, and the other rabbits' hearts, and the longing in the princess's heart. So she is touched by what he is saying, and he says that he can feel with his instincts, that he wants to return, and wants to restore the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. And seeing him act that way, she falls completely in love. Then he speaks to her, saying that he hopes that one day, she can lead them with a radiant smile, and says that he is called Black Rabbit there. But his real name is Paik, and he heard that warrior rabbits can become knights who protect the kingdom, saying that he wants to recover the Red Ribbon Kingdom from Gree, and restore her happiness, asking if she would give him, Paik, the honor of becoming her Black Rabbit Knight. And she says of course yes, accepting his kindness, thinking of her knight. While they are in that sweet moment, Kwang arrives there, asking what they are doing while they are holding hands. Then he is shocked, asking Kwang how long he has been there, and he says that he took a while to write it down. And Andy also arrives there, saying he wants to protect him, so he wants to become a knight too. But then Kwang says that speaking of which, they need to go soon, because everyone is looking for them both, and the Black Rabbit asks if something happened. And then Kwang says that if he doesn't act soon, the 67th floor, it's going to be destroyed before they can even face the grid. And Andy says the grasshoppers are dangerous, and they're both quite shocked, and they run up to the protagonist. And that is Joao says that they arrived just in time, telling them to rest a bit, as he was about to start talking. But the Black Rabbit asks why everyone is in such a hurry, and then ELCA asks where Lord Iona is, and he says that she is busy with something else at the moment, and if it relates to the magic tower, they have Piayu there, so he can talk. And so he says that they have already counted, that is 1, but the grasshoppers on floor 67 have turned purple and are emitting poison, and the laminator onions are wilting, and they are losing ground, and Piayu realizes that it is happening faster than she expected. And ELCA says that fortunately the intoxicating green onions seem to work against the purple grasshoppers, so they ran there to ask for immediate reinforcement, and the protagonist says that he understands, noting that when the grasshoppers transformed into a poisonous species, the detoxifying green onion, it became an effective remedy instead of the hard blades, and that's luck amidst a tide of bad luck. And he talks to telling him to fill half the cat's backpacks with intoxicating, hard-bladed green onions, and he says he understands, and the protagonist tells the rabbits to fill the remaining backpacks with food, and then one of the rabbits says he brought his equipment, and the protagonist is happy. Then he asks Aileen if there are any anomalies in the tower, and she says she's looking, saying she doesn't see anything different at the moment, but she ends up noticing some green notification, and she tells Sijuan that a mission has appeared, and says that the intermediate manager's mission is in the area, sending them to save the gem frogs from extinction in the Navia swamp on floor 67, and he thinks it's the same floor where the grasshoppers are, and she says that's right. And so the manager appoints him as intermediate manager, and he is transported to floor 67 in 30 seconds. And he can take his subordinates with him, and the protagonist thinks it's time to choose. And then she says she might not be able to help this time because her grandfather isn't well either, so he won't be able to help, and this time will be different from the last. Those grasshoppers are the trial from outside the tower, and even though his dragon heart has grown, he can't take on many strong monsters from the 99th floor like last time. She asks if he'll be alright, and the protagonist asks Aileen if she remembers what he said last time, because the collapsed worlds are nothing like that one. He says she's there, and he cultivated a lot of reliable plants for them to help them get through this. So he tells her not to worry, telling her to trust the pair who are farmers in the tower. Then Theo says they brought all the scallions as he asked, and Kwang says he just ate a bunch too, and he can use all his power, while Piayu, she says she'll help him with her magic. The Black Rabbit says that if she'll go, he'll go too, and the protagonist is happy with all of them, choosing his subordinates, calling them all to go to the 67th floor, and so he is teleported there, and goes straight to that swamp. And when he gets there, he falls into the middle of the water, without knowing where he was, and everyone splatters there, and then the protagonist asks what kind of mess this is. noticing that he knew it was a swamp, but they ended up directly in a humid jungle. But Theo tells the protagonist to be careful because he's going to fall. The protagonist says that first, they need to find a place to hide because they're very exposed there. Theo immediately tells him to get out of the water first. Meanwhile, the black rabbit asks Tweety if she's alright, and when she looks to the side, she sees a purple grasshopper right in front of her. The black rabbit is shocked and calls the protagonist. When he sees it, they see hundreds and thousands of those grasshoppers surrounding them, transforming into a whirlwind. The protagonist's mission is to find and exterminate the cause of the extinction of the Emma frogs. He asks what he thinks, because it's clear that it's those idiots. They are all surrounded, and the rabbit says it's okay, saying they'll come down killing them. The protagonist then heads up the dark tower along with all of them. Meanwhile, Aileen is completely nervous, pacing back and forth, thinking that no matter how much she thinks about it, sending Sejuan to floor 6-7 was a mistake. She wonders how long a tower farmer can last against those locusts. Then she looks at the crystal ball and questions whether she wants to unblock her grandfather. He starts talking to her, saying he was wrong, asking for forgiveness, and telling her not to block him again. She tells him that Sejuan went to floor 67 as an intermediate manager to deal with the locusts, asking her grandfather if everything will be alright, because even as the tower's administrator, she can't help him. Seeing this, her grandfather tells Aileen not to worry, because that human he saw entered the tower on his own, survived on floor 99 with nothing but his own hands, impacted countless living beings, turned them into companions, and grew faster than anyone else. And above all, Aileen, he is the representative of the Black Dragon, chosen by her, and it seems Sejum will be alright. Meanwhile, the protagonist is killing a bunch of grasshoppers while eating those scallions, charging at them all, and they're making a huge mess, finishing off those monsters while continuing to throw scallions inside. Tell asks what they would have done if he hadn't put the detoxifying scallions in his bag, and the protagonist says Tell did a good job. Meanwhile, Piayu says that the red grasshoppers have turned into purple grasshoppers, meaning the grasshopper population on the 67th floor has increased even more. She uses her water cannon to kill several of them. Meanwhile, the protagonist receives a notification saying that guard Piayu defeated a purple grasshopper, and he gained 50% of the experience she obtained. He continues gaining experience from all of them, and notices that this is an incredibly good chance to level up. So, he continues forward with Kwang, while throwing his axe. But, a grasshopper approaches him, and Tell says that this is bad because he is in danger, but the protagonist says that he is fine, and the flame's fire protects him, killing all those grasshoppers that come near, and they are shocked watching this. And he says that before coming, the flame gave him the flame of protection, and he is not so weak anymore, and so Kwang thinks that his father is very trustworthy, while Piayu says that if only the Black Dragon had been in the kingdom of the Red Ribbon. In the past, everything would be fine, but then the protagonist looks around and notices that there are way too many grasshoppers. So Tell thinks that this is ending. The protagonist realizes they're dealing with him, because they'll soon run out of detoxifying green onions, and the black rabbit is also starting to get tired, and Kwang keeps killing, but the number doesn't decrease, and the protagonist notices that they're all almost out of strength, realizing that at a time like this, if only the Minotaurs were there, everything would be alright, or rather, if only they were inside the Mages Association, Iona, things could be easier. But then he remembers that he can bring her with that thing, showing her the key. While the locusts come at him, he summons the subspace prison, calling her there. Opening the door and calling Iona, she questions what's happening, and she tells Sejuan that the update is almost complete, but she smells that odor, asking what that toxic air is, and he tells Iona that he needs her strength. And so she asks if those are purple locusts, seeing them charging, and in that, without thinking, she starts using her purple rays to launch everything at those things, and she uses the Giga Ray to kill several of them, wiping out a large portion of the locusts around her, and the protagonist thinks she's amazing. The system is then updated, and the number of exterminated locusts reaches 50,000 out of 700 million. The reward he will receive is 3 million experience points and 50,000 tower coins. If he fails, he cannot return to his original location until the mission is complete. He is surprised to find 700 million locusts remaining, but Iona says everything will be alright, because once their numbers decrease, they will revert to being red locusts, making them easier to defeat. However, she starts coughing and almost faints, but Telvi comes to her and notices she was hit by the locust's poison. He quickly orders a green onion to be brought to her, and when she eats it, he tells Iona that the magic was amazing, saying it will stay. Happy that they're on the same side, and she's completely amazed by his compliment. moment. But then Black Rabbit says he can't sense any grasshoppers nearby, and the protagonist is happy about that, inviting them to take a break inside the subspace prison, or rather, the storage, and they all head inside, and are amazed by the place, and the protagonist can't believe Iona decorated it so well, and she says it was too easy a task, and the protagonist says that thinking about it, if he uses it as dimensional storage, he can summon his companions at any time, without even designating them as subordinates. But then he sees everyone playing around, and Quang eating something, and he asks Quang what he's eating, and he says that those grasshoppers burned by the lightning are delicious, and the protagonist asks if they really are, and Theo is already disgusted, that he says they don't look very edible, but then he smells them, realizing that those grasshoppers smell like chicken, so he calls Iona, asking if she could modify that fireplace a little. Inside, they continue making a mess, and everyone smells the food, and the protagonist thinks this is insane, and everyone is starving, looking at those grasshoppers on the grill, and so Quang is happy. Meanwhile, the protagonist receives a notification, and he achieves a milestone, being the first to cooking a roasted purple grasshopper in the tower, and the recipe for roasted purple grasshopper is registered in cooking level 4, and its proficiency increases significantly, and a special effect was applied to the roasted purple grasshopper thanks to the cooking skill level 4, and the skill is low-level poison resistance, and the protagonist, picking it up, finds it very beautiful, and tells everyone to try it, but when he brings the grasshopper close to Theo, he thinks it smells good, but roasting it whole like that is kind of bad. However, Quang says he can let him eat it, occupying the protagonist's hand, already wanting to throw it in, but the protagonist tells Quang that it's hot, and he really notices, and starts blowing on it, and takes a bite, and when he pulls out the inside, he finds it wonderful, falling into it with relish. And Theo thinks that he is eating really happily, and Iona wonders if they should try it too, and the protagonist says that they have plenty, so they can eat calmly, giving one to each. And so he goes inside to see what it tastes like, and when he bites into it, everyone is amazed, and he says it tastes exactly like roast chicken. But while they're having fun eating inside, 3 entities arrive, thinking this is unforgivable. While everyone sleeps peacefully inside after eating, Theo opens the door to leave, saying he ate too much and is so full he can't even sleep. But behind the door, someone is waiting, escorting him, and he says he thinks he should go for a walk. But then the one who was escorting him puts a bag over Theo's head and restrains him, making him start screaming, asking what's happening. And that frog starts drowning Theo underwater, cursing him, saying that they were the ones who released the Cecitos in the swamp on the Eagle, asking if they weren't, since countless of their comrades died because of them. But Theo asks what he's talking about, and the frog says that starting with him, he will. He starts taking care of the others too, but Theo tells him to wait a bit, saying that he's a merchant, but that frog says it's a lie, because a traveling merchant would never go that deep. However, the other frog tells him to wait, telling him to look at his chest, because that's really a traveling merchant's insignia, and he thinks it's true, letting go of Theo, who's trembling all over. They question why there's a traveling merchant in the swamp on the Eagle, saying that the insignia must be fake or stolen, but Theo says it's all a misunderstanding. They came to kill the purple grasshoppers and saved Gemma the frog, and says he's the subordinate of the tower administrator, the Black Dragon, asking them to let him go. They're surprised by what he's saying, and Theo says that if they don't believe him, they can try knocking on that door, because the Black Dragon is sleeping inside, and the frogs are already imagining the Black Dragon coming out very angry, asking who dares to wake up there, and also who did that to his subordinate, and they question what they should do, and Theo also gets scared, and so they think there's nothing to do, saying that they'll take him to Lord Garen, and Theo questions who that is, and so they tie Theo up, taking him away as if he were a young chicken, and he starts calling Sijuan over they could save him, but Sijuan is sleeping peacefully inside, and Theo keeps saying he's a mid-level merchant, ordering them to put him down, saying it's an order. But then one of them says Theo is too noisy, and so they apologize, throwing Theo to the ground with all their might, saying they've lost many companions recently, so they have to be careful. But then Theo is surprised by their behavior, and starts arguing with them, because they came precisely to save them, and they're treating him like this, asking if they know how much pain they caused fighting the purple grasshoppers. But then in the middle of the water, someone says he's being too bold, and Theo looks back seeing nothing, but those bubbles are getting stronger and stronger, and someone comes out of the water, asking who dares, in front of him, the king of the gem frogs, to try to harm Lord Garen and his people. And poor Theo sees this, and that frog throws a lot of water at him, knocking Theo out completely. The purple frog speaks to Garen, saying they brought that guy from the swamp area, where the toxicity was more intense. Garen says it was him, the bastard who released those cursed insects in the swamp. But then Theo says it hurts, and he's scared, and no strength is entering his body. Or at least, that's what Elise would have said before. But he's destined to become a great traveling merchant, and he can't because of something like this. Garen doesn't understand anything, and Theo says that this body belongs to a veteran traveling merchant, the Golden Cat Theo, saying that he kidnapped him, threatened him, and left him in this state, saying that he will surely collect that price. However, Garen says he's too small, preparing to crush him, and Theo cowers, begging him to spare him. But the green frog asks Garen to wait. Just a moment, after all, that fellow says he's a subordinate of the Black Dragon, and he's surprised that he said he's a subordinate of the tower's administrator, and tells him that if that's true, attacking him for no reason could cause an even bigger problem. Besides, he said he fought against those insects, who defeated them, and says that maybe he really came to help them. Theo continues saying that he's telling the truth, and Garen says that's impossible, because even Lord Garen himself was poisoned by those insects, and is still recovering there, and a little thing that size wouldn't be able to face those insects. Theo says that regarding that, showing one of those dead insects, and he says that more precisely, it's because of the detoxifying green onion inside. But then Garen takes it from the toothpick and swallows it immediately while he speaks, saying that it has a nice smell, and so Theo is surprised by that tongue. And the green frog speaks to Garen that he says he can't just eat anything like that, but when he throws it in, he starts freaking out, and his body starts feeling strange, and everyone gets worried. Then he starts screaming and glowing, and Theo can't believe what's happening, and his body actually gets lighter, and his color completely changes, becoming pale again, with increasingly beautiful colors, and he says that on top of everything, it's delicious, asking what it is, and questioning Theo about what dish this is, because he feels like all the stokokinin in his body has been completely eliminated, asking Theo if he doesn't have any more, and Theo sees an opportunity there, saying that it's a good thing he brought some extras just in case. And now, he asks if he's ready to talk, on business. Meanwhile, the purple grasshoppers don't stop, and the lizards try to kill them in every way possible. But while they kill them, they don't stop releasing toxins, and several more arrive. Then, they start calling Tomuro, who doesn't seem very well, and they question why they aren't slowing down at all, saying that even the detoxifying green onions are running out. Tomuro realizes that they've come this far and won't be able to do much more. But as the situation is getting worse, Garen's tongue arrives, licking everything, and he thinks they're betraying him, taking several of those grasshoppers at once, and brings them to Garen, who swallows them all at once, and is very happy eating them. Then, nobody understands anything, and he continues rolling his tongue, killing and eating several at once, and he gets happier and happier with it. Then, Tomuro is surprised that tens of thousands died at once, asking who he is, and he says that this is the body of the king of the frogs. Gems, the swamp lord Navia, Lord Garen, and Tell also say that he is subordinate to that golden cat, Lord Tell, and that they just signed a contract. But the frogs start to question whether it's okay for Garen and Tell to be together, and the other says that even so it's true that he saved Garen, and so he orders Garen to go on the offensive, ordering him to devour everything without mercy. And Garen then falls on top of the starving grasshoppers, and meanwhile, the protagonist, who I don't even know anymore if he's the protagonist of this manhwa, is waking up, asking where Tell went, and everyone is dead tired, so the protagonist asks if everyone is ready, and they say yes, so they decide to go look for Tell, and Piayu keeps wondering where he went alone in the middle of the night, and Iona says that outside must be infested with grasshoppers, and the protagonist says that they have to go quickly and find him, while the Black Rabbit says that no matter what happens to Tweety, he will protect her, and so she gets all giddy, and he is increasingly in love. The protagonist says he's going to open the door, and when he does, everyone comes out excitedly, wanting to attack, but there's no one there. He notices that the area is still safe, and the Black Rabbit asks him to wait a little, or something huge is approaching from afar. The protagonist is surprised, and Tweety asks if it's a new kind of grasshopper, and Iona says that can't exist. Then the protagonist tells everyone to get ready, and they wait. Then a frog appears right above them, throwing itself on top of everyone, and the protagonist asks what it is. The frog falls right in front of him, splashing water, and throwing almost everyone away. The protagonist is shocked, and Tell asks what happened seeing them there, asking if they were all there waiting. Iona is surprised to see Tell there, questioning if he's alright, and Tell says he's great, and that's his subordinate, Garen, and the protagonist can't believe it. And Tell says that thanks to Garen, they got rid of a bunch of purple grasshoppers, and as for Garen, he notices that crest on the protagonist's arm. noting that it is an authentic black dragon. Speaking thanks to the food he prepared, they manage to defeat those insects, thanking the protagonist. He arrives along with several other frogs, and the protagonist notices that these frogs are different from the frogs on the 75th floor. Iona explains that they are gem frogs, the target of a mission they must protect, and Garen is the king of those frogs. She thinks that getting someone like that as a subordinate is something she did alone, and she proudly asks Tell who he is. Tell asks the protagonist if he did well, and the protagonist says yes, but asks how he did it. The protagonist says that since he did well, the protagonist has to give him a churro by clinging to his leg. The protagonist agrees, saying they'll go inside and talk, and he gets all excited. But then, he looks back, seeing that the frog is too big to fit inside, and says he wanted to invite them in, but the entrance is a bit small. However, Garen says that in that case, he doesn't need to worry, using his magic, and the protagonist is overshadowed here, and even Tell feels a great pain in his eyes, and the frog becomes tiny in front of them all, along with the others, and so, Garen actually becomes smaller, and Tell is surprised that he can also become small, and Garen says it's nothing serious, and so, the protagonist says that they will go inside and eat together, and Larry Antriona starts complaining to Tell, saying that he has no idea how worried they were, since he suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night, but Tell says that nothing serious happened, asking Garen if he didn't need to mention that he was kidnapped and almost died. But then, the protagonist says it's ready, showing the soup, and that is the potato soup with purple grasshopper, and the special effect is once again resistance to lower-level poisons, but upon consumption, the strength increases by 10.6 for 30 minutes. And the additional effect is another 0.5 due to level 4 cooking, and the protagonist tells them to each take their share, a little bit, and the black rabbit finds it delicious, while the frog thinks it's really good, especially the scallions, and the other says that the purple grasshoppers, not to mention the red ones, melted your skin just by touching them because of the poison, but that scallion, the detoxifying effect is absurd, and Jiren says that thanks to the protagonist, they managed to fight those insects, and the protagonist says that they will eat, regain their strength, and exterminate the rest of the grasshoppers, but then the green frog says that it's kind of sad, and of course they have to get rid of all those insects, but thinking that they won't be able to eat such delicious food anymore is too much. However, the protagonist says that he hasn't told them yet, and he has something to show, and he goes to a door, and Theo doesn't understand anything, saying that now that he's stopped to think about it, he questions what it is, and the protagonist says that he asked Iona to create a somewhat special space, and when he enters it, it's a freezer, and lots of those creatures. They're there, and Iona says that it's actually to store frozen material for research at the Mages Association later, but using a little as an ingredient isn't a problem. Then the frog guy asks if the insect tastes better if they freeze it, and as for the king, he complained that he's getting sleepy because of the cold. The protagonist says they probably don't understand the concept of freezing. He explains that if you keep something cold, it doesn't spoil easily and can be consumed by a long time has passed. And it's all thanks to Iona, who created that giant refrigerator, and she's all giddy, saying that spreading a matrix of semi-permanent freezing ice throughout space is pretty advanced magic. Then, the green frog talks to him, telling him to freeze that detoxifying scallion too, saying it would be a waste to let it spoil. But the protagonist says the scallion isn't a problem, since more can be planted. Then the frog asks what planting is, and he notes that he doesn't know what agriculture is, and tries to explain. But then he has an idea, and Iona asks what it is, and he says he just had a great idea. Meanwhile, back with Eileen, she's reading all her books, and says that until Seejown returns, she has to do what she can, saying she needs to find the best possible authority to give to Seejown, who is an intermediate manager. And so, she continues reading until she finds something, thinking it's it, and she finally finds it, sending him back safely because there's something there, ready for your beloved Seejown. Meanwhile, the lizards say that the evacuation of the wounded is complete, and the cat says she no longer senses any grasshoppers nearby. Their leader is happy, and they think the fight is finally over, but he says it's too early to celebrate, as this isn't the end of the war. He explains that Manager Tell and Garen played a crucial role, going to Navia Swamp first, and they are likely still fighting there. He tells them they owe their lives to them, and can't just stand by. He orders all the troops to march towards Navia Swamp. When they arrive, they find everything quite different from what they expected, as the protagonist is planting crops there. He complains about what's happening, and then Yona notices Tomoro's arrival, saying he arrived just in time. He asks Yona what she's doing there, and she becomes excited, saying they are putting an end to the battle with the grasshoppers, explaining that it's all thanks to the idea of that man there, the representative of the Black Dragon. The protagonist then, using part of his vision, he says they'll plant them right there, and Theo wonders why bother separating the weeds and planting them in various places. He explains that they need to be planted in well-drained soil, and that scallions don't grow in very damp soil. Thanks to the level 5 semi-visualization effect. He can see which terrain is suitable for planting, which is more useful than he imagined. Then he looks to the side and says that the 67th floor can handle the grasshoppers on its own now. His initial goal was to prevent the extinction of the gem frogs, but then Black Rabbit starts acting strangely. Tweety asks what's wrong, and he says they're coming. He realizes they've actually returned, and everyone gets scared. Theo says that no matter how many times he sees it, it's always disgusting. The protagonist tells everyone to eat the detoxifying green onions and get their slicer green onions. When they consume them, they prepare for battle, and the protagonist orders them to protect Pandanavia with everything they have. Iona throws a pile of things, and the protagonist and all of them start cutting them down, killing them one by one. Then, Theo orders Garen to go on the offensive, and Garen, from his small form, transforms back into his large form, returning to his normal size, saying that those things look appetizing, eating of all that can come, and so, Tweety and the protagonist can't believe it, saying that this is incredible, and the frogs continue doing everything they can to finish them off, and Tomorrow also helps a lot with his sword, and he begins to realize that the grasshoppers are receding, and with the decrease in the number of grasshoppers, the purple grasshoppers regress to red grasshoppers, returning to their natural state, and the protagonist says that they will continue pressing like this, and they continue that battle, and after a while, Theo thinks that winning without anyone getting hurt is the power of the scallion, becoming very happy. Then, the lizard speaks to the protagonist thanking him for saving him, and the frogs say that they will cultivate the scallion well and exterminate the remaining grasshoppers, and now, the Pantanavia can be protected by themselves, and thus, the protagonist completes his mission as intermediate manager, and with the completion, he gains 3 million experience, and also receives 50,000 coins from the tower, and reaches the level 50, and the protagonist is surprised by this, so Tomorrow goes to him, saying that, in fact, a large part of the blame for this incident is his, and says that from what he heard from Iona, Tarek was the one who orchestrated the food supply for the locusts, and even receiving rewards from him, he didn't suspect anything, and he even received that item from that damned guy, saying that he would like to hand it over, but the protagonist says no, telling him to use it to restore floor 67, which suffered damage in that battle, and while he says this, he returns to floor 99 along with everyone, and Tomorrow and the frogs thanking him for his generosity, and the protagonist leaves him there with his mission accomplished and goes back upstairs, saying that it had been a long time since he felt such invigorating air, and the rabbits are happy that the protagonist has returned, and he asks if they are alright, because the little rabbits have grown even more in that time, while Garen, who is hiding there in Theo's cloak, is surprised and the protagonist wants him to go to the 99th floor, and Theo notices that he went too. The protagonist then says that, thinking about it, he doesn't see any bumper cars, wondering if he's adapted well. At that moment, Mama Rabbit points to the house, showing that he's under the roof, sleeping peacefully there. He notices that he's doing very well with the little bees, and he thinks the garden is also in great shape. Papa Rabbit says that the residents of Granada Village helped willingly, and now they've spread out again to work as wandering merchants. Then, the Gray Rabbit speaks to the protagonist, saying that while he was away, they prepared something, asking if he could accompany him. Meanwhile, the hole below is getting bigger and bigger, and he notices the cave, or rather, questions what that is on the ground, and notices that there's a small entrance there, and sees that it's a staircase, and it's quite deep. He wonders if these are stairs leading directly to the bottom of the cave, and realizes that now they won't need someone up there pulling them anymore, saying that they really worked hard. Meanwhile, Flame speaks to the protagonist, and in doing so, he notices something, realizing that there are more beings there, and he wonders if their numbers have increased. Flame says that Passark produced even more seeds, and he thinks that's great because that way they'll have even more friends to protect her. But then, Eileen asks when he returned, and he asks her if everything is alright, and she says that look of his. It makes her look like an idiot for being worried. She upgrades, but says she has something more important to deal with, and the protagonist finds that strange. She tells him to consider it a reward for all his effort this time, so the protagonist receives something that starts to glow. She says she hopes he likes it, as it's the best authority she's found, and so the tower administrator grants the unbreakable body authority, the emblem of intermediate tower manager, meaning his physique can never be destroyed. I'm starting to think that soon the protagonist will have immortality, just to stay alive a little longer, and spend more time with her, but the protagonist, even with that, says he's not feeling anything, so Kwong goes crazy and hits the protagonist on the head with a club, and he does feel pain, but then Kwong says that now daddy is golden, and then Theo says that's true, because he really doesn't break, but then the protagonist gets angry with Kwong, saying that the pain is still the same, saying that he won't have dinner tonight, and he gets all sad, but then the protagonist tells Eileen that it was very good, thanking her, and she says that she's counting on him from now on. Then a mission is activated, and he's surprised, outpost. It's the class mission, sending him to discover the pleasure of harvesting, or use the harvesting skill 100,000 times, and the reward is unlocking level 51, 50,000 tower coins, and also all the farmer class skills from the tower plus 1 level, and he's surprised that he needs to collect 100,000 times. So, meanwhile, over there with Grid, he's looking at his own photo, and someone comes in talking to him, saying they have something urgent to report, and he tells that person to come in, and he says that the Association of Traveling Merchants sent a summons, and the situation is quite serious, and it seems that Tarek was captured, and he also failed in the kidnapping of Princess Tweety, and in the process mentioned Grid, and so he gets angry, with Tarek thinking he's a complete nutcase, saying that because they are both elders of the Yahellos, he treated him with respect, and even entrusted him with an important artifact to handle the work, but still, for the Association of Traveling Merchants, which lives off his money, to come in with such force like this, Tarek. Then the spy says yes, because the president of the Mage Association, Ione, and the inspection department carried out a joint operation, and Seraph at the moment he told Tarek that he was being arrested on more than 8 criminal charges, so he questioned him about the evidence, and that ninja said that they claimed to have obtained Tarek's confession through a ring with a recording function. So Grid got very angry, saying that the ninja could tear up that paper, so he thought that they had summoned him personally. However, he went to the library and pulled out one of those books opening a secret passage. He walked through that passage and walked down there. There's a door with a ribbon, and he opens that door. Inside, there are mountains and mountains of gold coins, as well as a statue of a white dragon. The dragon says that Grid has arrived, and he says that the insignificant one, Sauda, calling him the Great White Dragon, begins to speak to him through that statue. And there, with the protagonist, everyone is reaping the rewards. Meanwhile, Flamey is having fun with Zant, while Kwang is also working, and the princess is being worshipped by all the rabbits, until the protagonist starts pulling something from the ground, struggling along with Tell and the black rabbit, until he almost manages to pull it out, but that thing just won't budge. He thinks this is no joke, and Tell says he's never seen such a big sweet potato branch, saying there's definitely a huge sweet potato there. When Kwang hears this, he appears and starts pulling, and the protagonist tells him to keep going. Even though Kwang is growing, he has difficulty until he shouts and manages to pull out that thing. The sweet potato is simply absurdly large, and it's the giant pumpkin sweet potato, a sweet potato grown in the tower that absorbed abundant nutrients, making it tasty, but it used all the nutrition just to grow. When consumed, it doesn't provide any effect, and it doesn't sprout, even if you don't plant it. They are amazed by it, and the protagonist thinks it's incredible, because with just that, you can already fill everyone's bellies, and Kwang says he wants to eat, and so his harvesting skill goes to 2389, and he questions when it will end, so he calls everyone to eat first, since Kwang also worked hard, so he takes back what he said about going without dinner, and everyone is happy, and the protagonist calls that key, opening the space, asking Kwang if he can go inside and get 10 purple grasshoppers. Then he understands, and then Elka asks what it is that he is bringing, but Theo tells him not to judge just by appearances, saying that it is very tasty, and everyone was finding that strange. But when the protagonist starts cooking and tastes that soup, the mother rabbit is still a little hesitant, and he says that it turned out well, because with the giant sweet potato, the sweet taste became even more intense, telling the mother rabbit to taste it. But she doesn't seem very happy. However, the chubby rabbit falls in, grabbing the pot, and eating. The protagonist finishes the bowl completely, and he's all happy. He asks if the rabbit wants another bowl, and seeing that it's good, everyone else dives in, thinking the killer is too good to be true. He hands it to Iona, and she says it's alright, explaining that they have to leave for a bit because they need to attend the trial of the great owner of the 55th floor Grid. The time has finally come to punish him for his crimes, and the protagonist is surprised that even the black rabbit goes along, wishing them a good trip. Meanwhile, Theo Garen returns to him and asks if the walk outside was good. Theo says they found something strange up there, and the protagonist questions him about it. When he goes outside, he's quite surprised, wondering what happened there, with that huge tree in front of him, and the protagonist, seeing that, wonders if it's a carrot, and Quang thinks it's too big even for him. Then, the protagonist questions what they're going to do, wondering if they're going to dig up the surrounding earth. But then Theo says he'll leave it to him, summoning Garen, and Garen grows on top of everything there, and says he can leave it to him, pulling that carrot. But even using all the strength he can muster, he can't pull it, and the protagonist is surprised that it's not possible, not even with Garen's strength. wondering what might be buried there. But then he hears that sound, and it's Queng's mother who's cursing. Garen notices she's taller, and they look at each other, almost fighting. The protagonist tells them not to start, and says that since Garen came from another floor, it seems he offended Queng's mother. Theo then says that Garen is his subordinate, and at that moment, the two stand face to face. Queng arrives, calling his mother, saying there's a huge carrot buried there, and he wants to eat it, telling her to hurry. She looks at the carrot, then at the frog, and the protagonist says that's right, saying they can work together to dig it up. They look at each other and end up joining forces, and the protagonist notices that this is even causing an earthquake, asking how big the carrot is. Queng says his mother can handle it, and they both use all their strength and manage to dig it up. They are incredibly surprised, because what comes out is an enormous carrot. A red ribbon appears, and the protagonist notices it floating in the air. He then harvests the Great Carrot Altar of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, significantly increasing his work experience and harvesting proficiency. His harvesting proficiency increases even more, to the point where harvest level 4 is filled and leveled up, granting him 10,000 experience points. The protagonist can hardly believe it. Then, the Father Rabbit arrives and gives the protagonist a special mission. Within 24 hours, he must offer 100 units of 10 different types of crops at the Great Carrot Altar of the Red Ribbon Kingdom and participate in the Festival of Abundance Harvest. The reward is the completion of the Festival of Abundance Harvest and a class skill, Crop Gigantification. The protagonist is surprised that he even received a special mission, as he was instructed to harvest crops, and the reward of Crop Gigantification leaves him somewhat bewildered. He wonders what this is all about, and the Father Rabbit explains that it is clearly the legendary Golden Carrot Altar transmitted from the Red Ribbon Kingdom. He then says that according to the Legends of the Dark Tower, one day, a huge golden carrot sprouted from underground, and soon after, a dispute began over who would get the mysterious golden carrot. This continued until a rabbit cried out for peace and shared its food before the golden carrot. Then, one by one, the rabbits began to share their food, and soon a peaceful festival took place before that carrot, called the Festival of the Abundant Harvest. But the protagonist wonders why the carrot from this legend of the Red Ribbon Kingdom appeared there, especially since the rabbit notices it's not golden at all. The protagonist thinks that just asking questions won't change anything, so he calls everyone together to begin the Festival of the Abundant Harvest. However, after gathering everything he needs, he realizes he's only got carrots, cherry tomatoes, and sweet potato, pumpkin, corn, potato, green onion, noting that for now that's all, thinking it's strange, since he's sure he planted many more things. Then Father Rabbit says that's correct, calling the protagonist to go with him, and the protagonist sees those strawberries over there, noticing that there are strawberries and Xiangyang peppers, and he remembers that it's true, because he had bought them along with the carrots at the seed shop, and while he was away, they worked hard like farmers, and Father Rabbit gets all org. The protagonist, visibly pleased, explains that thanks to this, they added 2 more types of plants to the altar offering. However, the protagonist then clarifies that there are 3, showing the protagonist the peanuts. The protagonist finally remembers this, noticing that they are ready to harvest, and wonders if it's because of that mysterious monument. The rabbit confirms it, saying that thanks to the monument, the crops are growing rapidly. The protagonist notes that since the field has expanded, they will have to take even better care of it, expressing gratitude for cultivating everything so well so far. He then calls them to organize, explaining that all the crops they have planted so far are those mentioned. They think there are 9, and only 1 is missing. Queng thinks it's a shame, but Tell reminds them that there is 1 more. The protagonist asks which one it is, and Tell asks if the protagonist remembers when they went to floor 75, and after defeating the Frog Queen, planted that yellow fruit they brought. Queng remembers that it's the horned one, but the protagonist says it's not horned, but a pineapple. He says that pineapples are rare, and they couldn't plant many, and they planted them recently, so they probably haven't grown yet. By the time they prepare 100 pineapples for the festival, the other harvests will have already spoiled. He notes that there's still some time before the seed shop opens, and thinking about it, there's no solution. For now, they'll harvest as much as possible, and everyone is excited. Meanwhile, in the main court of the Merchant Passage, Helgrid is there with that bunch of judges, and he says that regarding the locust infestation on the 67th floor, he is accused of instigating and deliberately aiding it. Furthermore, he is accused of ordering the kidnapping of the head of the Mages Association, Iona, and the Princess of the Red Life Kingdom, Piu. It is also said that in the past, he released the locusts on the 55th floor to attack the Red Life Kingdom, assassinate the king and queen of the time, and usurp the throne in an act of treason. They begin. At the trial to investigate the aforementioned crimes, however, Helgrid seems quite confident that nothing will happen to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist picks the lucky strawberry, and while he's picking it, the rabbits help him. He goes goes to the other side and picks the chili pepper. After consuming it for an hour, his mind calms down, and he tells him that now he can make spicy things too. Meanwhile, Kwang tries to eat the man, and the protagonist yells at him. Kwang freezes instantly while eating the thing, and starts spitting fire, crying profusely. The protagonist asks what to do, because Kwang is on fire, and he says he's going to die. But the protagonist tells him to hold on just a little longer, because the burning sensation will pass, and he continues crying. Tell says that cultivation is terrifying. Furthermore, after a while, the protagonist takes the strawberries to the altar and wonders if that's enough, since he has 100 of each type. Thus, the 9 types are prepared, and his class mission has already surpassed 10,000 times. However, he wonders what to do with the last type, as he only needs the pineapple. He mentions planting about 20 pineapples, but they are still quite green. He says he'll try harvesting them anyway, using the growth promoter. Then, when he pulls, the system indicates he harvested a still green pineapple, and the class experience increases only slightly. He gains 30 experience points, and the protagonist thinks that's 4. It's getting too much, and that's really bad. There's not much time left, and Tell questions whether it's possible to offer even a still green one. However, the protagonist speaks harshly to Tell, saying that his honor as the tower farmer doesn't allow him to do something like that. They think it's nice, but the protagonist notices that the laminator onion is the detoxifying onion. Should they count as a different type or not? Tell starts to think he's not so nice after all. However, the protagonist remembers something, saying he just wanted some harvest to fall from the sky. Then he notices the ontes are there, and he realizes they are purifying seeds. He wonders if he should offer them at the altar, asking if they want to help, and they say yes, and start throwing a bunch of seeds around. The protagonist wonders if this can be considered cultivation, and Father Rabbit says it's worth a try. He thanks them, saying it should easily yield 100, and they are all overjoyed. The protagonist takes the item, saying that with it, they gathered 100 units of each of the 10 different types, and so, Father Rabbit begins to pray, saying that they are offering the golden carrot, asking to accept their sincerity, and to grant them a blessing of abundance if the carrot begins to glow, and the protagonist is surprised. Then, it is said that 100 units of each of the 10 types of agricultural products were offered, and the mission was completed, and as a reward for completing the mission, the Festival of Abundance Harvest will be held, and they are happy that they succeeded. The system says that the great altar of the giant red pita carrot grants the blessing of abundance to the entire floor, and while this is happening, Eileen's crystal ball begins to glow golden, and she questions what this energy is, and the entire 99th floor feels this golden energy reaching the Minotaur King, and they question what that light is. Then, the Minotaur King orders everyone to prepare to move, as it has been a long time since they had an expedition. While meanwhile, in the main court of the Merchant's Passage, they are still in the trial, but Iona thinks this is impossible, asking if the judge is saying that Greed is innocent. Greed himself is laughing maliciously, and Giraffe tells the honorable judge that she is testifying, saying that all of this was orchestrated by Greed. However, the judge says there is no proof, and so she says that the ring is definitive proof of what they are talking about. Tarek says that this ring is, in fact, concrete proof. However, Greed says that it is clear proof of Tarek's crimes, and he has no idea why he mentioned his name. Giraffe says that this is a lie, saying that he was the one who ordered or did it. However, the judge asks Tarek if this is true. Then he is under Greed's gaze, who is blatantly threatening him, and says yes, saying that all of this was something he planned alone, and that he tried to frame Greed to strengthen his position on the Council of Elders was already valid. But then Iona gets angry, saying it's a lie, because everyone knows they're in on the same scheme. But then, Greed says that, in fact, all of this was planned by that mage Iona, and she's shocked, saying that suddenly, it doesn't make any sense. Then, Greed says that if he records her saying that, she'll be the one in the dock, asking if that makes any sense, and then Tweety notices that he's strangely calm, asking if Iona doesn't think so, noting that this was well orchestrated, and she never imagined he would get away with it so brazenly, and the judge says that he will to deliver its verdict, and since there is no evidence to prove the accusation against the defendant Greed, but also no evidence to deny his relationship with Tarek, the charge of criminal incitement against the defendant will not be recognized due to lack of evidence. However, until the suspicions of the attempt to harm Iona, Princess Tweety, are clarified, a restraining order is issued, prohibiting any approach, and thus the trial ends with that scoundrel pig going free. Meanwhile, Greed walks calmly outside, and Itos appears, saying that Greed worked for Doru, and asks if he still calls himself deputy director after pocketing his money like that. Greed says he's sorry, but then Giraffe follows them, and is surprised, because the deputy director of the secret inspection department is involved. She says she thought something was strange, and decided to follow him, so that's how he's bribing his own department. Greed says that even so, it was a good decision not to execute Tarek immediately, because putting him on the witness stand ended up working in his favor, and he says that's exactly what happened. Then Greed says that now that the guy is useless, he should discreetly dispose of him, handing Itos that legendary white dragon insignia. But Itos says that after all, how does he get such rare items from outside the tower? Then Greed asks if he's curious, asking if he's still interested in the information, even knowing he could be killed. Itos says no, saying that it was rude, and so Greed tells Itos that this is his last chance. But Zirith points the gun at them, ordering them to stay still and not move, and they are surprised, but Greed is not fazed by this. And Zirith says that the great owner of the 55th floor, Greed, and the deputy director of the secret inspection department, they are caught red-handed for smuggling items from outside the tower, but Itos tells Zirith to stop this madness. And Greed just continues as if nothing is happening, and Zirith tells Itos that she is disappointed, and Greed agrees, saying that the deputy director just follows others around. She is much better at perception and initiative, and he gets all nervous holding that insignia. Then he talks to Greed, and he thinks there is no way out, using Itos and killing him right there. Then she is surprised by Greed, and he says that an interesting vacancy has just opened up, asking Zirith how to work with him, leaving him stunned. But then Zirith says it's nonsense, ordering him to drop the weapon and surrender. But then Greed asks if it is or not, saying that everything is fine, saying that she can arrest him anyway, because he'll be out again soon. Then she tells Greed that he is immediately under arrest on suspicion of homicide, telling him that she ordered him to stay still. But Greed bends down to pick up that insignia, and he says he ordered him to try and arrest her, and she thinks that's bad, shooting at him, but he uses that insignia to defend himself, and the bullet stops right in front of him, and she's surprised that the bullet stopped. So Greed orders him to arrest her if he can, using that insignia to attack Zirith, trapping her in that barrier. Then he says he wasn't joking when he told her to work with him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is told that with the start of the Harvest Festival, mania and abundance overflow all the way to the 99th floor, surprising everyone. Kwang notices he feels an overwhelming surge of energy, and the special mission is completed. However, the protagonist senses something approaching, a tremor, and all the Minotaurs rush to siege him. Sejum senses a fright, and the Minotaur asks what that giant golden grass with such a delicious smell is. The protagonist replies that he hasn't seen it in a long time, but then the little frog says that's quite audacious, revealing that it's the tower's intermediate manager and the Black Dragon. However, the Minotaur King introduces himself as the boss of the 99th floor, and he becomes quiet. The protagonist says that since the festival has finally begun, they'll keep the atmosphere lively, and the little figure says she knew that, as the way there was full of stalls from traveling merchants. The protagonist asks about this, and Tell begins to explain. Several merchants appear, saying that an opportunity that rarely comes along has finally arrived, and the Raccoon Company has arrived. The protagonist wonders what all this is about, and Tell says that even he, as a traveling merchant, has never seen anything like it. The Raccoon explains that it's an old tradition from the Harvest Festival, and wherever there's a festival, the Raccoon Company appears. Tell asks if they notified the Traveling Merchants Association before setting up their stall, and the Raccoon questions what that is, because speaking of which, it's been a while since he's seen the Black Tower. The protagonist is surprised, as it's a rice barn, and one of the raccoons says he has a good eye for the merchandise, saying it's freshly made, warm and soft, suggesting he's a farmer from the tower. He then offers a special price, telling him to buy 2 and get 1 free, but the protagonist refuses, telling him to give everything he has, throwing a coin on top of the barn. The raccoon asks how much that is in tower coins, and the protagonist notices that it's actually a white rice cake, saying it's been a long time since he's seen rice, and he throws it in. It's said that Park Sejong spent 267 days trapped in the tower, and finally tasted rice after all that time, and he thinks this is what it tastes like. Then the raccoon talks to those cute items, and Tell notices something, seeing that those front paws are glowing and reacting to something. So he goes over and gets it from the raccoon's stall, asking how much that key with the ribbon costs. Meanwhile, everyone is devouring the rice cake, filling it up wonderfully, and Kwang says it's the first time he's eaten something like it. The raccoon asks him if it isn't delicious, but then Kwang realizes something, noticing that it's honey, and he says that honey is the perfect combination with rice noodles, so he throws it in, saying it's sweet and soft, and that it's the best, and tells them to dive in too and enjoy it. But then the raccoon speaks to the protagonist, asking what that golden seasoning is, and the protagonist says that it's honey. It's a sweet liquid that the bees collect from the flowers, and they send them to taste it and dip themselves in it a little. While they do this, everyone finds it wonderful, and even the raccoons, when they taste it, are amazed. Surprised by how sweet and wonderful the protagonist, thinking it's very good, wonders how it can be so sweet, since it's a natural sweetness with nothing harmful, and on top of that, it's fragrant. He thinks that if he eats it with his rice cake, it will surely be delicious. The others can hardly believe the raccoon, and he wonders if he could just try a rice cake dipped in honey. The protagonist then thinks for a moment and says he won't allow it, because he's saying he'll take back the rice cake he just bought. Besides, that honey is something really rare, and to get that amount of honey, hundreds of days of time are needed. However, Queuing asks what he's saying, because he has honey left over in his storage. But the protagonist silences him by putting honey in Queuing's mouth, and he shouts that it's too delicious. The protagonist then talks to the raccoons, saying that if they really want to eat rice cake with honey, he suggests exchanging it for something else. And so the raccoons are there, asking what that thing is, the pride of their company, Raccoon, and MacGioli, and Queuing has no idea what it is, but the protagonist is surprised to see it there, noticing that it's alcohol, realizing that they also sell it, but he thinks not, saying he'll stay calm, and then the raccoon asks if he knows what it is, because it's a mysterious drink made with his secret recipe, and the protagonist says he knows very well what it is, and it's an alcohol made from fermented rice with duroc, and they are surprised, asking how he knows this, saying that he must not be a normal customer, and the protagonist continues to tease Miguel, because this honey is very precious, and exchanging it for MacGioli seems like a loss for him. So the raccoons get down, and the protagonist says he'll be nice to them, saying he'll exchange a bottle of honey for a jar of MacGioli, and so they close the deal, agreeing to exchange with the protagonist. Then they take that. They dip the tio, a type of fish, in it and eat it with honey, finding it incredible, noting the soft texture, toasted flavor, and smooth, fragrant sweetness, thinking it's a perfect combination. The protagonist says that eating grilled rice tioc will be crazy, and they ask if he wants a glass of MacGioli too. The protagonist says he does, mentioning that it's been a long time since he's had it, so he's going to try the MacGioli. But then Kwang asks his father for some, but the protagonist says he won't, because alcohol is only for when he's a real adult. Kwang is depressed, but while the protagonist is about to drink some kachaka, Kaiser asks who mentioned alcohol, and he's shocked because the black dragon appeared out of nowhere, and the raccoons can't believe it. The protagonist sees Kaiser nearby and asks who mentioned alcohol, and they say they were negotiating the MacGioli with the raccoon company, and he notices they're from the group that came from the Golden Tower, and the protagonist doesn't even believe it, and they say that's right, saying that if they were impolite, they apologize, but Kaiser says it wasn't impolite at all, because the owner of the Golden Tower is an old drinking buddy of his, and if that guy's stuff is trustworthy, then they ask if he'd like to try that MacGioli, and he talks to Sejong, saying that he's been doing his job as an intermediate manager very well, wondering how long it had been since such an abundant harvest festival had taken place, and he says he'll drink along, but he takes the protagonist's drink and turns it over at the Dark Tower, surprising the protagonist. Then Aileen talks to her grandfather, who questions what was for his beautiful granddaughter, but she asks if it's the right time for that, questioning what he asked for. He says he forgot for a moment, but she tells him to forget about it, saying she'll do it herself. However, he says it's okay, that he'll help, and asks her not to block him. Then he talks to Park Sejong, and the protagonist tells him to go ahead, as he'll keep his share safe. He says the boy is the best catch there, and the raccoon says he thought his heart would stop because he never imagined he'd meet the black dragon. Then the protagonist says he'll buy everything he can again, and also information about the Golden Tower. Meanwhile, the black rabbit tells the princess to cheer up, saying that this time Grid has been released, but that the evil deeds of that fellow will surely have a price. However, she remains hopeless, and Yona says that's exactly right, because Grid will be under strict surveillance in the future and undergo a full investigation, and next time, they won't let him escape like that again. I think Scarum was easier, just summon a black dragon, give him a little tap on the forehead, poof, no problem anymore, better than going through all this rigged trial. And then, the princess thanks everyone, but speaking of that, she says that for some reason, the 99th floor is overflowing with mana, and meanwhile, the Minotaurs say that the moonshine is incredible and everyone is high, feeling that good sensation. So the princess questions what exactly is happening, and Theo realizes that they're back. Then Yona questions what happened, because mana is overflowing there, and even the Minotaurs are like that. So he says that while they were away, the harvest festival, the festival of abundance, was opened, and they are all surprised by that. While all this is happening, the Bastilans say that, as they've heard, they came from the Golden Tower, and the Golden Tower is ruled by the great golden dragon, Artemisia. They say the items they brought were produced by a very dear farmer from the tower, Lady Cecilia. The protagonist finds this surprising, noting that there are tower farmers in other towers as well. He asks if they could get some rice rice modas from Lady Cecilia, but the Guastinim questions what modas are. He explains that they are the young sprouts of rice before they grow, and if modas aren't available, seeds will do. If they have those, they can grow rice in the Dark Tower. One of them says he understands and will speak to Lady Cecilia, saying that if there's another opportunity at the next harvest festival, he'll go with her. The protagonist is surprised by this, and the Guastinim says they only have one, but they don't know how long it will take. Then, everything starts to glow, and Quang, he notices that the giant carrot is glowing, and in an instant, the first competition of the carrot harvesting festival will begin. They must go to the altar of the giant carrot with the red ribbon, and the protagonist is surprised by this. Quang thinks something is strange, because all the minotaurs run there smelling the carrot. However, the protagonist keeps wondering if Theking Minotaur wasn't holding something a moment ago, so they go there too, and when they arrive, he says that they must have finished harvesting yesterday, asking how those carrots grew so much in that time. Father Rabbit says that it seems by the power of the golden carrot that the whole area has turned into a carrot field, and the system says that for 10 minutes, the participant who harvests the most carrots will receive a special reward. He is surprised, urging everyone to go all out, and King Minotaur asks if everyone is ready. Meanwhile, the raccoons wish everyone strength, and Tell also cheers them on, but Iona asks if he's not going to participate. He says he's a traveling merchant, not a farmer, and asks if they're not going to join. Iona says they're not really in the mood for a party right now, and the princess says the grid has been released, and they haven't been able to do anything, and they need to think of a plan soon. But while this is happening, the carrot glows, starting the challenge, and everyone rushes in, and the protagonist is harvesting as much as possible along with Father Rabbit, and he notices that it's possible to advance the harvest mission 100,000 times simultaneously, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the Minotaur King goes berserk, throwing everything up in the air along with his minotaurs. The protagonist says that's cheating, but Quang says he won't lose, transforming into the monster form and lifting everything with a single slap, harvesting all those carrots at once. The earth begins to bend, but then a carrot flies out and lands on Iona's head, hitting her in the face. Theo asks if she's alright, and she says she is. After all, Iona leads the Wizards Association. At that moment, the princess starts laughing at the antics, and the Black Rabbit is surprised that she smiled. She apologizes, saying it was unintentional, and says it's true, because everyone is enjoying the Festival of Abundance, and it doesn't make sense for her to be sad. Alone, saying she's fine now, so they should enjoy the party, and Iona gets a little more excited, while the Minotaur King says that for the honor of the chief, he can't lose, but Quang says that victory is his. While the two freak out, they start to glow golden, and the raccoon is surprised. Then neither of them understands what's going on, and the golden carrot makes everyone participating levitate, and the protagonist questions what's happening now, and the princess realizes that the magic advances gravity, and in fact it's Iona who's levitating them, and she says that with so much abundant mana flowing through the floor, even this is possible. Then all the carrots are harvested, and first place goes to Iona with 12,000 carrots, second with 4,000, and third to the Minotaur King with 3,000. And the protagonist can only think that this is a real SUS game. So Quang says it was fun, telling her to do it again, and Theo thinks Iona is amazing, that as long as she's won, he thinks she should learn magic too. While the bunny gets all excited, then the golden carrot starts shining again. But meanwhile, Aileen is trapped in some kind of magic, with some chains around her body, and her grandfather asks her if she's ready to receive magic, and she says that if she's going to do it, it's now, and with the Abundance Festival on the 99th floor, it's full of mana. So Kaiser tells her that he's going to cast the polymorph spell directly with that device, and thus, Illit activates within her body and asks if she's alright, because she has a suffering expression on her face, but while she screams, she thinks she might find Sejum, and ends up gaining a humanoid form. Meanwhile, Seraphia's father is surprised to discover that Itho was found signing a contract with Vasco, and the police officer confirms that's exactly what happened. The body was found in a garbage dump in the Villa de Passagem slum area, and he doesn't want to believe that this is related to his daughter Seraphia's disappearance. He says that his daughter hasn't been found yet, telling Maison that it's difficult to say, but Seraphia has been strongly insisting that they investigate Grid. Right after the trial ended, as soon as Grid returned to the 55th floor, his daughter disappeared. They aren't sure, but the death of the vice director this time, and the disappearance of his daughter, might all be related to Grid. Maison then speaks with the inspection director, Vega, telling him to immediately summon the Free Mercenaries Association and the Mages Association, very angry about the situation. Meanwhile, the protagonist asks if Iona will really give him that, and she says yes, saying he can take it, but he asks if that's the case. It wasn't the prize she won for winning the Harvest Festival, apple, but she says she thinks Sijuan needs it more than she does, and the protagonist just thanks her. That's the agile carrot imbued with mana, and when consumed, it increases agility. The cultivator is Ophelia, a farmer from the Green Tower, and her rank is C+. The protagonist is surprised that she made it, because after the Golden Tower, now there's also a farmer from the Green Tower. He wonders if every tower has one, so he calls everyone over to eat together. When they smell it, they are all horrified. Father Rabbit says that thinking about it, something so valuable should be eaten by Sijuan, but the protagonist keeps asking them what that expression they made a moment ago was about. Father Rabbit starts to disguise it, saying that since his father is weak, he has to eat it all alone. Then, the princess says it's the reward from the legendary harvest festival of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, and it's sure to be amazing, and the protagonist thinks it's impossible to ignore so much expectation and goodwill. When he eats it and throws it in, he tastes something horrible, and Father Rabbit tells him he can't spit it out. The protagonist questions how it can be so bad, asking how a carrot can be so absurdly bitter, and he ends up eating it all with a terrible taste. When he finishes consuming the agile carrot imbued with mana, his agility increases permanently, but he feels very bad, and he says that Agile is that farmer from Ophelia Tower. She's not very skilled, and Father Rabbit thinks that eating all that stinking stuff is impressive, and the protagonist says that they told him to eat it all, but he says that after eating something so bad, now he wants to eat something delicious. And then the carrot glows again, and the system then tells him that soon the second competition of the Harvest Festival, the carrot eating contest, will begin, and they should go to the altar of the giant carrot with the red ribbon, and everyone approaches, and the protagonist calls them to go to that competition, and several carrots appear there. And the remaining carrots are 5,000 units, and the protagonist notes that in the previous harvest competition, a total of 5,000 carrots were harvested, but he says that winning well, no matter how you look at it, is great. The Minotaur King is very excited, saying that this time it's time to show the power of the Minotaurs, and says that before, that little thing has been using magic, but it's so tiny that it probably can barely eat a single carrot, so it's upset with it. Then Theo asks if it could eat a whole carrot, and it thinks it's impossible, but it will still try. The Minotaurs think that this time it's the boss's turn to show off, however. He notices something in front of them, the mother gecko, who is much bigger. She says that she found it strange that this area was so noisy so early, noting that this was what he was preparing. Sejao says that it was something everyone prepared, and the gecko is proud, saying that when his mother enters the game, it's over. But then the Frog King also enters the game. The protagonist says he wants to fight him one day, and the protagonist thinks it's better to stay out of it this time, because this is a real dogfight. The king calls everyone to eat lots of carrots, and when the competition starts, they all dive in, eating as many carrots as they can. The Minotaurs cheer for their boss, but then they realize that the king's mother is eating much more, and the frog is also gulping down many carrots in one gulp. The Minotaurs wonder how they are eating that whole basket, and their king ends up choking and asking for water, but the others don't stop eating. The king also dives in with everything he's got, and the protagonist sees that he eats very well. Meanwhile, the Minotaur King is almost kicking the bucket back there, choking. After the end of the competition, everyone is fine, and the Minotaur King is almost kicking the bucket. With that, the red bear eats 2,000 carrots, and Garon eats almost 2,000. 1,000, and the rabbit in the cart eats 180, and the protagonist says that, as expected, the mother of the little rabbit did very well, and Garon was also incredible, but the third place is quite surprising. The fat rabbit ate several carrots, and the protagonist questions how long he's been there, but says there's something even more important, asking how he ate 180 carrots with that little body. And then, the Minotaur King is shocked that he lost to that little guy, and Iona says, never underestimate the little ones. And then the special prize is awarded to the mother of the little rabbit, and the protagonist is surprised. Then Theo questions what it is, asking if it's something good, and when she sees it, she's also horrified, and so the protagonist questions why the surprise, and she simply throws it at the protagonist, and he's scared, asking why she threw it there, and when he raises his hand, that thing hits his hand, and he says he caught it, and he's surprised by that smelly mass in his hand, and here, the elixir of agility, his agility consumption permanently increases by 1.5, and here, it's from Zelga, the farmer of the Blue Tower, and the protagonist is shocked. Then Theo says his nose is going to rot, and Kwang says he's never smelled anything like it in his life, while the protagonist calls Kwang's mother, asking why this was for him, and she simply says she has an important commitment leaving it behind, and she says that's not the case at all, and the protagonist starts asking if this is a reward or punishment, and Kwang says that it stinks, so he should eat it, but the protagonist says he doesn't want to eat it. However, Theo tells him to eat it already, saying it's good for him, for the body, and the protagonist simply he throws everything up in the air and takes a bite of that thing, almost vomiting, but then he realizes it's different because it's better than he expected, and the taste is surprisingly acceptable. However, he's already freaking out, and the creature no longer knows what's good, and he starts to get intoxicated, going on an astral trip. Then he falls hard to the ground, and everyone starts calling the protagonist. When he finally wakes up, they're happy, and then Theo says that the protagonist gave him a huge scare, and says that he swallowed that strange thing all at once. It just foamed at the mouth, and he fell hard to the ground. Then the protagonist thinks he finally understands, but he has a strong smell of feces coming from his mouth, and while he talks, everything becomes foul-smelling. He says that it seems like the effect is really real, and in fact, he even feels it, his stomach lighter, full of energy. However, everyone smells that smell, and Theo says that he has. Theo, with a strong breath, tells him to shut his mouth, asking him not to open it for the time being. Then, Theo says that while the protagonist was unconscious, the next festival event began, and he doesn't understand anything. When he looks to the side, the next festival event is the ball. So, everyone gathers near the carrot, and several little rabbit angels appear, playing a melody for them. The princess is surprised by this, as they are exactly as she saw in the pictures of a book she read as a child, and she finds it beautiful. Then the black rabbit, looking at her, is amazed, and the protagonist's mouth drops open. But Theo closes his mouth immediately, saying that he already told him not to open it because he still has a terrible stink. The raccoons say that this is not a competition, but really a festival that everyone can enjoy. Nissa, a stage appears in front of them for anyone who wants to dance, and the Minotaur King wonders what this melody is that makes his body move on its own, because that's all he does. He's surprised, saying he's not good at these things, but she drags him to dance anyway, and everyone thinks they're a good match. The protagonist watches, and Theo says he looks envious. The protagonist tries to speak, but Theo stops him immediately, saying he doesn't need to, telling him to leave it to him, telling him not to worry, and to dance freely. The protagonist is completely lost, as he's never danced in front of others before, but Theo tells him not to say a word, because the feudum is coming out, telling him just to dance, saying he's been through a lot so far, asking the protagonist to enjoy and relax at the festival. So, he actually goes over there, leaving Theo, Quang, and Yona outside, and prepares to start dancing. But as soon as he strikes the first pose, the first movement, everything goes wrong, and even the rabbit angels are watching that thing. While the protagonist thinks dancing is more fun than he initially thought, Theo approaches him, stopping the awful dance. Even though the protagonist is thrilled that Theo jumped on him, Theo apologizes for telling him to dance, saying he's never seen anyone dance so out of rhythm, and that it would have been better to wait for the big scene. The protagonist is left feeling sad though, and Quang speaks with what it seems. He decided she never opens her mouth again, but the black rabbit speaks to the princess, asking if she wants to dance with him. She gets all excited, but ends up apologizing, saying she can't enjoy the festival because even now, the 55th floor is under their control, and she, a fugitive princess, indulging in fun is too much. But he takes her hand, saying that even so, he can't just stand there looking at the princess with that dejected expression. He says that the one who should be dejected is Grid, because they will reclaim the Red Ribbon Kingdom. So until that day arrives, as her knight, he will protect her smile. Then she gives in, and the Minotaurs look to the side, along with the father, mother, and the rabbit, and the two begin to dance there in the middle, all happy. Then Yuna gets excited, and Tel also calls her to dance, and they both go to the middle to dance too. The protagonist says he wishes this moment wouldn't end, saying it would have been great if Aileen were there too. And speaking of that, since the festival began, and they hadn't heard from her since, wondering if something had happened. Meanwhile, Aileen was there with her grandfather, who said it was the 4th time she'd failed, saying his dragon heart couldn't take any more. But she begged him to go again, just one last time, because she needed to find Sijuan. Sometime later, things returned to normal, and the protagonist started cooking. Tel told the protagonist that he'd improved a lot with the knife, and Tel replied, "Of course," asking how many times he'd cooked for them. Tel then asked what dish the protagonist was making this time, as it seemed he was preparing it with more care than usual. The protagonist said that the harvest festival was almost over, and now he was going to make something a little special. Quang got excited, and then smelled something delicious. Looking at the side rabbit, he said he was counting on it. Then, they threw Tel up onto the stage, and the protagonist breaks the rice into small slices, tossing it down, and they continue doing this with several, while the chubby rabbit collects them all on his plate. The protagonist thanks them, and they throw the rice into the soup. The raccoons are shocked that he's going to boil the rice, and the protagonist says that this is rice dumpling soup. After it's ready, the rice dumpling soup is finished, and the flavor improves slightly. The anticipation lasts for an hour, and Sijuan says that if his calculations are correct, it's probably New Year's outside, and people usually eat rice dumpling soup on New Year's. Since they got the teaks at the right time, they'll all eat the soup and enjoy the festival. Thus, he achieves the feat of being the first to prepare rice dumpling soup in the tower, and the rice cake soup recipe is registered in cooking level 4, and proficiency increases considerably, and he serves everyone, and Mama Rabbit says it's very light and tasty, and Frodo says it really feels like a holiday atmosphere, as if the family were reunited, and the raccoons think that broth is incredible, and say that besides that, the carrot used as a garnish also gives an agility bonus, and Theo asks if they liked it, saying that if they want, he can sell the soup and the ingredients used in the soup, and at that, the raccoons say that they would really like to buy, and Theo asks how much they are thinking per potion. The raccoons offer 3 coins from the tower, but Theo says he didn't think there were any, that he has so little interest in business, saying he's slightly disappointed because an item that increases attributes and is also delicious like that can't be found anywhere else. The raccoon agrees, but Frodo, observing this, questions what Theo is doing. They then ask about 5 towers tower coins, saying they want to buy 100 portions. Theo agrees to the deal, but Frodo tells him to wait, telling Theo to observe and learn. The raccoon asks what's wrong, and Frodo apologizes, explaining he doesn't intend to sell that dish, saying there aren't many ingredients left, barely enough for them, and today is a special day, so he shared it. He says it can only make about 300 portions. In other words, it's a limited edition. Hearing this, they start thinking they need to buy it no matter what. The raccoon questions if it's really impossible to sell, saying he'd pay triple the price now, and the other says he wants to buy it. Everything for 15 tower coins per portion. So Theo is surprised by that price, and Frodo still plays hard to get, but says it's okay because they came from far away, so he would feel bad accepting 15 coins, saying he sells 200 portions for 13 tower coins, and they are surprised, but he says that next time they negotiate, he wants them to make things easier for him too, and the raccoons get totally excited, and Frodo says the deal is closed, and says he'll even include some attribute boosting crops as a bonus, and the raccoons are all happy, and so Theo thinks Frodo is amazing, saying he's the god of negotiations, but Frodo only says that's the basics. However, Kwong threw everything down and ate a lot, even getting round, and Theo asks how many bowls he ate, saying they have to sell the limited edition, but Frodo says that everything is fine, because in fact he manages to get the remaining ingredients to make 500 portions, and so Theo realizes that it was a strategy to tell the raccoon that there wasn't much, but Frodo apologizes to Kwong, saying that he should have warned him that each bowl of soup makes him age a year. He thinks he aged at least 100 years, and so he became Grandpa Kwong, and Kwong starts to cry, saying that he doesn't want to be older than his mom, but Frodo laughs in his face, saying it's a joke, and apologizes, giving him his Theo, who ate his favorite, and even though he's chubby as he is, he still throws Theo in, and then Elka and Hegel appear, there, calling Yon, and she asks what happened, and he says that the president of the Association of Wandering Merchants, Mr. Mason, urgently summoned all the leaders, and the vice director of the secret inspection department ended up being caught, and his daughter Zaraf too disappeared, and it's suspected that all of this was Grid's doing, and then Theo is surprised that she disappeared, and the princess herself is worried to hear Grid's name again, and the Black Rabbit says that the time has come for them to settle accounts with them, but Frodo tells them to be careful, because if he could freely go to other floors, he would go with them, but the princess says that their support alone is enough, and Theo says that he will go too, because Zaraf is a good fox, and if something happened, they have to help, and they all step up to face the Grid, and Frodo just hopes nothing happened, but then he and Toro arrives there talking to Frodo, saying that they will return now, because they left teleportation points empty for too long, and besides, the blue moon is approaching, and Frodo is shocked, thinking that it really is, because he was so distracted with Rice that he forgot about the blue moon, and then Minotauro asks him to be careful, because he is feeling a strange energy in the southwest forest, and Frodo says that if it is a corrupted being, they can handle it, but Minotauro says no, saying that it is different from a being, it is something hot, and he feels a burning flame energy, and it seems that Baru is being summoned to the tower. My friends, I want to see how it's going to be. This is the ant art, and I also want to see what happens with Aileen and her human form. We've reached the most recent chapters. There aren't any yet, but as soon as I gather enough, I'll definitely bring them to you. It was another pleasure to bring a complete work, in quotes, here to the channel, so subscribe, activate the bell, and I'll definitely bring you much more. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.